So pure so flirtatious chapter 2114 to chapter 2208. I naturally know this. But now I am fully prepared. Even if Yang Ming doesn't let me go in the end, I won't have any regrets. At least, I tried my best, said Dong Jun. It's good that you can think like this. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. Wait for the good news. Originally, I thought it would be very troublesome for Wang Shui to convince Huang Yukai, but I didn't expect you to have convinced half of Huang Yukai. I didn't expect that Huang Lele was actually Huang Youcai's half-sister. If Wang Xiaoyan knew the relationship between Huang Yukai and Huang Lele, she would have contacted Huang Lele long ago. Okay, then I will wait for the good news, said Dong Jun. Wang Shui and Huang Yukai met at the Songjiang International Hotel. Wang Shui asked for a private room and entered the private room with Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai sat in the electric wheelchair, and Wang Shui sat in the chair opposite him. Miss Wang Shui. Huang Yukai said respectfully, are you looking for me, for something? There are indeed some things, but I don't know how to say it. Wang Shui was organizing her words. She didn't know how to persuade Huang Yukai. Miss Wang Shui, if you have anything to say, just say it. I am the Wang family's subordinate. Naturally, I am also your subordinate. As long as you have a request, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Huang Yukai clenched his teeth and said. Although doing so might hurt his sister, Huang Yukai was a loyal person. He had no choice. Well, since you said so, then I will say it directly. Wang Shui nodded and said, I want you to stop dealing with Yang Ming. Stop it. Ah? Huang Yukai was stunned after listening to Wang Shui's words. He thought before that Wang Shui might be looking for him to join forces to deal with Yang Ming, but he never thought that Wang Shui came to him to ask him to give up dealing with Yang Ming. Isn't this coinciding with my thoughts? Could it be that God pitied me and saw that I love my sister, so he asked the Wang family to talk to me about this matter? Huang Yukai didn't even want to believe his ears. He thought he heard it wrong. Miss Wang Shui, what did you say? I say, can you give up on dealing with Yang Ming? When Wang Shui saw Huang Youcai's appearance, her heart suddenly tightened. Is Huang Yukai not going to give up? However, she still repeated what she meant. You want me to give up on dealing with Yang Ming? Are you serious? Although Huang Yukai heard Wang Shui's question this time, he was still uncertain. He didn't know if Wang Shui was testing him. Of course, it's true. How can I joke with you? Wang Shui smiled bitterly. When will revenge stop? Moreover, I feel that my elder brother and father actually deserve it. It doesn't have much to do with Yang Ming. Moreover, my boyfriend is working under Yang Ming, so there are some things that should be forgotten. It's for my own good, right? Wang Shui didn't hide anything, but told the truth. Her situation, she believed that if Huang Yukai went back and investigated, it would be easy to find out, so Wang Shui didn't need to hide anything. Who? When Huang Yukai heard Wang Shui say this, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Now it seemed that what Wang Shui said was true. She wasn't testing him. Huang Yukai was relieved. Actually, I also want to give up. This time you called me, I thought you wanted me to help you deal with Yang Ming, so my heart was very conflicted. However, you are also a member of the Wang family. I can't refuse your proposal, so I still came, but I didn't expect that your request was actually like this. Thank God. Ah? You want to give up, too? After Wang Shui listened to Huang Youcai's words, she was a little surprised. Why do you want to give up? Originally, Wang Shui thought that even if she could convince Huang Yukai, it would take a lot of effort, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. Huang Yukai seemed to be ready to give up this matter. Because Huang Lele is my sister, and she is Yang Ming's woman. In fact, the reason is so simple. I don't want to see her sad and disappointed. Huang Yukai shrugged and smiled bitterly. Huang Lele? Wang Shui was slightly stunned. She didn't know that Yang Ming had a woman named Huang Lele. She had no intersection with Huang Lele, but since Huang Yukai said so, there must be one, so Wang Shui also smiled. It is such a coincidence. That's just right. Let's forget about this. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Yeah. This time I'm relieved, Huang Yukai said as if he was relieved of a burden. The two people talked about some common topics, and Wang Shui left. She wanted to tell this good news to Tian Donghua as soon as possible. As for Huang Yukai, he also wanted to go back and have a good talk with Dong Jun as soon as possible to discuss future countermeasures. After Yang Ming learned that Wang Shui had completed the matter, he didn't break his promise. He directly began to study the engagement with Wang Shui, but the premise was that it had to be after Yang Ming came back. However, in order to make Wang Shui feel at ease, he could register with her first. Although Tian Donghua would definitely move to Island X in the future, and it was not important to register or not, this marriage certificate made Wang Shui very happy. Although she also knew that she would go to Island X in the future, this represented Tian Donghua's recognition of her. Xianxia didn't expect Tian Donghua to be so awesome. There was news so soon that the matter had been settled. She quickly told the good news to the women. The women were also very happy, especially Chen Mingyan. She felt that the strength of the group was still greater. If it was in the past, she was alone, or only herself, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun, then she definitely wouldn't think of so many ways, and it was impossible to solve this matter so perfectly. If there were only 3 of them, Chen Mingyan was likely to be helpless. For the first time, she felt that accepting them was a happy thing, especially Sun Jia. She was really suitable to be the big sister of everyone. Everything that was in her hands didn't seem to be difficult. She could find a solution. However, Sun Jia didn't seem to compete with her. She gave credit to her and highlighted her position. This made Chen Mingyan very grateful. This was the first major event that everyone worked together to complete. It was the result of everyone's cooperation. Almost everyone had contributed and participated, so when the matter was solved, everyone also had a sense of accomplishment. Finally, Yang Ming could solve the matter over there with peace of mind. He didn't have to worry that someone would stab him in the dark. Yang Ming and Lan Ling rested briefly in the room and cleaned up the dust in the room. It seemed that no one had lived here for a while. There was a thick layer of dust on all kinds of furniture. Yang Ming and Lan Ling each held a rag and a bucket. It reminded them of when they first met and rented a house in Lu Weishan's house. At that time, when they had just moved in, the two of them also did a thorough cleaning of the house. However, as they continued to sweep, the two of them ran from the floor to the bed. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The last time the two of them met, they were reluctant to part. Now that they met again, they were naturally very close. Especially now that there were no outsiders, the two of them played around. At first, they were tidying up the house, but later on, it turned into a water fight, and then, their clothes were all wet. Finally, after the two of them finished showering, 2 hours passed quickly. There was a knock on the door of the villa. Apparently, the members of the team had rested and reported to Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Lan Ling quickly put on their clothes, then went downstairs and opened the door. Xia Shui, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu were all standing outside the door. Not bad, everyone is very punctual. Yang Ming nodded and said. It seems that someone is not punctual. We have been standing here for 3 minutes and you only opened the door. Xia Shui looked at Yang Ming and Lan Ling's wet hair and naturally guessed what they did together. She felt uncomfortable in her heart and mocked. Come in and talk. Yang Ming didn't explain anything to Xia Shui. He just turned and walked into the living room. Xia Shui asked for a snub. She snorted and walked into the living room. After everyone sat down, Yang Ming said, well, since everyone is here, then let's have a short meeting to discuss the future plan. For the time being, everyone's safety and survival are not a problem. But the biggest problem that needs to be solved first is that you have all been poisoned by a special voodoo from Elder Yu. If you don't cure it, it will be very troublesome. I believe you all know that. But, how do we solve it? Isn't there an antidote? Lu Yezi was slightly taken aback and asked, didn't Elder Yu give us the antidote regularly? Do you think we can solve it ourselves? Captain, do you have the super antidote pill? Feng Tianlong suddenly thought of the crux of the problem. He remembered that Elder Yu said that only the super antidote pill could cure this poison. Yes. However, there are only 3 of them. Yang Ming looked at the people present and smiled bitterly. Ling Ling brought 3 goo dispelling pills, but it's not enough for all of us. This? Feng Tianlong paused, but after a moment of silence, he said, this is Susu's fate, she won't be able to live for long. After she's gone, there's no reason for me to live anymore, so I've decided to give up. Susu and I, it doesn't matter if we eat or not, you guys eat. Susu, you won't blame me, right? With that, Feng Tianlong turned to look at Xiao Susu. How could that be? As it should be. It's just that you've been wronged. Xiao Susu sighed. What's wrong? I'm not afraid of anything when I'm with you. Feng Tianlong said. Cough cough. That's enough, the two of you should stop before it's too much. Even if you want to flirt, you have to think about the situation, we're in a meeting. Lu Yezi was speechless and said. I'm sorry. Feng Tianlong smiled awkwardly, while Xiao Susu's face turned red. Since there are 3, then I won't eat it. Ladies first. Ladies, Xiaxue and Lan Ling, you two eat it. As for the remaining one, boss, do you accept it? You are our captain and the soul of the team. As long as you are fine, then we still have a chance. Lu Yezi also generously declined. Ling Ling and I don't need it. We are poisoned by the voodoo. I told you before that the two of us are immune to most voodoo. Elder Yu's voodoo can also be immune. This is something he didn't expect. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, that's why there are only 3 goo dispelling pills, but there are 4 of you. 3 pills for 4 people? Feng Tianlong was a little conflicted. Isn't this number too weird? If there were only 2 pills, it would be easy. If Susu and I don't eat it, Xiaxue and Lu Yezi can eat 1 each. But now, there are 3 pills. What should we do with the extra one? If we eat it, only one of us can eat it. If we don't eat it, it's a waste. How about? I give up? Lu Yezi said, I'm a bachelor, so I'm fine. It's fine if I don't eat it. I won't eat it. Xiaxue said it this time, then, for the remaining 3 pills, 1 for each of you. It's just enough. You don't have to be modest. Ah? You don't want to eat it? How can that be? Ladies first? Lu Yezi was stunned. If you don't eat it, how can we eat it? I'm fine. When the time comes, I'll be poisoned by the voodoo, but you guys can't. Xiaxue hesitated, gritted her teeth and said. Huh? Lu Yezi was shocked when he heard Xiaxue's words, but then he understood Xiaxue's meaning. His face suddenly showed a weird expression. Yang Ming was also shocked by Xiaxue. Although there was a little ambiguity between him and Xiaxue, it had not developed to this point. Xiaxue, what does she mean by saying this at this time? On the other hand, Lan Ling smiled tacitly. What are you looking at? Sooner or later, isn't that the case? Xiaxue saw Yang Ming's weird expression and simply didn't care. She said as a matter of fact, now you only have 3 voodoo antidotes. This is the most reasonable plan. Otherwise, there will always be one person who can't be detoxified. I am actually sacrificing myself. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, then it's decided. Don't regret it when the time comes. My life is going to be lost, and I still regret it. What is there to regret? Here, it's one thing whether we can get out or not. If we die from voodoo first, it will be a big loss. Xiaxue said, okay, it's decided. Hee hee, that's good. Since Xiaxue said so, what else could Yang Ming do? Yang Ming didn't say much. He directly took out Lan Ling's 3 voodoo antidotes and gave them to Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu. This time, the 3 of them didn't refuse because the number was just enough. There was no point in refusing anymore, so they accepted it quickly. What's so good about it? I still have to think about it. Maybe there are other ways to detoxify the voodoo. Xiaxue made a great decision before. Because there were only 3 voodoo antidotes, she had to make a decision. But once this decision was made, she was a little hesitant, so she wanted to think about it again. After all, this was a lifelong event. It wasn't a joke. Although she liked Yang Ming, there must be a process of love, right? When you think about it, maybe the voodoo would have broken out. Yang Ming smiled. Then, you have to pursue me. Otherwise, I will be unlucky. Xiaxia was a little unwilling. It's okay. You can be like me. Get on the bus first and then buy the ticket later. Aren't we very happy? Lan Ling said with a smile. Since Lan Ling had accepted Chen Mingyan and so many other women, she naturally wouldn't care about Xiaxia. Moreover, Lan Ling and Yang Ming were connected by voodoo. Their relationship was indestructible. Stop it. Xiaxua's face suddenly turned red, and she was a little shy. Well, you three, take the voodoo antidote first, and then we will talk about other things, said Yang Ming. Okay. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu did not hesitate. They could see the relationship between Xiaxua and Yang Ming, so they took the voodoo antidote. It was also an indirect push for Xiaxua, so she had no way out. She could only move forward. After the three of them took the voodoo antidote, Yang Ming nodded and said, Next, we will discuss how to deal with Elder Yu. AI, bro, do you have a good idea? We were just caught and brought to this place. We are still a little confused. How can we have a good idea? Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. At least rest for a few days and then think of a way. You are not worried because the voodoo is detoxified? Yang Ming was a little amused after hearing it. Are you here for a vacation? Do you still want to pick up girls here? Huh? Lu Yezi was shocked. Bro, you saw it? Yang Ming nodded. Anyone can tell. What about you guys? Did you see it? Lu Yezi turned to look at Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. Do you think we're not human? Feng Tianlong asked. Huh? Lu Yezi was stunned. Boss already said that anyone can tell. Unless we're not human. Feng Tianlong said. Damn. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. How did you all see through it? I only took a few more glances at E and you guys found out? What? You like E? Yang Ming was stunned. No way? You like E? Love at first sight? Feng Tianlong said in surprise. Didn't you see through it? Lu Yezi asked with a wry smile, Are you trying to fool me? Are you trying to trick me? We can see that your goo poison has been cured, so there's no need to worry. Didn't the captain already say it? Feng Tianlong said, What did you think it was? Huh? Lu Yezi's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt a little regretful. No way? You're talking about this? Then what did you think it was? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Sigh. I was tricked. Lu Yezi was a little speechless. Hee, I'm just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Yang Ming said, Tianlong, do you have anything to say? Do you have any good suggestions? Me. I'm the same as Yezi. I just came here, so I need to rest and think of ideas. Now, I really don't know what to do. Feng Tianlong said. Well, since you guys don't want to say it, then I'll say it briefly. Yang Ming said, Previously, I thought about it. Since Elder Yu's Jin Gangu has not been successfully refined, then before that, we should be safe. Everyone nodded. Lu Yezi said, Yes, Elder Yu wants us to help Lu Tianqi and the others refine the Jin Gangu, so we are safe for the time being. So, our opportunity has come. Yang Ming said, Since the Jin Gangu has not been refined, then we have enough time to analyze this Jin Gangu. It would be best if we can find the weakness of this Jin Gangu. This way, when the Jin Gangu is refined, we can use this weakness to defeat Elder Yu. Weakness? But what if there is no weakness? Lu Yezi asked. If there is no weakness, we can create a weakness. Yang Ming said, Although I don't quite understand, I discussed it with Ling. Ling before. There are two kinds of voodoo refining, complete and incomplete. Incomplete, there will be such and such shortcomings. For example, Elder Yu's sinister voodoo is a simplified version of Vajra voodoo, but it has many shortcomings. But this sinister goo is not refined by us, so we don't know the specific flaws. But the newly refined Jin Gangu is different. Even if it can be refined, we can artificially add some flaws to make this Jin Gangu incomplete. In this way, we have an opportunity. Ah. This is a good idea. Feng Tianlong nodded after listening to Yang Ming's words. However, this is just my initial idea. Lan Ling also spoke at this time. The refinement of goo poison is a very complicated process. Sometimes, a small change will make the entire refinement of the goo poison go to waste. So, it is not easy to modify the goo poison. Then Lu Yezi asked quickly after listening. We can only give it a try. Lan Ling said, so, this is just a plan. We have to make a variety of plans so that we can guarantee the final victory. That is indeed the case, then what should we do? Lu Yezi asked. In addition to studying to see if we can find the flaws of the Jin Gang Goo or modify it, Yang Ming should have told you about it, right? The Jin Gang Goo is not invincible. It has a nemesis. Lan Ling said, this nemesis is the Herculean Goo. As long as the Herculean Goo is refined, it can restrain the Jin Gang Goo. I haven't told them about this. You should introduce it to them. Yang Ming looked at the surprised expressions of Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, and others and said to Lan Ling, if that's the case, then let me briefly introduce it. As Lan Ling spoke, she told everyone about the Herculean venomous worm. This is the safest and most reliable way to defeat the enemy. Lu Yezi sighed after hearing this. In that case, we should join forces with Lu Tianqi and the others. They also have experience. We can use the resources here to develop our own Herculean voodoo first. After the Herculean voodoo is developed, we can study Elder Yu's Vajra voodoo. This is exactly what I was thinking. Yang Ming nodded and said, it's just that this plan is easy to talk about, but it is extremely difficult to do. How long has Brother Lu Tianqi studied the Jin Gang voodoo? It should have been many years, right? But now there is no progress. Ling Ling has also been studying the Herculean voodoo, but there is not much progress. This is enough to show that the preparation of these two voodoo poisons is very difficult. Yeah, but fortunately, there are advantages and disadvantages in this matter. The advantage is that we have enough time, and Elder Yu will not suspect anything. After all, we have wasted a lot of time refining the voodoo before. Lan Ling also said, but the disadvantage is that we have to have enough patience and the ability to withstand failure. Moreover, the voodoo must have a test subject. Otherwise, without a test subject, we won't know whether the refined voodoo is effective or not. You still want to test? Then do you think I can do it? Lu Yezi volunteered. Of course, you can, but I will be the test subject. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I have a voodoo in my body. The general harmful voodoo will not cause any harm to me. Jin Gang voodoo and Herculean voodoo are both voodoo that are good for the improvement of the body's strength. If it is really refined, it can be tested. Otherwise, if it is a failed and harmful voodoo, it will not have any effect on me. Having said that, there are risks in everything. Lan Ling said, Yang Ming, you have to be mentally prepared. Although I should be able to detoxify the voodoo that I have concocted, and the medicinal materials here are complete, so there won't be too much trouble, but the process may be very painful. This is nothing. Yang Ming smiled easily. What we have to do now is to fight with our backs to the wall. The pain we suffer now in exchange for tomorrow's success. I naturally know this. Bro, why don't I test it? You are the captain. If something happens, what should we do with so many of us? Lu Yezi said very righteously, but then again, the members who could join the death squad were not afraid of death. Why don't we do the experiment? Feng Tianlong also said, everyone knows about Susu's situation. She can leave at any time. If Susu leaves, there's no reason for me to live anymore. So it's good for us to experiment. Anyway, if we're going to die, we'll die together. We can't be born in the same year, same month, and same day, but we can die in the same year, same month, and same day. That's right. Why don't we test it out together? Xiao Susu nodded. That's enough. The two of you don't have any immunity to goo poison. If you were to test it, wouldn't you have eaten the goo antidote pill for nothing? Why are you so wasteful? Yang Ming glared at Feng Tianlong and said, you can still spit out the antidote? But, Captain, you are the soul of our team. If something happens to you, what should we do? Feng Tianlong asked unwillingly. Okay, don't say so much. Since you know that I'm the captain, what you need to do as a member of the team is to absolutely obey my orders and not bargain with me. Yang Ming said, it's settled then. Yes. Feng Tianlong had no choice but to agree. Yang Ming was right. He was the captain, so as a member of the team, Feng Tianlong must absolutely obey Yang Ming's orders. You, Lu Yezi, too. Don't bargain. Yang Ming said, okay, today's short meeting will end here. Everyone go back and rest. If there are any specific arrangements, we'll talk about them tomorrow. Yes. Lu Yezi also nodded. After Yang Ming finished explaining, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xiao Shui also left. Everyone was very tired and went back to rest so that they could be in their best condition tomorrow to face new challenges. After sending Lu Yezi and the others away, Yang Ming and Lan Ling were also very tired. They fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yang Ming woke up late in the morning. This sleep was the most peaceful sleep that Yang Ming had in the past few days. He didn't have to worry about other things. He didn't have to worry about other things. He didn't have to worry about anyone plotting against him. Since Elder Yu didn't kill Yang Ming and the others before, he wouldn't imprison them before making a move because it didn't make any sense. Who? Yang Ming stretched and got up from the bed. Lan Ling had already woken up. At this moment, she was sitting in front of the bed and looking at Yang Ming affectionately. I haven't been so relaxed for a long time. It seems like the feeling when I first arrived in Yunnan. Yang Ming said, the feeling of being carefree is really good. Hey, Ling Ling, why are you looking at me? I seem to have returned to that time. At that time, I liked to look at you when I woke up. I hope that I could look at you for a lifetime. Hee, this wish seems to be fulfilled. If we can't refine the Herculean voodoo and Jin Gang voodoo in our lifetime, then we can only stay here forever. Lan Ling said with a smile, I know that you want to go back. Don't worry, I will work hard. In fact, I also want to live with everyone. Then let's work hard together. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming got up from the bed. After washing up, he and Lan Ling went out of the villa. The others, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, Xiao Shui, and Lu Yezi all got up. At this moment, they were sitting in the open space outside and chatting. When they saw Yang Ming and Lan Ling come out, they all stood up. Captain. Bro. Humph. Everyone greeted Yang Ming. Only Xiao Shui snorted. What are you snorting about? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Everyone is up, but you woke up so late. Who knows what bad things you did? You woke up so late? Xiao Shui said with some dissatisfaction. Hee. Yang Ming shrugged. Why? Are you jealous? Only a ghost would be jealous. Xiao Shui naturally wouldn't admit it. In fact, she didn't know if she was jealous, but she was a little unhappy in her heart. If you aren't jealous, why are you snorting? Yang Ming smiled. It's none of your business. Xiao Shui glared at Yang Ming. Well, let's not talk about this. Where are Brother Lu Tianqi and the others? We should meet up and study the feasibility of what we said yesterday, asked Yang Ming. Brother Lu Tianqi is in the laboratory over there. Lu Yezi pointed to a very stylish small building not far away and said, in the morning, they came once, but bro, you haven't woken up yet, so they went to the laboratory first. They asked me to tell you to go there and find them directly. Okay, then let's discuss this with them. Yang Ming nodded and said to the team members. With that said, Yang Ming took the members of the team and walked in the direction of Lu Tianqi's laboratory. Lu Tianqi's lab was very luxurious. Elder Yu had probably experimented here before, and it was for him to develop a poison. Of course, he had to make a better environment. The environment here is pretty good. If we didn't have a mission, it would be a good vacation. Lu Yezi looked around and sighed, Old Feng, you and Susu can treat this place as your honeymoon. This mission is worth it for you too. Heh, we're lucky to be able to treat this as our honeymoon. Feng Tianlong laughed, Susu, let's just worship the heavens and earth here. Let the captain be our matchmaker, and the heavens and earth will be our witness. How cool would that be? What are you talking about? Xiao Susu blushed. We're here for a mission. Why are you talking about all this nonsense? It's not nonsense. Of course we have to do a mission. But as I said last night, no matter if it's researching the Herculean venomous worm or the Gene Gang venomous worm, it takes a long time. It can't be done in a short period of time. Yang Ming smiled. Moreover, your marriage is also very important. Since we're talking about this today, then I'll make the decision for you. Although you two are free to fall in love and I didn't introduce you, you're both members of my team now. I'm your captain, so I'll be your matchmaker and witness. How about this, let's rest for a few days. After that, we'll find an auspicious day and you two will get married. It's settled. Ah? That's settled? Feng Tianlong paused, then became happy. Okay, then it's settled. Susu, look, since the captain said so, we'll just accept it. And then I will follow the captain's wishes. Xiao Susu nodded with some embarrassment. She actually had this intention in her heart, but she was a little shy. Now that Yang Ming had said so, if she continued to be shy, it would be a bit pretentious, so she simply agreed to it. That's right. Yang Ming said. Oh right, boss, why don't you and Xiaxue have a wedding too? Feng Tianlong and the others already did the wedding, so you two should do it too. Lu Yezi said. Me? Yang Ming suddenly froze and turned to look at Xiaxue. Yang Ming had nothing to do with this matter. The most important thing was Xiaxue's idea, so Yang Ming wanted to ask Xiaxue's opinion. Why are you looking at me? You don't want to marry me? Xiaxue glared at him and said snappily. Of course, I want to. Is that it? Yang Ming asked with a wry smile. You? What do you mean by that? It's settled just because you said so? You want it, but I don't. I need to think about it. Xiaxue said. Heh. Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. Of course, you can think about it. This isn't urgent. Anyway, we have a long time. We will probably settle down here. Why? You're not in a hurry? Xiaxue snorted. Sister Xiaxue, don't be angry. Yang Ming is like this. He's not good with words. Lan Ling walked over and held Xiaxue's hand. Lan Ling had already accepted Xiaxue in her heart. She had seen the current situation clearly. Everyone would live here together for a long time, so Yang Ming and Xiaxue would have to be together sooner or later. Not to mention that there was some ambiguity between the two. Xiaxue was poisoned by Elder Yu's voodoo. She couldn't take the antidote pill in time, so she could only rely on voodoo to solve it. If she wanted to be poisoned by voodoo, she could only be together with Yang Ming. How is he bad with words? Xiaxue saw that Lan Ling had said so. She naturally couldn't be rude to Yang Ming. After all, if she continued to quarrel, it would seem that she was targeting Lan Ling. Xiaxue naturally didn't want to be hostile with Lan Ling. She also wanted to have a good relationship with Lan Ling. At this moment, seeing that Lan Ling was very understanding, Xiaxue was relieved and said, Ling Ling, look at how fickle he is. You really indulge him. What can I do? But fortunately, he can't betray me. He is poisoned by voodoo. If he betrays me, he will die. Lan Ling smiled and said, Sister Xiaxue, you have to think about it. If you are poisoned by voodoo, you can't betray Yang Ming in this life. Ah. If I choose him, I naturally won't betray him. Xiaxue shook her head and said firmly. Sigh, you're all going to get married, but I'm still all alone. It seems that I have to settle the major event of my life. Lu Yezi scratched his head and said with some distress, otherwise, I have been here for so long. How boring is it if I am alone while you are all in pairs? If you want to pursue, just say it. Why are you talking to yourself here? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry about Lu Yezi's behavior. No one is stopping you from pursuing her. You can't help much for the time being. It's not impossible to give you a holiday. Really? Lu Yezi heard Yang Ming's words and his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked happily. Of course, it's true. But, you have to let her care about you. If you pester her, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Ming reminded, you can't lose face for our team. Don't worry, bro. I know what I'm doing. I can't do things that embarrass others. Lu Yezi quickly nodded and promised. This is what you said Yang Ming. As they talked, they came to the laboratory where Lu Tianqi was working. The door of the laboratory was not locked. There were only a few people here. It was difficult to see others, so there was no need to lock the door. Since Elder Yu was here, it was useless to lock the door. Elder Yu would force it open, so there was no point. Brother Lu Tianqi, we are here. Although the door of the laboratory was not locked, Yang Ming knocked on the door politely and said loudly. Oh? Brother Yang Ming, you are here? The next moment, Lu Tianqi came out of the laboratory and greeted, come in. I'm sorry, Brother Lu Tianqi. I was a little tired yesterday, so I slept a little longer. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment, I made you wait for a long time. Huh. It's okay. I heard from Lu Yezi that you and Elder Yu had a battle of wits and courage. It was really difficult for you. It's normal to be tired. Come, please come in. Our work here has come to an end. We are about to have lunch. Lu Tianqi waved his hand and said. I'm ashamed. The difference in strength between me and Elder Yu is too big. I'm not his opponent. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I tried a few times, but I couldn't do anything to him. I could only be caught by him first, and slowly think of a way here. Hee, but if you weren't caught, you wouldn't see me, and I wouldn't know the news of my parents. So, your choice is still very right. At least it makes me very happy. Lu Tianqi was very enthusiastic about Yang Ming. Since you are Dad's godson, then there is no need to be polite between us. Let's go. I will take you to eat a big meal at noon today. Eat a big meal? Here? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. There are also a lot of delicious food here. It's just that you need to do it yourself. Lu Tianqi explained with a smile, you don't know. Elder Yu wants us to develop Jin Gang Voodoo in peace. In fact, he is very satisfied with our material life. Almost every week, fresh meat is sent. There is a kitchen and a freezer over there. The meat is stored there. The three of us have a good meal every day. We can't even finish it. Next week, new food will come again. This Elder Yu is also considerate, but you are developing things for him. You don't need to eat or drink well, and you don't need to work. Yang Ming smiled. Yeah, but fruits and vegetables are self-sufficient. Lu Tianqi introduced, it was too late last night. I didn't take you to visit the entire valley. Over there is the medicine garden. There are all kinds of precious medicinal materials, many of which are very rare. Next to the medicine garden is our vegetable garden and orchard. There are green vegetables and fruits that we grow ourselves without pesticides. If we sell them outside, we can sell them for a good price. You guys are living a carefree life in the countryside. Yang Ming sighed. You can say that. Anyway, except for not being able to go out of the valley without freedom, everything is leisurely. Lu Tianqi nodded and said, I am just a little worried about my parents. If they come together, I really don't want to leave. I am quite used to living here. When I have time, I can live a rural life. It is quite wonderful. That's right. Although this place is good, everyone has their own concerns and responsibilities. Yang Ming nodded and said, I also have my family, so this time we can only win and not fail. By the way, have you tried to contact your family? In this valley, cell phones and satellite phones are blocked. There's no way to contact the outside world. Lu Tianqi said, although there is electricity and internet here, the internet can only be connected to a database of bacteriology. It can only be queried. It can't do anything else, and it can't visit other websites. I see. Yang Ming suddenly regretted it. If Zhou Jieji had brought him here, it would have been easier. Although the computer's network was restricted, for a little hacker like Zhou Jieji, it should be possible to crack it. Yeah, by the way, do you have any good ways to deal with Elder Yu? Lu Tianqi asked, I really can't think of how we can deal with Elder Yu in the valley. We are not his opponent at all. Yesterday, we had a meeting to discuss several ways. I will tell you later. Which one is more feasible? Yang Ming nodded and said, where are we going to have a big meal? It's just in front. I asked Xiaojing and Yi to prepare barbecue. It is the wild beef here. Although it is a bit hard, it is very delicious. Lu Tianqi said, self-service barbecue. It's quite interesting. Oh. Okay, let's go. I'm hungry. Yang Ming nodded. Several people walked forward together. Sure enough, behind the laboratory was a large restaurant. Lu Tianqi's wife, Qin Xiaojing, and Lin Dongfeng's goddaughter, Yi, were eating beef kebabs at the moment. When they saw Yang Ming and others coming in, Qin Xiaojing raised her head and nodded politely to Yang Ming and others. Then she said to Lu Tianqi, "It's almost done. Can we start the fire now?" "And I will start the fire." Lu Tianqi said, "You and Yi take the meat kebabs and vegetables outside. Let's barbecue in the open air." "Okay." Qin Xiaojing responded. As for Yi, she was a very quiet girl. She didn't talk much and was a little introverted. When she saw Yang Ming and others, she was a little shy and didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only smile slightly and hurriedly help Qin Xiaojing get the meat kebabs. "Let me help you." When Lu Yezi saw Yi smile, his soul almost flew away. He rushed over in a few steps and wanted to help Yi get the meat kebabs. However, Yi was shocked and almost threw away the meat kebabs in her hand. "Yeah, you." Yi was shocked. "You, what are you doing? Let me help you get it." Lu Yezi was also shocked by Yi's reaction and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay. I can get it myself." Yi said, You go and do your work." "Okay, Lu Yezi, go and help start the fire. Don't bother people here." When Yang Ming saw Yi's expression, he knew that Yi's character was very introverted. This kind of girl couldn't be scared. He had to get in touch with her gradually. Otherwise, it was very likely to scare her. Therefore, Yang Ming quickly told Lu Yezi to stop and not continue. "Oh, okay." Lu Yezi was also a little embarrassed. He didn't dare to continue talking to Yi here. He rubbed his hands and went out of the restaurant with Yang Ming and came to the open space in front of the restaurant. At this moment, Lin Dongfeng was sitting in the open space and starting a fire on a barbecue grill. When he saw Yang Ming and others coming over, he greeted with a smile, "Everyone, help to fan the flames. We can eat barbecue soon. Senior Lin, let me do it." Yang Ming quickly walked over and said to Lin Dongfeng. In Yang Ming's eyes, Lin Dongfeng was the same generation as Guan Xuemin, and Guan Xuemin was the same generation as his godfather, Lu Weishan. In Yang Ming's eyes, Lin Dongfeng naturally became an elder. Moreover, Yang Ming also had a request for Lin Dongfeng. Xianxua's leg was dependent on Lin Dongfeng's treatment, so Yang Ming was naturally respectful. "Senior? How do I look like a senior?" "I am brothers with your brother, Lu Tianqi." "You call me senior? What kind of seniority are you talking about? Am I so old?" Lin Dongfeng stared at Yang Ming and said, "You can call me Brother Lin." "Ugh, okay, Brother Lin." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and quickly changed his words. "That's more like it." Lin Dongfeng nodded. "In the future, the three of us will be sworn brothers. The three vows of the valley." "Ugh, okay." Yang Ming didn't know what to say because of Lin Dongfeng's straightforwardness. However, since Lin Dongfeng said so, Yang Ming didn't have to worry about Xianxia anymore. If the three of them really became sworn brothers, then treating Xianxia was treating his sister-in-law. "Come on, sit down." Lin Dongfeng pointed to the seat next to him and invited Yang Ming. Although the environment here is good, it is also simple. There are no luxurious tables and chairs. Everyone can only sit on the floor. Hee, this is nothing. It is more comfortable to be simple. It is not restrained. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Awesome. That's my sworn brother." Lin Dongfeng laughed and took the meat skewers from Yi. He placed them on the barbecue rack and said to Yi, "Go and get the wine I brewed. Let's celebrate today." Yang Ming was speechless for a while. It seems that we haven't become sworn brothers yet, right? Or is Lin Dongfeng so casual that he skipped the step of becoming sworn brothers? Okay. Yi nodded shyly and turned around to get the wine. "Yezi, you go and help." She is a girl. How heavy is the wine? Yang Ming seemed to speak casually to Lu Yezi next to him, but he was creating an opportunity for Lu Yezi. Lu Yezi immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming. He was extremely grateful in his heart. He quickly chased after Yi and said, "You take me there. You lead the way. I will carry the things." Oh. Yi wasn't as frightened as before this time, but she also subconsciously shrank her body as if she was very shy. Lu Yezi listened to Yang Ming's opinion and didn't dare to make any further moves. Instead, he followed behind Yi obediently and went with her to get the wine. In contrast, Lu Tianqi's wife, Qin Shaojing, was much more easygoing. She also came out with a plate of vegetable skewers and put the plate on the ground. She said enthusiastically to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, sister-in-law doesn't know what you like to eat, so she just made some. When the time comes, don't dislike it." "How could that be? I'm not a picky eater, and it's already very sumptuous." Yang Ming was telling the truth. These days, in the town, the members of the team didn't have good food. Moreover, after entering the forest, everyone basically ate compressed biscuits. Now that they could eat roasted meat and vegetables, it was quite delicious. "That's good. Why don't we sit together? What are you all standing around for?" Qin Shaojing called out to Feng Tianlong and the others behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming was the leader of the team, so he sat next to Lin Dongfeng without hesitation. However, they were all members of the team. If Qin Shaojing, Yi, and the others did not sit, they would not sit either. But now that Qin Shaojing had called everyone, there was no need to be too shy. Lan Ling sat beside Yang Ming while Xia Shui sat beside Lan Ling. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu sat together. Not long after, Lu Yezi came back with 2 wine jars in his hands. Yi, on the other hand, had nothing in her hands. Her face was flushed as if she was very embarrassed. She said as she walked, "Why don't you give me one? You are a guest." "Huh, what guest? Since you are here, you are a member of this team. How can I let you do this kind of hard work?" Lu Yezi directly took on the responsibility. Yi had no choice but to let Lu Yezi do as he pleased. When they came together, they could only sit together because everyone had already sat down before. Yi couldn't cut the line. Lu Yezi was very excited. He didn't expect to sit together with Yi. "Brother Yang Ming, please forgive me for not being a good host. The conditions here are limited." Lu Tianqi smiled at Yang Ming. "I think it's already good. Besides, you said that you are my brother. We are family. What is there to be polite about?" Yang Ming smiled. "That's right. Brother Lin, you are the big brother here. You can say a few words, and then we will start." Lu Tianqi said to Lin Dongfeng. "Okay, then I will say a few words." Lin Dongfeng nodded and raised the wine glass in his hand. "Since everyone is here, you are a member of this team. Lu Yezi was right before, so everyone doesn't have to be restrained. There are no rules here. Just be casual and don't be polite. I will toast first. Everyone, feel free to do as you wish and then start eating." Lin Dongfeng's humorous tone made everyone in the room laugh. Okay, since that's the case, everyone should be more casual and start eating. After Yang Ming heard this, he picked up the wine glass with his left hand and grabbed a barbecued beef kebab with his right hand and put it directly into his mouth. Everyone was also hungry. When they saw Yang Ming eating, the others followed suit and started to eat. When everyone was almost done eating, Yang Ming said, "I have 2 ideas to deal with Elder Yu. Let's talk about it and see if it is feasible." "Okay, go ahead." Lu Tianqi nodded. "To be honest, in fact, we didn't have much hope of being able to leave the valley because we have been here for too long. At the beginning, we also thought about developing Jin Ganggu as soon as possible, then Elder Yu could let us go back." "Oh? And then?" Yang Ming asked quickly. "But with the passage of time, we found that the Vajra voodoo is not as easy to refine as we thought. After all, it is a lost thing. It is quite difficult to completely restore it." Lu Tianqi sighed and said, "At the beginning, Elder Yu and us researched together. It lasted for about 3 years. At that time, Elder Yu and his man lived in the valley every day and researched together with us. With our contact with him, we also understood Elder Yu's character. Elder Yu is a very sinister person. So, we felt that even if we developed Jin Ganggu, he would not let us go. He would keep us here and continue to develop other things for him. And our conjecture was later confirmed. Under our joint efforts, we found an incomplete Jin Ganggu refinement method. Although this refinement method had some flaws, it was considered a success. We wanted Elder Yu to let us go because according to the previous agreement, as long as we developed a similar substitute, Elder Yu would agree to let us go. However, he did not keep his promise. Not only did he change the incomplete voodoo into an evil voodoo, but he also let us stay here and continue to develop a more complete Jin Ganggu for him. The words of a person like Elder Yu cannot be trusted. Yang Ming said, "How can the words of such an evil person be trusted?" Even so, Xianxia and I still trusted him before. Lin Dongfang said, "Now we think, even if we develop the complete Jin Ganggu, will he still make another lost gu poison for us to study?" "That is possible." Yang Ming said, "So, I have never thought of refining any Jin Ganggu for Elder Yu." "Oh? If we don't refine it, then there is no chance of leaving?" Lin Dongfang was slightly stunned and asked, "Do you have other ways?" "Yes, this is what I was about to say." Yang Ming nodded. "The first way is that we can tamper with the Jin Ganggu that Elder Yu refines, and let the Jin Ganggu have some flaws, and we can use this flaw to deal with Elder Yu. Although this method looks good, it is too difficult to do. Not to mention tampering with it, even refining it is very difficult." Lu Tianqi continued, "At the beginning, we also thought of this method, but regrettably found that this method cannot be realized. Yes, if you want to modify the voodoo gu and set a flaw, you have to first refine the complete version of the voodoo gu. Then, you have to modify the complete version of the voodoo gu to achieve the purpose of setting a flaw without affecting the final effect of the voodoo gu." Lu Tianqi said, "Not before refining the complete version of Jin Ganggu, it is unrealistic to think of setting some flaws in it. This setting of flaws may cause the entire Jin Ganggu to fail in refining, and make us take many detours." "Haha, Ling Ling also told me about this situation yesterday. As for my first idea, it was also rejected by her. However, I brought it up again because I wanted to see if anyone had a different opinion. However, from the looks of it now, there isn't." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "What Ling Ling means is that we can only find the original weaknesses and flaws of the Jin Ganggu Yuan during the refining process. That is possible, but everything is based on the successful refinement of Jin Ganggu. It seems that it won't be easy now." Lu Tianqi said in a pessimistic tone. "That's right. Therefore, the second method I want to talk about is to refine the nemesis of Jin Ganggu, the Titan Gu." Yang Ming said, "The Herculean venomous worm is the only venomous worm recorded in Lan Miao village that can restrain the Vajra worm." "Herculean Gu?" Lu Tianqi and Lin Dongfang were stunned, they had never heard of this gu poison before. "Ling Ling, why don't you tell everyone about the Herculean venomous insect?" Yang Ming gave Lan Ling the right to speak. "All right." Lan Ling nodded and explained the situation of the Herculean voodoo to Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and the others. "There is actually such a miraculous gu poison? It is actually the nemesis of Jin Ganggu?" Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and the others said in surprise after hearing it. "That's right. Therefore, I think that since we have the conditions and talents here, we can research the Titan Gu while researching the Jin Ganggu." Yang Ming said, "The Titan Gu is the main, and the Jin Ganggu is the auxiliary. Once we research the Titan Gu, we don't have to be afraid of the Jin Ganggu anymore." "That's a good idea. Elder Yu doesn't know what kind of voodoo we are studying. We are using his laboratory to study how to restrain his voodoo. This is really a funny thing." Lin Dongfang laughed after listening. "That's right, with a refinement expert like sister-in-law joining us, our research can go one step further." Lu Tianqi also nodded and said. After listening to Yang Ming's plan, Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and the others were somewhat rejoiced. They regained their hope. Before this, they didn't have any hope at all. Everyone chatted as they ate. Lan Ling then explained the effects and characteristics of the Vajra parasite and Herculean parasite to everyone, making them even more confident. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yang Ming mentioned Xianxua's leg injury to Lin Dongfang. Brother Lin, do you think that in this case, there is a possibility of recovery? Yang Ming asked. According to your description, the bones have completely recovered, but the nerves are damaged. Currently, there is only a little feeling in the leg, but she can't walk. Is this the case? Lin Dongfang asked after listening to Yang Ming's words. If this is the case, I don't know if there is a way? Yang Ming asked. This is simple. I can make a medicinal liquid that stimulates the nerves. With acupuncture, it can be easily solved. Lin Dongfang said without thinking, this kind of illness is nothing. Is that so? That's great. When the time comes, I will invite you to treat her. Yang Ming heard Lin Dongfang's affirmative answer and said with surprise and joy. Invite what? You are my third brother Yang, so you are my sister-in-law. Isn't it normal for me to treat her? Why are you thanking me so much? Lin Dongfang waved his hand and said, it's nothing. Okay, then I won't say much. If I say too much, it will be pretentious. Yang Ming nodded. Feng Tianlong heard that Lin Dongfang's medical skills were so good, so he couldn't help but be moved. He wanted to ask him to take a look at Xiao Susu, so he quickly gave Yang Ming a look. Yang Ming immediately understood and smiled at Lin Dongfang. Brother Lin, I have a team member here who has some problems with her body. Can you take a look at her? Team member? Okay, no problem. Do you want to see her now? Lin Dongfang asked. Susu, come here. Let Brother Lin take a look at you. Yang Ming waved at Xiao Susu and asked her to come over. Xiao Susu quickly responded and walked over. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. She was very touched by Yang Ming's righteousness. Feng Tianlong was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Thank you so much. Xiao Susu walked over and said softly. No need. Lin Dongfang waved his hand and said to Xiao Susu, give me your wrist. I want to take your pulse. Okay. Xiao Susu was a member of the suicide squad. Naturally, she didn't care so much. She generously extended her hand and gave it to Lin Dongfang. Moreover, Lin Dongfang was a doctor. What was there to be afraid of? Eh? After Lin Dongfang felt the pulse on Xiao Susu's arm, he was shocked. He felt that it was a bit unbelievable. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yang Ming saw Lin Dongfang's reaction and his heart sank. There was probably no good news. It's very strange. I've never seen a pulse like this before. It's cold inside. It's like a cold or a cold, but it's not. It's much more serious than those. Lin Dongfang muttered to himself. Xiao Susu and Feng Tianlong's faces darkened after hearing this. They had already checked Xiao Susu's illness at the hospital, but there was nothing they could do. The equipment in the hospital couldn't detect anything wrong with her, but just like what Lin Dongfang said, Xiao Susu often felt cold all over, which was exactly what he said. Mr. Lin, can my wife be saved? Feng Tianlong asked anxiously. It's hard to say, I need to do some research. Lin Dongfang shook his head and didn't give an answer. Lin Dongfang's words made Feng Tianlong worried again. Previously, Xianxia's serious illness was not a problem in Lin Dongfang's eyes. However, when it came to Xiao Susu, he was troubled. How could this make Feng Tianlong happy? Mr. Lin, sorry to trouble you. Feng Tianlong bowed to Lin Dongfang and said, please take care of her. You can rest assured, since you are a member of Yang Sandi's team, you are like a brother to me. Your wife, I will naturally do my best to help treat her, but her current situation is something I have never seen before. I need to go back and think about it, but I can't guarantee. Lin Dongfang said. It's okay, as long as you do your best. Feng Tianlong nodded. Some things can't be forced, as long as you put in the effort. Xiao Susu and Feng Tianlong understood this. Lin Dongfang checked Xiao Susu's condition carefully, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything. He was obviously thinking about Xiao Susu's condition, and everyone tacitly didn't disturb him. It's afternoon, everyone go back and rest. We will start work tomorrow and assign tasks. Lu Tianqi saw that Lin Dongfang was deep in thought and knew that he couldn't think about other things for a while, so he decided to take the afternoon off. After all, what they were discussing was a big matter, and couldn't be done in a day, so there was no need to rush in the afternoon. Okay. Everyone nodded. Lin Dongfang sat there with his eyes closed and didn't say anything. Yang Ming pointed at Lin Dongfang and asked Lu Tianqi. Brother Lin is like this, when he is thinking about a problem, he is very focused. Let's not disturb him, when he thinks it through, he will leave. Let's pack up and go back. Lu Tianqi said. I see. Yang Ming nodded. He also knew that some people who were focused on academics would be very engrossed when thinking about things. This was a very common phenomenon, and it was not surprising. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu looked nervous and sad. They knew that even though Lin Dongfang was thinking hard, the more he did, the more uneasy they felt. Feng Tianlong had vaguely heard of Lin Dongfang's name and knew that he was an amazing doctor with great medical skills. If even he couldn't do anything, then Xiao Susu was probably even more hopeless. Old Feng, don't worry too much. Yang Ming sighed and patted Feng Tianlong's shoulder. You still haven't thought it through? Feng Tianlong smiled bitterly. Weren't you mentally prepared before this? And now, it's just a good opportunity. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't, won't it be the same as before? Yang Ming comforted him. If you can think like this, maybe you will realize that life is very beautiful. That's true. Originally, Susu didn't have any hope, but now, there is hope. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it is much better than before. So, I should be happy. Feng Tianlong nodded. At the very least, it will be the same as before. Yes, okay, now that you have time to rest, spend more time with Susu. When that day comes, you won't have any regrets. Yang Ming said. I understand, Captain, thank you. Feng Tianlong nodded and said solemnly. After sending Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu off, Yang Ming, Lan Ling and Xia Shui walked towards the villa. Lu Yezi helped Yi clean up the leftovers from the barbecue. Yang Ming glanced at him and didn't disturb him. Xia Shui, how was your rest yesterday? Yang Ming asked while walking. I'm not like some people who sleep until noon. Xia Shui was angry when she saw Yang Ming. I was discussing with Lan Ling how to deal with Elder Yu last night. Yang Ming laughed. Why did you discuss for so long? I think you were probably doing something else. Xia Shui snorted. Yang Ming was speechless and quickly changed the topic. Since you didn't sleep well yesterday, why don't you go and rest? I'm not going to rest. Xia Shui thought for a while and said, I'm so bored. Why don't we go to your room and play cards? Play cards? You have poker cards? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Yes, Brother Lu Tianqi has everything. I went to get one before. Xia Shui said and took out a deck of poker cards from her pocket. Okay. Yang Ming had no choice but to nod and agree. He and Lan Ling had been together for a few days. They were stuck together like glue. He was thinking about getting close to her in the afternoon. He didn't expect Xia Shui to interfere. It seemed that he could only play cards with her. Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xia Shui went to Yang Ming's villa together, but they were misunderstood by Lu Yezi, who was not far away. He was envious. Captain is so powerful. He got 2 girls at once. When can I be half as good as him? What are you talking about? Yi heard Lu Yezi talking to himself and couldn't help but be stunned. Nothing. Lu Yezi quickly stopped and denied it. Oh. Yi didn't ask much and continued to pack things. Lu Yezi also hurriedly helped her. After everything was packed, Yi glanced at Lin Dongfang and said, Foster father, go back to the house and think about things. The sun is shining here. Oh. Lin Dongfang responded to himself, but he didn't mean to get up. Yi had no choice but to reach out and pull Lin Dongfang. She wanted to pull him up, but Lin Dongfang didn't notice. Yi was a girl. How could she have too much strength? After pulling for a long time, she basically couldn't move him. Yi said to Lu Yezi helplessly, Can you help me? My pleasure. When Lu Yezi heard Yi asking for his help, he was overjoyed. He walked over and pulled Lin Dongfang on both sides with Yi. This time, with the help of Lu Yezi, Lin Dongfang was easily pulled up. He was pushed into the lounge of the research room by the two people. When he sat down, Yi was relieved. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and said to Lu Yezi shyly, "Sorry to trouble you." "What trouble?" "Not at all." Lu Yezi quickly waved his hand. "Right, what are you going to do now? Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No, you go and rest," Yi said with a smile. "What about you? Are you going to rest too?" Lu Yezi asked. "No, I still have things to do." Yi shook her head. "I have to wash clothes. It just so happens that I am also going to wash clothes." "Let's do it together," Lu Yezi said naturally. "Then, okay." Yi nodded and agreed. "I'll go get my clothes. The laundry room is over there. There's a washing machine inside. You can bring your clothes over. We'll meet at the door of the house in front." "That's the laundry room." "Okay." Lu Yezi nodded quickly and quickly ran to his villa. He did want to wash clothes, but there were only a few. However, listening to Yi's tone, she should have a lot of clothes in her hands, including Lin Dongfeng's, so she should be washing them for a long time. Therefore, Lu Yezi simply acted as a volunteer. He knocked on the door of each villa and asked for all the clothes of Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xia Shui. He was going to wash them all. Therefore, Lu Yezi appeared at the door of the laundry room with a lot of clothes in his arms. However, he suddenly saw that Yi only had 2 pieces of clothes in her hands. It was a pair of Lin Dongfeng's pants and her own dress. "Ugh, why do you only have 2 pieces of clothes?" Lu Yezi was a little speechless. "It can't be. I spent a lot of effort, but she only has 2 pieces of clothes?" Lu Yezi really wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to spend more time with Yi, but now it seemed that it was impossible. She would leave after washing, and he would have to wash here endlessly. At that time it would be impossible to do other things with Yi after washing the clothes. Yeah, if there are dirty clothes, they can be washed at any time. There is no need to wash them together. Yi said, "Because I can't go out to shop, the clothes were sent by Elder Yu, so there are not many changes in a year. They are all washed when they are dirty." "I see, but the clothes you are wearing now are very beautiful. Although the style is ordinary, it looks very good on you," Lu Yezi said. Is that so?" Yi blushed. "Of course, I've never lied." Lu Yezi said, "Alas, compared to you, I'm so miserable. There are so many clothes. How long will it take to wash them? I'm so tired." "Hee hee. Then after I finish washing my clothes, I will help you." Yi pondered for a moment and said, "You helped me before, this time it's my turn to help you." "Great." Lu Yezi jumped 3 feet high and almost threw away the clothes in his hand. However, his movement was so big that it gave Yi a shock. "You." Yi looked at the excited Lu Yezi and was at a loss. "Huh, didn't you help me this time?" "So I was a little too happy," Lu Yezi said. "Oh." Yi was a little embarrassed as she nodded. The two of them went into the laundry room together and began to wash the clothes. Lu Yezi divided the clothes into 3 parts, one for himself, one for Feng Tianlong and one for Xiao Susu, and one for Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xia Shui. He divided it according to the family, so no one would feel that there was anything wrong with washing like this. "Why did you divide the clothes into 3 parts?" Yi looked at Lu Yezi's approach and asked curiously. "Isn't this Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu's family? This belongs to Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xia Shui's family. As for the rest, it's mine. I'm alone. I can only wash my own. I can't get involved with them." "If that's the case, then you can wash with us. It's okay, right?" Yi asked. "The water here is filtered and stored by itself. Although it can't be said to be rare, there are always droughts in a year, so it's still right to use it sparingly." Yi said this because she was afraid that Lu Yezi would dislike or think too much, but she didn't know that this was exactly what Lu Yezi wanted. Yi washed her clothes, Lin Dongfeng's clothes, and Lu Yezi's clothes together. Didn't this prove that the 3 of them were a family? Lu Yezi had just divided the other people's clothes according to the family, and Yi said so. How could he not be excited? Although Lu Yezi knew that Yi didn't have any other meaning and wouldn't imply anything, he was happy in his heart. Yes, yes. Lu Yezi nodded quickly and said, this is the best. Save water. I'm afraid that you will dislike me. I naturally won't. Yi shook her head. So, the two of them began to put the clothes into the washing machine and began to wash the clothes. The washing machine was fully automatic, so there was no need for the two of them to interfere. So after the two of them washed the clothes, they sat next to each other and chatted casually. Yi, I heard that you are an orphan? You were adopted by Uncle Lin Dongfang when you were young? Lu Yezi just wanted to call Lin Dongfang big brother, but he thought that the seniority was a bit messy, so he quickly changed his words. I didn't know who my parents were when I was young. I just grew up with my adoptive father. Yi nodded and said, however, I have already regarded my adoptive father as a family member. As for my biological parents, they are not so important. Yeah, they gave birth to you, but they didn't raise you. Uncle Lin raised you. You should be close to him. Lu Yezi nodded. But looking at Uncle Lin, it seems that he likes to study medical skills very much. And sometimes he is like this. When I think of a problem, he will be like this all day. I can't say anything to him. Yi smiled bitterly. What about you? Why did you and Uncle Yangming come here? Elder Yu is not so easy to deal with. Since you are here, I'm afraid you really can't go back. Ugh. Yangming. You can also call him big brother. Anyway, Uncle Yangming is your adoptive father, not your real biological father. Let's talk on our own. Otherwise, it will be too messy. You are obviously about the same age as us. It's a bit weird to call him Uncle Yangming. Lu Yezi quickly explained to Yi. He had to determine these seniority relationships. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome when he really fell in love with Yi. Okay. Yi nodded cleverly. In fact, she also felt that Yangming was about the same age as her. It was a bit awkward to call him uncle, but at that time, Lin Dongfang asked her to call him that. She was a filial person, so she called him that. Lu Yezi was very excited. He had finally taken the first step of success. His seniority with Yi had dropped to the same level. Otherwise, there would be some problems when the two of them communicated. This is my job and also a kind of experience. Lu Yezi said to Yi, it is our mission to come here and deal with Elder Yu. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to do our best to complete the mission. Oh? Do we have to come? Asked Yi. It's not that we have to come. Boss Yangming doesn't know, but our team members are actually voluntary. I'm here to gain experience. I also want to become a man with an indomitable spirit through this experience. Yangming shook his head and said. That's right. Lu Yezi said, as for Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, you know their situation. Xiao Susu won't be able to live for long. It's just a matter of a year or two. The two of them coming here is actually a honeymoon. So that's the case. Yi nodded and said with some envy, then they are very romantic. They can finish the last part of their lives in the execution of the mission and share life and death with each other. Yeah, haha, now that I see them in pairs, I'm also very envious. Look, they're all in love in the villa, loving each other to the extreme. As for me, a single young man, I can only be a laundry worker here out of boredom. Aren't I, accompanying you? Yi said this and blushed. You are not considered to be bored. Yeah, it's all thanks to you. You are also a single young man. Otherwise, I would really have nothing to do. Now, it's good. In the future, we will form a team. If there is any activity, we won't be left out. Lu Yezi said. Although he felt that Lu Yezi seemed to have some other intentions for her, she felt that Lu Yezi was a good person. He was generous and straightforward. He did not have any bad intentions. He was a good friend to make. As for other things, Yi really did not think about it. Although she was not young, compared to the girls outside, she was as pure as a piece of white paper. She did not know anything about love. She was completely no different from a little girl who had just fallen in love. Therefore, she also had the mentality of a friend towards Lu Yezi, but she would not treat him as a friend with other meanings. Lu Yezi was very knowledgeable. He had carried out missions all over the world before. Although he was here, she could also check some news materials through the online library, so she was not completely ignorant of the outside world. However, the things in those materials were not as vivid as the strange people that Lu Yezi talked about. Therefore, Lu Yezi told Yi about his experiences and interesting things he had encountered over the years. Yi was very fascinated by it. From time to time, she would ask some questions, and Lu Yezi would answer them patiently. One of them was curious and delighted, while the other was deliberately trying to curry favor. Thus, they soon chatted in full swing, as if they were old friends of many years. Lu Yezi decided to go step by step. First, he would tell Yi some strange stories, then some love stories. Then, after the two of them naturally got familiar with each other, everything would fall into place. Therefore, the two of them even forgot to take care of the washing machine after washing the clothes. They let the washing machine keep reminding them. After a long time, they reacted and turned off the washing machine. They dried the clothes and put some dirty clothes in. Yi couldn't wait to sit down. She was like an obedient primary school student, waiting for Lu Yezi to continue telling stories. As for Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, after they were done with their lovemaking, they hugged each other on the bed and whispered to each other. Tianlong. If one day I really leave, you must not take things too hard. Xiao Susu pondered and said solemnly. These 2 days, as the relationship between the two of them got better and better, Xiao Susu became more and more worried. She was afraid that Feng Tianlong would really take things too hard and die with her. Feng Tianlong sighed and said perfunctorily. Tianlong, don't be perfunctory. You must promise me. Xiao Susu saw that Feng Tianlong was being perfunctory. She frowned and said, swear that you must live well. Otherwise, I'll kill myself later. While our relationship isn't that deep, let's end it early. No. Feng Tianlong said subconsciously, Susu, why are you doing this? You know the situation in my family. Right now, I only have you as my family. After you leave, I'll be alone. It's meaningless. I'm not doing this because I don't want you to follow in my footsteps. Xiao Susu said, if you promise me, I won't mention this again. Okay. I promise. Feng Tianlong nodded helplessly. You really promise? Xiao Susu was still worried. If I really promise, how can you be at ease? Feng Tianlong said helplessly. Why don't we have a child? Xiao Susu hesitated and said. This was the only way for Xiao Susu to be at ease. If they had a child, Feng Tianlong couldn't die just like that. If the child lost its mother, how could it lose its father? When that time comes, even if Feng Tianlong wanted to follow her, it would be impossible. Have a child? Feng Tianlong paused for a moment, then immediately understood what Xiao Susu meant. However, Xiao Susu's suggestion did move Feng Tianlong. If they could have a child, then Susu's life would continue. With a child by his side, he wouldn't be lonely. But, could Susu's body hold on? Susu, can you get pregnant with your body? Feng Tianlong asked worriedly. Of course I can. I'm fine right now, right? Xiao Susu smiled bitterly. Also, when we went to the fortune teller, didn't he say that a child will be a child? Our child will be a turning point. Our child will not repeat my tragedy. That fortune teller said that she will have her own destiny. Even so, what the fortune teller said first. Feng Tianlong smiled bitterly. Anyway, I believe it. Xiao Susu said, when the mission here is almost done, we'll have a child. But we can't do it now. If I get pregnant, it'll affect my movements. That's fine too. Let's hope that the fortune teller is right. Our child can escape this calamity. Feng Tianlong nodded and sighed. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to it. What will our child be like? Will it be like you or like me? Xiao Susu couldn't help but look forward to their future child. Then the fortune teller said we'll have a daughter? And name her Feng Xiaoxiao? Yeah. If it's a daughter, she'll definitely be as pretty as you. When that time comes, I'm afraid many boys will fall for her. Feng Tianlong said. What are you talking about? Xiao Susu scolded, our child needs to study hard. We can't let her dress up too beautifully, or else she'll fall in love early. Haha. That's true. I'll definitely take good care of her. If you want to be my daughter's boyfriend, you'll have to get past me first. Feng Tianlong smiled. Come on, you think I can get past you? With your skills, who can beat you? Xiao Susu was both angry and amused at the same time. She said, do you want your daughter to walk the same path as us? Do you want her to practice martial arts too? That's... Feng Tianlong paused and said embarrassedly, that's true. If our daughter wants to be a normal person and live a peaceful life, I can't force her to find a powerful boyfriend like us, can I? It's good that you know. Xiao Susu said, Tianlong, are you really going to cut ties with House Feng forever? If I die, why don't you go back with your child? How can I? I already said that I won't go back. If I go back now, won't people laugh at me? Feng Tianlong said, plus, I really don't want to go back to that house. There's no point in fighting in the dark. You gave up the position of the young master, for me, it's not worth it. Xiao Susu sighed. If I think it's worth it, then it's worth it. My willingness can't be bought with money, Feng Tianlong smiled. Xiao Susu shook her head helplessly. The days slipped by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming and the others had been in Elder Yu's medicine valley for a month. During this time, Elder Yu only came once and left after leaving some necessities. He didn't even ask about the progress of the poison. From his point of view, there wasn't much progress after so many years. There definitely wouldn't be any progress in such a short period of time. If there was any progress, Lin Dongfeng and the others would tell him immediately, so there was no need for him to ask. As for Yang Ming and the others, Elder Yu didn't care about them at all. He appeared in front of Yang Ming and the others like a winner. From his point of view, Yang Ming was his prisoner, so he didn't need to say anything to Yang Ming. For him, Yang Ming was almost the same as a captive. He could only work hard for Elder Yu. The refinement of the Jin Ganggu had come to an end. Under Lan Ling's guidance, Lin Dongfeng and Lu Tianqi put their attention on refining the Herculean Gu. Although Lan Ling had detailed information on the Herculean venomous worm and had tried to refine it many times before and had some experience, since the Herculean venomous worm was said to be able to compete with the Vajra venomous worm, the difficulty of refining it was not inferior to the Vajra venomous worm. In this month, there was little progress. As for Xiao Susu's illness, Lin Dongfeng didn't find a good solution. Every day after he finished his research, Lin Dongfeng would research Xiao Susu's illness for a while. He also looked up a lot of information, but there was no result. Mr. Lin, is there still no way? Feng Tianlong sighed and looked at Lin Dongfeng expectantly, hoping for a miracle. Your wife's body condition is really strange. There is a very strong yin energy in her body. I tried many methods but couldn't get rid of it. Lin Dongfeng frowned bitterly. According to my years of medical experience and knowledge, the cold energy in her body should come from a type of Gu poison. It should be something similar to Gu poison. I want to take some blood and analyze it carefully. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Feng Tianlong nodded, but... Gu poison, why is it so strange? I just said it's similar, but I didn't say it's definitely a Gu poison. It should be similar to Gu poison, because many Gu poisons can't be detected by normal medical methods after they enter the body. Susu's illness, I used normal methods, but I couldn't find the cause of it. Lin Dongfeng said, and this is the reason why I said it's similar. So it's like this. Feng Tianlong sighed, anyway, no matter if it works or not, I'll leave it to you. I'll do my best. Lin Dongfeng nodded. However, the result was disappointing. Lin Dongfeng took Xiao Susu's blood but didn't find anything wrong with it. Xiao Susu's body was no different from a normal person's, but there was a strong yin energy in her body. There was no reason for it. When they heard this result, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were mentally prepared, but they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Mr. Lin, is there no other hope? Feng Tianlong asked. It's not impossible. I will try my best. I will find a way to help you. But you know, this is beyond my knowledge. I can only try slowly. Lin Dongfeng said with a wry smile. However, I suggest that Susu should eat more warm food instead of cold food. This may improve her physique. Of course, it may not have a big effect. Lin Dongfeng said with a bitter smile. However, I suggest that Susu should eat more warm food instead of cold food. Okay, I'll try, thank you Mr. Lin for reminding me. Xiao Susu quickly nodded. No need to thank me, we're all family, there's no need to be so polite. I can't help much, I'm sorry. Lin Dongfeng waved his hand. Although my medical skills are amazing, I really can't do anything about your body condition. I understand, Mr. Lin, we're already very grateful. Xiao Susu said. Yes, but we'll have to trouble Mr. Lin. Feng Tianlong sighed, looking troubled. Tianlong, don't be troubled, haven't we already thought it through? Xiao Susu smiled. Hee, yes, we'll take it one day at a time, there's no need to think so much. Feng Tianlong nodded. At the same time, the love between Lu Yezi and Yi started to sprout day by day. In this place, only Yi and Lu Yezi were single, so every time they ate or rested, they would sit together. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Lin Dongfeng didn't purposely stop this, and the others didn't interfere either. Lin Dongfeng actually wanted to find someone for Yi to entrust her life to. He was clear about his own situation. He didn't know how long he could hold on, so before he died, it was very important to have someone to help him take care of Yi. Lin Dongfeng knew his own situation. The restriction voodoo that Elder Yu put in his body was different from others. Lin Dongfeng came to Miaojiang first. Elder Yu didn't think that the Jin Gang voodoo was so difficult to refine, so he put a very powerful voodoo on Lin Dongfeng called Quick Cicada voodoo. This voodoo, after entering the body, had no signs at the beginning, but as time passed, it would devour people's memory, making this person amnesia. However, it was not an idiot, but it was even worse than an idiot. Because basically, after today, they would forget yesterday. What would happen tomorrow, it was impossible to predict. This kind of life was simply worse than death. Lin Dongfeng didn't know if he still had the courage to live at that time. He knew that when Elder Yu put the voodoo in him, he didn't think about curing the voodoo at all. This voodoo had no antidote. In Elder Yu's view, after refining the Herculean voodoo, Lin Dongfeng's life and death had nothing to do with him. After he lost his memory, he forgot what happened before, and others couldn't get the refining recipe of the Herculean voodoo from him. As for why he didn't kill Lin Dongfeng, this was also because Elder Yu still cherished the people who had helped him. Although he was cruel to ordinary people and enemies, he still cherished the people who had helped him. But this Lin Dongfeng had to be eliminated, so he could only make him an idiot with amnesia. In this way, Lin Dongfeng couldn't leak the secret of the Jin Gang voodoo without killing him. However, after refining the voodoo with Lin Dongfeng for a while, Elder Yu tragically discovered that how could the Jin Gang voodoo be so easy to refine? It was almost impossible to refine it in a short time. Therefore, Elder Yu was anxious. The Quick Cicada voodoo had no antidote. This voodoo was configured by Elder Yu himself. Elder Yu could only go and capture the bacteriology research expert Lu Tianqi here to continue to study the voodoo for him. This way, even if Lin Dongfeng died, Lu Tianqi could continue his research on the Herculean venomous worm. Therefore, for the control of Lu Tianqi, Elder Yu changed his strategy and used other voodoo. This kind of voodoo could be solved with the super antidote pill, but in the absence of the super antidote pill, as long as the antidote was taken regularly, then he would not die for a while. This was similar to the goo poison used on Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and the others. Although Lin Dongfeng didn't tell anyone about this, he was clear in his heart. As for Yi, Elder Yu didn't put any voodoo on her. First, it was because she was just a child at that time. Elder Yu didn't put her in his eyes. Second, Elder Yu felt that if he controlled Lin Dongfeng, he could control Yi. Therefore, he didn't bother with her. The reason why Lin Dongfeng didn't say this was that he was afraid that Yi and the others would be worried. However, this matter was always like a thorn in his heart. If he didn't solve it, he would feel uncomfortable. Previously, Lin Dongfeng wanted to entrust Yi to Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing. After all, everyone had been together for so long, and they were very familiar with each other. However, it wasn't very good. Yi was a little naive. She had not seen the outside world. She couldn't stay in Lu Tianqi's house all her life, right? Lin Dongfeng thought that with Yi's character, she probably couldn't find a boyfriend because she didn't know what love was. She would definitely stay in Lu Tianqi and Qin Xiaojing's house all her life, but what was going on? Lu Tianqi would also have children in the future. At that time, wouldn't Yi seem redundant? Although Lu Tianqi and Qin Xiaojing didn't say much, Lin Dongfeng still felt that it was a little inappropriate. This time, Lu Yezi actually pursued Yi. Lin Dongfeng was happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Lin Dongfeng still felt that Lu Yezi was a good person. Although he was a little impetuous, he was still a young talent. He was courageous and knowledgeable. He also had a good appearance. Lin Dongfeng was very satisfied with such a person. He didn't ask for Lu Yezi to have a powerful background, nor did he ask for Lu Yezi to have a lot of money. As long as he was good to Yi and could take care of Yi in the future, that was enough. As for the rest, it wasn't important. Perhaps it was because his wish was fulfilled. Lin Dongfeng suddenly felt that his body seemed to be getting worse day by day, and his memory was also declining. Sometimes, he had to think for a long time before he could remember what he had just done. Could it be that the fast cicada voodoo is going to break out? Lin Dongfeng sighed slightly in his heart. Finally, this day has come. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect this day to come so early. Or it could be said that it was already late, but Lin Dongfeng hadn't finished everything yet. But fortunately, it could be said that God pitied him and let him find a good companion for Yi at the last stage. He didn't have to worry about Yi's life in the future. Lin Dongfeng concocted a few medicines to enhance his memory. In the Medicine Valley, there was no lack of medicinal materials. There were all kinds of medicinal materials, and even some very rare medicinal materials were obtained by Elder Yu. The purpose was to refine the Jin Gangu. After drinking a few medicines, Lin Dongfeng's memory did not improve. In desperation, Lin Dongfeng decided to tell the truth to the people here and be honest. It was also to make arrangements for his death. This day was the weekend. According to the rules of the Medicine Valley, they had to take a break on the weekend. Everyone would stop their research and then find a place with a beautiful environment to have a barbecue or a picnic. Today was the same as usual. On the first night, Yi, Qin Xiaojing, Xia Shui, Lan Ling, Susu, and the others hurriedly made a few roasted chickens and some cooked food. The next day, everyone prepared to have a picnic by the stream at the edge of the Medicine Valley. It could be said that in addition to not being able to interact with the outside world, everyone's life was also very colorful. It was a little like a paradise. If possible, Lu Tianqi would like to bring his parents here and live together with them. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Before he could deal with Elder Yu, Lu Tianqi couldn't get in touch with his parents, let alone bring them here. If he really dealt with Elder Yu, then it would be up to him and the others to decide whether to stay or leave. There was no need to waste any more effort. The entertainment here was very simple. Before Yi and the others had finished preparing the food, the few men sat around the open space and played poker. However, every time it was Lin Dongfeng's turn to play, he would think for a long time. "Brother Lin, is it your turn?" Lu Tianqi looked at Lin Dongfeng with some confusion. He didn't know what was wrong with Lin Dongfeng. Why was he so slow with his cards? He couldn't help but tease, "I say, are you thinking about research again when you're playing cards? Playing cards is playing cards, and resting is resting. Don't involve work." Lin Dongfeng listened to Lu Tianqi's words and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I didn't think about anything else. I was thinking carefully about what cards to play." "Right, how many twos were there before?" As he said this, Lin Dongfeng reached out and flipped through the poker cards on the table. He wanted to see how many twos were there before. "I say, Brother Lin, are you serious? You don't even know how many twos were there? Previously, you threw out 3 twos, and the last twos was from me. You used Little Wang to manage it. Don't you remember?" Yang Ming looked at Lin Dongfeng's performance and suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "Didn't I forget?" Lin Dongfeng shook his head helplessly. His memory was getting worse and worse. He forgot a lot of things in the blink of an eye. Until now, he couldn't even remember what kind of cards he had played before. His memory was really problematic. Fortunately, Lin Dongfang had only forgotten what had just happened. As for the past, he could still remember. However, this was probably an omen. It was estimated that he would only have about a year or so before he completely lost his memory. Thinking of this, Lin Dongfang was a little worried. Yi's matter had been solved very well, but what about his medical skills? Lin Dongfang's medical skills had yet to be entrusted to anyone. Yi was obviously not a medical material. Otherwise, Lin Dongfang would have passed on his medical skills to her. However, Yi's personality was more quiet. Although she was quite accomplished in the research of voodoo, she was much worse in terms of seeking medical treatment. Her personality wasn't suitable for interacting with strangers. If she were to study medicine, it would be equivalent to making things difficult for her. As for Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing, although the two of them had a foundation in medicine, after so many years, Lin Dongfang knew their personalities very well. Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing were already very accomplished in bacteriology. At this time, it was absolutely impossible for them to change their profession to medicine. Moreover, they didn't have the time. Therefore, the problem of the successor made Lin Dongfang even more worried. After 2 days of research and consideration, Lin Dongfang had decided that these were the people he was looking for. One was Lu Yezi, and the other was Yang Ming. As for Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu, Lin Dongfang felt that they were unreliable. What if Susu's illness couldn't be cured and these two died? Together? Wouldn't his medical skills be lost? Although there was still a gap between his medical skills and those people's, he was still considered a top-notch existence in the secular world. Lin Dongfang naturally didn't want his medical skills to be lost. Of course, as for Xiaoxue and Lan Ling, Lin Dongfang didn't consider them. Both of them were Yang Ming's women. They would listen to whatever Yang Ming said. If Yang Ming didn't want to learn, it wouldn't be too late to look for them. Lu Yezi was also the best candidate in Lin Dongfang's mind. After all, Yi was his goddaughter, and Lu Yezi was considered Lin Dongfang's son-in-law. The son-in-law inheriting the legacy was relatively perfect. However, whether Lu Yezi was willing to learn or not and whether he had the talent was still very important. If he didn't have the talent, then Lin Dongfang might as well not waste this thought. After all, he didn't have much time left. He couldn't waste any time. If Lu Yezi didn't succeed, he had to quickly find someone else. It wasn't worth wasting time on him. What should I play? Lin Dongfang hesitated for a long time and then threw out a 3. But as soon as he finished, he exclaimed, "That's not right. My 3 is linked with other cards. Oh no, I made a mistake. Godfather, what's wrong with you? Why are you always so forgetful recently?" Yi just finished her work at hand and was about to come over to call Lin Dongfang and others to eat. As a result, she saw such a scene, so she looked at Lin Dongfang strangely and asked. "Nothing, nothing," Lin Dongfang said with a wry smile. "Oh, the food is ready. Let's go and eat together?" Yi didn't ask much. After all, she didn't think so much. When Lin Dongfang was poisoned by Elder Yu, she was still young, so she didn't remember those things. After she grew up and remembered, Elder Yu and Lin Dongfang didn't mention this matter again. Even Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing didn't know, so it was even more impossible for Yi to know. Lin Dongfang sighed, stood up, and threw the cards on the ground. He said, "Haha, I'm not playing anymore. Let's eat." "Brother Lin, you are really shameless," Lu Tianqi said helplessly, "but you are also absent-minded. Let's eat first." Yang Ming also felt a little funny about Lin Dongfang's behavior. This guy is like an old urchin. He is so old, but he is still shameless. However, everyone was easygoing people. They only regarded playing cards as entertainment, so no one would say anything about Lin Dongfang's behavior. Yang Ming and the others also stood up and walked with Lin Dongfang to the picnic place. Everyone was still the same as before, sitting on the ground. "Shameless brother Lin, can you say a few words?" Yang Ming said with a smile. "Huh." Lin Dongfang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "I can't say that I'm shameless. People have prepared the food. We can't not go, right? I'm thinking for everyone." "Haha, okay, brother Lin, who doesn't know your character?" Lu Tianqi also smiled and said, let's not talk about that. If you say a few words, we will start eating. We are hungry. I won't say anything else. Didn't I say anything before? It can't be that since Brother Yang Ming is here, we become distant, right? Okay, let's eat. Lin Dongfeng hesitated. He didn't say his condition at this time. After all, everyone hadn't eaten yet. It was inappropriate to say it. How would everyone have the mood to eat? So Lin Dongfeng planned to wait for everyone to finish eating before talking about his condition. In this way, when everyone was full, even if they were worried, it wouldn't affect them. It could be said that Lin Dongfeng was still very thoughtful. After everyone listened to Lin Dongfeng's words, they were not polite. Firstly, everyone had been here for more than a month, and they were more familiar with each other. There was no need to be so polite. Secondly, everyone was hungry, so they agreed very much. During the meal, everyone did not talk about some work matters. They talked about work matters during work, but when they were not working, they would naturally talk about some more relaxed topics. At present, when everyone was relaxing, the most interesting thing was Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and others talking about the interesting things they encountered during their previous missions. Yang Ming was also happy to let his subordinates talk about it. He was also listening with great interest. It turns out that the missions you carried out in the past were so dangerous. Yi listened to Lu Yezi and Yang Ming's mission experience in Las Vegas, and suddenly sighed nervously, but you are really amazing. That Li Dianqi was finally captured, and it was even more thrilling to deal with that Iron Man. Haha, didn't the boss take action? Otherwise, with my own ability, it would be impossible to deal with it. Lu Yezi was a humble person. Even in front of Yi, he would not boast at all. He would not exaggerate his own credit, and would not give Yang Ming's credit to him. However, the more he was like this, the more assured Lin Dongfeng was about Lu Yezi. If Lu Yezi was a pompous person, Lin Dongfeng would not dare to entrust Yi to him. Lu Yezi was steady and humorous. He was a good match for Yi. As for Yi, she did not think that Lu Yezi was not powerful at all. Although Yang Ming was more powerful, that was normal. Otherwise, how could Yang Ming be the captain of these people? Moreover, Yi was very simple and would not worship heroes too much. In her opinion, Lu Yezi was the one who could talk to her. No matter whether Lu Yezi was powerful or not, their relationship was still the best. After listening to what you said, I want to see it. Lu Tianqi sighed and said, so many years have passed in a flash. I have been staying here. I don't know what the outside world has developed. I just read some information, but it is different from what you said. What you said is very realistic. I really want to go out and walk around. Hee, there will definitely be such a day. Yang Ming said, as long as we work hard, everything will not be a problem. Now it seems that although the Herculean voodoo and Jin Gang voodoo are not easy to refine, it is not impossible. As long as we work hard, there will always be a chance. That's true. Lu Tianqi nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked, by the way, Lu Yezi said before that the method you used to deal with the Vajra Iron Man, can you use it to deal with Elder Yu? The Vajra Iron Man you encountered should have the same effect as Elder Yu's Vajra Gu, right? This is true, but it is not the same. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Jin Gang Iron Man has a weakness. He has a circuit on his feet. As long as the circuit is destroyed, the purpose of killing him can be achieved. But Elder Yu is different. We don't know where his weakness is, which is commonly known as the Achilles heel. We don't know the Achilles heel of Jin Gang voodoo. If we can find it, then we can also deal with him. Jin Gang voodoo's Achilles heel. Yes, this Achilles heel can't be found when studying Jin Gang voodoo. Only after taking Jin Gang voodoo, Elder Yu will know where the weakness is. Lu Tianqi sighed and said, it seems that it won't work. We still have to hurry up and refine the nemesis of Jin Gang voodoo, the Herculean voodoo. Not necessarily. If we refine Jin Gang voodoo first, we can give some to one of us, or everyone can take it together. After finding the weakness of Jin Gang voodoo, we can then give it to Elder Yu, and we can deal with him. Lu Yezi thought about it and suggested. This is a good idea. Lan Ling's eyes lit up. However, after we also take Jin Gang voodoo, do we still need to be afraid of Elder Yu? He can't do anything to us, right? No. Yang Ming frowned and said, if we can find the weakness of Jin Gang Voodoo, then after Elder Yu takes Jin Gang Voodoo, won't he also find the weakness? What if he also deals with our weakness by then? Wouldn't that make us the same? Boss is right. We are here to deal with Elder Yu, and our ultimate goal is not to escape from the Medicine Valley. Feng Tianlong also nodded and said, our goal is different from Brother Liu and Mr. Lin. They want to escape from the Medicine Valley, and we want to deal with Elder Yu. So, we still have to face Elder Yu. Yes, I forgot your goal. You want to deal with Elder Yu, and not just compete with him, so you have to defeat him. If everyone knows each other's weakness and is evenly matched, then there is really no other way. Lu Tianqi nodded and said. What if we take the refined Jin Gang Voodoo ourselves, and don't give it to Elder Yu? Then, can't we deal with him? Yi suddenly asked. This is hard to say. Lan Ling frowned and said, if the Jin Gang Voodoo really has a weakness, then Elder Yu is the supplier of the voodoo formula. Maybe the original formula also has the weakness of this Jin Gang Voodoo. At that time, if we really think that we can deal with him by taking the Jin Gang Voodoo, then wouldn't that be? Ah, that's true. I thought too simply. Yi said embarrassedly. It's okay. Can everyone speak freely? If you have any suggestions, you can put forward them. This way, we can brainstorm. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Yi nodded. However, I don't know about the Jin Gang Voodoo, but the Herculean Voodoo has some weaknesses. For example, after taking the Herculean Voodoo, you need to rely on the nutrient liquid of the Voodoo to maintain the activity of the Voodoo. Otherwise, the Voodoo will have some danger of backlash. Lan Ling said, but the specific situation needs to be refined first. Everyone, let's work together for a better future. Cheers. Lu Yezi raised his wine glass and said. Cheers. Everyone also raised their wine glasses. After everyone was full, Lu Yezi was about to suggest that everyone continue to play cards, and let Yi and other girls join in to play poker, but Lin Dongfeng waved his hand seriously. I have something important to tell everyone. Let's go to the small conference room in the research room. Lin Dongfeng said to everyone. Ah? Lu Tianqi was stunned. Big brother Lin, what kind of show are you singing? Godfather, what are you doing? Yi was also a little puzzled. Everyone will know when you get there. Lin Dongfeng smiled bitterly. Let's go. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, everyone, let's go together. Since Yang Ming had spoken, several of Yang Ming's men naturally wouldn't say anything more. They all stood up and followed Yang Ming, walking in the direction of the research room. Lin Dongfeng walked in the front. His face was also helpless and bitter. Finally, this day had come. There were some words that had to be said. I hope everyone won't be too worried. After entering the conference room next to the research room, Lin Dongfeng sat on the main seat, and Yang Ming, Lu Tianqi, and the others sat on the side. This time, can you say it? Lu Tianqi saw that Lin Dongfeng was so serious, and said with a bitter smile, Brother Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. Yeah, aren't you just hooking our appetites? Yang Ming also smiled bitterly. Brother Lin, what important things do you want to tell us? Well, if that's the case, I will tell the truth. Lin Dongfeng nodded and said, actually, when I just came here, I was poisoned by Elder Yu. Ah. Lin Dongfeng's words stunned everyone present. However, Lu Tianqi immediately said with a strange expression, I was also poisoned. Big brother Lin, don't you know that too? Why are you suddenly talking about this at this time? Yeah, we were also poisoned before we came here. Yang Ming also said, all the members of our team have been poisoned with voodoo. They have to take the antidote regularly. However, I have a few super antidote pills that have already cured the voodoo poison for them. Super antidote pills? You actually have the super antidote pill? Lu Tianqi said in surprise, the voodoo poison in me and Xiao Jing also needs the super voodoo antidote pill to solve it. Otherwise, we can only take the antidote provided by Elder Yu regularly. I have the formula for the super goo cure pill, and I should be able to find the refining materials here. It's just that my current level is not enough to grasp the refining technique. However, I believe that practice makes perfect. After studying the Herculean goo and Jin Gang goo for a long time, I will definitely be able to refine the Super Goo Cure pill. So, you don't have to worry. There won't be any problems. Lan Ling said, Brother Lin, are you worried about this? It doesn't matter, all of us have been poisoned by goo. I know you are all poisoned, but the poison in my body is not the same as yours, it is not the same. Lin Dongfang said with a wry smile, the poison in my body is a very powerful poison refined by Elder Yu, the super antidote pill is also ineffective. Ah? Lu Tianqi was stunned. Big Brother Lin, why didn't you mention this before? I thought that you and I were poisoned by the same kind of voodoo. I didn't say it before because Yi was still young at that time. If I said it, I was afraid that she would be worried. Lin Dongfang said, later, this voodoo didn't break out, and my body didn't have any abnormalities, so I forgot about this. I thought that Elder Yu was lying. Foster father. After listening to Lin Dongfang's words, Yi was very worried suddenly. Yi, don't talk first. Listen to me. Lin Dongfang waved his hand and motioned for Yi not to speak first. Until recently, I discovered that my memory is obviously deteriorating. I often forget the things that I just finished. And the things that I did yesterday, I have to think about it for a long time before I can remember. Even how many drumsticks I just ate, I can't remember now. Ah? After everyone listened to Lin Dongfang's words, they were very surprised. What kind of voodoo is this? Why is it similar to amnesia? This isn't voodoo, right? Why does it look like memory deterioration? Yang Ming looked at Lin Dongfang strangely and asked. It is indeed so. Lin Dongfang said, after this voodoo breaks out, it is exactly the same as memory deterioration. At first, you don't remember what just happened, then you will slowly forget the past. The final result is that when you wake up every day, you don't know what happened yesterday, let alone what happened before. The whole person is like an idiot, but not an idiot. It's just that you don't have the ability to remember. This? I remember now. Lan Ling suddenly said, this voodoo, I have seen the records. It is called quick cicada voodoo. I have seen it in the information before. I didn't expect Elder Yu to give you this voodoo. Is it really voodoo? Lu Tianqi said in surprise. Of course, it is voodoo. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly. Everyone should know my medical skills. Before this, I also tried to prescribe a lot of drugs to enhance memory, but the effect was minimal. This quick cicada voodoo is too powerful. I tried various drugs, but they couldn't kill it. Ling Ling, is there an antidote for this quick cicada voodoo? Yang Ming frowned and asked. No. Lan Ling said affirmatively. At least there is no record in the information. I believe no one has developed it. This quick cicada voodoo is one of the most powerful voodoo. It is often used to control some enemies. It is very vicious. So, there is no solution? Asked Yang Ming. You can say that. Lan Ling nodded. It is more difficult to refine the antidote for this voodoo than refining the Herculean voodoo and Jin Gang voodoo. Then isn't my adoptive father. Yi's face changed, and she was shocked. Hee, don't worry too much. In fact, I have already thought it through. Why are you still worried? Lin Dongfang smiled and said, I am not dead. I just lost my memory. In the future, I am afraid I will have to trouble you to take care of me. I have taken care of you for so many years. It is time for me to enjoy life. Adoptive father, of course, I will take care of you. Yi held back her tears and nodded. She knew that although Lin Dongfang said it casually, his heart must be very bitter. It was just that there was no other way. He could only look at things optimistically. Isn't that fine? Lin Dongfang smiled and said, I am telling this to everyone because I want to say that in the future, my memory may get worse and worse, and I may become an idiot. Don't despise this old man. How can this be? Not only Yi, but I will also take care of you. Lu Yezi quickly said, Uncle Lin, don't worry. You will be my family in the future. I will be responsible for taking care of you. After Lu Yezi finished speaking, he suddenly found that everyone was looking at him with a strange look. Only then did he realize that he was a little anxious. It seems that it is not the right time to say this. I am not someone close to Lin Dongfang. If I say this, it seems that it is too much. Hee. Lin Dongfang laughed and said, well, Lu Yezi, with your words, I am relieved. Ah? Lu Yezi was taken aback, and the others present were also taken aback. They didn't know what Lin Dongfang meant by this sentence. Lin Dongfang made a gesture to calm down and said to everyone, hee, just in time to take this opportunity. There is one thing I want to say. As he said this, Lin Dongfang looked at Lu Yezi and Yi. Seeing Lin Dongfang's eyes, Lu Yezi was a little excited and nervous. Is Lin Dongfang going to talk about me and Yi? Thinking of Lin Dongfang's previous words, Lu Yezi felt that it was very likely. Uncle Lin, please say. Lu Yezi said quickly and respectfully. Yi was stunned, but she seemed to have vaguely guessed something when she saw everyone's expression. She couldn't help but blush. Yi, you are not young this year, right? Lin Dongfang looked at Yi and said. I. Yi didn't know how to reply. Hee, you are 19 years old this year, right? Lin Dongfang said, men should get married when they are of age. Yi, you are also at the age of marriage. Foster father. Although Yi vaguely guessed something, she was still a little embarrassed when she heard Lin Dongfang suddenly say it. She lowered her head in embarrassment and didn't know what to say. Lu Yezi was trembling with excitement. He had always been worried about Lin Dongfang's attitude. Lin Dongfang had seen the matter between him and Yi before, but he didn't support or oppose it. This made Lu Yezi very nervous. He didn't know what would happen to him and Yi in the future. But today, I'm afraid Lin Dongfang will officially talk about this matter. Yi, don't say anything, let me finish. Lin Dongfang waved his hand and smiled. Yi, I see that you are getting along well with little Yi recently. Very harmonious? Do the two of you have any thoughts of being together? Yes. Lu Yezi nodded subconsciously. But after he finished speaking, he realized that he was a little too anxious. Yi hadn't expressed her opinion yet, and he had already nodded in agreement. Wasn't he a little too anxious? After all, Yi was a girl. How embarrassed would she be if Lu Yezi acted like this? Sure enough, Yi blushed and looked at Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang shyly, not knowing what to say. Ugh. I still have to see what Yi thinks. Lu Yezi quickly changed his words. Yi, what do you think? Lin Dongfang nodded and looked at Yi. I don't know. Although he felt that Lu Yezi was not bad, wasn't it a little too rushed to talk about love? Moreover, she wasn't psychologically prepared yet. However, Yi actually knew that Lin Dongfang was making arrangements for his funeral. His memory was getting worse and worse. Naturally, he had to arrange these things for himself before his memory was completely lost. Therefore, in order not to disappoint him, Yi nodded. I will listen to foster father's arrangement. In fact, Yi's impression of Lu Yezi was still good. If she let nature take its course, Yi believed that she could still be with him. Although it was a little rushed now, it was not that she couldn't accept it. After listening to Yi's words, Lu Yezi was overjoyed. If it was all arranged by Lin Dongfang, then it was equivalent to Yi agreeing to Lin Dongfang's proposal. Lu Yezi was very excited and said, Uncle Lin. No, father-in-law, please rest assured. I will take good care of Yi and you. Leave the rest of your life to me. Haha, okay, I believe in you. Lin Dongfang smiled and said, you are a good young man. I still have a good impression of your character. I am relieved to leave Yi to you. My character is very good. I am very loyal. I will be good to Yi in the future. I will not look at other girls. Lu Yezi quickly promised, I will definitely not be a playboy. When Yang Ming heard this, a few black lines suddenly appeared on his face. How did I become a typical example of the opposite? However, at this time, Yang Ming couldn't say anything against it. Wouldn't that be undermining Lu Yezi? Therefore, Yang Ming could only curse in his heart. He cursed that Lu Yezi's son was a playboy and that he would find a few more girlfriends in the future to anger his father to death. Yi listened to Lu Yezi's words and also blushed. She said with some embarrassment, "Lu Yezi, what are you talking about? I just said that I will listen to foster father's arrangement, but I didn't say that now." "Haha, it's okay. Don't worry. Let's fall in love step by step. There is no hurry to do the wedding ceremony." Lu Yezi nodded quickly. Originally, the matter of Lin Dongfeng's voodoo made the atmosphere very depressed, but Lu Yezi livened up the atmosphere so that the overall atmosphere became cheerful. "This matter is arranged, and it can be regarded as the first big thing in my heart." Lin Dongfeng sighed and said, "In the future, Yi will have someone to rely on." "I am relieved, but there is another big thing." "Oh? What is it?" Lu Yezi quickly said, "Father-in-law, please speak. If there is anything, just say it. We will do our best to do it." "Hee hee. There is one more thing, that is my medical skills." Lin Dongfeng sighed and said, "My medical skills, everyone knows that it is relatively good. I am not boasting. Even if it is not the best, it is still one of the best." "This is true." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I can testify that even the miracle doctor Guan Shuamin admires Brother Lin so much, then Brother Lin's medical skills are naturally very good." "Father-in-law, do you mean that you are afraid that your medical skills will be lost?" Lu Yezi reacted quickly. He suddenly changed from Lin Dongfeng's amnesia to Lin Dongfeng was afraid that his medical skills would be lost. That's right. I am worried about this." Lin Dongfeng nodded and said, "My medical skills can be considered unique. If it is lost, it will be a pity. As my memory gets worse and worse, I will definitely forget the past, so my medical skills must be found a suitable successor as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will really be too late." "Oh, then what do you mean?" Lu Yezi nodded and asked, "How about Yi? Isn't Yi the best successor?" "Yi is not suitable for learning medicine. When she was young, I taught her, but her character has determined that she is not suitable for learning medicine." Lin Dongfeng said, "Yi is not suitable to contact and deal with strangers. You can see that. She and you are familiar with each other after a long time. She grew up in this environment and has not been in contact with the outside world, so I still need to change a successor." "Father-in-law, do you mean that you want me to learn medicine?" Lu Yezi was slightly stunned and asked. "I have this plan." Lin Dongfeng nodded. "But I don't seem to be suitable for learning medicine." Lu Yezi suddenly had a headache and said, "I am not interested in this. My initial candidates are you and Brother Yang Ming. Lu Tianqi can't do it. His research direction is different and he has no time to learn medicine. He is one of the important people in charge of researching voodoo. It is impossible for him to stop and learn medicine from me. So the rest of the people who don't know how to refine voodoo are only you, Yang Ming, Feng Tianlong, Xiaxue and Susu." Lin Dongfeng said, "But Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu are here for their honeymoon, and under special circumstances, they definitely won't learn medical skills. Their time is limited, how can we let them waste their time learning medical skills? So the rest is only you, Yang Ming and Xiaxue." "Ah? Then what about boss Yang Ming and sister-in-law Xiaxue?" Lu Yezi said with a bitter face, "I still have to cultivate a relationship with Yi. I don't have time to learn." "Haha, this is not a problem." Lin Dongfeng said, "How about this? You, Yi, Yang Ming, and Xiaxue, when you are free, learn medicine with me. You learn together and complement each other. Learn as much as you can. I am afraid that I don't have much time left. This way, you can all learn from each other and help each other to fill in the gaps." Foster father, I can't learn it," Yi said with some distress. She was indeed not very fond of medical matters, but she was very fond of Lu Tianqi's bacteriology research. Therefore, in the refinement of the goo poison, Yi had put in a lot of effort. She also did not want to stop her current research and learn medical skills. "I don't have the talent in this area," Xiaxue said with a bitter smile, "You can use me as a test subject for voodoo. Let me learn medicine." "Forget it. I really can't. How about this? I will learn with Lu Yezi. It is enough for the two of us to learn together. Yang Ming hesitated and said. He saw that Yi and Xiaxia didn't want to learn. These two people were really not that good, so it was really difficult for them to learn. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't want to make it difficult for them. That's fine too. Lin Dongfang thought about it and agreed. Although it was not very safe for the two of them to learn, he was afraid that the two of them were not good at medicine. The more people there were, the better the chances. However, the problem now was that Yi and Xiaxia did not want to learn, so Lin Dongfang had no other way. Father-in-law, you can rest assured. I will learn well, said Lu Yezi. I will also study hard. Yang Ming also nodded and said. However, what Yang Ming said was true. Yang Ming's ability to accept was relatively strong. When he was learning the assassin skills, Fang Tian gave him a teaching CD with various skills training, so Yang Ming also had some understanding of other skills, including simple medical treatment. He also knew some. Therefore, it was not unexpected for Yang Ming to learn medical skills at this time. Moreover, Yang Ming was a hard-working person. Although on the surface, it seemed that Yang Ming was very prosperous now, and his career was very smooth, all of this was exchanged for by Yang Ming's efforts. Who knew the sweat that he had put in? Well, I will rely on the two of you to spread my medical skills. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, my memory is getting worse and worse. In the future, I have to record medical notes. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will not remember anything by then. Brother Lin, rest assured. Lu Yezi and I will do our best. Yang Ming said quickly. Well, since things have been settled, let's not talk about these boring topics. Everyone, continue to play cards. Lin Dongfang said, the purpose of my coming to this conference room is to play cards. Everyone was a little speechless. If they were playing cards, Lin Dongfang would use the excuse of his amnesia to act shamelessly. No one could really say anything. However, seeing that Lin Dongfang was like this, everyone would treat it as his last days and play with him. Sure enough, as everyone expected, Lin Dongfang often used the excuse of forgetting as an excuse to act shamelessly, but it made everyone have no temper at all. Although everyone seemed to be very cheerful when they were playing cards, everyone's mood was very heavy when they went back to rest from the conference room. Yang Ming and others had known Lin Dongfang for more than a month, and they were sworn brothers. Their relationship was naturally very deep. However, in this situation, Yang Ming was also very sad, but there was nothing he could do. Even a voodoo expert like Lan Ling said that there was no way to solve Lin Dongfang's quick cicada voodoo, then Yang Ming was even more helpless. Yang Ming didn't even know the principle of the quick cicada voodoo, let alone studying the antidote. Since Yang Ming was like this, Lu Tianqi and Qin Shaojing were naturally even more sad. They had worked with Lin Dongfang for the longest time. Everyone had worked together for so many years. Lu Tianqi and Qin Shaojing found it hard to accept when they suddenly heard this bad news. Fortunately, Lin Dongfang only had amnesia, and his life was not in danger. This made Lu Tianqi's heart slightly comforted. As long as people were alive, there was hope. At that time, if the Herculean voodoo and Jin Gang voodoo were researched, when Elder Yu's matter was over, there would be enough time. It might not be impossible to research the antidote of the quick cicada voodoo. Although Lu Tianqi also knew in his heart that this possibility was slim, he still had to give it a try when the time came. This was also a comfort he gave himself. Tianqi, don't be sad. We can't do anything about Brother Lin's matter. Now the urgent matter is to deal with Elder Yu. Only by solving Elder Yu's matter can we have more time to deal with Brother Lin's matter. Qin Shaojing comforted Lu Tianqi. Her thoughts were similar to Lu Tianqi's. I know. Lu Tianqi sighed and said, originally, with Lan Ling's participation, we could be said to be like adding wings to a tiger in refining voodoo. But now Brother Lin has this kind of thing. Without Brother Lin, it's the same as before. Although Brother Lin's life is not in danger, it is really sad to see that he will become an idiot with no memory in the future. Qin Shaojing sighed and said. You are right. As long as his life is fine, there is still hope. Lu Tianqi nodded and said. At this moment, the saddest person was Yi. Lin Dongfang was her adoptive father. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to Lin Dongfang. Although Lin Dongfeng was her adoptive father, he was almost the same as her biological parents. She had relied on him since she was young. She didn't expect to hear such bad news today. Don't be sad. Things have already happened. If you are so sad every day, then father-in-law will definitely be unhappy when he sees it. Lu Yezi comforted, only when we are happy can he be at ease. You don't want him to live with entanglement and depression every day, right? Well, although I know what you said makes sense, but my heart is still very sad. Yi hugged her legs, sat by the river, and said weakly. You are definitely sad. I am also sad. However, as long as we defeat Elder Yu, I think we can always find a way, right? Lan Ling is from Lan Miao Village. Lan Miao Village is full of talents. There are also many experts in refining voodoo. When the time comes, we might be able to find a solution. Lu Yezi said. That is true. I will try my best. Yi sighed and said, right, Lu Yezi, do you really like me? Yi was a little uncertain. She had not seen much of the world, but Lu Yezi came from the outside world. He had been to many countries and cities. What kind of girl had he not seen before? So Yi didn't believe that Lu Yezi liked her so much. She was afraid that Lu Yezi had no other choice in this medicine valley, so he looked for her as a temporary playmate. Yi would definitely not accept that. She was a simpler and more conservative person. What she wanted was someone who would be faithful to her until the end of her life. It didn't matter if it was plain, but she couldn't abandon him. Yeah, I liked you from the first time I saw you. Lu Yezi didn't know why Yi asked this, but he still replied with a smile. Seeing Lu Yezi's expression, Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. I'm serious. What do you mean by that? Ugh. Yi, what I said is true. Lu Yezi quickly said, don't you know that there is a kind of love called love at first sight? Are you saying that you fell in love at first sight? Yi asked. Yeah, I really liked you the first time I saw you. Lu Yezi swore to the heavens. Why do I feel like this is child's play? Do you really like me? Yi asked, when you were outside, you never fell in love with someone at first sight? Tell the truth or lie? Lu Yezi asked with some distress. Of course it's the truth. Yi said. To be honest, I really haven't. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly and said, you may not believe it, but it's true. I used to have high standards and was very picky, and I wandered the world with the mentality of gaining experience, so I have never been tempted by anyone. But when I came here, my heart suddenly calmed down. Then, when I saw you, I had an extraordinary feeling. I felt that you were my life partner. Okay, don't say it. Yi blushed and was a little embarrassed. What is the lie? The lie is, I have seen too many women, but they are not as good as you. Lu Yezi said, but I really didn't see it before. Pfft. Yi was amused by Lu Yezi's words, and her mood suddenly improved a lot. Now, my father-in-law has entrusted you to me. I have already expressed my attitude, so I will definitely treat you well in this life. Lu Yezi said, I swear. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Yi shook her head, my foster father taught you medical skills. I hope you will study hard. After all, it is my foster father's life work. He doesn't want his medical skills to be lost. Between you and brother Yangming, one of you must inherit my foster father's legacy. Otherwise, my foster father will not be satisfied. I know, I will work hard. Lu Yezi nodded. Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. The days passed by in a dull manner. Sunrise and sunset, day after day. Every day, in addition to studying voodoo, Lin Dongfeng would teach medical knowledge to Lu Yezi and Yangming. Although Lu Yezi and Yangming both studied very seriously, after a period of examination, the advantages and disadvantages of the two were immediately distinguished. Yangming's ability to accept things was relatively strong. Yangming could always memorize the knowledge that Lin Dongfeng told him. He could even draw inferences. However, Lu Yezi, although he was also very serious, it was obvious that he was not a medical material. Other than memorizing things by rote, he could not draw inferences about other things. This made Lin Dongfeng very disappointed, but fortunately, Yang Ming was smarter, which gave Lin Dongfeng some comfort. After a long time, the gap between the two became even bigger. Lin Dongfeng was not a rigid person. Seeing Lu Yezi painfully memorizing things every day, he really couldn't bear to let him continue to learn. Even if he continued to learn, it was impossible for him to inherit his mantle. It was not a problem for him to be an ordinary doctor, but it was impossible for him to become a powerful doctor. However, Yang Ming had the potential to do so. Yang Ming not only remembered the pharmacology and medicinal properties of some drugs very well, but he also remembered the acupuncture points of the human body very clearly. In terms of acupuncture, he was even more accurate. This made Lin Dongfeng feel very comforted. Finally, there was a successor. I didn't expect it. Brother Yang Ming, your medical skills, if you learn it, won't be worse than mine. Lin Dongfeng said with a sigh. Father-in-law, what about me? Lu Yezi asked with a bitter face. If you really don't want to learn, then forget it. I won't force you. Lin Dongfeng said, your aptitude is really not suitable for studying medicine. Although you've been working very hard, you can't draw inferences. If you continue to study like this, you'll only be bound by rigid theoretical knowledge and won't be able to innovate. Ah? I can be free? Lu Yezi was stunned after hearing Lin Dongfeng's words, and then asked with some surprise. Lin Dongfeng was a little speechless. It turned out that this guy was waiting for this moment. In fact, this was really the case. Lu Yezi was really not a medical material. He studied here every day because he didn't want to disappoint Lin Dongfeng and so he insisted on it. However, now that Lin Dongfeng had brought it up, Lu Yezi naturally took advantage of the situation and agreed. This gave Lu Yezi a kind of relief. You can say that. You were also relieved. Lin Dongfeng said with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, father-in-law. I have no choice. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. I really don't have talent. Forget it. This kind of thing can't be forced. The problem of aptitude can't be forced. Lin Dongfeng said, even if you force yourself to learn, you will only make yourself more painful. Yeah. Lu Yezi nodded and said, please forgive me, father-in-law. It seems that only Yang Ming can be my successor, said Lin Dongfeng. Haha, how about this? When and I have a child, let him learn medical skills from an early age. Lu Yezi suggested with a smile. This is a good idea, but I don't know if I can hold on until then. Lin Dongfeng sighed and said. Brother Lin, you don't have to worry about this. When Lu Yezi and have a child, I will teach him medical skills for you. Yang Ming said, by that time I will have basically learned it, so this task will be handed over to me. Well, what brother Yang Ming said is feasible. Lu Yezi, you and have to hurry. Before I lose my memory, it's not bad to be able to see my grandson. Lin Dongfeng said with a smile. Foster father, what are you talking about? We haven't even started yet, said Yi. It must be settled first. Otherwise, my old bones won't have much memory left. Lin Dongfeng laughed. Don't worry, father-in-law. This difficult task will be handed over to me, said Lu Yezi. Other than Yi, everyone laughed. Only Yi lowered her head shyly. The days always slipped away inadvertently. Yang Ming and Lin Dongfeng were learning medical skills, while Lu Yezi and Yi were in love. But even so, Yi's character determined that she was a conservative person. Before she and Lu Yezi went through the wedding ceremony, she would not do anything excessive. Although Lin Dongfeng is not conservative, he can't force Yi and Lu Yezi to do anything, right? Yang Ming's medical skills had improved by leaps and bounds under Lin Dongfeng's guidance. Although he could not surpass Lin Dongfeng, he had learned a lot of Lin Dongfeng's essence. Lin Dongfeng also knew that it was impossible for Yang Ming to eat a fatty in one sitting. Therefore, in his free time, he wrote down some of his medical experience into a medical notebook. He planned to give it to Yang Ming when he really lost his memory, so that Yang Ming could learn by himself. Seeing that Lin Dongfeng's memory was deteriorating day by day, everyone was anxious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Most of the time, after Lin Dongfeng shared a medical topic with Yang Ming, he would not remember what he had just said and would ask Yang Ming what he had just said. However, this was also a kind of test for Yang Ming's knowledge. It also allowed Yang Ming to firmly remember what he had learned in his mind. During this period, Elder Yu also came and gave some necessities to the people in the Medicine Valley, some of the latest books on bacteriology and voodoo, and some of the latest experimental equipment. Yang Ming and the others stopped Elder Yu. Elder Yu, you have seen Brother Lin Dongfeng's situation. Is there a solution? This time, Yang Ming was responsible for talking to Elder Yu. Among these people, only Yang Ming could be calm in front of Elder Yu. No. Elder Yu said resolutely. Without Brother Lin's help, the refining of Jin Gang voodoo may not be so smooth. You also understand. Yang Ming said, so, you'd better find a way to detoxify the voodoo in his body. Otherwise, we can't guarantee the refining progress of the voodoo. You should be clear that he was responsible for the voodoo refining at the beginning. He has the most information and techniques. Without his help, even if Ling Ling, a novice, joins, it won't be of much help. Yang Ming actually said this deliberately to highlight Lin Dongfeng's role and weaken Ling Ling's role. Therefore, even if it took a long time to refine Jin Gang voodoo, Elder Yu would not doubt it. This also gave Yang Ming and the others enough time to refine the Herculean voodoo. Otherwise, if they used the time to refine Jin Gang voodoo to study the Herculean voodoo, he was afraid that Elder Yu would notice something wrong. Elder Yu was silent for a while. How could he not know what Yang Ming said? However, he also wanted Lin Dongfeng to continue to study the voodoo, but he had no way to detoxify the quick cicada voodoo. How could he promise Yang Ming? I know what you said, but I can't do anything. Elder Yu said, I tried to detoxify him before, but I failed. The quick cicada voodoo is an extremely strange voodoo. After the voodoo enters the body, it can't be killed with ordinary methods. In other words, there is no way, asked Yang Ming. You can say that. Elder Yu nodded. If he could detoxify the voodoo for Lin Dongfeng, why would he capture Lu Tianqi to continue to study the voodoo for him? Then we can't guarantee the refining progress of Jin Gang voodoo, said Yang Ming. This doesn't matter, I can wait, said Elder Yu. You can wait, but we can't. Doesn't that mean that we have to stay here for many years? Yang Ming frowned and said, you'd better find a way to detoxify the voodoo. Yang Ming actually said this deliberately. It seemed that he was very impatient and wanted to refine Jin Gang voodoo as soon as possible. He wanted to leave here as soon as possible, which also dispelled Elder Yu's suspicion. I will try my best. Elder Yu said perfunctorily, you guys do your best. Okay, said Yang Ming. The arrival of Elder Yu was just a small ripple. The days passed in cycles. Lu Tianqi, Lan Ling, and Yi studied the configuration of the Herculean venomous worm. As for the Vajra venomous worm, they studied it in their free time, but there was no progress. On Lin Dongfeng's side, he was getting more and more forgetful. He could barely explain some complete medical theories to Yang Ming. He could only rely on Yang Ming to ask questions in order to get answers from Lin Dongfeng. As for Elder Yu, since he left, there was no news, and he did not say whether he could detoxify the quick cicada voodoo. However, Yang Ming did not have much hope for this, because if Elder Yu could solve it, he would have solved it long ago. Looking at Lin Dongfeng's appearance, Yang Ming's heart was very uncomfortable. Although he knew that it was impossible to have any effect, he still asked Lan Ling during dinner, Ling Ling, is there really no way to solve the quick cicada voodoo? Looking at Lin Dongfeng's memory deteriorating day by day, Yang Ming's heart was really uncomfortable. Lin Dongfeng was his sworn brother, but if it was really based on seniority, Lin Dongfeng was actually his teacher. Yang Ming was now equivalent to Lin Dongfeng's disciple. He learned medical skills from him every day. If he wasn't Yang Ming's teacher, then what was he? Although there was no apprenticeship ceremony, in Yang Ming's heart, he had already regarded Lin Dongfeng as an elder. Moreover, just based on the seniority of Lu Yezi and Yi, then Lin Dongfeng was definitely Yang Ming's elder without a doubt. Yang Ming was a person with rich feelings. Fang Tian also said that Yang Ming's character was destined to be an assassin, but it was absolutely impossible for him to become an assassin. Assassins had feelings, and assassins were ruthless. However, from the perspective of an assassin, Yang Ming was too kind. Yang Ming cared about the old relationship, so those people around Yang Ming, as long as they didn't touch Yang Ming's bottom line and make irreparable mistakes, then Yang Ming would forgive them. From the beginning of Guo Jianchao to Wang Shui, and even Tian Long, Yang Ming let them go one by one. Therefore, the longer Yang Ming and Lin Dongfang were together, the more Yang Ming couldn't bear to see him become a fool with amnesia. If it were other people, they might feel that as long as they learned Lin Dongfang's medical skills, they wouldn't care about him. An old man whom they just met not long ago, there was no need to spend more effort on him. But Yang Ming was different. As long as there was a possibility, Yang Ming would find a way to solve the voodoo for Lin Dongfang. Therefore, at dinner, Yang Ming once again mentioned the problem of the quick cicada voodoo to Lan Ling. Yang Ming, you know, although my voodoo skills are very high, compared to Elder Sui and Elder Yu, I am still a little behind. If they can't do anything, I naturally can't do anything. Lan Ling sighed and said, how can I not want to help Brother Lin get rid of his quick cicada voodoo? However, I have only heard of the voodoo of the quick cicada voodoo. I don't even know the refining method, let alone the way to solve the voodoo. AI. If I know the principle, I can find a way to solve the voodoo. But now I don't even know the refining method. It is really a bit difficult, said Yang Ming sighed. I know a little about the principle. Elder Yu told me about it at the time. He also tried to find a way to crack the voodoo with me, but we failed. But. Brother Lin, you remember the past now? Yang Ming heard Lin Dongfang speak and asked with some surprise. After listening to you for so long, if I still can't remember some things, then I am really sick and can't be saved. Lin Dongfang smiled and said, I have already accepted it. You don't have to worry about it. Big Brother Lin, why don't you tell us about the characteristics of the quick cicada goo? Maybe we can find a way to break it? Yang Ming suggested. Well, since you want to hear it, then I can tell you. If I tell you, you will give up on the idea of solving the voodoo for me. Lin Dongfang nodded. Not necessarily. Ling Ling and Lu Tianqi are experts in voodoo research. Maybe we can brainstorm and think of a way to solve it, said Yang Ming. Yeah, let's think of a way together. Lu Tianqi also nodded. Only Lan Ling didn't speak because in her memory, the quick cicada voodoo couldn't be solved. It was a very special voodoo, so Lan Ling didn't have much hope for this. But since Yang Ming insisted on finding a solution, then Lan Ling could only express her support. Yes, let's think of a way. Lan Ling hesitated and said. Quick cicada voodoo, as the name suggests, is a voodoo worm that moves abnormally fast. It is not like some voodoo that exists in the form of bacteria. This quick cicada voodoo exists in the form of a voodoo worm. Moreover, there is only one voodoo worm in my body. Lin Dongfang began to introduce the quick cicada voodoo. Then, as long as we kill this voodoo worm, wouldn't everything be solved? Yang Ming was an assassin, so his idea was very simple. That was to kill the culprit. Then, the other problems would naturally be solved. Yang Ming, you are right. If we kill this voodoo worm, my problem will be solved. But the key problem is that this voodoo worm isn't so easy to kill. Lin Dongfang said, first, this voodoo worm exists in my body's meridians, not in my stomach. The general antidote drug has no effect on it. Second, if you want to use poison to kill this voodoo worm, then the poison will be absorbed by my meridians. When the voodoo worm is poisoned to death, then I am basically finished. And I don't know what kind of poison has an effect on this voodoo worm. If I randomly test a few poisons, even if I am a divine doctor, I will be finished. Then, can't we use the method of swallowing poison to be absorbed by the meridians to kill the voodoo worm? Can we use acupuncture to poison part of the meridians? In this way, even if a poison is wrong, it won't hurt the meridians of the whole body. If we test it a few more times, the impact shouldn't be big, right? Yang Ming put forward his own opinion. Moreover, if this voodoo poison exists in the form of a single voodoo worm, then we can directly perform a surgery on you to remove the voodoo worm. Isn't it fine? Is there still a need to go through so much trouble? Yang Ming, your proposal. Elder Yu and I have considered it, but it is not possible. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly and said, the so-called quick cicada voodoo is called the quick cicada voodoo because I have already said that this voodoo worm's movement speed is very fast. This voodoo worm's position in my body is not fixed, but it is in the meridians at high speed. I don't know where it is. How can I take it out? At that time, Elder Yu took me to several hospitals with more advanced medical facilities. He also did X-ray vision, but the voodoo worm was too small to see the position clearly. Even if the position was seen clearly, when you were ready to operate on this position, the voodoo worm had already run away. What? After Yang Ming heard Lin Dongfang's words, he suddenly stood up. His eyes looked straight at Lin Dongfang, and the expression on his face was very excited. Brother Lin, you mean that this voodoo worm can't be killed because it moves too fast, and you can't find its specific position in your body? Yeah, what's the problem? Lin Dongfang nodded and looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. He didn't know why he was so excited. Then, can you kill the voodoo with a silver needle? After Yang Ming heard Lin Dongfang's words, he hurriedly continued to ask. This should be possible? Lin Dongfang still didn't understand why Yang Ming was so excited. You should have said so earlier. Yang Ming beat his chest and said, quick cicada voodoo, I thought Elder Yu came up with some crazy voodoo. I didn't expect it to be like this. Ah? Lin Dongfang looked at Yang Ming and didn't understand. What happened to Yang Ming? Could it be that he had a way to solve the voodoo? But it couldn't be. Elder Yu didn't have a way. Lu Tianqi and Lan Ling also said that there was no antidote. What could Yang Ming do? Lin Dongfang really couldn't understand. AI, Brother Lin, you should have told me the principle of this voodoo earlier. Yang Ming complained, I'm a professional in solving this kind of voodoo. Huh? A professional? Yang Ming's words made Lin Dongfang open his mouth and eyes wide. Yang Ming, are you kidding? Lu Tianqi, and the others also looked at Yang Ming strangely. They didn't know how he became a professional in solving the quick cicada voodoo. However, Lan Ling was deep in thought. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and the others also frowned as if they thought of something. Why would I joke? How can I joke about this kind of thing? Yang Ming waved his hand and said, go and get Brother Lin's silver needles. I'm going to start solving the voodoo. Ah, okay. Didn't know how Yang Ming was going to cure Lin Dongfang's goo. But when she saw his confidence, she quickly stood up and went to get some needles for Yang Ming to cure the goo. After a while, a box of silver needles was handed to Yang Ming. After disinfecting the needles with alcohol, Yang Ming said to Lin Dongfang, Brother Lin, don't move now. Stand up and stand in front of me. Now? Just like that? Although Lin Dongfang felt that it was a bit inconceivable, but because of his trust in Yang Ming, he stood up and stood in front of Yang Ming. He felt that it was impossible for Yang Ming to lie to him, and there was no need to lie to him. So, no matter whether it worked or not, he had to give it a try. And that's it. You stand here and don't move. Brother Lin, I'm going to solve the goo for you. Yang Ming nodded and said. Okay. Lin Dongfang also smiled and stood there, letting Yang Ming do what he wanted. Yang Ming didn't move immediately, but stared at Lin Dongfang's body with his eyes. Then, like an old monk in meditation, he didn't move. The silver needles in his hand didn't make the next move. Lin Dongfang was a little scared by Yang Ming's stare. He didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, but Lin Dongfang still stood there motionless. Obviously, he trusted Yang Ming very much. Although Yang Ming didn't seem to do anything. In fact, Yang Ming didn't do nothing, but Yang Ming used his X-ray vision and began to observe the meridians in Lin Dongfang's body. The X-ray machine and the like were simply weak in front of Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming began to look for the fast cicada goo that Lin Dongfang mentioned. However, there were many meridians in the human body. Yang Ming couldn't find the location of the fast cicada goo at once. He could only search slowly from top to bottom. Time passed by minute by minute. Yang Ming still maintained his previous action and looked at Lin Dongfang, and Lin Dongfang also stood there motionless. Lu Yezi, do you think Brother Yang Ming can solve the fast cicada goo on foster father? He asked. I think it's possible. Lu Yezi understood Yang Ming's special ability, so after connecting the characteristics of the fast cicada goo mentioned by Lin Dongfeng, he understood what Yang Ming was going to do. Yang Ming wanted to use X-ray vision and silver needles to kill the fast cicada goo. However, Lu Yezi wasn't sure if Yang Ming would tell these people that Yang Ming could use X-ray vision, so although he liked Yi very much, he wouldn't tell Yang Ming's secret. This was a matter of principle. So it was better to wait for Yang Ming to explain himself in a while. Lu Yezi wouldn't say a word more. At this time, when Yi asked, Lu Yezi only said that he thought it was possible. Yi actually knew that Lu Yezi might not be confident. She was just seeking psychological comfort, so after Lu Yezi finished speaking, Yi didn't ask again. Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing were also extremely nervous. In their hearts, they naturally wanted Lin Dongfeng to be fine, but they didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do. Lan Ling, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu were a little clear like Lu Yezi. They were just waiting for Yang Ming to succeed. Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Since this fast cicada goo was really like what Lin Dongfeng said, running around in Lin Dongfeng's meridians, then Yang Ming would eventually find its trace. Sure enough, after a long period of careful observation, Yang Ming finally saw a small thing moving rapidly in Lin Dongfeng's meridians. No matter how fast this fast cicada goo was, it couldn't escape from Yang Ming's eyes. Since Yang Ming's eyes had locked onto it, then he wouldn't let it disappear from Yang Ming's sight. Yang Ming's special ability wasn't given for nothing. If he couldn't even lock onto a small fast cicada goo, then Yang Ming might as well dig out his own eyes. The next step was simple. Yang Ming just needed to determine the location of the fast cicada goo, and then directly stab it to death with a silver needle. In this case, Yang Ming thought of this and raised the silver needle in his hand, ready to do it. Yang Ming looked at the location of the fast cicada goo in Lin Dongfeng's body, and then suddenly stabbed it. Ah! Yi and the others exclaimed. They didn't expect Yang Ming to make a move just like that. There was no sign at all. However, when they saw Lin Dongfeng's expressionless face, they knew that Yang Ming actually didn't stab Lin Dongfeng. Sigh. Yang Ming shook his head regretfully, and somewhat helplessly pulled out the silver needle. This time, Yang Ming didn't stab the fast cicada goo in Lin Dongfeng's body. The speed of the fast cicada goo was too fast, and it had already surpassed Yang Ming's technique. Moreover, it was not just a little bit more than that. Yang Ming was originally an assassin, and his hand speed was very fast. The distance between him and Lin Dongfeng was close, and the silver needle was not far from Lin Dongfeng's body. However, even so, Yang Ming still didn't stab the fast cicada goo. It was really the fast cicada goo, too fast. However, Yang Ming was not discouraged. This was only a matter of patience. Yang Ming believed that as long as he tried a few more times, he would be able to get rid of this fast cicada goo. After taking a deep breath, Yang Ming calmed his emotions and pulled out the silver needle, preparing to strike again. Everyone saw that Yang Ming did not explain anything, and Lin Dongfeng did not say anything either. Hence, everyone did not say anything and only looked at Yang Ming nervously. Yang Ming did not care about everyone's gazes. His current thoughts were all on the fast cicada goo. His eyes were fixed on the fast cicada goo that was still moving rapidly, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yang Ming finally moved. He struck again and used the silver needle to pierce the fast cicada goo. However, when the silver needle touched Lin Dongfeng's body, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He shook his head helplessly. This time, it only pierced Lin Dongfeng's skin and did not even touch his meridians. Because the result this time was still regrettable. It did not pierce the fast cicada goo. Hence, Yang Ming did not have the need to continue piercing and directly stopped the silver needle in his hand. As for Lin Dongfeng, after being pierced twice by Yang Ming, he could not help but ask, Yang Ming, you want to kill the fast cicada goo? Yes, but this fast cicada goo is moving too fast. It is not easy. Yang Ming sighed, but his eyes were still locked on the fast cicada goo. He did not let it out of Yang Ming's sight. Ah? Lin Dongfeng was only asking casually. He did not expect Yang Ming to kill the fast cicada goo. He thought that Yang Ming was using some secret method to force the fast cicada goo out of his body. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming admitted it so easily. You know the location of the fast cicada goo? Lu Tianqi could not help but ask. Ever since Yang Ming had arrived at the Medicine Valley, he had never told Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, and the rest about his X-ray vision ability. This was because Yang Ming's ability had no practical use in the Medicine Valley. It was not that Yang Ming was deliberately hiding it. Since Yang Ming could tell Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and the others, it meant that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of the people around him knowing about his ability. And Lin Dongfeng and Lu Tianqi, these two people were very close to him. Yang Ming didn't have to hide it. It was just that he didn't have a chance to say it. Since he didn't need it, Yang Ming didn't say it. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't want to say it. I'll explain it to you later. Yang Ming couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. It was better to deal with the fast cicada goo first and then explain his ability to them in detail. Moreover, Yang Ming's main focus was on the fast cicada goo in Lin Dongfeng's body. He didn't have time to explain too much. Brother Lin, do you believe me? Looking at the doubt on Lin Dongfeng's face, Yang Ming smiled and asked. Of course I believe you. Lin Dongfeng said without hesitation. Then it's fine. Wait until I deal with the fast cicada goo, then I'll tell you the reason. Yang Ming said as he raised the silver needle again. Okay. Lin Dongfeng nodded and didn't ask any more. He stood there and let Yang Ming do what he wanted. This time, Yang Ming was more cautious than before. He was calculating the movement trajectory of the fast cicada goo. The moment Yang Ming made his move, the fast cicada goo had already run far away. So no matter how fast Yang Ming made his move, once Yang Ming saw it and transmitted it to his brain would send out a command signal. This couldn't be compared to the speed of the fast cicada goo. Even if Yang Ming was an assassin and was very good, Yang Ming couldn't make a move without delay. Since that was the case, Yang Ming gave up on the method of stabbing wherever he saw it. Instead, he calculated and simulated the movement speed of the fast cicada goo. This time, Yang Ming saw the position of the fast cicada goo. Then, like the previous two times, he stabbed the silver needle into Lin Dongfeng's body. Yang Ming's gaze was also fixed on the fast cicada goo. From this, Yang Ming could determine the distance. That was, from the time he saw the fast cicada goo to the time he inserted the silver needle into Lin Dongfeng's body, the fast cicada goo had already moved about 6 centimeters. This data was very important. Yang Ming only had to remember this data. The next time he inserted the silver needle, he just had to move the silver needle forward by 6 centimeters. Of course, this had to be done in a straight meridian. If it was a complicated meridian, the fast cicada goo might choose a fork in the meridian and walk away. Yang Ming didn't know which direction it would go because its movement trajectory had no pattern. But Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. There would be a time when you would walk in a straight meridian, right? You might be proud now, but in a while, you will be in Yang Ming's pocket. Sure enough, after a while, the fast cicada goo entered a straight meridian in Lin Dongfeng's body. Yang Ming saw the opportunity and made his move. He inserted the silver needle into Lin Dongfeng's meridian with a whoosh. However, the result this time still disappointed Yang Ming. It was only a few millimeters of deviation. Yang Ming still didn't use the silver needle to pierce the fast cicada goo. But Yang Ming had enough patience. If he couldn't do it once, then he would continue. Yang Ming was going to waste time with this fast cicada goo today. Let's see if it would go through such a straight meridian next time. However, the fast cicada goo seemed to be able to understand Yang Ming's thoughts. It really didn't go through such a straight meridian, so Yang Ming couldn't do anything. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. He just stared at it. Yang Ming didn't think this fast cicada goo had any intelligence. It was just a coincidence, so Yang Ming was waiting for the next opportunity. Finally, the opportunity came after more than an hour. Just when everyone didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do next, Yang Ming made his move again. This time, Yang Ming calculated the distance and inserted the silver needle directly into the fast cicada goo. The fast cicada goo that was moving at a high speed suddenly stopped. It couldn't move because of Yang Ming's silver needle. It's done. Yang Ming suddenly grinned and said with some joy. It's done? Lin Dongfeng was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. Yeah, we caught the fast cicada goo. Yang Ming smiled and said, Brother Lin, this time you don't have to lose your memory. Caught? Just like that? You used the silver needle to pierce it and killed the fast cicada goo? Lin Dongfang looked at Yang Ming in disbelief and asked. It didn't die. This little thing's vitality is very strong. Yang Ming glanced at the fast cicada goo in Lin Dongfang's body and said, Let's take this little thing out first. Not dead? Then don't kill it. Lan Ling quickly said to Yang Ming. The quick cicada goo was very rare. Lan Ling had never seen it before. Lan Ling naturally wanted to see this kind of strange voodoo to gain some knowledge. Perhaps, according to this quick cicada goo, the antidote of the quick cicada goo could be developed. Even if it couldn't, this little thing might be a trump card against Elder Yu. Therefore, Lan Ling stopped Yang Ming from killing the quick cicada goo. Oh, I wanted to give it another needle. Thank you for reminding me. Yang Ming smiled. Did you really catch the quick cicada goo? Lin Dongfang still didn't quite believe it. Can you take it out? Yes, but don't be afraid of pain. Yang Ming smiled and turned to look at Yi. Then he said, Yi, go and get me the scalpel. I will take this little thing out. Okay. Although Yi felt a little scared, she still followed Yang Ming's words. After a while, Yi took a scalpel and handed it to Yang Ming. Here. Yang Ming took the scalpel and smiled. Brother Lin, you bear with it. I am going to cut you. Huh. It's okay. Come on. However, Lin Dongfang smiled indifferently and said, I can still endure this pain. You underestimate me too much. Okay. Then I will cut it. Yang Ming nodded and didn't hesitate. He directly opened a small hole on the silver needle on Lin Dongfang's body. It was neither big nor small. It was just right. Yang Ming was also a master of using a knife. He had learned from Fang Tian for a long time and practiced for a long time. Therefore, Yang Ming's technique was not worse than Lin Dongfang's. See? Although Lin Dongfang said it nicely, there was still pain. He just didn't cry out. He frowned and saw that Yang Ming had already pulled out the silver needle. On the silver needle, there was a small worm moving around. It was obviously the quick cicada goo. Lin Dongfang, who saw this scene, forgot the pain for a while. He looked at Yang Ming in amazement. You really did it? It can't be? Am I dreaming? Come, pinch foster father again. See if foster father is dreaming. Father. Doesn't the wound on your body hurt? Said helplessly. Oh? Yes, it hurts. At this time, Lin Dongfang felt the pain from the wound, but he was very happy and said, Haha, I'm really not dreaming. Very good, very good. Father, be careful. Don't make the wound more serious. Took a bottle of wound medicine and handed it to Lin Dongfang. This was the wound medicine that Lin Dongfang made himself. The effect was excellent. After applying it to the wound, it could stop the bleeding instantly. After the wound healed, it would not leave a scar. Everyone was in this medicine valley. It was inevitable that they would get injured while collecting herbs. Therefore, Lin Dongfang made a lot of wound medicine for everyone to use together. Lin Dongfang took the wound medicine and applied it to the wound casually. He was also a doctor. Naturally, he knew that this degree of wound had little effect on people. With his own special medicine, it was naturally easy to heal. Yang Ming handed the silver needle in his hand to Lan Ling. Lan Ling was not afraid. He looked at the quick cicada goo in his hand with interest. On Lu Tianqi's side, he also had a lot of research on voodoo. At this time, he had already prepared a special container for cultivating voodoo and handed it to Lan Ling. Lan Ling threw the quick cicada goo into the container. The overbearing quick cicada goo in Lin Dongfang's body was quiet at this moment. It stayed quietly in the container and was very obedient. Little thing, wait for me to study you when I have time. Lan Ling gave the container to Lu Tianqi and motioned him to put it away first. Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, Qin Shaojing, and Yi did not expect that the quick cicada voodoo, which had been troubling Lin Dongfang for so long, was so easily solved by Yang Ming in one day. Not only did he solve it, but he also caught it alive. Ai. If I knew that you had such ability, I would have let you catch this little thing for me. I didn't have to wait until now. What a scam. Lin Dongfeng said with a wry smile, if I knew this, I wouldn't be in a hurry to write medical notes. I've been writing such a thick book these days. I'm so tired. Yeah, bro, if you had thought of this method earlier, I wouldn't have to suffer for so long. I'm not good at medicine, but I still learned medical skills for so long. It's really a scam. Lu Yezi also said with a bitter face. Haha. Lin Dongfeng listened to Lu Yezi's words and suddenly laughed, in that case, I don't have to suffer. However, I originally wanted to learn medical skills. I have learned a lot of things recently. I have to thank Brother Lin. Now, Brother Lin won't regret teaching me your unique skills, right? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What are you saying? You are my savior. What's the point of me teaching you something? Even if you didn't save me, if you wanted to learn, with our relationship, I would have taught you everything. Lin Dongfeng said, well, let's continue every day in the future. I will teach you medical skills, but you don't have to be so anxious. I will also contribute to the research of the goo poison. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. By the way, you haven't told me yet. How did you catch this quick cicada goo? Isn't it too magical? You only stabbed it twice and you got it? Lin Dongfeng asked curiously. This? I have to talk about it from my special ability. As Yang Ming said, he told Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, and Qin Shaojing about his X-ray vision. Lu Yezi, Xiaxia, and others knew about Yang Ming's ability. At this moment, there was no special reaction. However, Lin Dongfeng and others were amazed. They really didn't expect that Yang Ming was actually a psychic. Great! Lu Tianqi suddenly slapped his thigh and jumped up. Everyone was amazed by Yang Ming's special ability at this moment. Lu Tianqi suddenly stood up and shouted, which shocked everyone. What's wrong? What are you shouting for? Qin Shaojing looked at Lu Tianqi with some blame. She didn't know what he was shouting for. Yang Ming, you have this ability. It is very helpful for us to refine the goo poison. Lu Tianqi said, the reason why we often fail to refine the Jin Gang goo is that we can't see the situation in the petri dish. We can only wait for the time to open the petri dish. If we can observe the situation in the petri dish at all times, it is very important for refining the Jin Gang goo. Oh? You mean, you want me to use X-ray vision to see the situation inside? But X-ray and the like, can't it be done? Yang Ming asked slightly. No, the Jin Gang voodoo is very fragile in its initial stage. Any kind of radiation can kill it. Even a little electromagnetic interference can't be used. So, whether it's a camera or an X-ray, they can't be used. Lu Tianqi shook his head and said, this is one of the reasons why the Jin Gang voodoo is difficult to configure. We can't track it all the time. We can only wait slowly. When the time is right, we can open the device. If it works, we can. If it doesn't, we can't. So that's the case. Yang Ming nodded. If this is the case, then my ability can be of help. That's right, how could I forget about that? Lan Ling had long known about Yang Ming's ability, but she didn't think of this. After coming here, she followed the routine and studied the Jin Gang voodoo with Lin Dongfeng and Lu Tianqi. The method was also the previous method. Lan Ling didn't think that Yang Ming's ability could be improved. Now that she heard Lu Tianqi mention this, she suddenly patted her forehead and her eyes lit up. Haha, you should have said so earlier. Brother Yang Ming, with your addition, it seems that we really have hope to get out of this medicine valley and get rid of Elder Yu's restraints. Lin Dongfeng also laughed and said. It seemed that Lin Dongfeng was also very happy. Yang Ming, thank you so much for saving my foster father. Among them, the most excited one wasn't Lin Dongfeng himself, but Yi. Seeing that the quick cicada voodoo that her foster father was most worried about was solved, she sincerely thanked Yang Ming from the bottom of her heart. You don't have to thank me. It's just a small matter. Yang Ming said with a smile, you're treating me like an outsider. What are you talking about? You should call me Uncle Yang. Why are you calling me Yang Ming? Lin Dongfang stared and said, Yang Ming is my brother, so he is your uncle. Aren't you messing up the seniority? I. Yi was a little flustered by Lin Dongfang's words. She blushed and didn't know what to say. Haha, big brother Lin, this is where you are wrong. Yang Ming smiled and mediated, it's true that I am your brother, but Lu Yezi is also my underling. And Yi is now his girlfriend, so she is my sister-in-law. It is reasonable for her to call me big brother. If you don't let her call me big brother, then call me uncle. What do you want Lu Yezi to call me? This? Lin Dongfang thought that what Yang Ming said made sense. The seniority was a bit messed up. In the beginning, he agreed to Lu Yezi and Yi's matter with the intention of entrusting his will to them. He didn't think about the many intricate and complicated relationships in this matter because at that time, he was about to lose his memory. He couldn't even think about the serious matters. How could he have the time to think about these things? But now, the swift cicada goo had been removed, and he no longer lost his memory. He had no choice but to consider these problems. Haha, big brother Lin, let's do it this way. There is no conflict between us. Anyway, Yi is just your adopted daughter, not your biological daughter. This seniority is not so important, right? Yang Ming explained with a smile. You're right. Okay, then let's do it this way. We are still brothers. I don't care how Yi calls you. Lin Dongfang was not a rigid person. He asked Yi to change her previous address because he was afraid that Yang Ming would be unhappy after hearing it. After all, Yang Ming was now his savior. If Yang Ming was unhappy because of Yi's neglect, it would be a sin. But now, it seemed that Yang Ming didn't care about this, and Lin Dongfang was a person who didn't care about trifles. That's right. Yang Ming smiled and said, tonight, it seems that we have to celebrate again. Big brother Lin's swift cicada goo has been removed. There will be no more worries in the future. We can also study the Jin Gang goo and Vigor goo without worry. However, Tian Qi and Xiao Jing's voodoo hasn't been cured yet. Although Elder Yu will give them the antidote every once in a while, the feeling of being controlled by someone is really uncomfortable. Lin Dongfang said. I have also checked their goo poison. There is no danger. Lan Ling nodded and said. The voodoo that brother Tianqi and sister Xiao Jing were inflicted with was not the same as the voodoo that Yang Ming and I were inflicted with. It was one level lower than ours. Even if it had been there for a long time, it would not have any effect. I think Elder Yu learned to be smart because of your swift cicada goo, so he didn't give brother Tianqi and sister Xiao Jing the goo poison that has side effects. Oh? No problem? That's good. Lu Tianqi was relieved after hearing Lan Ling's words. Although I have dabbled in voodoo, the information that Elder Yu gave me is not complete. He is also afraid that I can get rid of the voodoo in my body and escape from his control. Yes, but me, Yang Ming, and the others have a bigger hatred with Elder Yu, so the goo poison he gave us has side effects. Fortunately, we have the super goo antidote pill, and Xia Shui can also remove it. Speaking of this, Lan Ling looked at Xia Shui with a deep meaning, which made Xia Shui's face turn red. Lan Ling continued, brother Tianqi and sister Xiaojing's goo poison can also be removed with the super goo antidote pill. This is not a problem. There are enough materials in the Medicine Valley to refine the super goo antidote pill. Although I can't refine it now, after a long period of experimentation, I should be able to refine it. If it really can't be done, after leaving the Medicine Valley, I will ask my grandmother or Grandpa Swa to help you refine it. The goo poison in your body is definitely not a problem. I see. That's good. Lu Tianqi was relieved. Then our next step is to focus on dealing with Elder Yu. Therefore, after the addition of Yang Ming, everyone's experiment progress was like adding wings to a tiger. In an instant, it became much faster. The speed of the experiment was faster, and the efficiency was naturally higher. As long as the goo poison entered the petri dish, through Yang Ming's observation, he could directly see whether the goo poison was successfully refined. There was no need to wait for the specified days to open the petri dish. In this way, under Yang Ming's X-ray vision, if it was not possible, they could change it. There was some progress on the Jin Gang goo. But there was still no progress on the Herculean goo. Although everyone now put a lot of energy into refining the Herculean voodoo, and only spent a little time refining the Vajra voodoo every day, after all, the Vajra voodoo had been studied for more than 10 years. They had accumulated a lot of experience. With Yang Ming's participation, the refining progress was much faster. The Herculean goo was different. Although Lan Ling had refined it for a period of time before, she did not succeed after all. The information in her hands was limited, and now it was still in the initial stage of exploration. Moreover, the Herculean voodoo was studied by 2 people together. Lan Ling was only one person now. She had to tell others about the situation and information of the Herculean voodoo. Naturally, the progress was much slower. The most important point was that the refining materials of the Jinggang voodoo were all complete. The establishment of this medicine valley could be said to be a priority for the refining service of the Jinggang voodoo. Therefore, the refining materials of the Jinggang voodoo were all available. Every year, Lin Dongfeng and others would plant a lot of medicinal materials for the refining of the Jinggang voodoo. But the Herculean voodoo was different. Although the medicinal materials needed for the Herculean voodoo could be found in this medicine valley, the quantity was much less. It couldn't withstand long-term testing. It was estimated that these medicinal materials would be used up after a few times. Therefore, the most urgent matter was that Lan Ling listed all the medicinal materials needed for the Herculean voodoo and increased the number of planting. However, planting medicinal materials wasn't something that could be done overnight. It required a period of growth and maturity. Therefore, although the focus of the research was on the Herculean voodoo every day, it was mostly around theoretical knowledge and not practical experiments. The Jinggang voodoo was different. There were experiments every day. The problem of the survival rate of the voodoo in the initial stage was successfully solved under Yang Ming's X-ray vision. Now, the refining of the Jinggang voodoo had officially entered the next step. The first step was the most important and the most difficult step. If the initial larva of the voodoo couldn't be cultivated, the subsequent work couldn't be carried out. The previous defective version of the Jinggang voodoo was also because the larva of the Jinggang voodoo couldn't be cultivated, so other methods were used to replace the cultivation of the larva. At first, the blood of wild dogs was used to sacrifice the larva of the voodoo, but Elder Yu made an ingenious change and used human blood. Although the effect was improved a lot, the voodoo was also much more evil. Lin Dongfeng was very unhappy, but there was no way to stop Elder Yu from sacrificing. But now, it was half successful. The next step was to continue to make this Jinggang voodoo into a mature voodoo. Of course, there were still many steps after that. However, since the first step was successful, then the following steps would not be so difficult. Day after day, month after month. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed since Yang Ming came to the medicinal valley. This half a year was neither long nor short. Although there was some progress in the refinement of the Jinggang goo, there was still no progress in the refinement of the Herculean goo. Fortunately, all the herbs needed for the Herculean venomous worm had been planted. The next problem was how to develop it. That night, Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xiaxue didn't sleep. The 3 of them lay in the open space of the medicine valley and looked up at the starry sky. It's been more than half a year. In the blink of an eye, I'd been in the medicine valley for more than half a year. I wonder how my family is doing. Yang Ming lamented. I've lost contact with my family. I wonder if Ming Yan and the rest are doing well. Do my parents miss me? Yang Ming, you're going to marry me tomorrow, but you're thinking about another woman today. It's so infuriating. Xiaxue snorted, but she wasn't unhappy. It could be heard that she wasn't angry. In fact, Xiaxue was also lamenting. She left for more than half a year. She didn't know when she could go back. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and held Xiaxue in his arms. Tomorrow was the day for him, Xiaxue, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu to get married. According to Lin Dongfeng, tomorrow was an auspicious day. He didn't know whether it was true or not, but in any case, the 3 couples were preparing to get married together. After getting along for more than half a year, Yang Ming and Xiaxue were no longer quarrelsome like before. The relationship between the 2 was also much more easygoing. The relationship between Xiaxue and Lan Ling was also good. It was time for them to get married. As for Lu Yezi and Yi, they also got along very well. There was also some meaning between the two of them, and they were just short of getting married. However, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu didn't have much to say. When the two of them just arrived at the Medicine Valley, they confirmed their relationship, so the two of them were also very supportive of getting married. Tonight, Lu Yezi, Yi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu would probably have a sleepless night. Everyone was getting married in this barren Medicine Valley. It was a little novel, but it was also a little miserable. There were no guests, no parents, and no family. This wedding was not a wedding at all. Yang Ming, do you think we can still go out? Although Xiaxue felt that in the Medicine Valley, she could spend the rest of her life with Yang Ming, but she actually wanted to go back. Her family and friends were not here. Everyone would miss them. Of course. Yang Ming smiled and said, in the beginning, the seemingly difficult Jin Gangu was already beginning to show results, right? Moreover, although the refining of the Jin Gangu was somewhat difficult, now, under Ling Ling's leadership, everyone has some preliminary results. The herbs in the Medicine Valley have also grown. It can be said that victory is in sight. And, I believe in you. Xiaxue nodded solemnly and suddenly smiled. Yang Ming, I really didn't expect that in the end, I would still marry you and let you become my long-term meal ticket. Haha. After listening to Xiaxue's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met Xiaxue. It seemed like it was just yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, Xiaxue was lying in his arms. You're still smiling. I really didn't expect. Xiaxue shook her head. Why? Are you regretting it? Asked Yang Ming. No, I'm just a little surprised, said Xiaxue. The next morning, under the auspices of Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, and Chen Shaojing, Yang Ming, Xiaxue, and Lan Ling were together. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were together. Lu Yezi and Yi were together. They were preparing to get married. Lan Ling was purely here to join in the fun. She said that she had not done the wedding ceremony and wanted to try how it felt. However, Xiaxue and Lan Ling's relationship was very good now. Naturally, she wouldn't mind. With Lan Ling accompanying her, she felt more at ease. Otherwise, she would be nervous to death. One must know that although this was different from a large-scale wedding, it was still considered a wedding here. How could Xiaxue not be nervous? This was a big event of a lifetime. Lu Yezi, Yi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu were also very nervous. There wasn't a magnificent wedding car, nor a luxurious wedding, but this simple Medicine Valley made everyone feel very warm. With heaven and earth as the witness and the sun and moon as the mediator, a wedding of this standard was not something most people could have. The auspicious time has arrived. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents, husband and wife bow to each other, entering the bridal chamber. Lin Dongfeng shouted at the top of his voice. Lin Dongfeng's voice was immediately met with bursts of laughter. There was no bridal chamber, just the villa from before. It was simply decorated and some flowers were placed at the door to act as the bridal chamber. The word happiness was also cut on paper. There was no ready-made product here. As for those festive gongs and drums, it was naturally impossible to have them. But this simple wedding made everyone feel that it was not bad, especially when the three couples were having a wedding together. It was very lively. As the saying goes, after a long drought comes rain, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. On the bridal chamber, on the golden roll. Of these four, Yang Ming already had two of them. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, he met Lu Tianqi, his god-brother in the Medicine Valley. If this was not meeting an old friend in a foreign land, then what was it? On the golden roll, Yang Ming was admitted to university. It was also considered to be on the golden roll. And on the other hand, although he did not encounter it, he got rid of Lin Dongfeng's venom for a long time. It was also considered to be rain after a long drought. Now, only the bridal chamber was left. Although Yang Ming had many wives, the ones who were really going to go through the wedding ceremony were Xiaxue and Lan Ling. Under such an atmosphere, it was inevitable that Yang Ming would be very excited. Lu Yezi carried Yi, Feng Tianlong carried Xiao Susu, and Yang Ming carried one in each hand, Lan Ling on the left and Xiaxue on the right. They ran to the bridal chamber together. In exchange, Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, and Qin Shaojing burst into laughter behind them. This was a happy day. After the wedding, they once again entered the intense research and development of the venom. The gene gang venom technology was getting more and more mature, and the Herculean venom was being researched with difficulty. Elder Yu came a few more times during this period, but he only put down some necessities and left. He was too lazy to ask about the research results. In the past, he asked a lot, but there was no progress. He did not expect to have any achievements in a short period of time. Elder Yu's attitude allowed Yang Ming and others to take advantage of the loophole. The success of the Jin Ganggu was in sight, but Elder Yu did not know. This was also the effect that Yang Ming and the others wanted. Jin Ganggu was refined. Even if it was the complete version of Jin Ganggu, after they consumed it, they probably couldn't do anything to Elder Yu. He might be able to escape, but it was hard to say whether he could fight head-on with Elder Yu. First of all, the incomplete version of Jin Ganggu that Elder Yu was currently cultivating was actually not much different from Jin Ganggu in terms of effect. It was just that there was a time limit. He could not let Jin Ganggu be effective all the time. Therefore, if they fought head-on, Elder Yu could still run if he couldn't win. Everyone was in an invincible state. No one could do anything to the other. Moreover, who knew if this Jin Ganggu had any loopholes or backdoors? If Elder Yu knew and everyone didn't, then it would not be fun. At that time, everyone was full of hope to deal with Elder Yu. If he knew the weakness of the Jin Ganggu, these people would be completely wiped out. Therefore, even if the Jin Ganggu was refined, everyone would not act rashly. They still had to wait for the Herculean strength Gu to be completed. Because in the records of Lan Miao village, the Herculean strength Gu was the nemesis of the Jin Ganggu. Only warriors who consumed the Herculean strength Gu could defeat the Jin Ganggu. However, no one knew what the warriors who consumed the Herculean strength Gu would be like. Because the records were not detailed, Lan Ling could only experiment slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. In the research room, there was good news. That was, the official version of the Jin Ganggu had been refined successfully. However, the quantity was limited. Although the initial materials of the Jin Ganggu were endless, the catalytic enzyme needed for the final step was provided by Elder Yu. It was said that it was passed down together with the refining information of the Jin Ganggu. There was only one small bottle, and it was extinct now. Therefore, although the larvae of the Jin Ganggu were cultivated, only a small portion of them could be successfully catalyzed and become the official version of the Jin Ganggu. This small portion of the Jin Ganggu was only enough for 3 people to consume. In other words, only 3 people could become the beneficiaries of the Jin Ganggu. Of course, this was not a hurry. After the Jin Ganggu was cultivated, they could put it aside first. Then, they could settle down and slowly cultivate the Herculean strength Gu. After everyone temporarily sealed the Jin Ganggu, all the work focus was on the development of the Herculean strength Gu. They hoped to develop the Herculean strength Gu as soon as possible. As the days passed, everyone had the experience of studying the Jin Ganggu. The Herculean strength Gu was actually not very difficult. The most important thing was still the catalytic enzyme. Just like the Jin Ganggu, for the complete refinement of the Herculean strength Gu, it also required an activation catalytic enzyme. Without the catalytic enzyme, it was impossible. This catalytic enzyme was not fortunately passed down like the Jin Ganggu. This depended on everyone's configuration, so the difficulty of the work could be seen at once. This was quite difficult. Therefore, everyone's research focus was on the catalytic enzyme. Yang Ming also had some achievements now because he had learned medical skills. Naturally, he also participated in it and planned to contribute. Of course, the cultivation of the Gu worm could not be taken lightly. Both were carried out at the same time. Everyone had rich experience, and the speed of the research was naturally faster. On this day, there was finally some progress on the Herculean strength Gu. The Gu worm of the Herculean strength Gu had been successfully cultivated. Now, it was the research of the catalytic enzyme. Elder Yu came a few more times, but everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't show anything. Elder Yu naturally left without any doubt. It was not that Elder Yu trusted these people so much that he did not install some monitoring equipment in the Medicine Valley to monitor everyone. It was because he was afraid that Yang Ming and the others in the Medicine Valley would contact the outside world, so he blocked the radio signal here. Therefore, even if he installed the monitoring equipment himself, he could not transmit a signal. In this way, it was convenient for Yang Ming and the others to do some little tricks behind the scenes, and Elder Yu naturally would not find anything. Finally, with everyone's efforts, the catalytic enzyme of the Herculean strength goo was successfully refined. This was great news, and everyone was very happy. Although it was only a successful refinement, it did not mean that it could be used after success. It also did not mean that the voodoo of the Herculean strength goo could be refined after using it. However, this was a good start. This was also half the success. How could everyone not be happy? So in the evening, under the advocacy of Yang Ming, everyone held a small banquet to celebrate. At the banquet, everyone drank a lot of wine. Although the wine was brewed by themselves, it was not intoxicating. Everyone was happy. It was likely that success was in front of them. So this night, everyone was drunk in the end. They slept in the open air on the open space of the Medicine Valley. However, the next thing was not smooth. Under the effect of the catalytic enzyme, the Herculean voodoo failed several times. The concentration of the catalytic enzyme also had a high requirement. The catalytic enzyme of the Jin Gang voodoo was preconfigured. There was only one bottle, and it was handed down from a long time ago. So as long as it was added, then it could be refined into the Jin Gang voodoo. However, the catalytic enzyme of the Herculean voodoo was different. The concentration and dilution had to be adjusted by themselves. Even the slightest deviation was not allowed. However, at this level of research, everyone would not be too anxious. One day, the research would be successful, so there was no need to be too anxious. It would be a mistake because of short-sightedness. At the same time, in a house in Songjiang City, two people were sitting in front of a computer. These two people were Dong Jun and Huang Yukai. The two people had opened their hearts and talked about each other's matters. Huang Yukai also knew Dong Jun's difficulties and the many reasons why he gave up dealing with Yang Ming. Dong Jun also knew Huang Youcai's current thoughts. There was no hatred in Huang Youcai's heart, and he had become a normal person. His only hope was to let his sister, Huang Lele, live a happy life, but the premise was that Yang Ming could return safely. Therefore, Huang Yukai was particularly concerned about Yang Ming's safety. At this moment, Dong Jun was chatting with Dr. Benjamin. "Falcon, how have you been recently? Is there any news of the little girl in Sunsiko?" Dr. Benjamin's question was almost the same as every time. It was mechanical. "Doctor, you also know that after they left Songjiang City, they should not have come back. I have tried my best to monitor them, but there is no news." Dong Jun lied directly. I know. You just do your job." Dr. Benjamin said faintly. "Yes. I understand." Dong Jun replied. "By the way, aren't you going to deal with Yang Ming? How are you handling it?" asked Dr. Benjamin suddenly. "Ah?" Dong Jun was stunned. He did not expect Dr. Benjamin to suddenly ask about this matter. He was a little caught off guard. However, Dr. Benjamin could not see Dong Jun's expression through the computer screen. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him not to reveal any flaws. "Doctor, I haven't done anything to him recently. I've obeyed your orders and temporarily put aside my personal grudges. I haven't done anything to Yang Ming." Dong Jun replied. "Oh, what is Yang Ming doing now?" Dr. Benjamin continued to ask. Dong Jun looked at the question on the screen strangely and quickly replied, "Doctor, I'm sorry, I need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back." "Well, you go ahead. We'll talk about it when you come back." Dr. Benjamin did not seem to suspect that Dong Jun was lying to him. "Yukai, help me analyze it. Why is Dr. Benjamin suddenly interested in Yang Ming? In the past, when I took the initiative to mention it, he didn't want me to trouble Yang Ming. Why did he suddenly mention this today? This? I don't quite understand it because I'm not very familiar with Dr. Benjamin. My impression of him comes from your description." Huang Yukai smiled bitterly. "But I think since he asked you this, he should be interested in something about Yang Ming, or he found something." "Found what?" It can't be, right? He found out that I want to betray him? Dong Jun asked. This is hard to say, but the possibility is not high. Huang Yukai shook his head. But I think that if he asks you something, you should answer normally. Don't hide it. Let's see what Dr. Benjamin means first. All right. Dong Jun nodded and pretended to have just returned from the toilet. He said to Dr. Benjamin, Doctor, I'm back. What did you just ask? Yang Ming? Yes, what has Yang Ming been doing recently? Do you have any news about him? Asked Dr. Benjamin. Before that, I always wanted to deal with him, so I cooperated with a person called Elder Yu. Dong Jun did not hide it as Huang Yukai said. He told the plan to deal with Yang Ming to Elder Yu. After that, he went to Miaojiang to deal with Elder Yu. So, he is not on your side now, but he went to Miaojiang, asked Dr. Benjamin. This is the case. He has been gone for half a year, said Dong Jun then. Do you have any news about him? Did Elder Yu successfully deal with him? Asked Dr. Benjamin. This? I don't know. Since you didn't let me continue to deal with Yang Ming, I thought about using Elder Yu to teach Yang Ming a lesson. I didn't know the specific result. Said Dong Jun. I haven't been in contact with Elder Yu recently. I really don't know. Oh, then you contact him and ask if Yang Ming is still alive, said Dr. Benjamin. Okay, no problem, but doctor, why are you suddenly interested in Yang Ming? Asked Dong Jun inexplicably. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, replied Dr. Benjamin. Dong Jun was very depressed, but he still replied, yes. However, it's okay to tell you this. I received news that Yang Ming has some special abilities, which are superpowers. It seems to have something to do with the glasses we are looking for. For the specific situation, I haven't found the exact evidence here. I am investigating Yang Ming, so I want you to understand it first, said Dr. Benjamin. What? Yang Ming? He has superpowers? Dong Jun was stunned and said, okay, then I will ask. Dong Jun didn't know whether Yang Ming had superpowers, but since Yang Ming could join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and be valued by the people of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, he naturally had Yang Ming's abilities. So, Dong Jun would believe that Yang Ming really had any superpowers. However, Dr. Benjamin is going to deal with Yang Ming? Is this good or bad for me? Dong Jun frowned. He was somewhat happy and worried. On the one hand, if Dr. Benjamin wanted to deal with Yang Ming, then Yang Ming had to be an enemy of Dr. Benjamin. As for helping him get away from the central control, it was also equivalent to helping Dr. Benjamin. It was a convenient thing. But on the other hand, Yang Ming was Dong Jun's trump card to deal with Dr. Benjamin. If Dr. Benjamin figured out Yang Ming's details early, how could he win by surprise? When Yang Ming's weakness was also known by him, wouldn't Dong Jun be at a disadvantage? I just heard about it. I haven't gotten the specific information yet, so you should help me investigate it. Dr. Benjamin said, haven't you fought with Yang Ming so many times? Don't you know if Yang Ming has any special abilities? This? I really didn't pay attention to it. Dong Jun was telling the truth. He wasn't lying. When I fought with him, I only knew that he was the apprentice of the King of Assassins, Feng Tian. The next generation of King of Assassins is very powerful. But other than that, I really don't know what other abilities he has. Well, no matter what, you should investigate first. Dr. Benjamin said, I will also start investigating. Okay, no problem. Dong Jun said, I will try to contact the people around Yang Ming to see if there is any situation. Okay, but you have to be careful. Don't let anyone find any flaws. Dr. Benjamin reminded, if there is any flaw, even if you die, don't say anything about Central. Don't worry, Dr. Benjamin. I will be careful. Dong Jun was very happy. During this period of contact with the people around Yang Ming, he had a feeling of anxiety. He was afraid that if he contacted more, Dr. Benjamin would suspect something. But now, it was good. He could contact them casually, and he didn't have to worry that Dr. Benjamin would find anything unusual. Thinking of this, Dong Jun continued, Yang Ming and I are brothers. No one will be suspicious if we go around. That's good. Dr. Benjamin said, that's it for now. Contact me at any time. You should also contact Elder Yu and see if there is any news about Yang Ming. Okay, I will contact him in a while. Dong Jun said. Shortly after Dong Jun's words, the network connection over there was disconnected. Obviously, Dr. Benjamin went to do other things. Dong Jun also took a deep breath. I don't know what is wrong with Dr. Benjamin. I heard that Yang Ming has special abilities, and it is related to glasses. I have to find a way to divert his attention. Otherwise, the more he knows about Yang Ming, the more disadvantageous it is. This is hard to say, but you shouldn't be too obvious. Otherwise, Dr. Benjamin will be suspicious. Huang Yukai suggested. I understand. Dong Jun nodded. Dr. Benjamin will report some news about Yang Ming. Let him feel that with him is an insignificant person with him, he will give up the investigation. Otherwise, it will be a bit difficult. This is the only way, said Huang Yukai. Next, Dong Jun's phone call was called to Elder Yu. He was ready to ask about Yang Ming's news. During this time, Dong Jun had disappeared. He almost didn't call to ask him to deal with Yang Ming. This made Elder Yu relieved. After all, Dong Jun wanted to kill Yang Ming. Elder Yu couldn't do it yet. Yang Ming was now studying the Jin Gang voodoo for him. Why would Elder Yu kill Yang Ming at this time? So it was better if Dong Jun didn't call to urge him. But at the same time, Elder Yu was a little lost. He finally caught Yang Ming and got Yang Ming to do things for him. This was something worth showing off. He wanted to show off to Dong Jun, but Dong Jun seemed to be indifferent. This made Elder Yu very hurt. Just as he was depressed, Dong Jun's phone call came, and it made Elder Yu's spirit lift. I say, behind-the-scenes boss, you haven't contacted me for a while. What happened today? Why did you suddenly call me? Elder Yu picked up the phone and asked. Elder Yu, I don't have an opponent here. I'm a little bored. I suddenly missed Yang Ming, so I called to ask you. How is my opponent now? Dong Jun asked lazily. You ask Yang Ming. He is still the same. I caught him to study voodoo. Why? You don't have an opponent, so you feel a little uncomfortable? Elder Yu showed off his ability in front of Dong Jun and felt very refreshed. After all, Elder Yu had failed repeatedly before, and he had been despised by Dong Jun. At this time, there was an opportunity, naturally, he had to boast more. I made your opponent work as a coolie. I'm really sorry. There is nothing to be sorry about. Why? Haven't you killed him yet? Asked Dong Jun. Kill him? Such a good coolie. If I kill him, he will be gone. How can I kill him? Elder Yu asked, aren't you lonely without an opponent? Why do you still want me to kill him? Oh, whether you kill him or not, he is trapped at your place. It has little to do with me. I can't see him, and I can't show off anything, so you might as well kill him directly. Dong Jun said this deliberately. He was a very observant person. After listening to Elder Yu's tone, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Yang Ming for the time being, so he deliberately said this to further test Elder Yu's tone. Kill him, and you will be my coolie? Elder Yu was still a little afraid of Dong Jun. He could joke, but Elder Yu didn't dare to really go against him because he knew that there seemed to be a big force behind Dong Jun. This force also had strength that was not inferior to the power of Elder Yu's Jin Gang voodoo. Therefore, he still didn't dare to speak too harshly to Dong Jun, except for cooperation. I want to, but the person behind me won't let me. Dong Jun smiled. Your Jin Gang voodoo, haven't you researched it yet? No, how can it be so fast? Elder Yu said, how about this? If you have nothing to do and want to show your victory posture in front of Yang Ming, come and play. I will take you to see Yang Ming's coolie. In fact, Elder Yu just wanted to show off his strength and his attitude as a victor. Yang Ming was not caught by Dong Jun. What could Dong Jun show? Forget it. Dong Jun was ecstatic, but he pretended not to care on the surface. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. What can I show if I go? Haha, I really don't mean anything else. If you don't want to come, don't accuse a good person. Elder Yu stopped talking and smiled bitterly. Let me think about it. Dong Jun originally wanted to see Yang Ming and see if he could help Yang Ming. He wanted to act as an insider to deal with Elder Yu. However, Dr. Benjamin did not speak, so he did not dare to leave at will. Therefore, he could only patronize Elder Yu first. Okay, if you don't have any interest at that time, you can come to my place as a guest. Looking at Yang Ming's current coolie, it's actually quite refreshing. Elder Yu said, after all, we are also old partners and old partners. Okay, let me think about it. If there is nothing else, I will go. Dong Jun's words seemed to agree, but in fact, it sounded like he did not agree. Okay, I will wait for you. Elder Yu also heard Dong Jun's patronizing, so he did not force him and said with some regret. After hanging up the phone, Dong Jun laughed, ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect that Elder Yu actually invited me to see Yang Ming. This is a great thing. Yeah, if you go, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Elder Yu, but for this matter, you have to consider the Central and Dr. Benjamin's reaction. Secondly, you can't be too anxious. If you are too anxious, you won't be able to achieve the effect. You have to wait until Elder Yu wants you to go, then you can use your means. He won't be on guard. Huang Yukai said, if you go now, he will definitely be on guard against you. That's right. Dong Jun nodded and said, during this time, I will often call Elder Yu and get to know each other better. This is a good idea. Huang Yukai also nodded. In the Medicine Valley, Yang Ming naturally didn't know that so many things were happening outside. He also didn't know that Dong Jun had actually turned over a new leaf and was plotting with him to kill Elder Yu. Because Yang Ming's energy was mainly on the refining of the Hercules voodoo. Ignoring the difficulties, another month passed in a blink of an eye. The Hercules voodoo was finally successfully refined under the full efforts of Yang Ming and others. However, following that, there was a very serious problem. That was, although the Hercules voodoo was successfully refined, it could not be taken casually. It must be nourished with a nutrient solution to exert the effect of the Hercules voodoo. On the contrary, if the Hercules voodoo was poisoned without the nutrient solution, not only it could not exert the effect of the Hercules voodoo, but it would also be weak. The Hercules voodoo devour all the nutrients in the body and slowly die. Who dared to experiment with such a scary voodoo poison? In the absence of the nutrient solution, who would dare to try it casually? Therefore, Yang Ming and others didn't feel the joy of researching the vigor voodoo at all. Instead, they felt a deep worry. Now, the next step was to find a suitable nutrient solution for the Herculean venom. Therefore, the people who were just ready to breathe a sigh of relief once again immersed themselves in the research and development. A variety of nutrient solutions were developed and placed in the test equipment of the Hercules voodoo. However, some of them did not have any effect. Instead, they directly poisoned the Hercules voodoo to death. Some of them had no effect. Although they could not poison the Hercules voodoo to death, the Hercules voodoo would die when the time was up. It was useless. There were only a few nutrient solutions that could let the Hercules voodoo live for a few more hours. But these few hours had no effect. Because no matter how much nutrient solution was added, it could only let the Hercules voodoo live for 1 or 2 more hours. It could not let it live for another minute or second. It seems that these ordinary nutrient solutions that we have developed are not suitable. Yang Ming sighed and said, we can only think of other ways. During the break, Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Yeah, ordinary nutrient solutions have no effect on this Hercules voodoo. Lan Ling said, but for the time being, we can't think of other ways. Lu Tianqi was playing with the small bottle that contained the quick cicada voodoo. These few days, he had developed an interest in the quick cicada voodoo. When he had nothing to do, he liked to study the quick cicada voodoo. He wanted to see if he could understand the principle of the quick cicada voodoo. The quick cicada voodoo, this little thing, actually had a tenacious vitality. After being pricked by Yang Ming, nothing happened. The needle was removed, and it lived very well. However, in the bottle, the quick cicada voodoo secreted a thick layer of transparent liquid. He did not know what it was for. Lu Tianqi had nothing to do, so he used a dropper to extract some of the transparent liquid. He wanted to study what it was. After all, this quick cicada voodoo could secrete things without eating or drinking. Moreover, it lived very well. This made Lu Tianqi very puzzled. How did this quick cicada voodoo live? Of course, this kind of strange voodoo could not be judged with common sense. Therefore, Lu Tianqi studied it as a form of entertainment. What is that? Do you want to put it in the petri dish of the Herculean voodoo? Yang Ming saw that the quick cicada voodoo was living very well, and there was this transparent liquid in the bottle, so he suddenly said this. After Lu Tianqi heard Yang Ming's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, he really dripped the transparent liquid in the dropper into the petri dish of the Herculean voodoo. Then, he extracted some of the liquid and prepared to put it into the instrument for testing. No one cared about this matter. However, the next day, when everyone was about to continue studying the new petri dish, they found that the Herculean voodoo that was dripped into the petri dish with the transparent liquid yesterday was living very well. Not only did it not die, but it was even more active. Everyone was dumbfounded by the phenomenon in front of them. They did not expect such a situation to occur. The transparent liquid secreted by the quick cicada voodoo could actually be used as a nutrient for the Herculean voodoo. Although it sounded unimaginable, the goo poison was a very unimaginable thing. Even Lan Ling couldn't explain many of the principles behind it. Therefore, everyone was very happy about this important discovery. Lu Tianqi quickly extracted some transparent liquid and put it into the petri dish of the Herculean voodoo. He was prepared to see the results tomorrow. As a result, the next day, they found that the Herculean voodoo was still living very happily. If it was in the past, the Herculean venomous worm would have died long ago. In other words, it could be deduced that the transparent liquid secreted by the swift cicada goo was the nutrient that nourished the Herculean goo. As long as he continued to confirm it over a long period of time, he could completely confirm this conjecture. Thinking of this possibility, everyone was happy again. Every day, they happily observed the survival of the Herculean venomous insect. After nearly half a month of testing, it was now basically certain that the transparent liquid secreted by the swift cicada goo was the nutrient that nourished the Herculean goo. As for the Herculean goo, when they were not activated, just one drop of the nutrient liquid was enough to sustain their survival. However, if you open the container containing the Herculean venomous worms and disturb their tranquility, they will become active. This is the time when the nutrient solution will be consumed the most. One could clearly see with the naked eye that the nutrient liquid was quickly devoured by these goo worms. If a new nutrient solution was not added or the lid of the container was closed to allow the parasites to regain their peace, then these parasites would quickly devour their own kind until they died. In such a frightening situation, no one dared to experiment on a real person. No one could guarantee what would happen to the Herculean strength goo after it was swallowed. If it was not maintained by the swift cicada goo secretion, what would happen? Therefore, after a unanimous discussion, everyone decided to use animals instead of humans for the experiment. Therefore, during these days, everyone began to let pigs, dogs, chickens, ducks, white mice, and other animals take the Herculean goo. Then, they began to observe these animals that took the Herculean goo. After a long period of observation and experiment, they came to a conclusion. That was, the animals that had taken the Herculean venomous insect could live a normal life every day without any problems. However, once a fight broke out between them, for example, a dog and a cat, the dog would become extremely strong and could kick the cat to death with one kick. On the other hand, if the cat that had consumed the Herculean venomous worm had the upper hand, it could also kick a wolf to death. From this, it could be seen that the role of the Herculean voodoo was very powerful. It could almost make animals become extremely strong. Of course, this was only a benefit. Similarly, there were benefits and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that after these animals activated the Herculean worm in their bodies, although they became extremely strong, they would soon become dispirited and unable to even crawl. They would lie on the ground, and no matter what they ate or did, they could hardly move. This kind of situation made Yang Ming and the others even more shocked after seeing it. In that case, who would dare to casually consume the Herculean venomous insect? And everyone randomly fed the nutrient liquid secreted by the swift cicada goo to a few animals with this condition. And the animals that took the nutrient liquid instantly became active. Their vitality returned, and they became as lively as before. As for those animals that didn't take the nutrient solution, they would slowly walk towards death. The animals that took the nutrient solution were lively again. And according to the species of the animals, these animals that took the nutrient solution could activate the Herculean venomous insect for another 5 times. And after that, they would return to their previous state, unable to move at all. It could be seen that the Herculean venomous insect needed to be used with the nutrient solution. If it wasn't used with the nutrient solution, then after consuming it, the only thing left would be death. But this nutrient solution was secreted by the swift cicada goo. Not to mention the small amount, they couldn't carry the swift cicada goo with them all the time, right? What if the swift cicada goo ran away, died, or something else happened? This Herculean venomous insect was powerful, but who would dare to consume it? So, after understanding the principle of the Herculean venomous insect, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Who would dare to eat this kind of thing? Why don't I eat it? Feng Tianlong was the first to volunteer. He stood up and said, everyone knows about Susu's situation. So, if I eat the Herculean venomous insect, then I'll just die in the future. It's not a big deal. What kind of joke is this? Before Feng Tianlong could finish, Yang Ming rejected him. Didn't you and Susu plan to have a child? If you die, what will happen to your child? What are you thinking? I don't agree. This? Feng Tianlong didn't think so much before. Now that Yang Ming reminded him, he hesitated. That's right, he had a child. If he ate the Herculean venomous insect and died, what would happen to his child? Okay, that's enough. Don't do this kind of thing that you don't have confidence in. Yang Ming said decisively, I suggest that our next goal is to analyze the nutrient solution secreted by the swift cicada goo and find a way to breed and replace it in batches. Before we find a way to replace it, we can't just randomly eat the Herculean venomous insect. Isn't this a joke? Without the nutrient solution, we can only wait for death. I think it's better to let Elder Yu eat the Herculean venomous insect. Yang Ming is right, we can't be reckless. Lin Dongfang nodded and agreed, since we've been waiting for so long, a few more days won't make a difference. Let's study it a little more, maybe we can find a replacement for the nutrient solution. I agree with Yang Ming too. Lu Tianqi said, we've already achieved unimaginable results, a few more days won't make a difference. Let's study the composition of the nutrient solution first. It's best not to do such a risky thing. We need to play it safe. Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi had the same point of view. The others were Yang Ming's team members, so they followed Yang Ming's lead. Since everyone had decided, the next step was to study the nutrient solution secreted by the swift cicada goo. So, everyone was busy again, but everyone's hearts were full of confidence. Before Yang Ming came, everyone had lost their confidence. But now, not only was the research on the gene gangu successful, but the Herculean venomous insect was also successful. The only problem was the nutrient solution. Elder Yu still didn't know that Yang Ming and others had achieved such a significant result. He thought that they hadn't found anything yet, so he still sent them some daily necessities every once in a while. He didn't even show up, only sending a subordinate to deliver things to Yang Ming. As for the research progress, he was too lazy to ask. There had been no progress for so many years. It had only been half a year. Could there be any results? Elder Yu didn't believe it. Therefore, he still did what he should do. He didn't care much about the research progress of Yang Ming and others in the Medicine Valley at all. After the research of Yang Ming, Lu Tianqi, Lan Ling, and others, they found that the liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo was actually a kind of goo poison. If there was a large amount, it could cause dementia. Only when the amount was just right could it be used as a nutrient for the Herculean goo. In other words, this nutrient liquid could not be eaten casually. It could not be eaten too much or too little. It could only be eaten just enough every time to maintain the activity of the Herculean goo in the body. Otherwise, it would either become an idiot or be devoured by the Herculean goo. This was a breakthrough research development, but this development was not very helpful to everyone. The reason was very simple. Everyone still did not dare to try the Herculean goo. Who dared to eat this kind of goo poison? In the following days, everyone's research focus was still on the nutrient liquid of the Herculean goo. The amount of nutrient liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo was not only small, but it also had great side effects. It could not be taken too much at a time. This brought great inconvenience to the user of the Herculean goo. This was because if he could only take a small amount of the nutrient solution, that was to say, he could only let the Herculean venomous worm take effect once to 5 times. After that, his entire body would be paralyzed and limp on the ground without a trace of strength. This was a fatal flaw in battle. If the nutrient liquid was suddenly used up while fighting with the enemy, and the activity of the Herculean goo was gone, then he could only become a paralyzed person lying on the ground. Wasn't that waiting to be killed by the enemy? Therefore, this nutrient liquid was quite undesirable. They couldn't drink the nutrient liquid in the middle of a battle, right? Moreover, after everyone's research, they found that after the nutrient liquid left the main body of the quick cicada goo, if it was not with the main body of the quick cicada goo, then it would lose its activity after dozens of hours, and the nutrient liquid would lose its effect. In this way, the difficulty of taking it increased. Who could use a dropper to extract a little of the quick cicada goo's nutrient liquid during a battle? Firstly, he didn't have the time. Secondly, if he was attacked by the enemy during the extraction process, wouldn't he be done for? If the swift cicada goo's vessel was broken and the swift cicada goo escaped, then the person who was hit by the Herculean goo could only wait for death. Such a dangerous thing was simply not feasible. Thus, everyone's research direction was to find other nutrient fluids to replace the nutrient fluids secreted by the fast cicada goo. However, even though they were all experienced experts, it was still extremely difficult for them to find the nutrient solution. This was because the liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo was an active liquid. It was similar to another type of goo poison. It was not something that could be replaced by ordinary medicinal liquid. Furthermore, there was no way to analyze the composition of the liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo. This was a liquid that was similar to goo poison. How could there be any components to analyze? Therefore, under such circumstances, it was basically equivalent to everyone's experiments coming to a halt. Everyone simply wasn't in a hurry to study it. They temporarily stopped and slowly looked for a replacement for the nutrient solution. They wanted to see if there was anything that could have the same effect as this nutrient solution. While everyone was looking for a replacement for the nutrient solution, there were 2 good news in the Medicine Valley. That was, Xiaosusu and Yi were both pregnant. Yang Ming, Xiaoshui, and Lan Ling discussed for a while. They didn't want a child for the time being. They planned to talk about it when they went back. After all, Yang Ming and Lan Ling were the main forces in the study of voodoo. If Lan Ling was pregnant, it was impossible to study these things. Xiaoshui and Lan Ling were not pregnant, so she couldn't be special. Therefore, the 2 of them discussed that they would talk about it after returning to Songjiang City. When Lin Dongfeng heard that Yi was pregnant, he couldn't stop smiling. In addition to studying voodoo every day, he studied how to adjust Yi and Susu's body. Then, he thought about what name to give to his grandson. Although Lu Yezi and Yi both felt that it was a bit too early to study this, after all, she was just pregnant. She didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl. How could she study the naming problem? However, Lin Dongfeng was happy about it, and no one could disturb his mood. Regarding Xiaosusu and Yi's pregnancy, it was naturally impossible to hide it from Elder Yu because Yang Ming wanted to ask Elder Yu for some necessities for pregnant women. Elder Yu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this matter. He didn't seem to care at all. In his opinion, Yang Ming and the others could do whatever they wanted in the Medicine Valley. It had nothing to do with him whether they had children or not. What he cared about was the Jin Gang voodoo. As long as they didn't refine the Jin Gang voodoo, these people wouldn't be able to leave the Medicine Valley. However, in order to appease Yang Ming and the others so that they could study the Herculean voodoo with peace of mind, Elder Yu sent some people to deliver some necessities for pregnant women. At the same time, he also sent some nutritional supplements for Yi and Susu. Whatever Elder Yu gave, Yang Ming naturally wanted it. He didn't refuse it, and he gratefully said to the people sent by Elder Yu that he would try his best to study the Jin Gang voodoo as soon as possible. Regarding this, Elder Yu didn't believe it. He knew Yang Ming too well. This kid would definitely play tricks when he had the chance. But in the current situation, Elder Yu was confident that Yang Ming couldn't play any tricks. In the Medicine Valley, it was almost impossible to get out without the help of modern machinery. Unless it was those people who had the ability to fly and walk on walls. However, those people usually didn't show up. They were almost isolated from the secular world, so Elder Yu wasn't worried about this. With the appearance of two expectant mothers, the Medicine Valley also became lively. Every day, everyone only spent the morning studying the nutrient replacement for the Herculean voodoo. In the afternoon, Yang Ming would bring everyone to the jungles and streams in the Medicine Valley to pick some fresh fruits for them to eat. As for Lanling and Xiaxia, they curiously asked Yi and Susu about their experiences and feelings of pregnancy. They had to go through this step in the future. At this time, when they saw others pregnant, they naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to ask for advice. Originally, the days passed peacefully, but one day, Yang Ming found a strange spring. This was the furthest place from where Yang Ming lived in the Medicine Valley. It was almost from the edge of one diameter to the other. If they continued forward, they would reach the end of the Medicinal Valley. It was behind a huge mountain. And the location of that strange mountain spring was directly behind this mountain. In the past, no one had come to such a faraway location, but because they wanted to find a substitute for the nutrient solution, they had no choice but to travel further and further. They ate all the exotic flowers and herbs in the Medicine Valley to try the method of preparing the nutrient solution. However, most of the exotic flowers and herbs in the Medicine Valley were tried, but there was still no solution. None of the exotic flowers and herbs could keep the vigor goo active. For the time being, it seemed that the nutrient solution of the swift cicada goo could not be replaced. Although there was an electric scooter in the Medicine Valley, because of the size of the Medicine Valley, even if they took an electric scooter, it would take a day to reach the end. And this was without stopping. After all, the speed of the electric scooter was not fast. It was just the most ordinary electric scooter. It could not be compared with a car at all, and it could not be compared with a hybrid car that used electricity. So this time, everyone went to the edge of the Medicine Valley to find a substitute for the vigor goo. They simply treated it as a trip. They drove two electric scooters, one driven by Yang Ming, and the other driven by Lu Yezi. They saw a lot of scenery along the way. At night, they slept in the car or on the ground in the open. They had a lot of fun. Anyway, it was spring all year round here. The climate was pleasant, so they did not have to worry about catching a cold. Everyone was an expert in biology. They had their own means of repelling mosquitoes, so they did not have to worry about being bitten by mosquitoes. The end of the Medicine Valley is in front. Lu Tianji introduced to Yang Ming, "We only came here once when we first came to the Medicine Valley. After that, we never came here again because of the remote location and the lack of rare herbs, so we never came here again." "What is behind this mountain?" Yang Ming pointed to the steep mountain wall and asked. "Behind this mountain is not the boundary of Miaojiang. In fact, we are now out of the boundary of Miaojiang. Behind this mountain, I heard that there is a small mountain village called West Star Mountain Village. However, the villagers there have never climbed over this mountain. The back of this mountain is too steep. If you fall, you will fall to your death. Moreover, there are many wild beasts on the mountain. We often come here and can pick up the corpses of the wild beasts that fell to their deaths. Look over there. Isn't there a wild boar that fell down, and it is still fresh? Our lunch is here." Lin Dongfang smiled and pointed at something not far away. "So that's how it is." Yang Ming nodded. "If there's no signal here, is there no signal in West Star Mountain Village?" "It's possible. There are no cell phone base stations here, but there should be satellite phones. However, in that kind of small town, how many people can afford satellite phones?" Lin Dongfang smiled and said, "In fact, I've only heard about it. I haven't even seen it once in my life." Yang Ming used his special ability, and through the mountain, he saw a small village on the opposite side of the mountain. The village was not very prosperous, and every family relied on farming for a living. There were also some hunters who hunted in the mountain, but they were all near the foot of the mountain. This mountain was really too high, and no one would go deep into the mountain. It was too dangerous. There were also more beasts on this mountain. Yang Ming withdrew his special ability. Even if he knew that there was a small town on the opposite side, it was useless. Yang Ming sighed and turned to look at Lu Tianqi. This medicine valley is surrounded by mountains. There is no gap or anything. Can we get out? Yang Ming knew that Lu Tianqi and Lin Dongfeng had probably checked around several times in the beginning and didn't find a way out, but he still couldn't help but ask with some unwillingness. Yes, there are cliffs on all sides. This is a natural valley. If you don't use a modern helicopter or lifting equipment, it is impossible to go up. Lu Tianqi said, unless there is a legendary martial arts master who can leap onto the roof and walk on the wall. Then if we take the Herculean voodoo, isn't it equivalent to being a martial arts master? Yang Ming said with a smile, if we have extraordinary strength, we can hook our claws into the stone wall of the cliff, and then we can go up step by step, right? What's the difference between this and a martial arts master? That's true. If we also take the Jin Gang voodoo, then we will become inferior to swords and spears. It is similar to the legendary Golden Bell Iron Mantle in the martial arts world. We also have the Iron Sand Palm and Jin Gang Finger, so we are really no different from those martial arts masters. Lu Yezi also nodded and said, these two voodoo are really good things. After eating them, we will become masters. Good things, do you dare to eat them? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and asked, the Jin Gang voodoo is better. After you eat the Herculean voodoo, let's see what you can do in the future. Ugh, hee hee. Lu Yezi laughed twice and said, am I not just saying it casually? But when we find a nutrient replacement for the quick cicada voodoo, can't we take the Herculean voodoo? That depends on what the replacement is and whether it can be mass-produced and carried around. Otherwise, there will still be problems. Yang Ming considered it more thoroughly. This is also true. Lu Yezi nodded. Today, let's roast the wild boar here, right? Tomorrow, let's go to other places. You guys eat, I don't want to eat. Yi and Susu frowned when they heard the roast wild boar. They were pregnant and already had some reactions, so they couldn't eat greasy things. They only liked to eat some light fruits and the like. Fortunately, there was no lack of these in the Medicine Valley. There were all kinds of fruits, so the two of them didn't have to worry about not having anything to eat. No problem. I will help you pick some fruits, said Lu Yezi. I will go and pick up some dry wood and prepare to start a fire, said Feng Tianlong. I will go and get some water. There seems to be a spring over there. Yang Ming's eyes could see further. He immediately saw a small spring next to the mountain wall not far away. Each of them had their own division of labor, so they were busy all of a sudden. However, when Yang Ming walked towards the spring, he found that the color of the spring water was not transparent and clear, but a color that was close to blue. This made Yang Ming feel very strange, and he didn't dare to act rashly. In the wild, things couldn't be eaten indiscriminately, and water couldn't be drunk indiscriminately. No one knew if there were any special substances in this blue water, so after Yang Ming pondered for a while, he decided to take some back for everyone to see. Yang Ming filled a container with a little spring water. The water in the container looked even more blue under the sunlight. Looking at the light blue spring water in the container, Yang Ming frowned. Why is this spring water so weird? As for tasting it, he definitely didn't dare to taste it now. If there was any toxicity, then he would be done for. At this time, Feng Tianlong had already gotten some dry firewood, and Lu Yezi had also gotten a lot of fruits. Lin Dongfeng and Lu Tianqi were cleaning up the wild boar. When the four of them saw Yang Ming coming back with only a small amount of water in his hand, they were stunned. Bro, how can you get so little water for us to eat? Can't you get more? Lu Yezi asked, puzzled. It's not that I don't want to get more. Look at this water. There seems to be a problem. As Yang Ming spoke, he walked over and put the water container in his hand on the ground in front of Lin Dongfeng and others. Huh? Lin Dongfeng glanced at the container that Yang Ming put on the ground and was suddenly stunned. He had been here for so long, but he had never seen blue spring water in the Medicine Valley, so it was very strange at this time. Lu Tianqi was the same. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the spring water that Yang Ming brought over. After a while, he said, this water is blue. There should be some unknown substance in it. Let's not drink it. It's better to test it now. Let's eat first? Yang Ming suggested, "Isn't there a lot of drinking water in the car? It's fine if we don't use this water. There's no hurry, right?" "That's fine too. Let's eat first." Lin Dongfang nodded because it was indeed time to eat. Everyone was hungry. After working for a long time, it was indeed a little overdraft, so Lin Dongfang also nodded in agreement. "Okay." Lu Tianqi first put the container aside, then walked to the car. He was going to get some drinking water to wash the wild boar and fruits. Everyone was ready for a good meal. Every day, everyone was self-reliant, so soon, the food was ready and everyone started eating. Because there was still the task of testing the spring water later, everyone did not drink. After a quick bite to fill their stomachs, they stood up and prepared to study the spring water. Now, whenever a strange thing was discovered in the medicinal valley, everyone would be very excited, because this thing could possibly replace the nutrient liquid secreted by the swift cicada goo. Although he had the quick cicada goo with him at all times, as long as he took the risk and consumed the bigger goo, it was still a solution. However, this method was too dangerous. Moreover, long-term consumption of the swift cicada goo's secreted nutrient fluid could easily cause one to become mentally retarded. Therefore, Yang Ming firmly disagreed with everyone using this Herculean goo. The side effects were too great and completely uncontrollable. Most of the experimental equipment was in the back of the car because every time they found exotic flowers and herbs, they would do experiments on the spot. It was too troublesome to return to the experimental base, so it was more convenient to come here at any time. Soon, the spring water was placed on a temporary test bench, and everyone got busy. Yang Ming couldn't help much with this kind of technical work, so he just stood aside and waited for the result. When he was bored, he would chat with Lan Ling and Xia Shui. "We set off in May. In the blink of an eye, it's the end of the year. It's New Year's Day soon. Half a year passed really quickly." Xia Shui sighed and said, "At that time, the situation on the plane with you and Huang Lele is still vivid in my mind. Now, I am married to you and have become your wife. I don't know what will happen to Chen Mingyan when she goes back. Yeah, time is like this. It always slips away inadvertently." Yang Ming nodded and said, "But for the two of us, it can be considered as a matter of course. In the past, we actually had some difficulties, and we had some good feelings for each other. If there wasn't this mission, then we may be close friends in the future, but I don't know if we can develop into a couple relationship. However, this mission brought you and me together. It can be considered as God's will. In the past, I actually liked you a little, but because of Chen Mingyan and the others, I couldn't get over it in my heart. Here, we are separated from the secular world, so I don't have so many thoughts." Xia Shui said, "In my opinion, we can't go out for a lifetime. After all, Brother Lin and Brother Lu have studied Jin Gang Voodoo for decades without any results. After we come here, how can there be any progress? Moreover, I married you because I had no choice. It was to cure the voodoo. But who would have thought that our research speed would advance by leaps and bounds? In the blink of an eye, we are at the final stage. Once we find a substitute for the nutrient solution, then we can fight to the death with Elder Yu. And the time for us to leave the Medicine Valley is not far." "Why? Do you regret it?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "I don't regret it, but I am a little nervous. In the past, I didn't think about anything. Now, I am thinking about whether Meng Yan and the others will accept me if we go out." Xia Shui said with some hesitation. "Some things have to be explained sooner or later. This time when we go back, I also plan to confess to Meng Yan. Lele's matter can't be hidden forever, right? This time when we go back, I have decided to tell the truth." Yang Ming said. "Ah." Xia Shui didn't expect Yang Ming to have already made a decision. But thinking about it, with Lan Ling's help and a bunch of supporting characters, Meng Yan wouldn't blame her alone. Moreover, her union with Yang Ming was completely under this special environment and situation, isolated from the world. Moreover, she was poisoned with voodoo, so she married Yang Ming. Meng Yan should be able to understand. But this time when we go back, how should I face my senior, Dong Jun? This had always been a difficult thing in Yang Ming's heart. To be honest, Yang Ming had a lot of feelings for Dong Jun. When he was apprenticed to Fang Tian and became the king of assassins, Dong Jun helped him a lot. He even got some dummies for him to practice flying needles. However, Dong Jun betrayed him and his master. How should Yang Ming deal with him? All along, Yang Ming didn't quite believe that these things were done by Dong Jun. He always deceived himself and told himself that those were coincidences. In fact, it had nothing to do with Dong Jun. However, unfortunately, this matter was confirmed by Elder Yu. Therefore, Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. He was a very nostalgic person. As long as the people around him didn't do something that crossed Yang Ming's bottom line, Yang Ming would generally forgive him. Dong Jun's actions were exactly near Yang Ming's bottom line. Yang Ming's bottom line was not to cause harm to his friends and family. Dong Jun's behavior was precisely to bring harm to Yang Ming's family and friends, but he did not succeed. Therefore, Yang Ming had always had an indescribable helplessness toward him. Although Yang Ming knew that his own indecisiveness was not the style to do great things, Fang Tian also said that this was his strength and also his weakness. An assassin, it was not good to be too ruthless, and it was not good to be too affectionate. Yang Ming just happened to achieve the combination of both. He was very ruthless to the enemy, but he was very kind to his own people. However, Dong Jun was a person who was between his own people and his enemy. It could be said that Yang Ming could have today's achievements because of Dong Jun's contributions. Although he secretly harmed Yang Ming, he also helped Yang Ming a lot. Therefore, Yang Ming really had a difficult choice for his own senior brother. Many things could be decided with a single thought. The more he considered, the more Yang Ming was unable to make a decision. Dong Jun, is he your senior brother who has repeatedly hurt you? Xianxia also heard this name. Yang Ming mentioned it when he was dueling with Elder Yu. However, this was a private matter of Yang Ming's sect. Xianxia did not ask again after that. After all, Xianxia had no right to speak about this kind of thing. "Anne, it's him. Tell me, how should I deal with him?" Yang Ming couldn't make up his mind, so he discussed with Xianxia and Lan Ling to listen to their suggestions. However, Lan Ling and Xianxia obviously did not have any suggestions. Both of them were not familiar with Dong Jun. Moreover, for this kind of thing, it was not good for them to influence Yang Ming's thoughts, so Xianxia said, "Yang Ming, in fact, you have already made a decision in your heart, haven't you? Your hesitation actually explains this point. You want to make this decision, but you feel that it's not right. But if you persist, then you will realize that things are actually very simple." "Ah." Yang Ming nodded with a smile, "Yes, you're right. In fact, as long as I calm down and think carefully, I've already made a decision. My senior brother, I'll give him one more chance. I hope he can cherish this one chance. This is also the last chance I'm giving him. If he can take the initiative to give me a reasonable explanation, then I'll let him go. Otherwise, I have no other choice." Xianxia silently shrugged and didn't say anything. At this time, it wasn't suitable to interfere with Yang Ming. It was better to let him make his own decision. "Let's go over and see if Brother Liu and the others have any results." Yang Ming stood up and walked towards Lu Tianqi, Lin Dongfang, and the others. He wanted to see if there was any progress in their research on the spring water. Xianxia and Lan Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, they didn't like Yang Ming's sadness. Those worries were better left for when they returned. Thinking about it now, it was a little too early. "Brother Lin, Brother Liu, is there any result? Is there anything special about this spring water?" Yang Ming walked over and asked. "Yes." Lin Dongfang said straightforwardly, "In this spring water, there is a kind of microorganism. It is somewhat similar to the nutrients secreted by the quick cicada goo. Doesn't that mean that this spring water may be able to replace the nutrient of the quick cicada goo?" Yang Ming suddenly said with some surprise. "It's hard to say whether it can be replaced now, but the activity of the microorganism in this spring water is a bit poor. In just a short while, many of them died. The survival conditions are a bit too harsh, right? We didn't do anything, just put it in the container, and the activity disappeared little by little. It feels like it is very fragile." Lu Tianqi shook his head and said with a bitter smile. "Oh? The activity is so poor. Then, have you tested whether it can be used on the vigor goo? Yang Ming asked. This hasn't been tested yet, but I am going to get some more spring water to see if the activity of this spring water is so poor, or because it is put in the container and doesn't meet certain conditions, the activity is getting worse and worse. Lu Tianqi said. Then, should I get some more spring water? Yang Ming asked quickly. That's not necessary. Let's go to the spring water and study it together. It is better to grasp the survival conditions of these goo poisons. As Lu Tianqi said, he moved the suggested test bench to the car and prepared to go to the spring water to test it. Yang Ming nodded and began to help. He quickly put away the equipment and the few of them drove the electric scooter to the spring water. Lu Tianqi got some fresh spring water from the strange spring water, then put it on the test equipment and began to analyze it. However, the results of the analysis were beyond his expectations. In this fresh spring water, the activity of the microorganism is very high. It can be described as abnormally active. It is completely different from the previous one. Lu Tianqi said in surprise. Then, what does this mean? Could it be that the previous spring water lost its activity because it was left for too long? Asked Yang Ming. If we infer according to this situation, it should be because of some reason that the spring water you got before slowly lost its activity. Lu Tianqi said, but as for the reason, it is not certain. It may be that it has been for a long time, or it may be under the sun, or it may be that the previous container is not clean, etc. In short, it is not easy to determine the real reason why the spring water has lost its activity. We have to take a look first. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Just tell me what you need me to do. Don't be polite. Hee, there is nothing for the time being. Just observe. Eh? Lin Dongfang suddenly exclaimed again. The microorganisms in these spring water actually began to die in batches and gradually lose their activity. It is the same on my side. Lu Tianqi also exclaimed. The microorganisms in my spring water are also dying in batches. What is the reason? I don't know. Could it be that they can't see the sun? That's not right. Although the spring is now in a cool place, it will definitely be exposed to the sun in the morning. It can't be caused by the sun. Lin Dongfang said to himself, could it be that the containers are not hygienic? It is possible. Let's change to the disinfected containers and be careful. Then, we will get some spring water to observe first. Lu Tianqi nodded and said. Okay, I will get the disinfected sanitary containers. As Lin Dongfang said this, he took a few disinfected sanitary containers from the electric scooter. Then, together with Lu Tianqi, they took some spring water from the edge of the spring mouth and then began to observe the spring water again. In the beginning, the spring water was very active, and there was almost no change. However, as time passed, about an hour later, the spring water began to slowly lose its activity. Everyone's inference was somewhat reasonable. The disinfected sanitary ware slowed down the loss of the spring water's activity a lot. It was not as fast as before, but the activity of the microorganisms in it was still disappearing. It should be related to the sanitary ware, but it had little to do with it. Perhaps it is because the microorganisms here can't survive after leaving the environment of the spring water itself. This is the only explanation. Lin Dongfang said, otherwise, there may be a way to keep the spring water active, but there is no need to study it now. Next, we should test whether this spring water has the effect of stimulating and maintaining the activity of the Hercules voodoo. Yes, next, we should test the Hercules voodoo. Lu Tianqi also nodded and said, otherwise, it is useless for us to study this thing. Even if it can maintain the activity, it is just a kind of self-entertainment research. It has no help for our research of the Hercules voodoo. For the experiment of the Hercules voodoo, everyone was more familiar with it. Soon, with the help of Yang Ming and others, the petri dishes of the Hercules voodoo were obtained. Then, Lu Tianqi and Lin Dongfang began to add fresh spring water and spring water that had lost its activity to different petri dishes of the Hercules voodoo. The result was obvious. It made everyone excited and helpless. Fresh spring water could maintain the high activity of the Hercules voodoo. It was almost the same as the nutrient liquid secreted by the quick cicada voodoo. Now, it seemed that there was not much difference. Spring water that had lost its activity had no effect on the Herculean venomous goo at all. In a Herculean venomous goo vessel without any nutrient solution, the newly cultivated Herculean venomous goo died very quickly. In other words, only fresh spring water with activity had the same effect as the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada goo. But spring water without activity was like ordinary spring water and had no effect on the Herculean venomous goo. Now we can basically confirm that this spring water has an effect on the Herculean venomous insect. But whether it can maintain the Herculean venomous insect's activity like the swift cicada venomous insect secretion, we need to do further experiments. Lin Dongfang bitterly smiled, but this spring water is very troublesome, it can't be taken away, once it is taken out, it will lose its activity, so even if it has an effect on the Herculean venomous insect, we need to find a way to preserve it. No matter what, let's give it a try first. If it really has an effect on the Herculean venomous insect, then there is a lot of spring water. It is much more than the nutrient solution secreted by the rare quick cicada venomous insect, so it is easier to do experiments. Yang Ming said. That's true, there is a lot of spring water. We are not afraid of wasting it. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, now, the next step is to find some animals to experiment with and see if this spring water is effective on animals that have taken the Herculean venomous insect. Then let's experiment as soon as possible, said Yang Ming. In the next few days, Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and others were experimenting with the spring water on small animals that had taken the Herculean venomous insect. The result was exactly the same as the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada venomous insect. There was no difference at all. As long as the Herculean venomous insect in the body was not activated, the small animals that had taken the spring water seemed to be able to survive. However, once the Herculean venomous insect in the body was activated, they would instantly become weak and collapse to the ground. If they did not continue to take the spring water immediately, then these small animals would gradually die. However, if they took the spring water, they would recover to their original state. From this, it could also be determined that the effect of this spring water and the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada venomous insect were almost the same. The remaining problem now was whether this spring water had any side effects and how to preserve it. Therefore, Lin Dongfang, Lu Tianqi, and others once again found a number of white mice and began to experiment. After giving the spring water to them separately, they checked whether these white mice would become slow or have their IQ declined after a while. However, after a period of observation, they did not find such a situation, so everyone was relieved. This spring water was much safer than the nutrient solution secreted by the quick cicada venomous insect. At least, it did not bring the side effects of dementia and memory decline. However, even so, everyone did not dare to take the Herculean venomous insect easily. After all, this spring water could not be taken away. It could only be taken here. Once the spring water was taken out, it would gradually lose its activity. After all the microorganisms in it died, it would become no different from normal spring water. As a result, how to preserve the spring water had become a difficult problem. Therefore, during this time, everyone began to study the preservation method of the spring water. However, no matter what method was used, it could not guarantee the activity of the spring water. Whether it was freezing or thermal insulation, it was not possible. As for using other potions, not only could it not maintain the activity of these microorganisms, but no matter what potion was added to the spring water, these microorganisms would die instantly. This made it difficult for everyone. The nutrient solution of the quick cicada venomous insect not only had side effects, but it was also extremely inconvenient to carry around. As for this spring water, although there were no side effects, it was not a problem of inconvenience to carry around. It was simply impossible to carry around. Both of these had major flaws. No matter which one, it was not something that everyone dared to try at the moment. No. There is really no other way. Lu Tianqi put the spring water in his hand on the test bench and said. Helplessly, this spring water can't be measured with common sense. The microorganisms in this spring water have never been seen before. It is an unknown species. I have looked up a lot of information, but I can't name this microorganism. It seems that this microorganism is very similar to a kind of voodoo, but this kind of voodoo has no side effects, but it has a special effect of nourishing some voodoo. During this time, Lin Dongfeng was also reading a large number of medical ancient books. Fortunately, the computer system here, although it could not communicate with the outside world's network, Elder Yu would regularly send people to update the database for some academic books and documents. This was also to make it easier for them to research the Vajragu. Who would have thought that they would use it for other purposes? There's no other way. Lin Dongfeng said with a wry smile, there's no mention of these things in the ancient medical books, but I've read about a special kind of wood in an ancient book. It said that a container made from this wood can be used to preserve some herbs, so that these herbs can be kept fresh and not lose their medicinal properties. I don't know if this kind of wooden container has any effect on this strange spring water. What kind of wood? Lu Tianqi asked. It didn't say specifically, but thinking about it, even if we know, this medicine valley may not have such a thing. It's hard to say if this kind of thing from hundreds of thousands of years ago still exists now. Also, it's a strange story, not a formal medical book. It's hard to say if there is such a thing. Lin Dongfeng said with a bitter smile. If that's the case. Lu Tianqi was a little disappointed. It seems that there is no other way. I suggest that we don't waste time on this. It's meaningless. This kind of spring water is similar to the nutrients secreted by the quick cicada voodoo. One can't leave the main body of the voodoo for too long, and the other can't leave the place where the spring water is. If you leave, it will gradually lose its vitality. After studying for so long, it's still in vain. There is no progress at all. It's really frustrating. Lin Dongfeng smiled bitterly and said, but there is no other way. This Herculean voodoo is too strange. It is already very good to have the current progress. That's true. Lu Tianqi said, at least we know two alternative possibilities. At that time, even if we mistakenly take the Herculean voodoo, we won't be in the dark waiting for death. What do we do next? Continue to study the substitute of the Herculean voodoo nutrient fluid? Lin Dongfeng said to everyone with some disappointment, we should also study the next thing. At this point, the entire medicine valley has basically been explored. It won't be so easy to find a substitute. Yeah, unless we are researching a compound potion and adding multiple herbs together, we may be able to find a substitute, but the experiment process is too complicated, and the success rate of the experiment is less than 1 in 1,000. Lu Tianqi said, instead of wasting time like this, it is better to do something else meaningful. Then, does that mean we can't consume the Herculean venomous worm? Lu Yezi was a little disappointed when he heard this. The Herculean voodoo that he had painstakingly researched could not be used in the end. No one would be too happy about this. It's not that it can't be used, but the risk is very high. Lin Dongfeng smiled bitterly. At present, under such circumstances, who would dare to take it? After taking it, you have to be prepared to settle down in the medicine valley for a long time. You guys are still young. Why don't an old man like me take it and live here forever? Big brother Lin, before there is no other way, there is no need to mention such a risky method again. I will not agree to it. Yang Ming waved his hand. Right, since there is a simplified version of the Jin Gangu, the normal Jin Gangu can be changed into a simplified version of the Jin Gangu. Then, can the Titan Gu be changed into a simplified version of the Titan Gu? Even if it's not as powerful as before, wouldn't it be a good thing if the side effects are removed? Lan Ling suddenly suggested after hesitating for a moment. Huh? That's a good idea. Yang Ming couldn't help but nod after listening. Ling Ling is right. Since we can develop a simplified version of the Vajra voodoo, can't we develop a simplified version of the Vigor voodoo? Yeah. Why didn't I think of it before? Lu Tianqi also stood up with some excitement. We only thought about how to find a replacement for the nutrient liquid secreted by the quick cicada goo, but we didn't think about studying and simplifying the Titan goo itself. If we can make the Titan goo break away from the nutrient liquid, even if it won't be as powerful as before, with a few of us attacking together, it should be quite powerful. Lin Dongfeng also nodded and said, this is a good research direction. Previously, we went down the wrong path and were only thinking about research alternatives to the nutrient solution. It was all thanks to sister-in-law Lan Ling's suggestion. She really woke us up from our dream. She grew up studying voodoo from a young age. How can she be the same as us, who started halfway? Lu Tianqi smiled and said, we are still lacking some experience. Otherwise, why did the Jin Ganggu that we couldn't succeed in for decades succeed after sister-in-law Lan Ling and the others came? Lan Ling was a little embarrassed by these praises. I just had a flash of inspiration. I'm not as good as you said. You don't have to praise me like this. I'm not used to it. Haha, but it's normal to praise. What Lan Ling said happened to be timely help and solved our current confusion. Yang Ming nodded and said. Since there was a new research direction, everyone was busy again. As for the simplified version of the Titan Goo, there was no need to study it here. They could go directly back to the laboratory. So, everyone ended their half-month trip and began to prepare to return to the laboratory from the edge of the Medicine Valley. Yi and Susu were pregnant, so the two of them couldn't come into contact with some bacterial research for the time being. The two of them now had to take care of the fetus. Looking at the two's bulging bellies, Xiaxue and Lan Ling felt strange and envious. You are going to be mothers soon. How do you feel? How can I feel? Xiao Susu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The child hasn't been born yet. I'm just an expectant mother. Yeah. It's really strange. I'm actually going to be a mother. Yi was still a little unprepared. After all, she was more innocent than others. She felt a little unaccustomed to suddenly becoming a mother. Why? Are you too envious? When we go back this time, I'll let you be mothers too. Yang Ming heard the conversation between the two and came over and said. Haha, okay. Lan Ling nodded without hesitation. When we go back this time, I also want to be a mother. I'll wait. Xiaxue felt that she was still very young. She wasn't too anxious. At this time, Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, and the others also finished today's research. Lin Dongfeng came over and checked the pulse of Susu and Yi to check the condition of the fetus. Every few days, Lin Dongfeng would check on their physical condition. With Lin Dongfeng, the miracle doctor, there was no need to worry about anything happening to them. How is it? Is there any problem? Feng Tianlong and Lu Yezi were very nervous. No. Lin Dongfeng shook his head, but now I can tell if it's a boy or a girl. Do you want to hear it? Lin Dongfeng could tell the gender of the fetus just by feeling the pulse. It was quite a skill. Ah? You can tell? Feng Tianlong was a little nervous. After all, someone had told them that their child would be a girl. If it was a girl, she would inherit Xiao Susu's body constitution and would not be able to escape the curse of not being able to live past 20 years old. But if it was a boy, there would be no such situation. So at this moment, Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were very nervous as they looked at Lin Dongfeng. Yes, I can tell now. Do you want to hear it? Lin Dongfeng asked. Then. Mr. Lin, please tell me. Xiao Susu hesitated and said first, is it a girl? Hee, it seems that you have felt it yourself. That's right, it's a girl. Lin Dongfeng nodded and said, you said that the child will inherit your body constitution. I am not sure about this, but I can't solve your current body constitution yet. It's okay. I have thought it through. But I still hope that Mr. Lin can take care of my daughter's illness. Xiao Susu said helplessly. Don't worry about this. With our relationship, your problem is my problem. I will do my best. Lin Dongfeng nodded and said. Indeed, Lin Dongfeng would do his best to help Xiao Susu solve her problem. That was to cure her daughter's illness. But Lin Dongfeng could not guarantee that. After all, Xiao Susu's body constitution was stranger than the poison. He did not have a solution yet. Then. What about Yi? After Lin Dongfeng and Xiao Susu finished talking, Lu Yezi asked nervously. Yi is a boy. Lin Dongfeng said, that is confirmed. Boy? It's not bad. Susu is a girl, and Yi is a boy. I think it's not bad for us to have a child betrothal. We can be a couple. Lu Yezi said with a smile. This? Lu Yezi's words suddenly made Xiao Susu's face change slightly. She hesitated for a moment, but still said seriously, Lu Yezi, don't mention this matter again. My daughter's physique may also have a problem. Isn't it the same as harming your son? Do you want him to suffer like Sky Dragon? This? Lu Yezi just said it casually. In fact, he didn't really expect to get engaged. After all, the child hadn't been born yet. Everything was uncertain. It was just a joke, but he didn't expect Xiao Susu to have such a big reaction. This made Lu Yezi very apologetic. He didn't mean to joke, but it touched the most vulnerable part of Xiao Susu's heart. Lu Yezi quickly remedied, "It's okay. This way, my father-in-law can study the treatment method." Haha, it's more convenient. It had to be said that Lu Yezi's words made Xiao Susu very tempted. If her daughter really became a couple with Lu Yezi's son, then Lin Dongfeng would definitely try his best to treat her daughter in the future. However, it was fine if she was cured. Everyone would be happy. But what if it couldn't be cured? If she still couldn't escape the fate of dying at the age of 20, wasn't it equivalent to harming Lu Yezi's child? This was not what Xiao Susu wanted to see. Not to mention that Lu Yezi was her teammate and her good friend. Even if he wasn't, Xiao Susu didn't want her tragedy to repeat on her daughter. Let's talk about this later. Feng Tianlong sighed and said, "After this mission is over, I am going to temporarily resign from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Secret Service team. I want to take Susu on a honeymoon and travel around the world, spend the last time with her. Then in the future." Yang Ming heard Feng Tianlong's words and couldn't help but feel sad. In the future, I might return to work in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. At that time, I might change departments. Who knows, let's talk about it when the time comes. Feng Tianlong's words were filled with helplessness. If even Lin Dongfeng couldn't do anything about it, then there was definitely nothing he could do. Moreover, the mysterious fortune-telling Taoist said that the opportunity to change fate wasn't with Susu, but with their daughter. Their daughter might be able to change the curse of fate in the future. However, whether it was true or not, Feng Tianlong wasn't sure. After all, the fortune-teller's words had no basis. That's good. Yang Ming said, "After I go back, I might have to live in seclusion. However, this is nothing. This period of time is the happiest period for me and Susu." Feng Tianlong said, "We are very happy to be with everyone every day. As for our daughter, I want her to be a normal person and live happily. I don't want her to know her fate too early." "Alright, then I won't force you. Let's leave everything to fate. We'll meet again in the future." Lu Yezi nodded and said. The research was still ongoing. The Herculean worm's nutrient solution wasn't easy to replace, but it wasn't too difficult to make the Herculean worm live without its strong vitality. Whether it was Lin Dongfeng or Lu Tianqi, they had the experience of simplifying the Gene Gang worm, so it was easy for them to simplify the Herculean worm now. In less than a week, the simplified version of the Herculean worm was made. This Herculean worm only had a tenth of the original Herculean worm's effect, but it didn't have to worry about the lack of nutrient solution. This was because this simplified version of the Herculean worm could be nourished with normal food. In other words, as long as everyone ate normal food, the Herculean worm wouldn't die. It was just that after using the Herculean worm, they had to eat a big meal. However, this wasn't a big deal. There was food everywhere and there weren't any specific restrictions. Therefore, this simplified version of the Herculean worm had almost no side effects. Even if you were a normal person and did a lot of physical work, you still had to eat more food to replenish your energy. What was the difference between this and the simplified version of the Herculean worm? The only downside was that the effect of the simplified version of the Herculean venomous worm was too weak. The maximum effect it could exert was only 1/10 of the original effect. In this way, the use of the Herculean strength venomous worm was weakened a lot. The people who took the Herculean strength venomous worm were only about the same as those who practiced Iron Palm and Iron Fist martial arts. However, this was also something that couldn't be helped because Lin Dongfeng and Lu Tianqi had done their best. This simplified version of the Herculean strength venomous worm was at a critical point. If it was more powerful, it couldn't be nourished with ordinary food. It needed other nutrients to nourish it. Therefore, there was no other way. They could only maintain the Herculean strength venomous worm at this critical point. If the strength was a little weaker, they could only do so. In this way, the Herculean strength venomous worm can't be the nemesis of the Gene Gang venomous worm. Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he heard this result. I don't know if this Herculean strength venomous worm can still deal with Elder Yu. This is really hard to say. Lan Ling looked at the simplified version of the Herculean strength venomous worm and frowned. If the few of us work together, there should be a chance. But Yi and Susu obviously can't. The two of them are pregnant. If they take the Herculean strength venomous worm, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. That's true. Lin Dongfeng nodded and said, now, the only ones left who can take the Herculean strength venomous worm are me, Yang Ming, Lu Tianqi, Feng Tianlong, and Lu Yezi. But the number of Gene Gang venomous worms is limited. If we don't take the Gene Gang venomous worm and only take the Herculean strength venomous worm, I'm afraid we won't be Elder Yu's opponent. That's true. Lan Ling nodded and said, but there is no other way. Although the Gene Gang venomous worm is only a defensive type of venomous worm, it can make the body of the person who takes it extremely hard, just like practicing the Golden Bell Shield. However, if this hard body is used as a weapon, such as punching you with a fist, even if he doesn't take the Herculean strength venomous worm, ordinary people won't be able to withstand it. Yeah, it's like hitting a person with a hammer. Even if it's not a lot of strength, ordinary people can't bear it. Lu Tianqi also explained, and Elder Yu's fist is like a hard hammer, smashing on our bodies. If we don't have the Gene Gangu to resist, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg, we would definitely suffer serious injuries. This is an important question. Yang Ming said, in that case, only the three of us who have consumed the Gene Gangu can go to battle. The others, for safety reasons, shouldn't go to battle. That's right, the goo poison has been successfully refined. Who is going to fight the enemy? Lu Yezi was a little eager to give it a try, count me in. I'll go up against the enemy, kill them all, defeat Elder Yu, and then take Yi to travel around the world. I'm definitely going to take it. Yang Ming said without hesitation, after all, I'm the captain, and I'm stronger than the others, so I have to go. As for the other 2 portions of the Gene Gangu, I suggest that one portion be given to Lu Yezi, and the other portion be given to brother Lu Tianqi or brother Lin Dongfeng. Why not me? Feng Tianlong was stunned and suddenly asked. We can do it, but you can't. Yang Ming shook his head, because you have Susu. Ah? But, Lu Yezi has Yi, you have Xiaoxuan and Lan Ling, and brother Lu Tianqi also has sister-in-law Xiaojing. Only Mr. Lin is alone. Why can't I, but can't Lu Yezi? Feng Tianlong asked puzzledly. Because Susu's situation is different from others. This battle is very dangerous. You know Susu's body. You don't want the child to be an orphan after birth, right? As for us, there are 2 of us. So, you absolutely can't. Yang Ming said firmly, this is an order. Yes. Feng Tianlong still wanted to say something, but when he heard Yang Ming say that this was an order, he could only lower his head and give up trying to persuade Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming was the captain of the team, Feng Tianlong had to obey his words as a member. I think it's better for me to take it. I'm alone, so I have an advantage over Tianqi. Lin Dongfeng laughed and said, as the saying goes, brothers fight, and father and son go into battle. Lu Yezi and I can be considered father and son, so this matter is settled. The 3 of us will take the Gene Gangu and Titan Gu. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. He agreed with Lin Dongfeng's proposal. Lu Tianqi was a scholar. It was fine for him to do research, but it was difficult for him to fight with Elder Yu. And Lin Dongfeng, although he was also doing medical research, he usually laughed and joked around. His body was much stronger than Lu Yezi, so it was also a good choice to let Lin Dongfeng fight. And Lin Dongfeng's meaning was very obvious. He wanted to protect Lu Yezi. In an emergency, he would protect Lu Yezi first. After all, he didn't want Yi to be a widow and Yi's child would be fatherless. So, Yang Ming also agreed with this decision. As for Yang Ming himself, he didn't need anyone to protect him. As long as he was careful, there would be no problem. Yang Ming's body was still very agile and fast, especially with the butterfly microsteps, he could dodge many of Elder Yu's attacks. In fact, Elder Yu was just a powerful ordinary person. He didn't have any fighting skills, so Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him. At most, he couldn't beat him. Would he be able to take his life? Moreover, Elder Yu had the Jin Ganggu to protect him, and so did Yang Ming. So Yang Ming just had to be careful. There should be no other problems. Okay, then it's decided. I will take one, Lu Yezi will take one, and Brother Lin will take one. Yang Ming nodded and said, then after we get used to it for a few days, we will wait for Elder Yu to come here, and we will take him down in one fell swoop. Okay, then take it now, said Lu Yezi. So, the three of them carefully prepared to start taking the simplified version of the Vigor Voodoo and the complete version of the Vajra Voodoo. Of course, Lin Dongfang took it first. After Lin Dongfang took it and there was no abnormality, Yang Ming and Lu Yezi took it. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to do the experiment first, but Lin Dongfang didn't agree. After all, Lin Dongfang was alone, but Lu Yezi and Yang Ming were dragging their families, so they were in a deadlock. Yang Ming could only let Lin Dongfang take it first. Moreover, Lin Dongfang himself said that he was a doctor. He knew his own body best. If there was any abnormality after taking it, he could detect it immediately. The two apprentices, Lu Yezi and Yang Ming, were worse than him, so it was better for him to take it. Seeing Lin Dongfang pick up the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo and take it first, Yang Ming and others were nervous. After all, the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo had only been tested on animals before, and it had never been used on real people. Therefore, no one knew if there would be any adverse reactions after Lin Dongfang took it. He was the first person to take the Herculean Voodoo. However, everything seemed to be daunting but not dangerous. After Lin Dongfang took the Herculean Voodoo, there were no adverse reactions. He was just like a normal person, but his strength was much greater. However, even if his strength was much greater, it did not reach the legendary level of Herculean. Lin Dongfang's strength was only slightly greater than a normal person's. He could shatter a rock with a single punch or pierce through a steel plate with a single punch. However, this strength was far weaker than the legendary Herculean venomous insect. After the legendary Herculean Voodoo was taken, one could smash a piece of iron into iron pieces with one punch, but Lin Dongfang obviously couldn't do this. I think breaking such a big rock is my limit. Lin Dongfang shook his aching hand and helplessly said, breaking this rock is already very difficult, I won't be able to deal with a rock that is a bit harder or bigger. What Lin Dongfang had just broken was a stone about 10 centimeters in length and width. It could be. Seeing that he had already spent a lot of effort. He only broke the stone after a few punches. It could be said that this strength was only similar to those martial artists who specialized in practicing hand martial arts. Compared to those more powerful masters who specialized in iron palm or Jin Gang finger, it was far worse. At this level, it should be difficult to deal with Elder Yu. Even if it is an incomplete version of the Jin Gang Voodoo, the hope is slim. Yang Ming had seen the power of Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo. He personally attacked Elder Yu and knew the strength of Elder Yu's body, so when he saw Lin Dongfang's strength at this time, he shook his head. Although Lin Dongfang's strength was obviously greater than Yang Ming, it was obvious that he only reached the strength of Feng Tianlong. According to Feng Tianlong himself, he only practiced one of his family's internal strength techniques, and he was only a beginner, but he could reach this level. In other words, after Lin Dongfang took the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo, he was only the same as Feng Tianlong. Didn't that mean that the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo was very ordinary? Now it seemed that the simplified version of the Herculean Voodoo was not even 1/10 of the original version of the Herculean Voodoo. What? Lu Yezi was also a little conflicted. After all, this was the result of everyone's research for so long. Now, after taking it, the effect was not very obvious. This made everyone very disappointed. They didn't know how to proceed with the next step. At present, there are only these few paths to take. First, continue to look for substitutes for the nutrient solution, and then take the unsimplified version of the Herculean Voodoo. Yang Ming said, but this path should not work. We have almost gone to all corners of the Medicine Valley, but we have not found a substitute for the nutrient solution or spring water secreted by the quick cicada voodoo. These two nutrient solutions have no long-term preservation method, so it is definitely not possible. Everyone nodded after listening, waiting for Yang Ming to say the next path. Second, we continue to study the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo, and strive to create a simplified version that is more powerful than the current simplified version. Yang Ming continued, however, this path is obviously very feasible. After all, we have put in a lot of effort to study the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo. In the end, we developed this simplified version of the Herculean voodoo that does not need nutrient solutions and is close to the critical value. If it is a little stronger, it will not be able to leave the nutrient solution. This is not wrong. I am a researcher, I have the most right to speak. Lu Tianqi nodded and said, the situation is indeed so. The simplified version of the Herculean voodoo is already the limit. Just like the simplified version of the Jin Gang voodoo by Elder Yu, it is not as powerful as the Jin Gang voodoo itself, but it was improved by Elder Yu in another way. The blood used by Elder Yu for sacrificial refining is actually a disguised nutrient solution. It seems that this is not possible, then there is only the third path left. Yang Ming sighed and said, the third path is for us to fight with Elder Yu. Otherwise, it will be a waste of our long and difficult research. But, what if we lose? Asked Lu Yezi. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. We have nothing to lose. Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, we have taken the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo. It is not so easy for Elder Yu to kill us. Even if we can't win against him, he may not be able to win against us. This is true, but I don't know if he has other trump cards. Lin Dongfang nodded and said. It doesn't matter if he has. We have taken the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo. We have eaten the Jin Gang voodoo. Elder Yu doesn't have it even if he wants it. So, if he wants to take the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo, he must keep us and let us continue to develop it for him. Otherwise, even if he kills us, he can't get the Jin Gang voodoo. Yang Ming smiled and said, it can be seen that Elder Yu still cares about the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo, otherwise, he would not be so good to us. Think about it. If you lock up your enemy, and you still provide them with good food and drink every day, you provide whatever they need. What will you feel? If you don't need the help of these enemies, you won't do this. That's right. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, in that case, we can try to fight with Elder Yu. But before that, we should test the power of the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo next, said Yang Ming. Let me do this. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, anyway, I will test it alone. Last time, it was me. This time, it is me too. Because Lin Dongfang did not have any abnormalities after taking the Herculean voodoo before, he did not have any psychological pressure when taking the Jin Gang voodoo this time. Lin Dongfang easily took the Jin Gang voodoo, and then waited for the Jin Gang voodoo to take effect. And this time, fortunately, after a few days, the Jin Gang goo also took effect. Between it and Herculean strength goo, the two did not seem to conflict. Because Lin Dongfang did not show any signs of adverse reactions, it was certain that the complete version of the Vajra voodoo would not bring any side effects to the body. At the same time, Lin Dongfang's body also began to become extremely hard and invulnerable. It was like cultivating golden bell shield and iron cloth. It was like wearing a layer of armor. Whether it was a hammer or a knife, it could not bring the slightest harm to Lin Dongfang's body. This was very similar to the situation of Elder Yu that Yang Ming saw previously. It was just that Elder Yu's was an incomplete version of Jin Gang goo. The incomplete version of Jin Gang goo was already so powerful, and the complete version of Jin Gang goo was naturally even more powerful. How is it? Everyone, study me first. Only if you can break the Jin Gang goo on me can you deal with Elder Yu. Lin Dongfang said, look at me, hitting myself is useless. As he spoke, Lin Dongfang was like a gorilla, pounding his chest with his hands. Did you use your maximum strength? Asked Yang Ming. This is already my maximum strength. I have now exerted the power of Herculean strength goo to the extreme, but it still did not cause any harm to myself. Lin Dongfang said, I don't feel any pain at all. So, the incomplete version of Herculean strength goo is still too weak. Yang Ming was a little disappointed. Even if the three of us work together to deal with Elder Yu, we may not be Elder Yu's opponent. However, the only fortunate thing is that Elder Yu's own is an incomplete version of the Vajra Gu. If we use the incomplete version of the Herculean Vajra Gu, we should still have hope of dealing with the incomplete version of the Vajra Gu. Lu Tianqi said, but what I know is that the incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu that we refined is much worse than the complete version of Jin Gang Gu in terms of time and effect. But although Elder Yu's sacrificial refining is an incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu, after his modification, I don't know how much more powerful it is than the previous incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu. This is something we don't know. What I know is that the current incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu of Elder Yu has a time limit, but other functions are different from the complete version of Jin Gang Gu. I don't know how big the difference is. After all, I did not use Herculean Strength Gu at that time. With my strength, I can't do anything to Elder Yu. My punches on him, it was almost like I didn't punch, said Yang Ming. AI, this matter is uncertain. Lin Dongfang sighed and said, it would be good if we can find the flaw of Jin Gang Gu. From what I see, Jin Gang Gu should have a certain flaw. It should be written in the secret book of refining the Gu poison, but Elder Yu didn't show us this part. That's right. That's right. In my memory, the Vajra Gu also seemed to have some flaws. Just like the Herculean Gu, this kind of heaven-defying voodoo poison would definitely have some flaws. However, the Vajra Gu's secret manual was a top secret enshrined in our Blue Meow village. Even my grandfather and grandmother weren't allowed to look at it. That's why I never saw it. Lan Ling said with some regret. Otherwise, if we knew the flaws of the Vajra Gu, we wouldn't have to spend so much effort to test the Herculean Gu. I thought of something. Yang Ming suddenly said, I feel that this Jin Gang Gu is like the external martial arts that some martial artists cultivate. For example, Golden Bell Shield. That's true, there are some similarities. Feng Tianlong nodded and said, the effect of Jin Gang Gu is similar to the external martial arts Golden Bell Shield. That's right, I want to talk about Golden Bell Shield. Yang Ming nodded and said, I once met a person who cultivated Golden Bell Shield, but he didn't master it. There was a weak point in his body. Although the rest of his body was extremely hard and invulnerable, the weak point was the weakest part. As long as you hit the weak point, then you can break the Golden Bell Shield. Back then, I used this method to break the Golden Bell Shield. Otherwise, even if I died of exhaustion, I wouldn't be able to beat that Golden Bell Shield cultivator. You mean, the Jin Gang Gu might also have a weak point? Lin Dongfang asked, but I didn't find a weak point in the Jin Gang Gu. How did you find the weak point of the Golden Bell Shield? I found it with my X-ray vision. Yang Ming said, I used my X-ray vision to scan the Golden Bell Shield cultivator's entire body. I found a part of the body that was obviously different from other parts of the body. From this, I can deduce that it should be the weak point. Then what about me? Why don't you scan me too and see if I have a weak point? Lin Dongfang quickly said. That's what I was thinking, Yang Ming nodded and said, I'll scan and see. Brother Lin, stand there and don't move. Okay. Lin Dongfang quickly nodded. Yang Ming used his X-ray vision and began to scan Lin Dongfang's body. However, the result of the scan made Yang Ming very disappointed. Lin Dongfang's appearance was the same. There was no difference. Yang Ming also used the same method to scan Elder Yu, but he didn't find any flaws. However, Yang Ming was in a hurry and didn't scan too carefully, so it was possible to miss something. But this time was different. This time, Lin Dongfang stood here and let Yang Ming scan him. This way, it was impossible to miss anything. Yang Ming was somewhat unwilling. He scanned again from top to bottom. The result still made him very disappointed. There was no abnormality in Lin Dongfang's body. In other words, at least for Yang Ming, he didn't find the weakness of Jin Gang Gu. How is it? Seeing that Yang Ming's expression was not very good, Lin Dongfang also realized something. No, I didn't find any flaws and weak points. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly, I can't do anything. I can only try again in the experiment to see if I can find any flaws. If I can find other flaws, I believe that Jin Gang Gu will be effective against Elder Yu, but if I can't find any, there is really no other way. In the next few days, Yang Ming, Lu Yi, Lin Dongfang, and others were looking for the flaws of Jin Gang Gu, but unfortunately, no matter how they tested, Lin Dongfeng was in an invincible state. They couldn't do anything to him at all. Lin Dongfeng was like a steel Superman. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and Feng Tianlong changed many attacking methods, but they couldn't hurt Lin Dongfeng. Therefore, after everyone's experiment, the conclusion was that Lin Dongfeng had no flaws. It was impossible to hurt Lin Dongfeng with ordinary methods. It still doesn't work. We can't find any flaws. Yang Ming sighed. His and Feng Tianlong's attack power was not low, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Dongfeng. In other words, under normal circumstances, they couldn't hurt Lin Dongfeng. They could only give up on finding flaws. Now we can only pin our hopes on Elder Yu's Jin Ganggu not being as powerful as Brother Lin's Jin Ganggu. Lan Ling said helplessly, I have seen the simplified version of Jin Ganggu's formula. In theory, it is much weaker than Jin Ganggu. That is to say, there is still hope for our simplified version of Herculean Gu? Lu Yezi asked with some surprise. This is hard to say. After all, I have seen the simplified version of Jin Ganggu formula made by Brother Lin and Brother Lu. But the Jin Ganggu used by Elder Yu is the evil Jin Ganggu that he modified himself. As for how he modified it, what it looked like, and the power after the modification, these are all unknown. So whether we have hope and chance of winning still depends on luck. Lan Ling shook her head and explained. But one thing is certain now. The simplified version of the Herculean venomous worm and the complete version of the Vajra venomous worm will not have any adverse effects on our bodies. They should not affect our health. Yang Ming said, otherwise, Brother Lin would have had adverse effects after taking it for so many days. That's true. Lin Dongfeng nodded and said, I don't feel any adverse effects. There should be no problem. Since Lin Dongfeng had no problems after taking it, the others were naturally ready to start taking it. There were only 2 complete versions of the Jin Ganggu left, so Yang Ming took one and Lu Yezi took the other. As for the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo, Yang Ming and Lu Yezi each took one. As for Feng Tianlong, not taking the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo was almost the same as taking the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo, so he didn't need to take it. Moreover, he wasn't going to participate in the battle, so it wouldn't be of any use to him even if he consumed it. On the contrary, it might even cause some hidden dangers to his body. Although according to the current observation, the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo had no effect on the human body, who knew what would happen in the future? Therefore, it was best not to consume it if possible. After Yang Ming and Lu Yezi took the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo and the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo, the 3 of them began to practice their joint attacks. Because the effect of the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo was weaker, the best effect could be achieved when everyone cooperated with each other. Although Lin Dongfeng was not very good at fighting, with Yang Ming as an instructor, everything was not a problem. Yang Ming was originally an assassin, so he was very good at some offensive knowledge. While waiting for Elder Yu to appear, Yang Ming created a few sets of joint attack fist techniques and prepared to attack Elder Yu. Now, everything was ready, and only one thing was missing. While everyone was training every day, they were waiting for the arrival of Elder Yu. Finally, one day, the sound of a helicopter's propeller sounded in the sky of the Medicine Valley, and with the landing of a helicopter, Elder Yu sent people to deliver food to Yang Ming and others. Wait a minute. Lu Tianqi stopped Elder Yu's subordinate who was delivering the things to them. What's the matter? Elder Yu's subordinate was taken aback. In the past, when he delivered things, he basically left after putting them down. Yang Ming and others would not talk to him much, unless there was something special, but they would write it on a piece of paper and let him bring it back to buy or find. This time, Elder Yu's subordinate saw that there was no note in Lu Tianqi's hand, so he was a little puzzled. You go back and help me tell Elder Yu that there is a breakthrough in the Jin Gang voodoo. Let him come and take a look. Lu Tianqi said. Oh? There is progress? Elder Yu's subordinate was taken aback, and he couldn't react for a while. After all, in his opinion, there was no progress for so long, so he basically didn't have much hope. He just habitually delivered things to Yang Ming and others every time, and then left. But this time, there was progress? But immediately, this subordinate reacted and was overjoyed. He quickly asked, there is progress in the Jin Gang voodoo? Is your research successful? It's almost done. There are some things to discuss with Elder Yu. Lu Tianqi nodded and said. Okay, I will go and tell Elder Yu. The subordinate nodded again and again, then excitedly boarded the helicopter and quickly left the Medicine Valley. In fact, every time Elder Yu's people came to deliver things, Yang Ming had a chance to kill them, then snatch their helicopter and escape from the Medicine Valley, but Yang Ming did not do so. Yang Ming's purpose here was to deal with Elder Yu, not to escape. If he returned without success, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? As for Elder Yu, he thought that Yang Ming and others were poisoned by his voodoo and had not been cured, so he did not set up defenses because he knew that Yang Ming and others could not escape, so he only sent his subordinates to deliver things every time. What's more, the fuel tank in the helicopter was not full. Even if Yang Ming seized the helicopter, he couldn't fly far. He absolutely couldn't fly out of the range of Miaojiang. The subordinate hurriedly went back to report, and Yang Ming's side also quickly made arrangements. All unrelated people, hide in the laboratory, especially Feng Tianlong and brother Lu Tianqi. You have to protect the others, especially Su Su and Yi. These two are pregnant women, you have to be careful. Yang Ming instructed Feng Tianlong, in a while, no matter what happens, you have to protect yourselves. Don't come out and get involved, understand? Understood. Feng Tianlong nodded and replied immediately. He also knew what Yang Ming meant. Regardless of success or failure, he was not allowed to intervene. This was also a kind of protection for them. Okay, leave this to me, Brother Lin, and Lu Yezi. After Yang Ming finished arranging, he, Lin Dongfeng, and Lu Yezi stood in the open space of the Medicine Valley, ready to fight. Because they knew that when the subordinate went back to report, Elder Yu would definitely come here as soon as he heard the news that Jin Gang voodoo was about to be successfully refined. Sure enough, as Yang Ming expected, the subordinate told the good news to Elder Yu as soon as he returned. Elder Yu had been waiting for so many years. When he was about to lose his confidence, he was also very excited when he suddenly heard this good news. However, in addition to his excitement, Elder Yu calmed down again. If there were only Lin Dongfeng and Lu Tianqi in the Medicine Valley, then he would not have thought too much about it. This was because Lin Dongfeng and Lu Tianqi belonged to the academic category and did not have much hostility towards him. However, Yang Ming and the others were different. Yang Ming and the others came here with the purpose of dealing with him. Now, not only did they not succeed in dealing with him, but they were also captured by him in the Medicine Valley to study Jin Gangu for him. Would they be willing to accept this? Even if they developed Jin Gangu, would Yang Ming be willing to give it to him? Thinking of this, Elder Yu frowned and asked the subordinate, "What did they tell you when you went this time? Tell me the details at that time without missing a word." Yes. The subordinate did not know why Elder Yu asked in such detail, but he still repeated the situation at that time to Elder Yu and said, "Is there a problem?" "The problem? I can't see it for the time being." Elder Yu frowned and said, "It was actually Lu Tianqi who told you, not Yang Ming?" "No, Yang Ming didn't say anything." The subordinate replied. "I can't see any problem with this." Elder Yu shook his head and said, "But I always feel that something is wrong. Isn't it a little too smooth? Isn't it good to be too smooth?" The subordinate asked, baffled. "It's good to be too smooth, but I always feel a little uneasy." Elder Yu said, "Help me analyze it. If you were Yang Ming, and you developed Jin Gangu, would you tell me so smoothly and let me receive the fruits of your labor?" This. The underling also frowned and said, "This is really hard to say, but I think if I were Yang Ming, I wouldn't give you the Vajra voodoo that you researched so easily." "Oh? Why?" Elder Yu asked. "Yang Ming is here to deal with us. Would he work so hard to develop Jin Gangu for us? It is a little impossible, right?" The underling said, "So, there are only these few possibilities. First, Yang Ming developed the Vajra voodoo, but he changed something in the Vajra voodoo. After Elder Yu takes it, you will be controlled by them. In this way, they will achieve their goal of dealing with you." "This is unlikely." Elder Yu shook his head and said, "The formula of Vajra voodoo was passed down from ancient times. It is very difficult to change it. At that time, for this incomplete version of Vajra Voodoo, they spent a lot of effort. Moreover, it was only with my cooperation that they made the change. With the strength of a few people, it is difficult to change it, right? Isn't there, Lan Ling? The subordinate reminded. This is possible. Continue. Elder Yu nodded and said. Second, Yang Ming and the others did not develop Jin Ganggu, but they thought of a way to deal with Jin Ganggu, so they want to trick you to deal with you. The subordinate analyzed. I think this is more likely. Continue. Elder Yu nodded faintly. You are right. Jin Ganggu does have a weakness, but they don't know about this weakness, and it is impossible to find it. And even if they find it, they don't have the materials to make it. Third, I feel like they've developed that Herculean goo or something. I heard that Titan goo is the nemesis of Jin Ganggu. Maybe they want to use this to deal with you? That is impossible, right? Titan goo, with just a few of them? Elder Yu didn't quite believe it. As far as I know, the flaw of Titan goo is even greater. It is not so easy to study. Or, they really developed Jin Ganggu, but they ate the Jin Ganggu themselves? In the end, the subordinate said, this is the most likely possibility. As long as they take the Vajra goo, they won't be afraid of you anymore. They want to fight it out with you. They? Take Jin Ganggu? Are they not afraid that I will not give them the antidote for the goo? Elder Yu frowned and asked. Since they can develop Jin Ganggu, do you think they can't develop the super goo antidote pill? Maybe the goo poison in them has already been removed? The subordinate reminded again, don't ignore the little girl, Lan Ling. Yes. Although Lan Ling is young, her voodoo skills are not much worse than mine. She is just lacking in experience and maturity. In time, it is not a problem to surpass me. Elder Yu nodded and said, so, they did develop Jin Ganggu, but they may have taken it themselves? My guess is so. The subordinate said. Okay, in that case, I will go and meet them. Elder Yu nodded and said, you take care of the house. I will go by myself. This? Elder Yu, since you know that they may have taken Jin Ganggu, then you still want to go? The subordinate asked with some concern. Just them? Ha 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 ha. Elder Yu laughed a few times and said, without Jin Gang, I won't take the job. Their knowledge of Jin Ganggu is far less than mine. I have studied this Jin Ganggu for many years. Although I have not refined a stable version of Jin Ganggu, the test version of Jin Ganggu in my body has already been thoroughly studied by me. The man didn't say anything else. Since Elder Yu said so, it meant that Elder Yu had absolute confidence, so he just nodded and helped Elder Yu refuel the helicopter. He let Elder Yu board the helicopter. On the Medicine Valley's side, Yang Ming and others were already prepared. Yang Ming closed his eyes quietly and suddenly said, Elder Yu is coming, but everyone has to be careful. Elder Yu seems to have found something. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Yezi asked quickly. Just now, when the subordinate flew the helicopter back, I kept watching him and saw him return to Elder Yu's residence. Yang Ming said, after returning, he and Elder Yu briefly analyzed this matter. Oh? What matter? Lu Yezi asked in surprise. It's about our successful refinement of Jin Ganggu. With that said, Yang Ming repeated what Elder Yu and the subordinate said to Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfeng. Although this Elder Yu seems to be arrogant, he is not stupid. Lin Dongfeng frowned and said, it seems that he came prepared. Moreover, what does his last sentence mean? What does he mean by not having Jin Gang to drill, and not taking the job? Our knowledge of Jin Ganggu is far less than his? He seems to mean that he knows the weakness of Jin Ganggu? Yang Ming guessed. It's very possible. In this case, we really have to be careful. Lin Dongfeng nodded and said, it seems that this battle will not be as smooth as we thought. Yeah, I feel like we are at a disadvantage. Lu Yezi also said. Let's act according to the situation in a while. If it is impossible, don't force it. As long as there is life, there is hope. When the time comes, just compromise first. Yang Ming said. Yes, we have been waiting for so long. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. If we can't win, we will compromise. Lin Dongfang said in agreement. Lu Yezi was about to say something, but Yang Ming made a gesture, then pointed to the sky and said, Elder Yu is here. Oh? Lin Dongfang and Lu Yezi immediately raised their vigilance. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to hear the roar of a helicopter motor above their heads, and a helicopter gradually approached the valley. The helicopter slowly landed on the open space of the Medicine Valley. And Yang Ming and others did not intend to greet Elder Yu. Since the other party had already guessed their purpose, then there was no need to pretend. Moreover, if they pretended to greet Elder Yu at this moment, it would make Elder Yu even more suspicious. Because every time Elder Yu came here before, Yang Ming and others were not very enthusiastic. They all had a lack of interest. When Elder Yu asked, they all walked to the open space lazily and answered Elder Yu's words casually. They were not afraid or respectful to Elder Yu, just like a group of passive employees treating their boss. So this time, Yang Ming and the others still did the same. After the plane stopped, they slowly walked in the direction of the helicopter. This time, Elder Yu flew the helicopter by himself and didn't bring a pilot. When he parked the helicopter, he couldn't wait to get off the helicopter. When he saw Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi, he was stunned. Because every time he reported the progress of the research results to him before, it was usually Lin Dongfang and Lu Tianqi. Later, Lan Ling came, at most Lan Ling would be added. Yang Ming and Lu Yezi were two martial artists in the eyes of Elder Yu. Why did they come with Lin Dongfang this time? What about the others? This strange situation immediately raised Elder Yu's vigilance. I heard that you have finished researching Jin Ganggu. Is it true? Elder Yu stood at the edge of the helicopter and did not walk towards Yang Ming and others. It's almost done. There are still a few key questions left. Elder Yu, it's best for you to take a look at them personally. Lin Dongfang said. Oh? Where is it? Then let's go and see it now? Elder Yu frowned and asked, where are the others? They are all in the research room. Let's go together. Lin Dongfang said. If the research is successful this time, will the antidote be given to us? Yang Ming suddenly stopped as if he was waiting for Elder Yu to come over and ask him. That depends on the results of your research. Elder Yu said casually. However, as soon as Elder Yu's voice fell, Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi attacked at the same time. The three of them used all their strength and attacked Elder Yu. Their only hope now was to give Elder Yu a surprise attack when he was not on guard. Because the incomplete version of Jin Ganggu on Elder Yu was an active skill and could not be activated in a passive situation. In other words, if Elder Yu did not take the initiative to activate Jin Ganggu, then his body would not be invulnerable and invincible. Therefore, the three of them hoped to take advantage of this time difference to take down Elder Yu. In this way, even if it was an incomplete version of the Herculean Divine Gu, they could defeat Elder Yu. Bang bang bang. 3 punches, the three of them hit Elder Yu almost at the same time. However, the three people's fists seemed to have hit a stone. Elder Yu seemed to have not suffered any damage at all. He still stood in the same place, motionless. You. Yang Ming's face showed a horrified expression, but the movements of the three people did not stop. They quickly punched again and hit Elder Yu. Bang bang bang. 3 more punches, but Elder Yu still stood in the same place and did not suffer any damage. Ha 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 and ha ha ha. Elder Yu suddenly laughed wildly. Sure enough, as I expected, you suddenly came to me this time, not because you have refined the Jin Ganggu, but because you have refined the Herculean Divine Gu. So what if you guessed it? You actually used the incomplete version of the Jin Ganggu in advance? Yang Ming was somewhat helpless about Elder Yu's cautiousness. Such a result was already obvious. Elder Yu had used the incomplete version of the Jin Ganggu on the way here in advance, so that Yang Ming and others' incomplete version of the Herculean Divine Gu could not work at all. Humph, Yang Ming, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You were just forced to stay here. Otherwise, would you listen to my orders? Elder Yu sneered, if I didn't prepare in advance, I would have fallen into your trap. However, if I didn't guess wrong, what you refined should be the incomplete version of the Herculean Divine Gu, right? This degree of attack is child's play to me, and there is no harm at all. You really underestimate the Jin Ganggu. So what? I just let you escape by luck. Yang Ming said coldly. Okay, I don't have time to play with you. I'm leaving. When you really study the Jin Ganggu, come to me again. As Elder Yu said, he was ready to return to the helicopter and leave the Medicine Valley. Who said that we didn't study the real Jin Ganggu? This time, we have indeed researched the Vajra Voodoo, so I am looking for you. Yang Ming stopped Elder Yu and said. Have you figured it out? Elder Yu turned around and was taken aback. Yes, we did study it. Yang Ming nodded. At the same time, Yang Ming also secretly gave Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang a wink. Since the first plan did not work, they were ready to start the second plan. You have really researched it? After Elder Yu listened to Yang Ming's words, he frowned. He didn't know whether what Yang Ming said was true or not, but he still stopped and asked. Of course it is true. Yang Ming said, since we can research the incomplete version of Herculean voodoo, we can naturally develop the complete version of Jin Gang voodoo. What is so strange about this? Oh? Where is it? Elder Yu asked suspiciously. It's here. Yang Ming was still standing lazily beside Elder Yu a moment ago, but the next moment, he grabbed Elder Yu. Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang also made a move at the same time as Yang Ming. They also grabbed Elder Yu at the same time as Yang Ming. Their purpose was very simple. Since they couldn't win against Elder Yu, then they would forcibly control Elder Yu. Yang Ming and the others also had Jin Gang voodoo, so they were not afraid of Elder Yu. The three of them caught Elder Yu at the same time, but they did not hit him. They only used the strength of their bodies to prevent him from leaving. To put it bluntly, no one could do anything to each other, but Yang Ming and the other two had the advantage of numbers, so they could trap Elder Yu. In this way, as long as Elder Yu was controlled and not allowed to leave, then Elder Yu's incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo would eventually fail. Once his incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo failed, then Yang Ming and the others could kill Elder Yu together again. Because the incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo had a time limit, and there was also a cooldown period in between, so it could not be used continuously. If Yang Ming and the others happened to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Elder Yu, then they had the confidence to win. What do you mean? Elder Yu was slightly stunned, but he was already controlled by Yang Ming and the others. Nothing, we just want to keep you here, said Yang Ming. Keep me here? I understand. You want to wait for my Jin Gang voodoo to fail, and then use the incomplete version of Herculean voodoo to deal with me, right? Elder Yu immediately guessed the plan of Yang Ming and the others. Yes, it seems that you are not stupid. Yang Ming nodded and said, I don't know if you can still resist our incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo since you don't have the incomplete version of Herculean voodoo? Humph. You think too simply. Elder Yu sneered and slammed his hands toward Yang Ming. He said as he attacked, although I don't have the Herculean voodoo, my body is extremely hard. It is still easy to deal with ordinary people like you. If you don't want to be crippled by me, then put away your unrealistic thoughts. Following Elder Yu's words, his fist also hit Yang Ming's body. This punch obviously didn't use too much strength. He just wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. However, when he hit Yang Ming, it seemed to hit an iron block, making a muffled sound. Yang Ming was fine, which made Elder Yu a little puzzled. Although his hand didn't hurt, he could see that Yang Ming didn't feel the slightest pain. While this made Elder Yu puzzled, he also attacked again. He once again punched at Yang Ming. Boom! There was another muffled sound. Yang Ming was still fine, but Elder Yu had already used all his strength in this punch. This made Elder Yu puzzled, and at the same time, he also had doubts. Your body. Haha, didn't I tell you? We developed the Jin Gang voodoo, but this Jin Gang voodoo was eaten by us. Yang Ming said with a smile, do you understand now? Although our incomplete version of Herculean voodoo can't do anything to you, at the same time, you can't do anything to me. We all have the Jin Gang voodoo. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. But the three of us can exhaust you here until your Jin Gang voodoo loses its effect. What, you ate the Jin Gang voodoo? Elder Yu was shocked, and his face suddenly showed an angry expression. The three of you all ate the Jin Gang voodoo? Sorry, it is true. Yang Ming nodded and said regretfully, and the complete version of the Jin Gang voodoo is only enough for 3 people, and we ate them all. The purpose is to deal with you. You all. Elder Yu was furious. He didn't expect that Yang Ming and the others developed the Jin Gang voodoo, but they ate it themselves. Why, we can't eat the things we developed ourselves? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Why yeah, you are pissing me off. Elder Yu was furious. Are you not afraid that I won't give you the antidote to the voodoo? Sorry, since we can refine the Jin Gang voodoo, how do you know that we can't refine the super voodoo antidote pill? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Yang Ming did not mention that he had the super voodoo antidote pill before. Yang Ming, it turns out that you still haven't given up and have always wanted to deal with me. Elder Yu gritted his teeth in anger. So what? Now that you are in our hands, you can say whatever you want. Yang Ming said, the purpose of my trip is to deal with you. Do you think that I am here to study the Jin Gang voodoo for you? Humph. Elder Yu suddenly snorted coldly. He waved his hand and threw Yang Ming, Lin Dongfeng, and Lu Yezi to the ground. Yang Ming and the others were originally holding on to Elder Yu, but they were suddenly thrown off by him. They were stunned. Ignorant. Do you think that you are the same as me after taking the Jin Gang voodoo? Do you think that the Jin Gang voodoo has no flaws and loopholes? Elder Yu shook his shoulder that was sore from Yang Ming's grab, and then said, do you feel weak now? No strength at all? You, how did you do it? After being reminded by Elder Yu, Yang Ming suddenly discovered that his body did seem to be a little soft and had no strength. Yang Ming was horrified. No wonder Elder Yu could throw the three of them away with a casual swing of his hand. It turned out that the three of them had become weak unknowingly. The Jin Gang voodoo naturally has flaws, but you don't know about it. Elder Yu looked down at Yang Ming and the others on the ground and said, the Jin Gang voodoo will be ineffective in front of a specific powder. Before I came, I had already sprayed this powder on my body. Although I had already expected this possibility before, it was just a random guess. I didn't expect you guys to really research it. It seems that it is not wrong to be prepared. At the critical moment, it is really useful. So you were already prepared. Yang Ming sighed helplessly, but he was not surprised because before he left, Elder Yu said something very strange. I have been studying this Jin Gang Gu for many years. Although I have not refined a stable version of the Jin Gang Gu, I have already studied the test version of the Jin Gang Gu in my body thoroughly. Yang Ming did not understand this sentence at that time, but now, he understood Elder Yu's intention. It turned out that Elder Yu had already known the flaw of the Jin Gang Gu, and he was prepared in advance, so the Jin Gang Gu of Yang Ming, Lin Dongfeng, and Lu Yezi lost their effectiveness. But why are you fine? Why is your Jin Gang Gu not losing its effectiveness? Lu Yezi asked unwillingly. This was what he found very strange. Since Elder Yu sprayed this powder on his body that could make the Jin Gang Gu lose its effectiveness, why was he not affected? Of course, mine did not lose its effectiveness. Elder Yu laughed and said, although my Vajra voodoo is an incomplete version, after my improvement, I have already avoided this flaw. My original purpose for doing this was actually to prevent Lan Ling's grandmother and the people of Lan Miao village from knowing about this flaw, so I did my best to modify it. But now, it seems that they don't know about this matter. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. So that's how it is. Yang Ming was convinced of his loss this time. This time, he did not lose unjustly. Although he was prepared, the other party was also prepared. Elder Yu also said that no one knew more about the Jin Gang Gu than him. So, Yang Ming, you don't have to be delusional. With your strength, it is wishful thinking to deal with me. Elder Yu said, also, let me tell you some unfortunate news. Recently, I will upgrade my incomplete version of the Jin Gang Gu again. After the upgrade, my incomplete version of the Jin Gang Gu will also become a passive skill. Only when someone attacks me, my incomplete version of the Jin Gang Gu will automatically activate, and it can last longer. If you want to assassinate me or something, I advise you to give up on this idea. The only thing you have to do now is to refine a complete version of the Jin Gang Gu for me. That is impossible, there is no catalytic enzyme left. Yang Ming said, the catalytic enzyme you gave us has been used up. It was only enough for 3 people, and we used it all. Humph. In order to avoid this situation, I deliberately left some catalytic enzyme. This time, when you refine the complete version of the Jin Gang Gu, give it to me. I will add the catalytic enzyme myself, I don't need you. Elder Yu said. So, you plan to let us go? Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Elder Yu's patience to be so good. This time, he didn't do anything to them. Controlling the few of you is as easy as flipping my hand. Your little tricks are nothing more than a joke in my eyes. Elder Yu sneered and said, I can completely control you. It doesn't matter if I let you go or not, because you can't escape from my palm. Since you are so powerful, why don't you turn your incomplete version of the Jin Gang Gu into a complete version? Yang Ming asked. In fact, he wanted to get more information from Elder Yu. My research direction is different from yours. I can only improve and perfect the foundation of the existing voodoo, but before you make it, I can't make it out of thin air. If you refine the complete version of the Jin Gang Gu, I can improve it and perfect this shortcoming. So that's how it is. Yang Ming nodded. You still believe us? Aren't you afraid that we will do something next time? Next time? With your little tricks, I really don't care. Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming mockingly and said, Do you know? Yang Ming, you used to be my enemy, an opponent that gave me a headache. Now, you are actually an ant-like existence under my feet. I'm in control of your fates now, but if you're always obedient, I'll feel that it's meaningless. Life is too dull, but you find something for me to do, which makes me feel that it's quite fun. Really? Yang Ming asked. However, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. This is the truth that has never changed. Yang Ming now became Elder Yu's prisoner, and this time, he failed to reverse the situation, so Elder Yu was indeed qualified to say these words. If you still want to play next time, please play something more powerful. This is not challenging at all. Elder Yu said, Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I am leaving. The medicinal properties of the powder will be automatically resolved after 3 days. I am not interested in configuring the antidote for you. Just take it as a 3-day break. After speaking, Elder Yu turned around and boarded the helicopter. In the roar of the engine motor, it slowly lifted off and left the Medicine Valley. Looking at the departure of Elder Yu, Yang Ming got up from the ground helplessly. He smiled bitterly at Lu Yezi and Lin Dongfang, who also got up with him. It seems that the plan we have prepared for a long time has failed. Haha, let it be a failure. At most, we will start again. This time, it was just a small test. Lin Dongfang was very optimistic. However, Elder Yu also revealed a message, that is, he is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Yeah, I was thinking that when we were about to study the Jin Gang Voodoo, we would call him to study it with us. Then, we would secretly lurk around him and kill him when he was unprepared. But I didn't expect that he actually turned his incomplete version of Jin Gang Voodoo into a passive skill. Yang Ming really didn't know how to carry out the next step of the plan. But now it seems that it is impossible. That's true. His Jin Gang Voodoo has also become a passive skill. We have no way to start, said Lu Yezi. Now I am a little regretful. When I dealt with Elder Yu, I should have killed him directly at the first meeting. Yang Ming's face showed a regretful expression. At that time, I didn't know that his incomplete version of Jin Gang Gu still needed time to activate, so I talked to him for a long time. At that time, if I could have lurked beside him and directly made a move, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Yang Ming was an assassin and was proficient in assassination. He believed that if he directly made a move at that time, the result would be different. But now, it was useless to think about this. At that time, how could Yang Ming think of passive and active skills? He only knew a little about Jin Gang Gu. Haha. But fortunately, you didn't kill him. Lin Dongfang smiled and comforted him. Oh? How so? Yang Ming asked with some doubts. If you directly killed Elder Yu at that time, what would you do? Would you go back directly to submit the mission? Lin Dongfang said, but in that case, Lu Tianqi and I would be trapped in the Medicine Valley forever, and we would never be able to get out. Ugh, that's true. Yang Ming couldn't help but nod. It seems that everything is fated. You are right. If I really killed Elder Yu at that time, then you might be trapped here for the rest of your life, and no one would know. I also found my love here, so it's not a loss. Lu Yezi said. You kid. Yang Ming scolded with a smile. Okay, let's study the next thing. It seems that our idea of using Jin Ganggu to restrain Jin Ganggu is not feasible. Elder Yu has the weakness of Jin Ganggu. If we use Jin Ganggu in front of him, we will be poisoned. Sigh, I miscalculated. I wasted so much time to study this. Lin Dongfang smiled bitterly. In the end, it was all for Elder Yu. This is also my fault. Thinking about it carefully, when Elder Yu said that sentence, he made a few strange gestures on his body. Now that I think about it, it should be the powder to deal with Jin Ganggu, but I didn't think so much. Yang Ming said, here, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. From the beginning, I was careless. How can you be blamed for this? None of us expected Elder Yu to have a trump card to deal with the Jin Ganggu. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have naively thought of using this move to deal with Elder Yu. Lin Dongfang waved his hand and said, okay, don't say these regretful words now. We should study what to do next. Do we really obediently refine the voodoo of Jin Gang voodoo for Elder Yu? Yeah, let's study the next step of the plan. Lu Yezi also nodded. Things have come to this point. I'm a little unwilling. Now it seems that although Elder Yu Sacrificial refined an incomplete version of Jin Gang voodoo, after his modification, there is only a time limit. The other functions are no different from the complete version of Jin Gang voodoo, and it has also become a passive skill. In other words, we can no longer count on the incomplete version of Herculean voodoo no matter what. Yang Ming said, as for the remaining method, I don't have to tell you. You should already know. You are talking about the complete version of Herculean voodoo? Lin Dongfang asked. Yes. Yang Ming said, if there is no other way, I will take the complete version of Herculean voodoo. Now it seems that this is the only way to deal with him. You eat it? How can that be? After you eat it, what will you do in the future? You can't stay here forever, right? Lu Yezi said anxiously, there are so many people at home waiting for you to go back. Boss, what are you talking about? Don't be impulsive. I am not being impulsive. Yang Ming waved his hand, motioning Lu Yezi to calm down, and then said, at present, we have used all the methods we can use. The only way left is this. If we don't deal with Elder Yu, then won't we be trapped here for the rest of our lives? What is the difference between that and not leaving here for the rest of our lives? If we refine the Jin Gang voodoo and give it to Elder Yu, will he let us go? Lu Yezi asked after a moment of silence. In my experience, he won't. Lin Dongfang shook his head. Elder Yu probably won't kill us, but he won't let us go either. It seems that we can only fight. Lu Yezi sighed. Now he also agreed with Yang Ming's proposal, but we can take the Herculean voodoo, but it can't be you. Or, I will take it? Isn't there still the quick cicada voodoo? There is no danger. Be careful in the future. Just take the quick cicada voodoo with you. It's not a big deal. Yang Ming said, moreover, Lan Ling is proficient in voodoo. It is more advantageous for me to take it than you. If there is a problem in the future, it will be easy to solve. No, this is too risky. If the quick cicada voodoo dies or runs away, won't you be in danger? Lu Yezi said, at most, I will stay here for the rest of my life. I will take it. I will take it. How could Yang Ming let his men take risks? He was a responsible person, so he naturally wouldn't do this. I will take it. Lu Yezi said. This is an order. Yang Ming said. I will resist once. Lu Yezi said. I say, are you two treating me as if I don't exist? Lin Dongfang said at this moment, why are you arguing here? Won't everything be fine if I take it? I am alone. When the time comes, I will just stay in this valley. You all have families. How can I let you take it? Brother Lin, you. Yang Ming also understood that Lin Dongfeng's words were very reasonable. However, if he took it, although he wouldn't drag anyone down, how lonely would he be? How could he live without anyone in the future? Well, I have decided. Lin Dongfeng said firmly, I will take it. Anyway, I don't have any family. I will just stay here when the time comes. Lu Yezi was Yang Ming's subordinate. Yang Ming could order him, but Lin Dongfeng couldn't. Lin Dongfeng was Yang Ming's elder brother. Yang Ming naturally had to respect his choice. No, I will discuss this matter with Yi. How can I let you stay here alone? Lu Yezi was firmly opposed. Not only him, but Yi also wouldn't agree if she knew. Yi, listen to me. You don't have to discuss with her. Lin Dongfeng said, this matter is decided. How about this? Let's look again and see if there is anything that can replace the nutrient solution. If it really doesn't work, how about we take this risky step? Yang Ming mediated and said, anyway, we are not in a hurry. We have waited for so long. There is no hurry. What the boss said makes sense. We can look for it again. This way, it will be safer, right? Lu Yezi nodded in agreement and said, taking the complete version of the Hercules voodoo is the only way, so we must be more careful. That's fine too. Lin Dongfeng nodded. After all, Yang Ming's suggestion was correct. Although everyone had looked for it before, they had to look for it again just to be safe. If there really was something that could replace the nutrient solution and spring water secreted by the quick cicada voodoo, they might be able to find it. However, Lin Dongfeng still said, but we can decide who will take the Hercules voodoo. I think it's better for me to take it because I have an obvious advantage over you. This? Yang Ming and Lu Yezi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lin Dongfeng insisted on this. They had tried to persuade him for so long, but it was still useless. However, they were not in a hurry to study who would take it. The most important thing now was to find a substitute for the nutrient solution. So, in the next few days, everyone began their second trip to the Medicine Valley. They were still riding on the previous battery-powered car. This kind of battery-powered car was relatively common in various tourist attractions. It was convertible for tourists to enjoy the scenery. The speed of travel was also very slow. Yang Ming and others were like tourists who came to the Medicine Valley for a trip, but there was no driver or tour guide. They walked and stopped, wandering to every corner of the Medicine Valley, looking for a substitute for the Hercules voodoo. There was nothing to study now, so everyone completely treated this trip as a vacation. It was a good thing to find a substitute for the nutrient solution of the Hercules voodoo. If they couldn't find it, they wouldn't be too disappointed. After all, they didn't have much hope. It was just that this time, the search was more careful than the last time. Every time they arrived at a place, everyone would get off the car and search carefully. When the search was unsuccessful, everyone would take a photo and then go to the next place. They walked and stopped like this. Half of the journey took twice as long as the last time, but when everyone arrived at the location of the spring, they still didn't find any nutrient solution that could replace the Hercules voodoo. Thinking about it, to be able to find such a clear spring was already very good. Wanting to find another substitute was simply beyond difficult. When they were near the spring, Yang Ming sighed and said, "We're back here again. We didn't gain anything. This time, do you still want to fight with me? Since there is no substitute, I will take it," Lin Dongfeng said. Yang Ming and the others were silent. Among these people, one of them had to consume the Herculean insect. It was either Lin Dongfeng, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, or Feng Tianlong. Anyway, it couldn't be anyone else. But these people were not alone. They all had wives. In fact, Xiaosusu didn't have long to live. She was the best candidate, but because Xiaosusu was pregnant, if she fought with Elder Yu, she was afraid that the child would be hurt. It's better for me to take it. After that, I will just stay here. Isn't there a West Star Mountain village on the other side? At that time I will go to live in that village. When I need to drink spring water, I can come and drink it at any time. There are also villagers there to accompany me. It won't be too lonely. Lin Dongfeng said. This? Yi was a little reluctant and said, "Adoptive father, we are all gone. What about you? Why don't Lu Yezi and I accompany you here?" "Haha, Yi, you haven't seen much of the world. You still have to go to the outside world in the future. As for your adoptive father, I have been outside for the first half of my life. now I want to rest. It's okay. I am here. If you miss me, you can come and see me at any time. Lin Dongfang said with a smile. But Yi still wanted to say something, but Lin Dongfang waved his hand and interrupted her words. Okay, don't say it. Let's settle it like this. Lin Dongfang said. Yi was silent. She was a little reluctant and couldn't bear it. She looked at Lu Yezi, hoping that Lu Yezi could say a few words. Yi, how about this? When our child is born, we can let adoptive father help to take care of it. In this way, not only can we enjoy the two of us, but adoptive father won't be lonely. Lu Yezi thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. Ah? I see. Although Yi was very simple, she was a little reluctant to leave the child behind. Since she was pregnant, she had been looking forward to the birth of the child. Her whole body exuded the glory of motherhood. At this time, she was reluctant to leave the child here. However, she also knew that what Lu Yezi said was the best way because Lu Yezi must have come from a bustling city. How could he bear to stay in this small mountain village? He also wanted to see the outside world. Therefore, this was the only feasible way. Huh. This is a good idea. You two go and play. I will take care of the child for you. I won't be lonely then. Lin Dongfang said with a smile. Then, it's decided then. Lu Yezi nodded and said, Today, are we going back or are we going to play here again? Let's play. The scenery here seems to be good. Yang Ming pointed to a place not far away and said, Moreover, we haven't been to that side last time. Although that side is full of mountains and cliffs, and there are no plants or streams, maybe there will be some new discoveries. Yang Ming and the others circled around one half of the medicinal valley, and the other half was full of cliffs and cliffs. There was no grass on that side, so Yang Ming and the others did not go there last time. When they came to the end of the medicinal valley, they went straight back. But this time, Yang Ming was going to go and take a look. Even if they did not find anything, it could be regarded as a trip. Anyway, time was not very tight. Alright, it's not bad to take photos over there, said Lu Yezi. So, after everyone rested at the spring for a night, the next morning, they went to the other side of the medicinal valley. This was a place where everyone had never been before, and the further they went, the harder it was to drive the car. Everyone's car was an electric car, not an off-road vehicle, so finally, they could no longer move forward in a place with a lot of sand and stones. Everyone could only stop the car, get out of the car, and prepare to go on foot to take a look. Because although this place looked simple and crude, there were all kinds of mountains and cliffs, which formed a good picture. It would definitely be very beautiful when taken in a photo. Yang Ming and Lu Yezi found a safe place to park the car. Although there was not much wind or rain in the Medicine Valley, because the battery car was convertible and its structure was relatively simple, they were afraid that it would be damaged if it was parked for a long time. Moreover, in order to prevent the battery from running out of power for a long time, they must park the car in a place where it could see the sun every day so that it could automatically charge through the solar energy. However, they couldn't be exposed to the sun all day long, so the parking location was a big problem. After parking the car, everyone carried their bags and walked in the direction of the rocks and cliffs. Yi and Susu were just pregnant, so it wouldn't affect their movements. Everyone was physically strong, so they could replenish their energy by resting in the open air for one night every day. After walking for about 2 days, everyone came to the edge of the rock cliff. Although it seemed to be in front of them when they parked the car, they realized that the journey wasn't so easy when they really walked. Some roads couldn't be taken at all. They had to take a detour. So, when everyone came to the foot of the mountain, there was a burst of cheers. This was a place that no one had ever been to, including Lin Dongfang. He had been in the Medicine Valley for more than 10 years, but he had never been to such a far place. One was that the terrain here was dangerous, and the other was that there was no need to come here. We should carve our names here to celebrate. It is estimated that we will only come here once in our lives. I don't know how many years it will take for someone to come here again. Looking at the naturally formed steep rock cliff here, Yang Ming said with emotion. Yeah, the people from West Star Mountain Village on the opposite side will probably never climb this mountain and come here. Because in their opinion, this is the mountain stream. Coming down from such a steep mountain is tantamount to courting death. Lin Dongfang nodded and said. Why is it called West Star Mountain Village? Yang Ming wanted to ask this question last time. At this time, Lin Dongfang mentioned it again. Yang Ming casually asked, there is also a mountain called West Star Mountain on our side. I don't know about this. I just occasionally heard Elder Yu and his men mention it. Lin Dongfang shook his head and said, but what's so strange about this? One is the West Star Mountain, and the other is the West Star Mountain Village. They are two completely different places. There shouldn't be anything strange about that, right? That's true. However, since this village is called West Star Mountain Village, does that mean that this mountain is also called West Star Mountain? Yang Ming pointed at the cliff and asked. I really don't know. Lin Dongfang said, I only know that this place is called the Medicine Valley. I don't think I have any other names. Then let's call this place West Star Mountain. Yang Ming said with a smile, let's carve our names on it. Hee, that doesn't matter. Since you like it, then come. Lin Dongfang found a few hard stones and prepared to carve words on the cliff. Because everyone had taken the incomplete version of the Herculean voodoo, it was not enough to deal with Elder Yu, but it was not a problem to carve words on the cliff. However, even though there was no problem, it still took a lot of effort. Although everyone's strength was greater, it was very difficult to carve words on the cliff with stones because the hardness of the stones was about the same as the cliff, and it was easy to shatter. Although everyone had taken the Jin Gang voodoo, it was impossible to write on the wall with their fingers. After all, those were fingers. In a sense, they were invulnerable, but they could not be used as carving tools. Therefore, when everyone worked together to write the words West Star Mountain on the stone wall, they were extremely excited. Then, they took photos here as a souvenir. They played for a whole day until night, when they lit a bonfire and rested nearby. Tomorrow, they were going to explore further. The night in the valley was quiet, and there was no sound. Everyone was tired for a day, but they couldn't sleep. They all lay on the ground and talked. Lu Yezi and Yi were quietly studying the problem of the child's future. Yezi, do you really want to leave the child here, and then the two of us will leave this place? That child is so pitiful. Yi was an orphan when she was a child, so she knew how pitiful a child without parents was. Yi. Actually, you can think of this matter from another perspective. This is also a kind of experience for the child, right? If you don't train, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things in the future. Lu Yezi said, and you will eventually leave with me. After we leave. Speaking of this, Lu Yezi was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Yi was slightly taken aback. She heard that Lu Yezi seemed to be implying something, but he didn't say it directly. Nothing, there are some things that we should talk about when we reach that step in the future. Lu Yezi shook his head and said, we can come and see the child often. It's not very tiring, right? That's true, but let's talk about this after the child is born. Yi nodded and sighed. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were also whispering to each other. Tianlong, what do you think about our child? If she asks where her mother went in the future, what will you say? Xiao Susu thought that she might leave soon after the child was born, and she was a little sad. I'll tell her, your mother is asleep, but one day, she will wake up. Feng Tianlong said sadly. Then what if she wants to see me? Xiao Susu asked. Didn't Mr. Lin say that? When the time comes, I can seal you in an ice coffin before you completely lose all signs of life, and then wait for him to find a way to save you, or wait for other miracles to happen. Feng Tianlong said, when the time comes, I can take the child to see you. Hee. Then you can only lie to her when she is young. When she grows up and understands, she will know that you are lying. Xiao Susu sighed, I really want to see my baby grow up, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Tianlong, when the time comes, if you can't stand the loneliness, you can remarry, but you can't be bad to the child, do you hear me? Otherwise, I will jump out of the ice coffin and fight you to the death. Haha, if I can really resurrect you, I would rather find another one. But, my heart can't hold anyone else. Feng Tianlong said, if I were a hypocrite, I wouldn't have fallen out with my family because of you. Then you don't regret it? Xiao Susu heard Feng Tianlong say this and immediately smiled sweetly and happily. Regret? Regret what? Feng Tianlong shook his head. From the moment I decided to accept this mission and come here with you, I've never regretted it. I'm very happy. Xiao Susu heard Feng Tianlong's words and said from the bottom of her heart, but, I really want to advise you, after I'm gone, you should go back to the family. You're the heir of the family and should have greater achievements. Don't hold you back because of me. Go back? How can I go back now? Feng Tianlong smiled bitterly. I've said it before, from the moment I step out of the Feng family's door, I won't go back unless they take you back in a proper sedan chair and recognize you as the young mistress of the Feng family. Tianlong, you're too stubborn. If I'm dead, how can they bring me back? Bring an ice coffin back? Xiao Susu smiled. After you go back, you can let your daughter have a better life. Impossible. After I go back, my father will definitely force me to marry into another family. When that happens, they'll see our daughter as a thorn in their side and want her to die. Feng Tianlong shook his head. You don't have to persuade me. I've already made up my mind. After the child is born, I'll bring her back and register her. I'll only admit that I'm a descendant of the Feng family, but I won't go back. Do as you wish. Xiao Susu saw that she couldn't persuade Feng Tianlong and could only shake her head helplessly. Then what do you plan to do in the future? I'll raise the child alone and find a cure for her illness. Feng Tianlong said, Don't worry, I'll do my best. Of course I believe you. Are you still hoping that I'll wake up in the future? Xiao Susu saw through Feng Tianlong's thoughts. Of course, I believe that miracles will happen. Feng Tianlong said. Then I'll look forward to the day I open my eyes, to see you, to see our daughter. Xiao Susu said longingly. That day will definitely come. When that time comes, our daughter might be as old as you are now. Feng Tianlong was also looking forward to the future. Hee, when we go out in the future, will people say that we're mother and daughter or sisters? Am I too young? Xiao Susu smiled. When that time comes, people will say that you're leading a pair of twins. Ha 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 ha. Feng Tianlong laughed loudly. That's even better. When the time comes, I'll be an old man and young wife. Everyone will be envious of me. By the way, Sky Dragon, can you promise me something? Xiao Susu suddenly said. What is it? Tell me. Feng Tianlong didn't expect Xiao Susu to suddenly become serious. What do you want me to do? As long as I can do it, I will do it. I'm saying if. Xiao Susu paused and said, If there is only one chance to save lives, I hope you can give it to our daughter instead of me. Can you do that? Feng Tianlong's daughter wasn't born yet, so he couldn't understand the feeling of a father's love. In his opinion, if there was a chance to save his life, he would rather save Susu than save his daughter. But since Xiao Susu said so, Feng Tianlong looked at her hopeful and determined eyes and said, Okay, I promise you. If there is a chance, we will prioritize saving our daughter. As long as you promise me this. Xiao Susu nodded with satisfaction. Not far from them, Yang Ming wasn't resting either. He was casually chatting with Xiaxua and Lan Ling, reminiscing about the past. Although Yang Ming didn't interact with Xiaxua and Lan Ling for a long time, everyone had their own beautiful memories. Now that they were talking about it, it was very interesting. I don't know if the Vigor Gu can counter Elder Yu's Jin Gengu this time. I have a premonition that things won't go as smoothly as expected. Lan Ling said, I hope my premonition is wrong, but my premonition has always been accurate. It has never been wrong. Oh? Why do you suddenly have this premonition? Yang Ming was shocked. It shouldn't be. Isn't the Vigor Gu the nemesis of the Jin Gengu? Why would there be a problem? I can't say for sure. I can't explain it clearly. Lan Ling shook her head and said, The Vigor Gu is the nemesis of the Jin Gengu, but there may be some accidents. Accidents? Yang Ming asked in confusion. For example, Elder Yu also knows the weakness of the Vigor Gu, or his Jin Gengu has mutated after his modification. These are hard to say. Lan Ling smiled bitterly and said, Moreover, after the Vigor Gu is taken, there is a limit to the number of times it can be used. After a few uses, you have to take nutrient solutions or spring water. In this way, the problem comes. You mean, if after a few attacks, we don't hit Elder Yu, or if we hit him, but it didn't achieve the expected effect, and the vigor goo can no longer be used here, we will fall into a passive situation, right? Yang Ming nodded and asked. That's right. That's what I mean. Many things can't be said to be possible in theory. In practice, there will always be accidents. Lan Ling nodded and said. I have a good idea. Yang Ming suddenly said, since the quick cicada goo can secrete nutrient solutions, then we can give the quick cicada goo to Brother Lin Dongfeng and let the quick cicada goo produce nutrient solutions in his body. In this way, wouldn't we be able to maintain the activity of the vigor goo? In theory, it is possible, but the quick cicada goo has now grown into an adult goo poison. As long as it is taken, it will have a great impact on IQ. Memory will decline rapidly, and Brother Lin will become a forgetful idiot. Lan Ling shook her head and said. Can we take it before we deal with Elder Yu? Isn't that no problem? Yang Ming said, for example, if we know that we are going to deal with Elder Yu today, then let Brother Lin Dongfeng take it. Isn't it fine? Then what will you do? In the future? Even if you defeat Elder Yu, do you want Brother Lin Dongfeng to be a forgetful idiot for a lifetime? Lan Ling asked. Of course, this is not necessary. I can use the previous method. Use a silver needle, stick the quick cicada goo, and then dig it out. Isn't it solved? Said Yang Ming. Use the previous method? That's impossible. Lan Ling said, could it be that you forgot what you took? What did he consume? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and asked. Jin Gang Gu. Lan Ling said word by word. Jin Gang Gu? What does this have to do with the previous method? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and didn't react. Stupid. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, Jin Gang Gu, invulnerable. How can you use a silver needle to pierce it? Don't forget that Jin Gang Gu is a passive skill. If you consume the quick cicada goo, you can't kill it anymore. It can only continue to cause trouble in the body and turn the person into an amnesiac idiot. Ugh. I forgot about this. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, it seems that it won't work. I shouldn't have consumed the Jin Gang Gu. If you don't consume the Jin Gang Gu, it will be more difficult to solve an accident. If the Herculean Gu fails, you won't lose your life. But without the amulet of the Jin Gang Gu, Brother Lin is likely to be killed by Elder Yu instead. That's true. Yang Ming listened to Lan Ling's explanation and suddenly had a headache. This didn't work, and that didn't work. It was like walking into a dead end. He didn't know what to do. Doesn't that mean that the only way is to try? Xianxia said, but fortunately, Elder Yu wants us to refine the Jin Gang Gu for him, so he won't kill us for the time being. Especially Brother Lin, the main researcher, he won't kill us easily. This is equivalent to saving Brother Lin's life. Yeah, that's the only way. Yang Ming sighed. In front of Elder Yu, this invulnerable weirdo, Yang Ming felt his insignificance for the first time. Previously, Yang Ming thought that he was already very powerful. He was an assassin, had the support of some large families, and even had an island. This could be considered the life of a top tycoon. However, when he really came into contact with opponents of a higher level, he realized that his little bit of skill was really not enough to do anything. Take Elder Yu for example. Assassins were really powerless against him. An enemy of this level had already surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Yang Ming's skills as an assassin were completely ineffective against him. Before this, Yang Ming had never come into contact with an enemy of this level. At that time, he thought that he was already very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just a frog in a well. Of course, although Yang Ming had this feeling, Yang Ming had never been discouraged. In fact, looking at Yang Ming's growth during this period of time, along the way, the opponents he came into contact with were from the initial gangsters to some assassin families. They were also getting stronger and stronger. However, Yang Ming never flinched. He always went forward bravely and stepped on the difficulties under his feet. Therefore, this time, Yang Ming also firmly believed that he could defeat Elder Yu and win the final victory. Because there might be more powerful enemies in the future, Yang Ming had to grow in difficulties. For a long time, Yang Ming was a person who couldn't be idle. Just like this mission, he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still went to the mountain. In order to become a hero and eliminate evil, and also for the peace of Lan Ling and the others, he must take down Elder Yu. There will be a way when the time comes. Lan Ling said, "You don't have to worry too much." "That's true, now it's a little troublesome." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Let's sleep. We still have to play tomorrow." The night passed in silence. The next day, everyone only woke up when it was almost noon. Firstly, they were really tired from walking yesterday. Secondly, everyone had been whispering last night, so they slept late. Therefore, they only woke up when the sun was high in the sky. It was really comfortable to sleep. Yang Ming got up and stretched, while Lan Ling and Xia Shui helped Su Su, Yi, and Qin Shaojing to prepare food. "Haha, bro, this trip is really worth it. I didn't know that there was such a fun place here before." Lu Yezi said, "Even if we come again in the future, we will go to the opposite West Star Mountain village. It is impossible to come to this Medicine Valley again." "So, you also decided to let brother Lin Dongfang stay here?" asked Yang Ming. "And, what if we don't decide?" Lu Yezi shrugged and said, "This is the only way. We have also persuaded him, but he said that he is the most suitable." "Haha, you don't have to trouble Lu Yezi. This is my own decision." Lin Dongfang said, "It's not bad here. I am also used to this kind of quiet life. I will spend my old age here." "Okay." Yang Ming shrugged and didn't say anything more. On the other side, Lan Ling and the others had already prepared the meal. Everyone went to eat and continued to move along the mountain wall. Everyone walked and took photos. Soon, it was afternoon. When they were tired, everyone sat down on the stone and prepared to rest. "I'm so tired. We can't walk again tomorrow. Let's go back. The road here is too difficult to walk. If we continue to walk, we will probably die of exhaustion." Yi couldn't bear it. After all, she was pregnant and didn't have Xiao Susu's physique. The first one who couldn't bear it was naturally her. "Okay, anyway, the scenery in front is almost the same. Let's not walk anymore. We will rest here tonight and prepare to return tomorrow," said Yang Ming. "It's okay. I can carry her." Lu Yezi didn't want to spoil everyone's mood, so he said, "We've had enough fun." Feng Tianlong said, "The scenery in front is nothing special. It doesn't make sense for us to continue walking, so it is also everyone's intention to return." "Yeah, there is nothing in front." Yang Ming pointed to the stone cliff not far away and suddenly made a strange sound. "Hey? What is that?" "What?" Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong and the others were stunned and looked in the direction Yang Ming pointed. Yang Ming's eyesight was better. He originally wanted to see if there was anything different in the distance, so he used the telescopic ability. As a result, he saw a silver-white, shiny thing in the distance. However, the others' eyes couldn't see as far as Yang Ming, so they didn't see anything in the direction Yang Ming pointed. They all looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. "What is it?" Lin Dongfang asked, "Why didn't we see it?" "There is a silver-white, shiny thing." Yang Ming used his ability to zoom in and observe the strange thing. However, when Yang Ming's eyes zoomed in, he saw something like a flying saucer. The structure inside was also very precise and peculiar, like a high-tech electronic device. "Let me see." Feng Tianlong took out the binoculars from his backpack and looked carefully in the direction that Yang Ming pointed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" Sure enough, there is a silver-white thing. But what is this thing? Why is it so strange? It doesn't seem to be something from here. It seems to be a metal thing. It doesn't seem to be formed naturally. Lu Yezi was also stunned. He also took out the binoculars and looked into the distance. However, at first glance, he was shocked and jumped up in surprise. "What the heck, it can't be? It's actually a UFO?" Lu Yezi exclaimed. Of course, what shocked him was not that he saw a flying saucer. Although a flying saucer was enough to make him crazy, the most important thing was that this flying saucer gave him a sense of déjà vu. It seems to be Lu Yezi felt that it was unlikely. What's wrong, Lu Yezi? Are you sure this is a UFO? Do you know it? Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's words and turned to look at Lu Yezi strangely. I seem to have seen this kind of thing somewhere, but I'm not sure if it is. Lu Yezi said, the thing I saw was a UFO, but I'm not sure if this thing is a UFO. No way, we actually saw a UFO in this valley? Yang Ming's thoughts couldn't keep up. It can't really be a UFO, right? It's possible. In our Supernatural Investigation Bureau, there is a department dedicated to studying UFOs and UFOs. Although it doesn't belong to the same department as us, we usually have contact with each other, so I still know a little about this. Feng Tianlong said, there should be flying saucers, but as for what they are, whether it's a natural phenomenon or an alien flying tool, we need to do more research. But this kind of stationary flying saucer on the ground? I don't think there are many of them, because most of the flying saucers that people see are flying in the sky and taking pictures. So, this is really possible to be a UFO? And there may be aliens in this UFO? Yang Ming listened to Feng Tianlong's explanation and nodded. It seems that I'm too ignorant. I'm in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. I investigate these mysterious phenomena. UFOs are naturally nothing. Let me see. Lan Ling was also puzzled. Why would such a thing appear in the Medicine Valley? She had never seen such a thing before. Yang Ming handed the binoculars over to Lan Lingyi, and Susu also wanted to watch the UFO, so after Lu Yezi and Feng Tianlong finished watching, they asked them to bring the binoculars over to let them have a look. After everyone finished looking at it, the final conclusion was that this thing really looked like a UFO. Boss, don't you have X-ray vision? Take a look at this flying saucer. What exactly is it made of? Is it solid or is it made of electronic components? Lu Yezi hesitated and asked. I've already seen it before. This is a technological product made up of some electronic components, not just a simple flying saucer-like object. Yang Ming said, there are many high-tech components that look very sophisticated, but I don't recognize any of them. No way. It's impossible. Lu Yezi frowned. Could it be a coincidence? It shouldn't be them, right? Them? Coincidence? Lu Yezi, what are you talking about? Yang Ming asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I must have judged wrongly. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yezi shook his head. I say, Lu Yezi, what are you talking about? It's not like you to be hesitant. Yang Ming felt that Lu Yezi must have something to hide from everyone. Lu Yezi, are you hiding something from us? Yi's intuition was also relatively sharp, especially when facing Lu Yezi. She felt that Lu Yezi should have something to tell them. This? Lu Yezi smiled bitterly and said, AI, well, anyway, we are all good brothers and sisters. We are all trustworthy people. I won't hide it. N? What do you want to say? Yang Ming listened to Lu Yezi's tone. It seemed that there was a big secret to hide from everyone. Actually, I have seen a UFO, and I came here by a UFO. Lu Yezi said, whether you believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that I came from a different planet. What? Yang Ming heard Lu Yezi's words and suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say? You came from a different planet? You mean, you are an alien? No way, right? I say, Yezi, is it true? Feng Tianlong also widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yezi in disbelief. However, if these people hadn't known Lu Yezi for a long time and knew that he couldn't make such a big joke, they would definitely think that he was talking nonsense. However, he said it in all seriousness, as if it was true, which made everyone puzzled. So, I am pregnant with an alien baby? Yi also looked at Lu Yezi with a confused look. Will there be a problem with the baby? Alien? Terminator? Xianxia also looked at Yi's stomach strangely. Pfft. Lu Yezi was amused by Xiaoxua's words. I say, sister-in-law, look carefully. I am not an alien. I am just like you. I just live on an alien planet. You just look the same. Many aliens can change. Have you seen Wesley and the Blue-Blooded Man? Feng Tian is like that. Xiaoxua said. Ahem. Fong Tian. As soon as Xiaxua's voice fell, Yang Ming coughed. Fong Tian? Wasn't his master Fong Tian? He actually had the same name as the blue-blooded man. Okay, stop fooling around. I'm really the same as you guys. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly, it's just that I moved there, but I don't know the details. I only know that my father wanted me to gain experience, so he sent me here to carry out some dangerous missions. For Lu Yezi's background, please read Very Pure and Very Ambiguous Prequel, which contains information about Lu Yezi's background and the origin of Lin Yi's jade pendant. Oh, I understand. Yang Ming said, you mean, you are an Earthling living on an alien planet, right? Yes, but I am still living on Earth. It's just that my family lives on an alien planet. Lu Yezi nodded and said, does everyone understand what I mean? Understood. Then you want to say that you came here in this kind of flying saucer? So, you think this flying saucer looks familiar? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, that's it. Lu Yezi breathed a sigh of relief and said, you don't have to worry. I am the same as you. We won't give birth to an alien baby. What alien? I'm talking about aliens. Said Yi. Haha, isn't it the same? Lu Yezi laughed. Lu Yezi, it turns out that you have a big background. You are an alien. So, that flying saucer might really have something to do with you, asked Yang Ming. Although I have seen a flying saucer and I have a flying saucer at home, I can't say that the flying saucer belongs to my family. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly, it's so far away now, and I can't see it clearly. Who knows what happened to this flying saucer? Maybe it crashed here. Forget it. No matter what it is, we have to go and see it tomorrow. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, it's too late today. The road is not easy to walk on, and we can't cross it. Let's wait until tomorrow to see what happened. That's true. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lu Yezi also nodded and said. However, Yi didn't seem to want to let Lu Yezi go. Yezi, where is your home? Why did you go to an alien planet? I don't know. My father didn't tell me much about him. I just came here to experience. I don't know anything else. Lu Yezi spread his hands and smiled bitterly. So that's the case. Yi nodded and said, then, you told me before that you wanted me to go back with you. You wanted to say something but stopped. Did you want me to accompany you back to the planet where you live? Yes, I wanted to say it at the time, but things were too unbelievable, so I didn't say it at the time. Lu Yezi said, I said it at the time, but I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me. But now that I saw such a flying saucer, I told you my origin. Then you came from an alien planet. Do you have any powerful cards? Asked Yang Ming. Isn't there only such a jade pendant? It is said that it can be used as a high-end communicator and storage space, but it has been broken for a long time and it has not been repaired. At present, it can only be used as a predictor, and sometimes it's not very effective. Lu Yezi said helplessly, as for other things, I don't have anything else. If I had it, I would to use Jin Ganggu here with you. Yang Ming nodded and said, I thought you would have some powerful trump card. You made me happy for nothing. What do you think? If there was really any powerful special ability, I would have said it long ago. Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. 2. Everyone agreed that they would head straight for that flying saucer-shaped object the next morning. He wanted to see what it was. 2. Everyone woke up early the next morning. Today, everyone had agreed to explore the flying saucer, so everyone was a little excited. Although the flying saucer seemed to be closer, it was actually very far away, so everyone had to return to the battery car first, and then drive the battery car to find the flying saucer. Because everyone was anxious, they walked very fast. They didn't have the mood to stop and look at the scenery like before, so it only took them one morning to return to the place where the battery car was parked. Next, everyone drove the battery car without stopping and then quickly drove to the location of the flying saucer. This time, everyone was moving at full speed, but even so, the speed of the battery car couldn't be increased. This was also because Elder Yu deliberately limited the speed of the battery car for everyone's safety. This battery car was convertible, so the safety factor was not very high. Elder Yu was also afraid that there would be some problems when driving at high speed. If someone was injured, who would help him study the Hercules Go? Therefore, even if everyone drove very fast, it was already evening when they arrived at the location of the flying saucer. But this was not important because Hope was in front of them. Everyone was about to arrive at the location of the flying saucer. The closer they got, the more surprised Lu Yezi was. This was because this flying saucer was exactly the same as the one in his house. He was very excited. Could it be that this flying saucer really came from his house? Finally, the two battery cars stopped next to the flying saucer. Lu Yezi looked at the flying saucer in front of him in a daze. He had a feeling of déjà vu. This feeling made him feel a little emotional. It seems to be a flying saucer from our planet. Lu Yezi looked at the flying saucer and murmured, I wonder if anyone is here? Or is it an abandoned flying saucer that no one wants? It doesn't seem to be. Yang Ming shook his head and said, this flying saucer looks very new, and there are no signs of damage. As far as I can see, the facilities inside are also intact. Of course, I don't know what the damage is like, but there should be no problem visually. Is there anyone in there? Lu Yezi shouted at the flying saucer excitedly. There is no one in the flying saucer. Yang Ming shook his head. He had used his X-ray vision to check before. The flying saucer was empty. There was no life in it, so Yang Ming was so sure. It turns out that there is no one. Lu Yezi said with some disappointment, I thought there would be someone in there. Then, why would this flying saucer appear here? How would I know this? Yang Ming smiled bitterly, however, since this flying saucer is similar to the one in your house, do you know how to operate it? Can we use the flying saucer to deal with Elder Yu? Are there any high-tech weapons in it? How is that possible? Lu Yezi suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about the fact that I don't have the activation password of the flying saucer. Even if I do, this flying saucer can only travel through space. It has no attack function. I see. I have seen in science fiction movies that flying saucers can shoot lasers or something like that. It seems very powerful. Xianxia said with some disappointment. You also said that it was a science fiction movie. Lu Yezi said helplessly. Then, didn't we come here for nothing? Yang Ming frowned and looked at the behemoth in front of him helplessly. Should I study it again? Lu Yezi smiled bitterly and said, aren't we just here to see something new? Even if it can't be used, isn't it good to take a photo here as a souvenir? Okay. Yang Ming also knew that he was too anxious. When he saw the flying saucer, he thought that he could find a weapon to deal with Elder Yu, but he didn't expect that this flying saucer didn't have any attack power. It couldn't be controlled and used. Lu Yezi carefully observed the flying saucer, trying to find a way to control the flying saucer, but he couldn't find it. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any device that could activate the flying saucer. Yang Ming and others stood next to the flying saucer to take a photo. This was a rare opportunity. Most people wouldn't see a flying saucer in their lifetime, let alone a flying saucer on the ground. This was also a fortuitous encounter. No, I don't know the activation password. If I enter it randomly, I may break the activation device of the flying saucer. Lu Yezi stood up and said with a wry smile. What will happen if you break it? Asked Yang Ming. After it is broken, the flying saucer may enter a locked state. The specific consequences will be judged according to the initial setting. It may self-destruct, or nothing may happen. It may also be that after it is locked, only the owner of the flying saucer can unlock it. This is hard to say. Lu Yezi said, although this is very similar to the flying saucer in my house, it is hard to say whether it is the flying saucer in my house because I have been away from home for many years, so I don't have a deep impression of it. I didn't invent the flying saucer. I just wrote it once. So that's the case. Then you try it. If we really activate this flying saucer, maybe we can find some secrets in it. Yang Ming suggested, even if this flying saucer is destroyed, we have nothing to lose. What if the owner of the flying saucer comes back here and finds that the flying saucer is destroyed? What if he can't go home? Lu Yezi was a little worried. This flying saucer is placed here, so it should be ownerless, right? We have been in the Medicine Valley for so long, and we haven't seen anyone else appear, so I feel like someone left it here and didn't want it, said Yang Ming. Then let's try it? Yang Ming's proposal made Lu Yezi a little tempted. After all, no one knew what secrets were in this flying saucer. What if they could find an opportunity to deal with Elder Yu? Therefore, Lu Yezi finally nodded. Let's give it a try. I'll use my X-ray vision to observe the situation inside the flying saucer for you. If anything bad happens, we'll evacuate as soon as possible. Yang Ming said. Alright, then it's settled. I'm going to try to activate this flying saucer. Lu Yezi nodded. However, just as everyone was preparing to test the passcode of the flying saucer, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the cliff not far behind them. What happened? Yang Ming's reaction was the fastest. He turned around abruptly and saw that on the cliff behind him, a stone door suddenly appeared, and the stone door was slowly opening at this moment. Could it be that I've caused a chain reaction? But I haven't touched the UFO yet. Lu Yezi innocently stretched out his hands, indicating that he hadn't started yet. Could it be that the owner of the flying saucer is coming out? Yang Ming thought of a possibility. Since Lu Yezi hadn't touched the flying saucer yet, the stone door on the cliff behind him had opened. There was only one possibility. The owner of the flying saucer had just heard the conversation between Yang Ming and others. They saw that Yang Ming and others wanted to violently test the activation code of the flying saucer, so they opened the stone door and prepared to stop Yang Ming and others from continuing. At this moment, the stone door was still slowly rising. Lu Yezi, Yang Ming, and others also put down what they were doing and stared at the stone door intently. They wanted to see what would appear behind the stone door. Would it be a human, a monster, or an alien? Of course, everyone was also prepared for battle. If it was an enemy, then there would definitely be a conflict. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Lin Dongfeng, and Feng Tianlong all took the lead and stood in front, protecting the two pregnant women in the team. Don't test it. It will destroy the activation device of the flying saucer. Before the stone door on the cliff was fully opened, a voice shouted loudly to everyone. However, this voice made everyone feel relieved. At the very least, this showed that the person behind the stone door was a human and not a monster. Moreover, it was a human like everyone else because everyone could understand what he said. Accompanied by the sound of kakaka, the stone door finally rose completely, and what followed was some flying dust. What shocked Yang Ming was that his special ability couldn't penetrate the stone wall of this cave, so he couldn't see the scene inside the stone wall of the cave clearly. This had never happened before. Yang Ming's special ability failed for the first time. While Yang Ming was shocked, he subconsciously used his X-ray vision to look at other places. He found that he could see through the flying saucer and other things. He could even see Lu Yezi's internal organs, but he couldn't see through the situation behind the stone door. The only explanation was that the stone door must have used some kind of high-tech means to guard against Yang Ming's X-ray vision. Of course, this was not necessarily to guard against Yang Ming. Perhaps this was just one of the safety precautions. This also made Yang Ming have a strong interest in the people behind the stone door. Obviously, the other party had an extremely high level of technology, which could be seen from the flying saucer in front of them. This stone door proved this point. Even Yang Ming's X-ray vision was useless. Finally, the dust dissipated, and Yang Ming and others could see the situation behind the stone door clearly. Ah! Lu Yezi exclaimed, "Grandpa-san, why are you here?" With Lu Yezi's exclamation, Yang Ming also widened his eyes and looked at the two people in the cave in front of him in disbelief. Because, he knew these two people. To be exact, he had seen them before, but he was not very familiar with them. Obviously, after Lu Yezi called out Grandpa-san, he also saw the person beside Grandpa Sunday. He was even more surprised. "You, aren't you the fortune teller?" "Haha, little Yezi, really? I didn't want you to find out, but who knew that you were going to forcibly activate the flying saucer's device? I was afraid that you would break it, so I could only show myself." Grandpa-san said helplessly. "You, aren't you?" Yang Ming rushed over quickly. This old man, Yang Ming, would never forget in his life. Yes, among the two people in front of him, the old man called Grandpa Sun was the old man who gave Yang Ming a pair of contact lenses and let Yang Ming embark on the path of the strong. So, how could Yang Ming not be surprised? The other one was the old fortune teller, Old Man Mo, whom Yang Ming met in the night market near the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Yang Ming really couldn't imagine that the mysterious old man he had been looking for would actually meet here. And why would he be with the old Taoist, Mo Kongwen? Haha, Yang Ming, we meet again. Good boy, it seems that I didn't give the wrong glasses to the wrong person. Grandpa Sun smiled and nodded to Yang Ming and said, I am very happy to see you here. It seems that after you got this pair of glasses, you did a lot of good things. Otherwise, I would have taken this pair of glasses back. Ah? Take it back? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Grandpa Sun to take back the glasses. However, Yang Ming was very fortunate. After he got this pair of glasses, he didn't do any bad things. I can give it to you. Naturally, I can take it back. Grandpa Sun nodded and said, but you used this pair of glasses to do some serious things. Although sometimes you did some dirty things like peeking at girls, it didn't hurt. The ones you peeked at were your own girlfriends. This isn't a problem. Ugh. Grandpa Sun, you can see what I do? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the things he did couldn't escape Grandpa Sun's eyes. Then, what he saw, Grandpa Sun could see it too. Of course, I can't see it, but I know what you do with the glasses. The eyes have a function to record information. It can record what you do with it every day. Although I can't see the specific image, I know the general things you do, said Grandpa Sunday. Ugh, this pair of glasses can actually transmit information? Yang Ming was surprised. Of course. Grandpa Sun smiled and said, the technology here is something you can't imagine. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming suddenly understood. However, he looked at Lu Yezi again. Lu Yezi actually knows this Grandpa Sun? Seeing Yang Ming's inquiring gaze, Lu Yezi naturally understood what Yang Ming meant. He wanted Lu Yezi to introduce him, so he said, Bro, this is Grandpa Sun Sikong. He is an engineer. This flying saucer in front of us was invented and made by him. He's a PhD in science and technology. He's very impressive. So, he's from your planet? Yang Ming asked in surprise. You can say that. Lu Yezi nodded and said, as for why he is here, I don't understand. And he gave you the glasses. It seems that you know more about him than me, right? Lu Yezi was telling the truth. He didn't have much contact with Sun Sikong because Sun Sikong was busy with research in the past. He only dealt with Sun Sikong when he came here to take the flying saucer. At other times, there was no contact. I only met Grandpa Sun in an accident. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. At that time, he was bullied by a few little gangsters. I just happened to teach those people a lesson, but I accidentally broke my own glasses. Grandpa Sun gave me a pair of contact lenses to compensate me. I didn't expect that this pair of glasses could see through things. It could also be used for long-distance vision and myopia. Yang Ming, let me ask you. If I take back the glasses now, will you give it to me? Sun Sikong suddenly asked. Ah? Now? Yang Ming was stunned. Sun Sikong's words caught Yang Ming off guard. He didn't know how to answer. Answer me. Sun Sikong said sternly. Yang Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he said with certainty, here. Oh? Don't you feel bad? This kind of powerful ability, most people don't want to lose it after they have it. Why do you still agree to return it to me? Sun Sikong looked at Yang Ming with interest and asked. Although my success is inseparable from this pair of glasses, when I think about it carefully, if I don't have this pair of glasses, I can still succeed. Yang Ming looked up and said, success and failure, sometimes it depends on the mentality. If there is confidence in the heart, as long as there is a dream, it will definitely be realized. On the contrary, if there is no dream and you give up, then no matter how good the tool is, it can't turn the situation around. Well said. Sun Sikong nodded with satisfaction. Now that I think about it, this pair of glasses gave me mainly because of confidence. Although I would have some trouble without this pair of glasses, as long as I have confidence, I think I can solve it in other ways. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on special abilities. Yang Ming said, but I have to admit that this pair of glasses allowed me to take a shortcut. Without it, maybe even if I had confidence, my road to success wouldn't be so smooth. You can figure out this truth, so my trust is not in vain. Sun Sikong nodded. Moreover, after you got the glasses, you weren't just greedy for enjoyment. Instead, you did a lot of big things. For example, this time, you and Lu Yezi came here to deal with Elder Yu. It was a big deal. Thank you, Grandpa Sun, for your trust, said Yang Ming. Well, Grandpa Sun, let's not talk about the matter between you and the boss. Let's talk about why you are here. And why is this fortune teller here? This was the strangest thing for Lu Yezi. Haha, I knew you would ask about this. Sun Sikong said, since you found out, then I won't hide it. The main purpose of my coming here is actually to watch you from the side. It can be regarded as a kind of protection in disguise. Your father was afraid that you would encounter trouble and problems here, so he asked us to secretly monitor you. However, he was afraid that your self-esteem wouldn't be able to stand it, so all this was done in secret. It turns out to be like this. Lu Yezi shrugged helplessly. He didn't feel much disgust. After all, it was reasonable for parents to worry about their children. He was going to be a father soon. Now, sometimes he would be nervous about Yi and the child in her belly. This was understandable. Poor parents, so Lu Yezi was not angry. He was just a little helpless. I was wondering, why does this fortune teller always appear near the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? It turns out that he is also monitoring me. I'm really sorry. Mo Kongwen said with a bitter smile. Then, what should I call you? Grandpa Mo? Lu Yezi said. Little master, you're flattering me. My master is your father's martial nephew. My master and you are of the same generation, and I am only your junior. Mo Kongwen said with some fear and trepidation. Your master? Who is your master? Lu Yezi was stunned. My master is Jiao Yazi. He is your father's martial nephew. Mo Kongwen quickly replied. So, you are Jiao Yazi's disciple. Lu Yezi suddenly understood. Indeed, Jiao Yazi was his father's martial nephew, so he was of the same generation as him. So, his disciple was naturally a generation younger than him. It was not too much to call him little master. Yes. Mo Kongwen said, so, I set up a fortune-telling stall near you so that I can take better care of you. Then all those fortune-telling things you said were all lies? Feng Tianlong quickly asked. What he cared about now was whether his daughter could change her fate in the future. Haha, of course not. I've learned some Qi and Duanjia techniques from my master, so what I said is true. Mo Kongwen smiled and said, you don't have to worry. Your daughter will have her own opportunities in the future, but now. I can't reveal the secrets of heaven. I say, Mo Kongwen, you can't reveal anything to me? Do you want me to ask that old guy Jiao Yazi? Brother Feng is anxious. Can't you say something definite? Lu Yezi saw Feng Tianlong's anxious look and couldn't help but ask. It's not that I don't want to say it, but some secrets of heaven are not secrets of heaven anymore. Mo Kongwen said with some helplessness, Little Master, you also know that some things have to be left to fate. If you do it deliberately, it may change the normal course of things. When the time comes, there will be a deviation in fate, and the loss will outweigh the gain. That's true. Lu Yezi nodded, Brother Feng, what Mo Kongwen said makes sense, so you don't have to worry too much. I don't know about him, but I know about his master Jiao Yazi. He is a very powerful person. If he says it's fine, it must be fine. Alright, then I won't ask any more. Feng Tianlong nodded, you're right. If I knew the details, my mentality would change. When that time comes, doing things on purpose would have the opposite effect. Let's not talk about this first, let's talk about the main point. I say, Grandpa Sun, and Mo Kongwen. You see us suffering here, and you can't do anything to elder you. Won't you help? Lu Yezi spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Do you have any high-tech weapons? Let us use them to kill Elder Yu, and then we'll be done with it. We really don't have any. Sun Sikong shook his head and said, Lu Yezi, your father told us to let you experience it yourself. He didn't ask us to help you deal with Elder Yu. Moreover, we don't have any offensive weapons. Then, there are no laser cannons in this flying saucer? Lu Yezi asked. This flying saucer is just a flying device, nothing more. Sun Sikong said. What if I'm in danger? How are you going to protect me? Lu Yezi asked somewhat unwillingly. Although he also knew that if he asked Sun Sikong and the others for help, it would lose the meaning of the experience, but this time, everyone had no other way, so Lu Yezi asked for help. Every time you are facing an enemy, we will activate the flying saucer. If you are in danger, we will appear in front of you and take you away with the flying saucer. Sun Sikong said, according to your father, we can only do this. Lu Yezi was a little speechless. It turned out that their so-called looking after was just helping him escape at a critical moment. We are here to look after you at a close distance. We don't want to be discovered by you. Sun Sikong smiled bitterly, but even if you find out, it's fine. If you want to leave, just say the word, and you can leave at any time. But if you want to deal with Elder Yu, there is really no way. Yes, in fact, we have also secretly helped Little Master study it. This Elder Yu is now invulnerable. Ordinary weapons are really not his opponent. I estimate that even heavy weapons have no effect on him. Mo Kongwen said. Are you serious? Then isn't he Superman? Yang Ming was surprised. Of course, it is true. Sun Sikong said, I have been engaged in scientific research for so long, but I still haven't figured out what is going on with this voodoo. This is a magical knowledge. Then it seems that there is no other way. Lu Yezi was a little disappointed. It seems that we still have to follow the previous plan. Before we get rid of Elder Yu, I can't go with you. My teammates are here. This is also my mission. We are not asking you to go, but at a critical moment, if your life is in danger, we will take you away. Sun Sikong said. In that case, then among us, if other people are in danger, can you take them away too? Lu Yezi hesitated and asked. In this way, all the team members, as long as they were in danger, could summon the flying saucer and let the flying saucer take them away instantly. That would be awesome. This can't. Sun Sikong shook his head. Can't? Why? My father won't let me? Lu Yezi was stunned. That's not it. It's just that we can only monitor your danger, but we can't monitor the danger of others. Sun Sikong said, the jade pendant you are wearing can predict bad luck, and the strength of the bad luck signal is also the switch of whether the flying saucer automatically activates the summoning function. If you are in fatal danger, the flying saucer can be quickly activated without our control and take you away, but others can't. We can't monitor. Then, can you improve the jade pendant so that as long as my teammates are in danger, the jade pendant can also give an early warning? Lu Yezi asked. This is possible, but the transformation can't be completed overnight. You are sure that you want to transform it? For your safety, you can only stay here. After the transformation is completed, you can leave with the jade pendant. Sun Sikong explained. Then forget it. I will transform it when I have time in the future. Lu Yezi said helplessly. Although they could also activate the flying saucer when they met an acquaintance, everyone's gains were not great. If it were any other time, Yang Ming and the others might be very excited, but now, everyone's first thought was to deal with Elder Yu, and they couldn't help here, so everyone's thoughts were naturally gone. Let's continue with our original plan. Yang Ming said, but Yezi, you have a life-saving trump card. After going back, I am going to put the jade pendant on E. Lu Yezi said solemnly, I am afraid that she is in danger now. Ah? E was slightly taken aback. She quickly shook her head and said, this can't be done. This jade pendant is yours, and it is used to save your life. I am not going to fight the enemy. Why do you want to give it to me? I have Jin Gangu to protect me. There is no problem, said Lu Yezi. Doesn't Elder Yu have the powder to crack Jin Gangu? Yi shook her head. Although the powder can crack Jin Ganggu, it only makes the Jin Ganggu's person weak, but the Jin Ganggu is still there. It just temporarily loses the ability to move. Lu Yezi said, but it can't kill me. But since Elder Yu has the powder to crack Jin Ganggu, you can't guarantee that he has other ways to make Jin Ganggu completely ineffective. Yi said, no, I don't want this jade pendant anyway. Well, Yezi, although your jade pendant can't transmit a signal to the flying saucer when your teammates are in danger and let the flying saucer save you in time, you can use the jade pendant's spiritual transmission to understand the danger your friends are in. You can save them in time. Sun Sikong said, so wearing the jade pendant on you is more effective than wearing it on others. I see. Lu Yezi thought about it. If Yi is in danger, I can still sense it. Although the flying saucer can't receive the signal, can't I rescue her? If I am in danger in front of Yi, it will still attract the flying saucer. Then, if I hold Yi, won't we be taken away by the flying saucer together? Thinking of this, Lu Yezi nodded. After all, Yi was not a fighter, and she was not in much danger. However, he was most familiar with the jade pendant. When he wore it, he could sense the safety of his teammates at any time. By the way, Grandpa Sun, since you're so powerful, can you help Brother Lin get rid of the Herculean voodoo if he takes it? Yang Ming suddenly asked. This? I can't. Sun Sikong shook his head and said, as I said before, voodoo is a very profound knowledge. It is a different direction from the science and technology one study. When you were studying voodoo, I also studied it, but there was no progress. This is not what I am good at. I see. Yang Ming was a little disappointed. Alright, Yang Ming, you don't have to study it anymore. I've already decided to take it, so just let me take it. Anyway, it's not necessarily a bad thing to stay here. When the time comes, don't you want your grandson to stay with me? Then I won't be lonely anymore. Lin Dongfang said. Little master, do you plan to let your child stay? Mo Kongwen was stunned when he heard Lin Dongfang's words. That's right. Firstly, it's to let him accompany father-in-law. Secondly, it's to let him gain experience. Lu Yezi said, boys need to gain experience. Isn't this my father's consistent point of view? This is, but. Mo Kongwen was a little hesitant. But what? Lu Yezi asked, does father want me to take the child back? Little master, you also know that your father has a lot of cultivation mantras, but when he met you, you had already missed the best age for cultivation. You didn't have a good foundation from the moment you were born, so you can only cultivate some cultivation mantras to strengthen your body. This is the same as your grandparents. Although you can live a long life, you don't have much attack power. Mo Kongwen explained, so, Martial Uncle hopes that you can take your child back and let him cultivate from a young age, so that he can become a very powerful person. Mo Kongwen explained, so, Martial Uncle hopes that you can take your child back and let him cultivate from a young age, so that he can become a very powerful person. Mo Kongwen's words made Lu Yezi silent. It was true that his father had a lot of cultivation mantras. His father's early experience was very strange. He encountered aliens, so he obtained a lot of precious information, including some martial arts mantras that had been passed down from ancient times that had been extinct. However, there were restrictions on cultivation. It must be supplemented with medicine. The foundation had to be laid from the moment of birth, which was the so-called foundation. If the foundation was not laid, then he could not cultivate. He could only cultivate some ordinary cultivation mantras to strengthen his body and prolong his life. For the story of Lu Yezi's father, please read Very Pure and Very Ambiguous Prequel. For the follow-up story, please read The School Bell's Personal Expert. Lu Yezi did not live with his father when he was young because of some things, so he could not cultivate the powerful mantras that his father spoke of. Now, it was understandable that his father wanted his grandson to cultivate them. Then, can't he cultivate here? Lu Yezi naturally couldn't bear to let Lin Dongfang be alone here, so he asked. It's not impossible, but this mantra is quite unique. If no one is supervising and guiding him, it is easy to go berserk. Moreover, haste makes waste. If you are too greedy, it is likely to make mistakes. And here, Mr. Lin Dongfeng does not understand these things. When the time comes, if there is a problem with his cultivation, it will be difficult to handle. Mo Kongwen explained. So it's like this. Lu Yezi was a little disappointed, but he still asked unwillingly, then, can you leave someone to supervise or guide his cultivation? Or, can you think of a way to let him cultivate step by step? This? How about this, I will ask Granduncle Master and then reply to you, is that okay? Mo Kongwen hesitated and said. Okay, then you ask for instructions first. Lu Yezi said, if you can't do it, then I will do it. I don't believe that if I act coquettishly and roll on the ground, father will not agree. Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen were speechless at the same time. Yang Ming, and others almost burst out laughing. After a small gathering with Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen, Yang Ming and others were also ready to leave. Since they couldn't find a good way here, they could only follow the original plan and let Lin Dongfeng take the vigor voodoo. By the way, although we can't help you deal with Elder Yu, we have a communication device here that can contact the outside world. Do you want to contact the outside world? Sun Sikong suddenly thought of something when Yang Ming and others were about to leave, and said quickly. Eh? You can contact the outside world? That's great. Yang Ming was stunned and then said happily. He had been here for so long, but he hadn't contacted his family to report his safety. So, this time there was an opportunity. How could Yang Ming let it go easily? Of course, the one who was even more excited was Lu Tianqi. When he heard that he could contact the outside world, the muscles on his face started to tremble. He was too excited. He wanted to immediately call his parents and tell them that he and Xiaojing were fine. They were still alive and safe. Yes, there is a signal shield in this valley, but my technology here can pass through the shield and make a call. There is no problem. Sun Sikong said, although we can't help in dealing with Elder Yu, if you want to contact the outside world, you can do it at any time. Yang Ming nodded. Indeed, Elder Yu was invulnerable. Even a bomb might not hurt him. Sun Sikong's alien technology might not be Elder Yu's opponent. Because Elder Yu couldn't be judged with common sense at this moment. If they could defeat Elder Yu with just some weapons, Lan Ling's Lan Miao village wouldn't have spent so much effort to refine the Herculean voodoo. Moreover, Sun Sikong only had such a flying saucer without any attack ability. It looked like it was only the size of 2 cars. It was too difficult for him to deal with Elder Yu. So, after Yang Ming mentioned it once, he didn't mention it again. Where is it? Is it in the flying saucer? Asked Yang Ming. Not in the flying saucer, but in the cave here. Sun Sikong said, in the cave, I made a simple base to monitor your movements. Ugh, then you won't see anything that others shouldn't see, right? Asked Yang Ming. Of course not. This device has an automatic filtering function. I can't see these. Sun Sikong also sweated and said, we are just checking your safety. We won't monitor your privacy. I'm just asking casually. Yang Ming saw that Sun Sikong was formal, so he naturally knew that he wouldn't do such a thing. Several people followed Sun Sikong into the cave. The space in the cave wasn't big, only a few square meters. There was a row of work tables neatly placed with some monitors on them. Not far from the tables, there were 2 beds. Obviously, this was where Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen rested. The working environment here could be said to be simple and crude. There was no decoration. It was just a workshop. This was also a temporary foothold built by Sun Sikong to monitor everyone's safety. He didn't intend to work here for a long time. It's here. Sun Sikong pointed to a telephone-like communication device and said, this can bypass the signal shield and talk directly. You can talk now. Who wants to go first? Lu Tianqi was eager to try, but he was embarrassed to be the first one to make the call, so he turned to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was anxious in his heart, but he wasn't as anxious as Lu Tianqi, so he smiled and said, Brother Lu, you should go first. You haven't contacted your family for many years. Godfather and godmother must be worried about you. Then, I won't be polite. Lu Tianqi nodded and looked at the phone on the table. With a trembling hand, he dialed the phone number that he had repeated thousands of times in his heart. Soon, the phone was connected. Lu Weishan's vigorous and powerful voice came from the other side. Although he was a little depressed, he still sounded very hale and hearty. "Hello, I'm Lu Weishan," said Lu Weishan. "Dad." After sobbing for a long time, Lu Tianqi finally said this word. Yes, he had been suppressing his emotions for too long, so it took him a long time to say such an incomplete sentence. When Lu Weishan heard this familiar voice, he was slightly stunned at first, then he was surprised and happy. His voice became a little trembling. You are Tianqi? Dad, it's me. It's me. Lu Tianqi said with a sob, "It's me. Dad, are you okay?" Good, Tianqi, this is great. After so many years, there is finally news of you." Lu Weishan was very happy. His voice changed. "How about Xiao Jing? Is Xiao Jing okay?" "She is also very good. We are all very good." Lu Tianqi said, "Dad, is Mom okay?" "She is also very good. Her body is good." Lu Weishan said, "Where are you? What happened in these years?" "I am still in Miaojiang. I still have a task to complete. After I finish it, I will go back." "You don't have to worry about me." Lu Tianqi said, "You don't have to worry about me here. As for other things, I will tell you when I go back. There are still people waiting to call here. Time is precious. Let's not talk about it first." "Wait, you haven't talked to your mother?" Lu Weishan said, "I will call her." "You wait. Old woman, come quickly. Our son is calling." Lu Tianqi was helpless, but there was no way. He could only wait for his mother to pick up the phone. However, on the other side of the phone, his mother's voice came from afar and said, "Who is it?" "Yang Ming called?" "It's not Big Ming, it's Tianqi." "Right, Tianqi, why did you think of calling me?" When Lu Weishan was asked by her, he suddenly remembered that Lu Tianqi called him. How was Yang Ming? Who was the one who found Lu Tianqi and asked him to call home? Taking advantage of this time, Yang Ming took the phone and smiled, "Godfather, I am here. I am with Brother Lu. You don't have to worry about me. We have already met up. We are completing the last task together." "Ha ha ha, good. Lu Weishan heard Yang Ming's voice and said good 3 times. One was his biological son, and the other was his godson. They were both safe and sound. This was his biggest comfort. These days, besides worrying about Lu Tianqi's whereabouts, he was also worried about Yang Ming. This time, his heart could finally be at ease. However, before Lu Weishan finished his words, Lu Weishan's wife took over and said hurriedly, "Tianqi, is that you?" "Godmother, it's me, Yang Ming." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "It's Big Ming. I was talking about you. Your godfather is old and confused. He actually said that it was Tianqi who called. I think he has been worried about you recently." Lu Weishan's wife, Aunt Chu, complained. Sweat. Yang Ming heard his godmother's words and suddenly sweated. "It's not like that. Godfather is right. It was indeed Brother Lu who was talking on the phone just now. I just took advantage of this gap and said a few words to him. Godmother, I will change it to Brother Lu immediately." Yang Ming said quickly. "Ah?" Aunt Chu was stunned suddenly. She said in disbelief, "Really? Yang Ming, don't lie to me." "Of course, it's true." Yang Ming said with a smile, "Didn't I say it before?" Although the purpose of coming to Miaojiang this time was to perform a mission, it was also to find Brother Lu. Brother Lu was found, so we called you. Ah. After Aunt Chu heard Yang Ming's words, she couldn't help but cry. For so many years, she had been waiting for news. Even if it was news of death, it would make these 2 old people feel better. Otherwise, if there was no news of life or death, they wouldn't be able to see the person alive and the corpse, which would make them feel uneasy. "Big Ming, did you really see your brother Tianqi?" Aunt Chu was so excited that she didn't know what to say. "Hee, let him talk to you personally." Yang Ming handed the phone to Lu Tianqi, who was eager to try. "Mom, it's me. I'm fine, little Jing is also fine, and my godbrother is also fine. We are all together." Lu Tianqi also said very excitedly, Mom, don't worry. As soon as our mission here is over, I will go back. There are not many opportunities to call here. There is such an opportunity by chance. Others are still waiting. I won't talk about it first. Everything will wait until I go back. Lu Tianqi was also afraid that if they stayed in the cave for too long, they would be discovered by the helicopter sent by Elder Yu. Although this possibility was not high, Elder Yu was not interested in their every trip to the valley, and he would not send a helicopter to search the valley, but there was nothing wrong with being careful. Okay, as long as I know that you are safe, it is my biggest comfort. Aunt Chu said, I am so happy. Then your dad and I will wait for you and Big Ming to come back. You have to be careful and support each other. Don't worry, Mom. I have a good relationship with Yang Ming. We have already become sworn brothers. Even without the relationship between you and Dad, we are still brothers. Lu Tianqi said. That's good. Aunt Chu was relieved after listening to Lu Tianqi's words. Then I won't delay your precious time. You let someone else talk. Okay. Although Lu Tianqi was a little bit reluctant, he was not alone. Xiao Jing, Yang Ming, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and Feng Tianlong were all waiting. Lu Tianqi hung up the phone, but Yang Ming didn't fight for it. Instead, he let others call first because he might be the one with the most phone calls. He had to report his safety to his parents, friends, and every woman in the family. It would take a long time, so it wasn't too late for him to call after everyone had finished using their phones. Next, Xia Shui, Lan Ling, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu made a phone call. Xia Shui called Xia Bingbao, and Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu also called Xia Bingbao, so the three of them only needed to use the phone once. After all, Feng Tianlong had separated from his Feng family. He only had friends in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xiao Susu had no one else at home, so they could only call Xia Bingbao to tell him that they were safe. Xia Bingbao had no way to deal with everyone's situation. When he learned about Elder Yu's current situation, he had no way. He couldn't blow him up with explosives, right? Even if he was blown up, he might not die. According to Yang Ming, the Jin Gang voodoo could directly crush a boulder with its chest, and it was impervious to fire and water. This was simply abnormal. Therefore, after Xia Bingbao reminded everyone to be careful, he could only cheer for everyone in his heart. As for Lin Dongfang and Yi, they had no relatives at all. However, at the request of Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang personally called Guan Shuamin. He planned to tell Guan Shuamin some things about Xianxua's treatment and let Guan Shuamin do it first. At least, Xianxua's condition would not worsen. Hello, I am Guan Shuamin. Guan Shuamin's plain voice came from the phone. Guan Shuamin, it's me, Lin Dongfang. Lin Dongfang was a person without any arrogance. He was very easygoing, so he was not arrogant in front of Guan Shuamin. Miracle Dr. Lin, is that you? Is it really you? After Guan Shuamin was slightly stunned, he asked in surprise. After all, Guan Shuamin had been guided by Lin Dongfang in his early years. Just once, he benefited a lot. Guan Shuamin wanted to call himself a disciple, but he was afraid that Lin Dongfang would feel that it was inappropriate, so he could only call Lin Dongfang Miracle Dr. Lin. It's me, hee. I am now with Yang Ming. This guy wants me to call you and talk about the condition of his confidant. Lin Dongfang teased Yang Ming. Although Lin Dongfang already knew about the situation between Yang Ming and Xianxua, his character was like this. Okay, Miracle Dr. Lin, I am all ears. Guan Shuamin said quickly. Although he was treating Xianxua, Lin Dongfang's words could give Guan Shuamin a lot of inspiration. If he encountered a similar condition in the future, it would be easy to solve it. Lin Dongfang told Guan Shuamin some conservative treatment methods, including some prescriptions and the like. Guan Shuamin was very excited when he heard it. Although the two of them were not master and disciple, they were more than master and disciple. At least in Guan Shuamin's heart, he respected Lin Dongfang as a teacher. Thank you for your guidance, Miracle Dr. Lin. I understand. I will follow these instructions. Guan Shuamin recorded the prescriptions and treatment methods as if he had obtained a treasure. It's nothing. If there is a chance, I will discuss medicine with you again. Lin Dongfeng was a little emotional. In this life, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave West Star Mountain Village. Discussing medicine with Guan Shuamin had become an unfulfilled promise. However, he couldn't tell Guan Shuamin about these things now. Okay, Miracle Dr. Lin, I am looking forward to it. Guan Shuamin said, oh yeah, Yang Ming, do you want to talk to Yushi? I will give the phone to her. Okay. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment and took the phone. It had been so long. He didn't know how Xianxia was doing. To be honest, Yang Ming's feelings for Xianxia were more of love and pity than good feelings. However, good feelings were sometimes mysterious. After a lot of contact, there would naturally be good feelings. After not seeing Xianxia for a while, Yang Ming would really think of her. Speaking of it, Xianxia was also a pitiful child. Her background was somewhat low, but Yang Ming had never looked down on her because Yang Ming's previous family was not necessarily better than Xianxia's family. His father was an ordinary workshop worker, and his mother was a laid-off female worker who did temporary cleaning work. How similar was this to Xianxia's family? Therefore, Yang Ming would not look down on Xianxia, nor would he think that she liked him because she wanted to climb up the social ladder. After all, every girl hoped that her future boyfriend would be an accomplished person. In fact, if one looked at it carefully, how similar were Xianxia's and Lin Jian's backgrounds? Both of them belonged to the kind of girls who were somewhat stubborn but somewhat introverted. Yang Ming saw Lin Jian's shadow in her, so he took special care of her. In the end, Yang Ming's good impression of her might come partly from his good impression of Lin Jian. Come to think of it, if Wang Jitao's scheme was not in the hotel room, and Lin Jian was not in a coma, then the ending might be similar to Xianxia's. With Lin Jian's character, she might have jumped off the building. However, due to a strange combination of circumstances, the fates of the two people were very different. When Yang Ming recalled this matter, sometimes he would feel emotional, so he also took special care of Xianxia. Chen Mingyan and others knew about this matter, but they also acquiesced to Yang Ming's approach. After all, they also felt that Xianxia was a pitiful person. After picking up the phone, Yang Ming heard Xianxia's excited voice, Yang Ming. Ming, is that you? She seemed to not believe that Yang Ming actually called her. Anne, it's me, Yushi. How are you recently? Yang Ming asked with a smile. I'm very good. Xianxia's heart was in a mess. She was really surprised that Yang Ming called her because Yang Ming said before that he was going to perform a mission and couldn't contact the outside world. This time, I found a way to treat your leg. I have told Dr. Guan some of the things that he can do. I will treat the rest personally when I go back. I have learned medical skills. Yang Ming said. Ah. Then you can't come back now? Xianxia thought that Yang Ming had completed his mission. Not yet. The things here are not done yet. Yang Ming said, I called you to tell you that I have found a way to cure you. Don't be discouraged. So that you can help me manage the company. NN. After Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words, her eyes lit up with hope again. Although Yang Ming said before that he would definitely find a way to cure her legs, Xianxia was happy at that time, but she also understood that this was an unattainable dream. As for Yang Ming's promise that she could help him manage the business in his company in the future, it was something that Xianxia didn't even dare to think about. But now, Yang Ming told her personally that there was a way to cure her legs. This made Xianxia's heart finally feel at ease. Well, let's not talk about it first. Time is limited. I have to call Ming Yan and the others. Let's talk about everything when I go back. Yang Ming said. Okay, you haven't called Sister Ming Yan and the others yet? Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange look. He cares about me. He didn't even call Chen Ming Yan, but he called me first. In an instant, a little happiness rose in Xianxia's heart. She couldn't help but be a little dazed. Not yet. I'm about to call. Yushi? After Yang Ming finished speaking, there was no answer from the other side of the phone. He was slightly stunned. Nothing. Okay, goodbye. Xianxia was afraid that Yang Ming would see through her thoughts. She accidentally hung up the phone in a panic. She immediately regretted it. How can I be so stupid? I should have heard Yang Ming say goodbye to me, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't think much about it before. After all, Yang Ming couldn't see Xianxia's expression through the phone. However, when Xianxia panicked, Yang Ming immediately guessed her thoughts. However, since Yang Ming guessed it, then he guessed it. Just let her misunderstand. Being happier is also good for her body. What Xianxia didn't know was that this phone call was actually made by Lin Dongfang. Yang Ming just took the opportunity to say a few words. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming directly dialed the phone number of his villa. Hello, who are you looking for? Today, it was Xianxia's turn to clean up. Just as she finished cleaning up the living room, the phone rang. Xianxia picked up the phone. Generally, it was either Bao Sanli, Zhang Ben, or Tian Donghua who called, so it was the same whoever answered the phone. When Yang Ming heard this familiar voice, he couldn't help but be stunned. This voice, he was too familiar with it. Isn't this Xianxia's voice? However, the phone number that I dialed was obviously the phone number of my villa. How could Xianxia run to my villa? Of course, even if Xianxia went to the villa as a guest, it was possible. However, it was a bit impossible for her to answer the phone as a guest. Xianxia wasn't that kind of rude person, right? Therefore, for a moment, Yang Ming even thought that he had hung up the wrong phone number. He looked at Sun Xikong suspiciously, but then he shook his head. The high-tech invented by Sun Xikong could even make X-ray glasses. This phone wouldn't be so broken that it could make a serial call. Hello? Who is it? If you don't want to talk, I will hang up. Xianxia thought it was a harassment call. She listened for a long time and wanted to hang up the phone. Don't hang up. Yang Ming quickly regained his senses and said. Hey? It's you? Xianxia blinked and put the receiver of the phone in front of her ear. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. Why does it sound like Yang Ming's voice? Little Jie? Why are you here? Yang Ming's next question completely solved Xianxia's doubts because, if he asked this question, it must be Yang Ming. Yang Ming? It's you? Is it really you? Xianxia was a little surprised. In the past 6 months, although everyone didn't say anything and seemed to be living happily together every day, in fact, everyone was avoiding a topic at the same time. That was the progress of Yang Ming's mission. Because there was no news of Yang Ming, the women didn't want to talk about this topic to avoid making everyone unhappy. However, in everyone's heart, they were always thinking about Yang Ming. This also made the people, who were not very harmonious at first, become harmonious because of the common concern. In the past half a year, everyone had really integrated together. Of course, all of this was the result of a strange combination of circumstances. Because Yang Ming was gone, this effect was achieved. If Yang Ming was still here, then the women wouldn't be able to quell the jealousy and resentment in their hearts so easily. They would definitely have a big fight with Yang Ming. But now, everyone didn't have the intention to fight. In their opinion, peace was true happiness. Yang Ming could return safely and live with everyone. Then, the rest wasn't important. In fact, the one who had the biggest knot in her heart was Chen Mingyan. As for Yang Ming's other women, Sun Jia, Xiao Qing, Zhao Ying, and Wang Xiaoyan, they had long known the existence of Chen Mingyan. Even if they lived together, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Even Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun knew about Xiao Qing, Jing Xiaolu, and Zhao Ying. So, the only person who was kept in the dark was Chen Mingyan. However, Chen Mingyan was indeed Yang Ming's first girlfriend in the true sense. Although the two of them didn't say the final confession during the hazy years of high school, the intimate relationship between the two of them could be said to be almost no different from that of a couple. Especially after the incident at the cinema, the relationship between the two of them had taken another step forward. Thinking about it, such an intimate thing could only happen between lovers. But later, because of some misunderstandings, there was a crack in the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming, which also led to the appearance of Lan Ling at this time. To be honest, Chen Mingyan had some regrets and some helplessness at this time. Although Yang Ming was responsible for all of this, her distrust also played a large part, so she couldn't blame Yang Ming. So, she accepted Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling. As for Zhou Jiejie and Suya later, Chen Mingyan was actually a very kind girl. It was just that the sudden appearance of Sun Jia and others made her have a trace of fear and concern, so she couldn't help but explode. But when Sun Jia took the initiative to give up the fight for the real girlfriend, Chen Mingyan's last trace of nervousness in her heart was also put down and accepted everyone. After all, at this time, whether to accept or not wasn't Chen Mingyan's decision. Lan Ling said that everyone was voodoo. Not only was it not easy to get sick, but it could also keep their appearance forever. So, what was wrong with everyone waiting for Yang Ming? Although Zhaoying didn't have a voodoo, Zhaoying insisted on staying after hearing this. Then, Chen Mingyan couldn't persuade her to find another happiness, right? That would seem like Chen Mingyan deliberately. Therefore, after this time of run-in, everyone had become tacit. If Yang Ming saw such a scene, he would probably be happy. When Sun Jia picked up Yang Ming's phone call, she naturally thought of this. However, she didn't want Yang Ming to enjoy the fruits of her labor for no reason. She finally sorted out the relationship with all the women. For this, she even gave up the position of the main concubine in the harem. She couldn't let Yang Ming take advantage of it. At least, she had to let him know that it wasn't easy to get it. Thinking of this, Sun Jia also thought of an excuse and was ready to scare Yang Ming. "It's me, Shao Jia. Why are you in my house? Where are Meng Yan and the others?" Yang Ming asked somewhat strangely. "They were driven out by me. Now, your harem is only left with me, Qing, and Zhaoying. The others were driven out by us." Sun Jia said faintly. "Ah? Driven out?" Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. His face showed a look of horror. "Shao Jia, what are you talking about? Why did you drive them away? Where are they now?" Your matter was exposed. Someone sent a stack of photos to Chen Mingyan. They were photos of you, me, Qing, Zhaoying, Jing Xiaolu, and others together. There were also photos taken at the hotel. They were all very intimate. So, after Chen Mingyan saw these photos, she called us to come over and settle accounts with us. Sun Jia said. "What? Someone sent photos to her? And she also called all of you?" Yang Ming's forehead had a trace of cold sweat. He secretly complained in his heart. Yang Ming knew Sun Jia's character. Sun Jia had already said that if Chen Mingyan didn't provoke her, then everyone wouldn't interfere with each other. However, if Chen Mingyan suppressed her with the status of a legitimate girlfriend, she definitely wouldn't be bullied like this. Moreover, Yang Ming knew Sun Jia's means. How could Chen Mingyan be her opponent? If what Sun Jia said was true, then Chen Mingyan and others were driven out of the villa by Sun Jia. That was really possible. After all, Chen Mingyan wasn't Sun Jia's opponent. Maybe she left angrily under Sun Jia's pressure. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly had a big headache. What is this? I just left not long ago, and such a thing happened. It's simply killing me. Yeah, your legitimate girlfriend questioned me and Zhaoying when she came. Of course, I couldn't stand it, so I pushed them a little, and they all left. I occupied the villa. Sun Jia looked at Chen Mingyan and others who were attracted by the phone call and were walking over here. She blinked her eyes. Chen Mingyan heard Sun Jia scream before. Naturally, she guessed that the call was from Yang Ming. Later, when she heard Sun Jia intimidating Yang Ming, she couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't expose it. In fact, although she was relieved, she also had the same idea as Sun Jia. She didn't want Yang Ming to get such a big advantage, so she wanted to intimidate him. Sun Jia was just the right person to do this. If she answered the phone just now, she couldn't act so realistically. Maybe she would have blurted out the truth. So Chen Mingyan walked to Sun Jia's side and listened with a smile. God. Yang Ming was really a little dumbfounded. How could Chen Mingyan be Sun Jia's opponent? If she said it nicely, maybe Sun Jia wouldn't care about it. But if she questioned her, then Sun Jia wasn't easy to bully. How could she just let it go? So Yang Ming was really a little helpless at the moment. Who is so wicked? Did he send the photos to me after I left? However, Yang Ming's mind suddenly flashed a figure. He frowned and asked, "Little Jia, do you know who sent the photo?" "Of course, I didn't know at the beginning, but after my investigation, these photos were sent by your good senior, Dong Jun." Sun Jia didn't hide it from Yang Ming. This Dong Jun was still Yang Ming's great benefactor. If he didn't send these photos at such a timely time, the girls wouldn't have reconciled so easily. Sure enough, it's him. After Yang Ming listened to Sun Jia's words, there was no doubt. Because it was impossible for Sun Jia to know that Yang Ming and Elder Yu were talking about Dong Jun, they must have thought that Dong Jun and Yang Ming were on the same side. But now that Sun Jia said so, it must be true about this photo. In Yang Ming's opinion, only his senior brother, Dong Jun, could quietly follow him and take a photo. Although Dong Jun did not learn the skills of those assassins, he learned lightness skills from Feng Tian. It could be said that Dong Jun's lightness skills were not below Yang Ming's. It was even better than Yang Ming before he learned the butterfly microsteps. After all, Dong Jun was a master thief. A master thief could not do without powerful lightness skills. Dong Jun debuted so many years earlier than Yang Ming. It was normal for his lightness skills to be better than Yang Ming's. Yang Ming was in the open while Dong Jun was in the dark. It was easy to secretly take a photo of Yang Ming. Therefore, for this matter, except for Dong Jun, Yang Ming really couldn't think of anyone else who could do this without him being aware of it. Moreover, only Dong Jun, the enemy, would do such a time-consuming thing. As for others, Yang Ming really couldn't think of anyone who would do such a boring thing. After all, if he wanted to take all the photos of him dating all the women, it wouldn't be done in a short period of time. Unless the person had a lot of patience, and at the same time, they must also have a lot of skills. In conclusion, Dong Jun was the only one who fit this criteria. In Yang Ming's view, Dong Jun's patience was very strong. For so many years, Dong Jun had been lurking around Feng Tian without showing any flaws. This patience was not comparable to ordinary people. Moreover, not only that, Dong Jun also had a hatred with Yang Ming. Only he could do this kind of thing. But, what was the purpose of him doing this? As Yang Ming thought of this, he couldn't help but have a flash of inspiration in his mind. He suddenly thought of a possibility. That was, perhaps, this photo was not as simple as sending it to Chen Mingyan. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart suddenly had a realization. You know it's him? Sun Jia was a little surprised. She didn't expect that not. Only was Yang Ming not shocked, but he had a clear look as if things were supposed to be like this. This made Sun Jia very curious. You seem to have guessed that it was him? Hee, I guessed it long ago. Yang Ming said faintly, if I'm not mistaken, this senior of mine, Dong Jun, probably wants to send these photos to Ming Yan before I leave. Then, you want to cause trouble in my backyard and delay my schedule so that I can't come to Miaojiang to carry out the mission? Ah, you actually guessed it? Sun Jia was even more surprised. These things had been confirmed from Dong Jun's mouth, but Yang Ming, who was far away in Miaojiang, could actually say it. This made Sun Jia curious. How did he judge it? Yes, I guessed it. I guessed it a long time ago. Yang Ming said, and there was a trace of bitterness in his smile. I always knew that he wanted to deal with me, but I didn't expect that before I left, he still had such a move. Sigh, I really underestimated him, but I really don't understand, why was he half a beat slower? Why did this thing happen after I left? It is said that he was delayed by the courier company, otherwise, he would have received it long ago, said Sun Jia. Sigh, originally, I planned to let him go, but he created such a big trouble for me. How should I deal with him? Yang Ming sighed. This Dong Jun, it seems that he still doesn't know how to repent. If my backyard is set on fire because of him, then I will just kill him when I go back. Sun Jia wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Some things were better to let Yang Ming and Feng Tian communicate in person. She didn't need to pass this message. Since Yang Ming could call her, he would definitely call Feng Tian. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Little Jia, you know what I am most worried about. I came to Miaojiang to carry out the mission this time. The only thing I am worried about is my family and friends, and you, the people I love the most. N? Xianxia didn't answer but just snorted. Little Jia, I know that you are a reasonable person. You are also my good wife. You know that if the matter between you and Meng Yan is not resolved, I will not be at ease, so. Yang Ming couldn't continue speaking as he spoke until here. He could only pause for a moment. So what? Asked Xianxia. So, you can accommodate her. Can you give in to her? I really don't want you to quarrel. I hope that you can get along peacefully. What do you think? Yang Ming could only bite the bullet and say it. Get along peacefully? Do you think it is possible? Xianxia still didn't answer Yang Ming's words directly and asked. This? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, I also know, this is not possible. You are a strong girl, and Meng Yan is my official girlfriend that I personally promised. And you? Sigh, little Jia, can you suffer first? I will compensate you after I go back. Compensate? How do you compensate? Xianxia held back her smile and asked with a straight face, why should I be wronged? Why don't you let others be wronged? Compensate. How do you want to compensate? Yang Ming didn't know how to compensate, so he could only ask Xianxia herself. Humph, I won't do it. Xianxia snorted and said, I won't be wronged. If I want to be wronged, let Sister Meng Yan and the others be wronged. Eh? Yang Ming just sighed, but suddenly he was stunned again. Sister Meng Yan? What did you call her? Yeah. Xianxia didn't expect that she actually blurted it out. During this time, she called Chen Meng Yan as Sister Meng Yan, but she accidentally blurted it out. However, Xianxia also secretly thought that Yang Ming's intuition was too sharp. He could find the problem at once. This little man had finally grown up. He was no longer the little boy who had to ask her for advice on everything. He had matured and could hold up the sky. And she no longer had to worry about him. It was enough for her to stay behind him with peace of mind and help him deal with the matters at home. Xianxia's surprise finally made Chen Meng Yan and the others couldn't help it. It wasn't known who laughed first. Then, everyone couldn't help but laugh until they died. Yang Ming listened to the laughter on the phone, and his heart suddenly relaxed. It seems that my guess is not wrong. Xianxia and Meng Yan should be together, and they get along very well. Xianxia just wanted to scare me, but she accidentally blurted it out first. Meng Yan and the others are all here? Are you using the speakerphone? Yang Ming listened to the laughter on the other side of the phone, and there was a feeling of happiness in his heart. They actually get along well? And they live under the same roof? Humph, if we weren't worried about you and were afraid that something would happen to you, do you think we can be so united? Well, since you have heard it, then let our harem master, Sister Meng Yan, talk to you. After Xianxia said this, she couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, she did use the speakerphone because Xianxia saw Chen Meng Yan and the others coming over, so she automatically switched to the speakerphone to let them hear Yang Ming's embarrassed look. She believed that everyone was a little unhappy that Yang Ming could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' work. Now that she scared him like this, everyone's heart was comfortable. In the future, they would not make things difficult for Yang Ming because of this matter. In fact, Xianxia did this for the overall consideration. She was a smart person and knew how to deal with this matter. If she didn't make this joke, even if Chen Meng Yan and the others came to pick up the phone, even if they didn't say anything, after everyone knew that Yang Ming was safe and sound, they wouldn't be as happy as before. However, Xianxia's acting made everyone feel better. It also made Yang Ming suffer some punishment, so he could understand everyone's painstaking efforts. What harem master? Sister Xianxia, didn't we agree that we would discuss and make decisions together? Chen Meng Yan was a little embarrassed. Although this harem master was an empty title, when Xianxia said this, Chen Meng Yan's heart suddenly surged with a feeling of happiness. It made her feel that there was nothing wrong with accepting Xianxia and the others. Especially in front of Yang Ming, Xianxia also said this. In fact, she indicated to Yang Ming that she was willing to give the position to Chen Meng Yan, and she would not compete in the future. It had to be said that Xianxia's scheming was the most powerful among these women. She resolved conflicts invisibly. Yang Ming was far away on the other side of the phone. At this moment, he also understood some of Xianxia's intentions. He was very grateful in his heart. If there was no Xianxia, Chen Mingyan and others would not be able to get along so well. Now, with Xianxia's words, the relationship between the sisters would be better in the future. Chen Mingyan wouldn't do anything to bully others because of her identity. Yang Ming, I am Mingyan. Don't listen to Sister Xianxia's nonsense. We are now taking turns to be in charge. Everyone is responsible for everyone's life for a few days. Sister Xianxia is responsible for these days. She is the master of the harem. Although Chen Mingyan said so, she also understood in her heart that she couldn't escape the identity of the real girlfriend. Since she couldn't escape, she might as well make everyone happy. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and almost burst with joy. Before he left, his biggest unsolved wish was to deal with the relationship between these women properly. He didn't expect that after he left, Dong Jun added fuel to the fire and helped him a lot. Thinking about it, the women were worried about his safety. It was impossible for them to quarrel endlessly. After the quarrel, with Xianxia's mediation, it wouldn't be a problem for everyone to be united. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart was sincerely grateful to Xianxia. She is really a good helper for me. Yang Ming really wanted to laugh a few times and jump on the ground. Mingyan, thank you for your understanding. Thank you. I am really grateful. Yang Ming said happily. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. The biggest knot in his heart was untied, so Yang Ming could wait here to fight with Elder Yu without any worries. Grateful. If it weren't because we were afraid that you would be worried about your family's affairs while performing a mission outside, do you think we could let you go so easily? Chen Mingyan said, if it weren't for Sister Xianxia's generosity, you would be in trouble. Haha, I know that you are the most tolerant. I am very happy to know that you are all very harmonious. I will definitely rush back as soon as possible and meet up with you all. Yang Ming said happily, Mingyan, you can rest assured. I will not let you all down in my life. Now it's not the problem of you letting us down. It's that we don't want you yet. Chen Mingyan snorted and said, we are living happily together now. We feel that it is the same with or without you. Ugh. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mingyan, don't say that. Aren't you discouraging me by saying this? At that time I will just fight to the death with the enemy. Anyway, I have nothing to worry about. Don't. I am joking with you. Chen Mingyan was shocked and quickly changed her words. Yang Ming, I am just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Everyone is looking forward to your return. Actually, I am also joking. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, you lied to me. Chen Mingyan realized that she was deceived by Yang Ming. It seemed that she was still too inexperienced. Her deceiving skills were not as good as Xianxia's. At least Xianxia did scare Yang Ming before, but now, she didn't deceive Yang Ming. This way, I know your intention. Isn't that good? Yang Ming asked instead. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. Let Sister Lin and the others talk to you. Chen Mingyan glanced at the women who were all looking forward to it. She couldn't help but shake her head. Sometimes, as the master of the harem, it was also a bit of a headache. At this time, she had to be magnanimous. She couldn't keep holding the phone, lest others say that she was narrow-minded. On Yang Ming's side, he talked to the women one by one. When he heard their voices, he knew that they got along very well. Yang Ming's heart was very comforted. This feeling made him feel very at ease. Finally, he didn't have to worry about the backyard at home. However, when he was talking to Wang Xiaoyan hinted to Yang Ming, you should call uncle later. He may have something to say to you. Dong Jun's matter was better left to Feng Tian and Yang Ming. After all, it was Yang Ming's own grievances. Even Wang Xiaoyan could only be regarded as an outsider. It wasn't appropriate for her to say anything, so she simply didn't say anything, so as not to interfere with Yang Ming's judgment. Oh? Okay. Although Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan said this, Yang Ming did have the intention to call Feng Tian, so he immediately nodded and agreed. After talking to Chen Mingyan and the others, Yang Ming called his parents, Zhang Ben, and Bao Sanli respectively to tell them that he was fine and not to worry too much. After that, Yang Ming dialed Fang Tian's phone number. Hello? At this moment, Fang Tian was like an ordinary retired old man. He stayed at home every day, drinking tea, reading newspapers, listening to the radio and watching TV. He lived a very leisurely life. Fang Tian's neighbors didn't know that this old man who looked very kind was once the famous king of assassins. It's me. Yang Ming said straightforwardly. Yang Ming? Have you completed your mission? Fang Tian's face flashed with joy, but he still asked calmly. No, we are now trapped in a valley. It's just a coincidence that I can call you. Maybe there won't be this opportunity in the future. Yang Ming was not wrong. After all, it was impossible to come to such a far place to make a call in the future. If he often came here, it was easy to be suspected by Elder Yu. It would be inappropriate if Elder Yu found out at that time. Oh? Then make it short. Tell me what happened and what I can help with. Fang Tian was worthy of being one of the people who understood Yang Ming the most. He didn't talk nonsense and said straightforwardly. There is nothing for the time being. I just want to tell you that I am safe. As Yang Ming said, he briefly told Fang Tian what happened after he arrived in Miaojiang. In the end, Yang Ming was silent and said, Master, there is one more thing. I don't know how to tell you. What is it? Fang Tian was slightly stunned. He seemed to have guessed something, but he still asked calmly. It's about my senior, Dong Jun. Yang Ming said, Master, are there any outsiders near you? No, you can say it. Fang Tian was shocked. It turned out that Yang Ming really noticed Dong Jun's problem, but he still asked. Normally on the surface. Master, I am afraid that the person who has been targeting me over the years is him. As Yang Ming said, he told Fang Tian in detail about what he had encountered over the years and the analysis of Elder Yu. Oh? The person who has been targeting you is him? Fang Tian's tone was still very plain. You guessed it? Not bad, not simple. Master, why don't you look shocked at all? The expression on Yang Ming's face became a little strange. You already knew about this before? I have been guessing, but it has never been confirmed. Fang Tian said, until a while ago, this matter was really confirmed. Oh? You were also guessing before? Yang Ming was a little surprised. I was just guessing before, until a few things happened recently, I was sure. That person is him, my senior brother Dong Jun. I have long suspected it. Fang Tian said, I suspected it earlier than you, but I didn't expect you to suspect it too. Why didn't you tell me before? Ugh, before, I only suspected it in my heart, but I didn't want to believe that the person who targeted me was my senior brother Dong Jun. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, because he was very good to me. He introduced me to the sect, and during my training, he was busy for me. I really didn't want to believe that he was the person who targeted me behind the scenes. However, until a few days ago, I confirmed this matter through Elder Yu's mouth. So you didn't say it? But do you know that even if you didn't say it, there were a few times when you were in danger and almost lost your life? Asked Fang Tian. I know, but I treated these as a kind of training. Although it was dangerous, it could allow me to grow in danger. Since there weren't so many opportunities for me to train, having a person who is always targeting me can also help me grow quickly, said Yang Ming. Ha 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 ha. Fang Tian laughed after listening to Yang Ming's words. It seemed that Yang Ming's thoughts were exactly the same as his. Although he suspected Dong Jun, the reason why he didn't intervene was that he wanted to train Yang Ming. If the knife wasn't sharpened, it wouldn't be sharp. If the jade wasn't carved, it wouldn't be useful. Only a small sapling that experienced wind and rain could grow strong and eventually become a towering tree. What are you laughing at? Could it be that you think so too? Yang Ming heard Fang Tian's laughter as if he had guessed something. Yes. Fang Tian nodded and said, my thoughts are similar to yours. I want to train you. So, I turned a blind eye to his matters before, but when I knew that he was the one who did these things, I couldn't tolerate it. Then, Master, how are you going to deal with him? Asked Yang Ming after a moment of silence. I'll listen to your opinion. Fang Tian said, you're the person involved. You say what should be done. Master, can I ask how you determined that the person who dealt with me was senior apprentice brother Dongjun? I heard Sun Jia say before that he sent them a package of photos. I didn't ask carefully at that time, but I think he wouldn't be stupid enough to write his own name when he sent the letter, right? Asked Yang Ming. Me? That's how I found out. As Fang Tian spoke, he explained how he knew about Dongjun to Yang Ming. In this, the biggest credit was Yang Ming's women. If it weren't for them, Fang Tian couldn't be sure that the person who dealt with Yang Ming was Dongjun. I didn't expect it to be them? Yang Ming was a little surprised, but he finally understood why the women merged together so quickly. It turned out that they had a common goal and common expectations. They worked together to find the behind-the-scenes mastermind who dealt with him, and they were also looking forward to his return. Thinking of their silent support behind him, Yang Ming's heart was moved. He swore that he would treat them well. It's them. I didn't expect that there would be a very powerful person among them. Fang Tian sighed. When you were there, they didn't show off, but once you left, the power they displayed together wasn't small. But I'm very gratified. My biggest problem is solved. Yang Ming smiled and said, so, it seems that I have to thank senior apprentice brother Dongjun. If it weren't for him, Ming Yan and the others wouldn't be able to unite so quickly and face a common enemy. Let's not talk about this. Tell me, how do you want to deal with your senior apprentice brother? As Fang Tian spoke until here, his words suddenly became sharp. If you don't want to see him, I will make him disappear. After you come back, there will be no such person. Yang Ming's heart was very contradictory at this moment. After listening to Fang Tian's words, he felt a little sad. Yang Ming was a person who cherished old friendships. If it wasn't a last resort, Yang Ming wouldn't do anything to hurt his friends. Even if these friends betrayed him, if they could repent, Yang Ming would still choose to forgive them. Tian Donghua, Tian Long, and Wang Shui were the same. Guo Jianchao was also the same. Even Zhou Jiejia and Jing Xiaolu, who had a little misunderstanding with him, had become Yang Ming's women at this moment. Yang Ming also chose to forgive Ge Xinyao, who had bullied Lin Jiyun. Therefore, if Dongjun really repented, Yang Ming might give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Why? Are you hesitating? Asked Fang Tian. Yes, I am indeed hesitant. Yang Ming said, Master, does senior apprentice brother Dongjun know about this matter? Did you have a showdown with him? Why? Is this very important? Fang Tian asked in return. It's very important. Yang Ming said solemnly, I want to know his attitude. If he has remorse and is willing to admit the mistakes he made in the past and turn over a new leaf, then I think we can give him a chance. Yang Ming, you are still too soft-hearted. Fang Tian sighed and said, you are not a successful assassin, but you are a successful apprentice and a junior apprentice. Is there a difference? An assassin doesn't have to be cold-blooded and ruthless, right? Yang Ming said with a smile, sometimes, forgiveness is also a correct approach. After all, he is my senior apprentice brother. If I inherit the position of the king of assassins, then he is my junior apprentice brother. For a junior apprentice brother, shouldn't I be more tolerant? However, what I want to know is why he is targeting me. Is there a reason and a reason? If there is a reason that can be explained, then master, I want to give him a chance. Alright, since that's the case, I'll tell you the whole story. Fang Tian nodded and said, then, you can make a conclusion after listening to it. If you think he should be forgiven, then forgive him. If you think he shouldn't be forgiven, just tell me. You've grown up, so I'll leave this matter to you. Okay, go ahead. Yang Ming nodded and said. It's like this. As Fang Tian spoke, he told the ins and outs of the matter to Yang Ming in detail. The reason why he said it in detail was to let Yang Ming understand the whole process of why Dongjun dealt with Yang Ming. This would allow Yang Ming to clearly and objectively judge whether Dongjun was wrong, how much wrong he was, and how much responsibility he had to bear. Yang Ming quietly listened to Fang Tian's explanation. At the beginning, he heard that Dong Jun had made a move on him because he couldn't inherit the title of King of Assassins because of his appearance. This made Yang Ming very angry. Since you don't want me to join, why did you invite me? However, later on, Yang Ming also understood that Dong Jun couldn't reverse his appearance. Fang Tian had taken a fancy to him. In order not to give himself away, Dong Jun could only let him become Fang Tian's disciple. Of course, when Yang Ming heard about Central and Dr. Benjamin, Yang Ming's eyes widened and his mouth dropped. Central? Dr. Benjamin? Yang Ming's memory of these two names was still fresh. When he was in Europe, Yang Ming had a conflict with the Douglas family in order to save Wang Songshan, so he fought with a person named Jetson. After that, in Las Vegas with Lu Yezi, he once again met a person named Kevin. He also had the invulnerable body of Jean Gang like Jetson. From their mouths, they said two names. One was Central, and the other was Dr. Benjamin. It could be said that even without Dong Jun's matter, Yang Ming and Central had already formed a grudge. Of course, if Central did not continue to trouble Yang Ming would not bother with them. After all, Yang Ming Central's stronghold was not under the jurisdiction of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and it had nothing to do with his own Island X. Why would Yang Ming worry so much about Central and Dr. Benjamin? However, when Fang Tian talked about the grievances between Dong Jun and Central and Dr. Benjamin's purpose, a burst of anger suddenly surged in Yang Ming's heart. This Dr. Benjamin actually wants to find Suya and Dr. Sun Sikong? It's fine if he wants to find Dr. Sun Sikong. Sun Sikong is a scientist whose scientific and technological means are not inferior to mine. Even if he is found, he will not suffer. But Suya. In this case, Yang Ming can't ignore it. Moreover, Dong Jun also explained his thoughts and purpose. Yang Ming did not have as much hatred for him as before. After all, Dong Jun was also a pitiful person. If Yang Ming was in his shoes, he might do something irrational. And Alice is actually his sister? This made Yang Ming a little dumbfounded. Although Yang Ming had long felt that there was a problem with Alice, he did not associate her with Dong Jun. However, it turned out that they were actually family. Moreover, Dong Jun actually pleaded in front of Fang Tian. Even if Fang Tian could not spare him, he asked Fang Tian to protect his sister. Just this sentence made Yang Ming's heart soften. Yeah, who doesn't want to protect someone? For the freedom of his sister, Dong Jun was willing to die. At this moment, Yang Ming also forgave Dong Jun for what he had done before. If it were me, I might do something to hurt others for Chen Mingyan and the others. This is human nature. Why? Is there a problem? Fang Tian also heard the strangeness in Yang Ming's tone, so he asked. There is a problem. It's more than a problem. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, for Central and Dr. Benjamin, this is not the first time I have heard of it. Not only that, but I have also fought with the masters from Central. Oh? Masters from Central? Fang Tian was slightly stunned and asked. Yes. Yang Ming said, Dr. Benjamin is a very powerful person. He can actually turn ordinary people into Iron Men and become invulnerable. Do you remember when I saved Wang Songshan's father-in-law in Europe? Oh? Is it that time? You fought with Dr. Benjamin's people? Asked Fang Tian. Yes, it's that time. Yang Ming said and told Fang Tian the situation at that time in detail. He was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan and the others would be worried after hearing it. At that time, the Lancer family had been completely destroyed by Yang Ming, so Yang Ming did not say much. But now, for Fang Tian, Yang Ming told the story in detail. Back then, when you went to rescue Wang Songshan, it was actually so dangerous? Fang Tian widened his eyes and said to Yang Ming incredulously, I didn't expect you to come up with such a way to lure Jetson into the boiler and burn him directly. Another time, when I was in Las Vegas, I met a person named Kevin. He was also from Central. He was Dr. Benjamin's masterpiece. Like Jetson, he was also invulnerable. That time, it was also extremely dangerous, but I finally killed him. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Another time, when I was in Las Vegas, I met a person named Kevin. He was also from Central. This time, Yang Ming used his special ability, but Fang Tian didn't know about his special ability. Yang Ming couldn't say too much on the phone. He could only tell Fang Tian about it when he returned. Therefore, Yang Ming only briefly talked about his experience this time and didn't go into too much detail. Fortunately, Fang Tian didn't ask much. He just nodded and said, "So, you want to let Dong Jun go?" "Yes, since he has repented, why don't we give him a chance?" Yang Ming said, "And Dr. Benjamin also wants to make a move on Suya, so I have no reason to keep him. Anyway, I have decided to be Dr. Benjamin's enemy, so senior brother Dong Jun and I are like brothers in the trenches. I think it's better to cooperate with him. After all, he knows much more about Dr. Benjamin than I do, so it's not impossible to let him join in and deal with Dr. Benjamin together. We can also increase our chances of winning." "Hee, I knew you would let him go." Fang Tian sighed with a smile. "This is also the reason why I kept him and didn't kill him." "Master, you know me well." Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. "Well, I will tell Dong Jun what you mean and let him feel at ease. During this time, collect more information about Dr. Benjamin. After you come back, you will be busy again," said Fang Tian. "Elder Yu over there hasn't finished dealing with it yet, and here we are thinking about dealing with Dr. Benjamin again. Looks like I really can't stay idle," Yang Ming said somewhat helplessly. Sometimes, the plan was really not as fast as changes. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to kill Elder Yu this time. After completing the mission, he would go to Island X to live in seclusion and live a happy life with his girlfriends. But now, it seemed that if he did not get rid of Dr. Benjamin, he would always be a hidden danger. There was a saying, "Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering." Dr. Benjamin had been there to capture Suya. How could Yang Ming tolerate this ticking time bomb being there all the time? Therefore, even without Dong Jun, Yang Ming would still have to deal with Dr. Benjamin. However, it seemed that although Dr. Benjamin was powerful, Yang Ming could still deal with the steel men under him. After all, those steel men had weaknesses, just like Tian Long. As long as he could find their weaknesses, he could deal with them. Unlike Elder Yu, who was invulnerable, and no weakness could be found. Everyone had tried so many ways to deal with Elder Yu, but none of them were effective. You are a character who can't stay idle. A life that is too comfortable is not suitable for you. Always find something to do. Life also has passion. Fang Tian laughed. "Well, let's not talk about it first. There are other people waiting to call here. Let's stop here first. I will go back and study Dr. Benjamin in detail," said Yang Ming. "Okay," said Fang Tian. "Protect your own safety." "I understand." Yang Ming smiled and remembered a sentence that Fang Tian said when he first taught him the assassin course. The purpose of an assassin was to complete the goal, not to fight head-on with people. If he couldn't win, he would run away. It was not shameful. As long as there was life, there was hope. If he really fought to his death, not only would he not get a reward, but he would also lose his life in vain. This was also a hint to Yang Ming not to fight head-on with Elder Yu, but sometimes, when things had reached this point, it was no longer Yang Ming himself who had the final say. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at Sun Sikong strangely, and Sun Sikong also looked at Yang Ming strangely. Because Yang Ming mentioned the name of Central and Dr. Benjamin on the phone, Sun Sikong was very surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have actually fought with them. Yang Ming heard from Fang Tian that Dr. Benjamin was also looking for Dr. Sun Sikong in addition to looking for Suya, so Yang Ming was also very surprised. You. Yang Ming and Sun Sikong spoke almost at the same time, but Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. "Grandpa Sun, you should speak first. You are the elder." "Well, then I'll speak first." Sun Sikong nodded and said, "Yang Ming, you know Dr. Benjamin and have fought with his men?" "Yes." Yang Ming didn't hide it. This time, he explained in more detail to Yang Ming than he did on the phone just now because his glasses were given to him by Dr. Sun Sikong. Sun Sikong knew the effects of the glasses very well, so Yang Ming also explained the special abilities. In the end, he said strangely, "Grandpa Sun, can't you receive the signal from the glasses? Didn't you know that I fought with Jetson, Kevin, and the others before? I can receive the signal, but I can't receive the specific image." I said that I can only find out the purpose of the things you use the glasses for, such as saving your life, gambling, peeking at the campus belle, or peeking at the delinquent girl taking a bath," said Sun Sikong. Ahem. Yang Ming's face suddenly turned red from Sun Sikong's words. He had only used the glasses to peek a few times, and they were all his own women. He could see without peeking, but he was a little embarrassed when he was exposed. "Haha, bro, I didn't expect you to be so wretched." Lu Yezi laughed. "Ugh. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the main point first." Yang Ming's face was even redder, but he shook his head to hide it. He ignored Lu Yezi and pretended to be calm. "Grandpa-son, what hatred do you have with that Dr. Benjamin? Why does he want to deal with you and Suya? What grudges do you have?" I'm a little baffled when it comes to Central that suddenly appeared." Sun Sikong smiled bitterly and began to slowly tell Yang Ming about his grudges with Central. Lu Yezi didn't know some of these things, so Lu Yezi also widened his eyes at this moment and listened attentively to Sun Sikong's narration. "When I first came here, I was actually with Mo Kongwen to protect little Yezi. But inexplicably, a place called Center appeared, and Dr. Benjamin was targeting me." Sun Sikong recounted his strange experience. When Yezi's father left, he also moved his technology group to an alien planet. Almost nothing was left here, so it was impossible for there to be any remaining enemies. But this Dr. Benjamin really appeared inexplicably, and after he appeared, he began to target me everywhere. I disguised as a scavenger in Songjiang City and had a good relationship with a little girl. Because of me, the little girl was implicated. I don't know how she is now." Sun Sikong sighed and said, "I feel a little ashamed when I think about it." "Don't you know about her?" Yang Ming was stunned and asked strangely, "Doesn't she also have a pair of glasses? Can't you receive a message from the glasses?" Although she also has glasses, her eyes are the first generation of immature products. They don't have the function of transmitting information. Your glasses are the second generation of mature products, so they have this function. Sun Sikong said, "I was going to give this pair of glasses to the people around little Yezi, so it can also play a role in protecting little Yezi, but at that time, Mo Kongwen chose you. Do you really think that I have nothing better to do than to set up a stall in front of your school?" Ugh. Could it be? When Yang Ming heard this, he suddenly looked at Mo Kongwen in shock. He knew that Mo Kongwen was a god. Could it be that Mo Kongwen had already predicted that I would appear beside Lu Yezi and become his friend? "Yes, I have already calculated today's karma before." Mo Kongwen smiled slightly and nodded to Yang Ming, "So, this pair of glasses will appear on you." Yang Ming listened to the conversation between the two and suddenly realized. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he felt strange before. Since Sun Sikong was a PhD in science, he was so powerful that he could even invent a flying saucer. Why would he set up a stall? But now, it seemed that there was a reason for his actions. If he hadn't become Lu Yezi's teammate and appeared by Lu Yezi's side in several dangerous missions, he probably wouldn't have given the glasses to him. "I see." Yang Ming nodded. "But I'm a little curious. Yang Ming, how did you know that the little girl also had a pair of glasses? Could it be that you know her, and you have shared each other's secrets?" Sun Sikong said strangely, "Aren't you afraid that you will leak each other's secrets?" "Grandpa-son, the girl you are talking about is called Suya, right?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "At first, I thought that you gave me the glasses because of Suya. But now it seems that it's not as simple as I thought." "Because of the relationship with Suya?" Sun Sikong frowned. "Why do you say so?" "Because Suya is my girlfriend." Yang Ming sweated. "She is my first love. It can't be such a coincidence, right?" Sun Sikong was also very surprised. "So, I actually gave these two glasses to a couple by accident? Ha 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 ha, there must be an effect if there is a cause. This is the so-called karma." Mo Kongwen laughed. "Although I didn't calculate it so carefully, in the hexagram, Yang Ming was indeed the most suitable person to get the glasses. Not only because he would become a friend of the little master, but he also met some other conditions. However, those were not important to my original intention at the time, so I didn't continue to calculate. It turned out to be like this. Sun Sikong smiled and said, Suya, are you okay now? Of course, she is okay. Her current identity is the big star, Xianxia. Yang Ming didn't have to hide it from Sun Sikong, so he said it truthfully. What? Big star, Xianxia? Sun Sikong hadn't spoken yet, but Xiaxue jumped up excitedly. Yang Ming, is what you said true? Xianxia is actually Suya? No, I saw Suya when I was at the beach. She and the big star, Xianxia, are two completely different people? Her glasses can change her appearance. Yang Ming said and demonstrated it himself. Immediately, Yang Ming's face turned into Lu Yezi's appearance, which shocked Xiaxue. Yeah, this pair of glasses is so powerful? Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming in front of her incredulously. And exclaimed, not only can it see through things, but it can also change appearances? Hee, yeah, so, the big star, Suya, is Suya after changing her appearance. Yang Ming nodded and restored his original appearance. So this is the case. If I knew that you could change your appearance, I would have let you disguise as Elder Yu's underling and kill him silently. Why bother? Xiaxue complained with some sigh. I also wanted to, but at the beginning, before we fought, who knew that he would be so difficult to deal with? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, when we really fought, we were deceived by him once. It was too late to use other tricks. I said that everything has a cause and effect, so don't regret it. Mo Kongwen interrupted with a smile. If you dealt with Elder Yu directly, would you still see us? That's true. Yang Ming nodded and agreed. If you had dealt with Elder Yu directly back then, would Little Master have met Yi? Mr. Yang Ming, would you meet Mr. Lu Tianqi? Mo Kongwen continued. Yeah. You're right. There is a cause and effect. Although Yang Ming didn't quite understand Mo Kongwen's words, he had to admit that his words were still very reasonable. It turns out that Suya is Suya. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have asked her for an autograph at that time. Xiaxue said with some regret. Are you her fan? Yang Ming looked at Xiaxue strangely. Yeah, I like her very much. Xiaxue nodded and said, when I was in school, I liked her very much. Then, you can see her every day. If you want an autograph or a group photo, you can be her child's stepmother or she can be your child's aunt. It's up to you, said Yang Ming. And? Xiaxue was slightly stunned, and then her face suddenly turned red. She understood Yang Ming's meaning. When the mission was over, they would leave the valley together. Then, wouldn't she follow Yang Ming to live in seclusion in Island X? At that time, Suya would definitely go with them. Wouldn't they be able to see each other every day? Annoying. Xiaxue couldn't help but scold. But thinking of being sisters with a big star, Xiaxue also felt that it was amazing. She just didn't expect that the beautiful girl she met at the beach was the big star, Xianxia. If I knew earlier, I would have asked her for an autograph. But when I thought that I could live with Xianxia for a long time in the future, why would I need an autograph? Wouldn't it be a joke to others? Thinking of this, Xiaxue closed her mouth again and no longer mentioned this matter. Right, Grandpa-san, you haven't said. How did you become enemies with Central and Dr. Benjamin? Why are they targeting you? Yang Ming smiled at Xiaxue and turned to look at Sun Sikong. I said that I also thought it was very strange. Sun Sikong said, when I was in Songjiang City, I was doing my scientific experiments in peace, but suddenly, I was found by a person named Benjamin. This person was looking for me by name, which made me feel very strange. How does this person know about you? And how does he know that you are in Songjiang City? Asked Yang Ming strangely. I don't know. Sun Sikong smiled bitterly. Although I'm not afraid of him, the technological products I brought this time are limited. I'm not his opponent, so I don't want to have a head-on conflict with them. I just don't know why, but they just keep an eye on me. They have been inquiring about my whereabouts all these years. It seems that they have to find me. This is really strange. Is this Dr. Benjamin crazy? Why does he have to find you for no reason? Yang Ming listened to Sun Sikong's words and felt that it was a bit incredible. Is it because of the glasses you invented? There is this possibility, but it seems that it is not only this possibility because Dr. Benjamin should also be a great scientist, But he just used his energy to study human potential. The steel man you said is his research direction, said Sun Sikong. Research direction? According to my current observation, he seems to be a biochemist, said Yang Ming. Biochemist? Biochemist? Sun Sikong didn't know why he suddenly thought of a person in his mind, but he shook his head and threw this idea away. It seemed unlikely because he should have no contact with Dr. Benjamin, and Dr. Benjamin was a foreigner. Yeah, isn't the steel man a kind of biochemist? Yang Ming said, in fact, Elder, you can basically be regarded as a biochemist because he has exceeded the category of normal people. This is true, said Sun Sikong, but if you want to deal with Dr. Benjamin, maybe I can help. I can help you. But the factor. After all, excluding the factor of strength, scientific knowledge is also a key factor. Thank you, Grandpa Sun. Yang Ming was overjoyed after listening to Sun Sikong's words. With the guidance of this scientific doctor, he had more confidence. Why? If. Okay, then it's a deal. Yang Ming nodded and said, when the things here are over, I will definitely ask you for advice when I deal with Dr. Benjamin. At that time, send a signal to me through your glasses, or let Xiao Yezi send a signal through the jade pendant. I will look for you, said Sun Sikong. Oh? My glasses? They can send signals? How do I do it? Asked Yang Ming. As long as you think about it, I can receive it. Sun Sikong smiled and said, every message from your glasses will be transmitted and processed in my computer, but I can set a keyword reminder. For example, if you think my name 3 times, Sun Sikong, Sun Sikong, Sun Sikong, the computer will give an alarm. As Sun Sikong said this, he took the computer keyboard and entered some commands that Yang Ming couldn't understand. Then, he said, now you can try it. Oh? So magical? Yang Ming closed his eyes and said Sun Sikong's name 3 times in his heart. Sure enough, the computer next to Sun Sikong issued an alarm prompt. On the computer screen, 3 names of Sun Sikong were displayed. Hee, it's just a simple information transmission system. Sun Sikong didn't have any proud expression. He just explained casually. Well, I'm done with my phone call. This time, it's Yezi's turn to call, right? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed to hold the phone for so long. Me? Can I make a call? Lu Yezi was slightly stunned. Yes, but, according to the rules set by the old master, little master, you are not allowed to contact your family before you complete the experience, so, we can't do anything about it. Mo Kongwen smiled bitterly and said, of course, if you are not afraid of the old master scolding you, you can try. Then, forget it. Lu Yezi shook his head quickly. I won't make this call. Haha. Sun Sikong smiled and said, it's not that serious. When your mission is over, maybe the old master will take the initiative to contact you and let you go back. Go back. Lu Yezi was slightly stunned. He looked at the people around him, and there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Lu Yezi, it's okay. Don't be sad. You can think about these things later. You have to go back eventually, but now is not the time to think about this. Yang Ming smiled and said, the most important thing for us now is still in front of us. That's true. Lu Yezi nodded and left the trace of reluctance in his heart behind. Since Yezi can't make a call, then let's go back. We have been here for a long time. Don't let Elder Yu find anything wrong, said Yang Ming. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Grandpa Sun, Mr. Mo, we will leave first. See you after this matter is over. Yang Ming called Sun Sikong Grandpa Sun because Sun Sikong was Yang Ming's elder, so he and Lu Yezi were naturally in the same generation. But for Mo Kongwen, he could only call him Mr. Mo. After all, he called Lu Yezi master, so he could only be regarded as the same generation as Yang Ming. Okay, you guys be careful. See you later. Sun Sikong nodded and said. Grandpa Sun, Mo Kongwen, goodbye. After Lu Yezi finished speaking, he turned and left with Yang Ming. Yang Ming, wait a minute. Sun Sikong walked out of the cave and called out to Yang Ming and others. Oh? Is there anything else? Yang Ming turned around when he heard the voice. He looked at Sun Sikong in the cave strangely. He didn't know what else Sun Sikong wanted. Yang Ming, although I can't help you much, I can help you modify these two battery-powered vehicles. The speed and safety of these battery-powered vehicles are too poor. However, with a simple modification, it can allow you to go back and forth in the valley several times a day. If you really need to contact the outside world, you don't have to drive so many battery-powered vehicles here, said Sun Sikong. Sun Sikong said. Oh? Yang Ming was overjoyed when he heard it. This was a good thing. Although it wasn't of much use for the time being, it was really like what Sun Sikong said. If they still needed to contact the outside world, they could drive here quickly. They didn't have to drive for so many days. This also ensured the secrecy and wouldn't be discovered by Elder Yu. So, he quickly said, that's great. Then, I'll have to trouble Grandpa Sun. No problem. Sun Sikong smiled and said, come and do me a favor. It only takes half an hour to complete it. Okay. I will do whatever you say. Yang Ming nodded and said. Next, Sun Sikong took out two small things like circuit boards from the flying saucer and took out some parts that Yang Ming didn't know. He began to modify Yang Ming's electric scooter. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and others helped him. Sure enough, as Sun Sikong said, the modification of the electric scooter was completed in half an hour. According to Sun Sikong, a driving computer and a body stabilization system were installed. It was much safer than the previous electric scooter. It's done. Sun Sikong patted the dust on his hands and said to Yang Ming, it's done. But you have to fasten your seatbelt. Although I know that you are invulnerable after eating Jean Gang's voodoo, there is still a pregnant woman in the car. Don't worry, Grandpa Sunday. We will be careful. Yang Ming said with a smile. After Yang Ming and others said goodbye to Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen again, they got on the battery-powered vehicle. There was no need to explore this place anymore because there were cliffs in front of the valley. If they continued to explore this area, it would inevitably arouse Elder Yu's suspicion. That would not be good. Although no one had found a solution to the Herculean venomous insect during this trip, everyone was very happy. On the way back, their faces were full of smiles. After all, everyone had benefited a lot this time. Lu Tianqi and Chen Xiaojing both contacted their families to report that they were safe, and Yang Ming not only solved his biggest worry, but also solved Dong Jun's problem. Now, he could wholeheartedly deal with Elder Yu. The battery-powered vehicle started slowly. Yang Ming and Lu Yezi each drove one, but the starting speed of the battery-powered vehicle surprised Yang Ming and Lu Yezi. It only took about 5 or 6 seconds to accelerate 100 meters. This was simply more powerful than ordinary cars. Moreover, the battery-powered vehicle had been transformed by the motor, battery, tires, and body computer. It became unusually stable, which made Yang Ming secretly praise Sun Sikong. Sun Sikong is really a powerful person. Although this was not a very amazing technology, and many cars could reach this level, to be able to complete the transformation in half an hour was not something that ordinary people could do. However, thinking about the magic of his own glasses, Yang Ming was relieved. If Sun Sikong did not have such powerful scientific knowledge, it was impossible to make his own pair of glasses that could see through things. After the transformation of the vehicle, the speed was really fast. Soon, they returned to the laboratory. It only took more than an hour for everyone to walk through most of the valley. This was unimaginable before, but now it had become a reality. Moreover, this included some places where the road was not very flat. For the safety of Yi and Xiao Susu, Yang Ming and Lu Yezi did not dare to drive too fast. Otherwise, they would have arrived at the laboratory earlier. So fast? For the first time, I feel that this valley is so small. Lin Dongfang couldn't help but sigh after getting off the car. In the past, because of this battery-powered vehicle, the furthest we could go was half of the valley. But now, it is not a problem. Yeah, Brother Lin, this time even if we can't get out of the valley for a while, we can call home during the holidays. Lu Tianqi said with a sigh. Hehe, since we are back, how can we not get out of the valley? Lin Dongfang said with a smile, since the decision has been made, then I will take the bigger voodoo today. In these few days, I will fight with Elder Yu to the death and make a conclusion. This matter is over early, and everyone can go back. Our mission is considered completed. Everyone listened to Lin Dongfeng's words. Although they had already expected this result, they were still a little silent at this moment, especially Lu Yezi and Yi. They were a little reluctant. Yi wanted to go back to the outer space with Lu Yezi, which was even further away from here. If she wanted to see Lin Dongfeng again, it wouldn't be done overnight. As for the children, they had agreed to stay here to accompany Lin Dongfeng, which made Lu Yezi and Yi somewhat reluctant. How about I take it? Yang Ming hesitated and said, anyway, it is the same where we live in seclusion. At most, I will not go to Island X. When the time comes, I will bring my wives here to live in seclusion. This valley is also beautiful, and the 4 seasons are pleasant. I think they and my family will also like this place. No. Lin Dongfeng shook his head decisively and said, don't you still have to deal with that Dr. Benjamin? How can you stay here? This. Yang Ming was reminded by Lin Dongfeng and remembered that he still had a big thing to do after this mission. He was suddenly silent. Yes, if I take the vigor voodoo, how can I leave here? Haha, since it has already been decided, why are you so hesitant? Lin Dongfeng frowned, waved his hand and said, if you still don't agree, then I will secretly take it in the middle of the night. Anyway, you can't see it and won't know. Okay. Hearing Lin Dongfeng say this, Yang Ming couldn't dissuade him anymore. He could only nod. The others also did the same. Lin Dongfeng would rather take the Herculean venomous insect in front of everyone. If there was any trouble, it could be solved. Otherwise, if he took the Herculean venomous insect in front of everyone, no one would know if there was trouble. Therefore, after Lu Yezi, Yi, and others listened to Yang Ming's words, they all nodded and agreed with him. Things were settled like this. Lin Dongfeng came to the laboratory and swallowed the complete version of the Herculean voodoo under everyone's gaze. However, when Lin Dongfeng just swallowed it, there was no difference. He was the same as usual. There was nothing wrong with him. How do you feel? Asked Lu Tianqi. Not bad. There is a feeling of full strength all over my body, said Lin Dongfeng. At present, don't rush to fight with Elder Yu. Let's first test how much attack power this Herculean voodoo can make and how long it can last. Yang Ming said, what do you think? That's right, said Lu Tianqi. We must test how long this Herculean voodoo can stay active in Brother Lin's body and how many super strong attacks it can make. After all, our previous experiments were on animals, and Brother Lin is the first person to take it. However, in this regard, Lu Tianqi and Lan Ling were the authority. Yang Ming and others couldn't intervene in the professional test. He just reminded them. After Lin Dongfeng took the Herculean venomous worm, everyone began a long test routine. During the test, they found that if Lin Dongfeng didn't consume any stamina, that was to say, not long after he took the Herculean venomous worm, he could continuously attack with super strength 3 times. After that, Lin Dongfeng began to become like those tested animals. His whole body was weak. This was the same feeling as the restraining drug of Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo. It was similar to the feeling of being weak all over. However, Elder Yu's drug could automatically resolve itself after a few days of rest, but this couldn't. Lin Dongfeng rested for 3 or 4 days, but he was still weak all over. This was exactly the same as when he first tested it with animals. The effect was not much different. Therefore, Lu Tianqi and others quickly gave Lin Dongfeng the nutrient liquid secreted by the quick cicada voodoo, and Lin Dongfeng quickly returned to normal. Since the effect had been tested, what everyone wanted to test next was whether Lin Dongfeng would affect the activity of the Herculean voodoo in his body when he didn't use high-intensity strength. However, as the days passed, everyone came to an extremely disappointing conclusion. Although Lin Dongfeng didn't use too much strength, the activity of the Herculean venomous insect in his body was also decreasing automatically. This was different from everyone's initial imagination because the animals used for testing could replenish their energy through ordinary food when they didn't use too much strength. They didn't need to take nutrients or other things like that. But Lin Dongfeng was different. If Lin Dongfeng didn't take the nutrient solution, he could only last 7 days. Moreover, it was a maximum of 7 days. During these 7 days, Lin Dongfeng didn't do anything that consumed his physical strength. Even so, he could only last for a few days before he had to take the nutrient solution again. This also broke Lu Yezi and Yi's previous fantasy. In their opinion, if Lin Dongfeng didn't do something that consumed a lot of physical strength, it shouldn't affect the activity of the Hercules voodoo. He could keep on not taking the nutrient solution. In this way, they could leave the Medicine Valley with Lin Dongfeng, but now it seemed impossible. However, this strange phenomenon also made everyone feel a little strange. Why did the results of the experiments on animals become unsuitable for Lin Dongfeng? According to the results of the previous experiments, they were all the same. Only the activity of the Herculean venomous insect was different, which made everyone feel very strange. However, under Lan Ling's analysis, everyone finally found the answer. The reason was that the Herculean venomous insect in Lin Dongfeng's body had a conflict with the Jin Gang venomous insect. These two venomous insects were originally nemesis, but Lin Dongfeng alone took these two venomous insects. Therefore, even if Lin Dongfeng didn't use a lot of strength to consume the activity of the Herculean venomous insect, the activity of the Herculean venomous insect was automatically consumed by the Jin Gang venomous insect in his body. In other words, the relationship between the two was basically like a spear and a shield. Although the reason was found, it was impossible to solve this problem because Lin Dongfeng had already taken the Herculean venomous insect. Moreover, even if he didn't take the Jin Gang venomous insect and only took the Herculean venomous insect, everyone was worried about him fighting with Elder Yu. If Elder Yu used the ultra-strong body of the Jin Gang venomous insect to hit Lin Dongfeng, and Lin Dongfeng had high attack and low defense, then he was likely to be seriously injured. 7 days, although it was not a lot, it was definitely enough. With the speed of the quick cicada venomous insect secretion of the nutrient liquid, it was definitely not enough for 2 people, but it was more than enough for Lin Dongfeng alone. Lin Dongfeng took the nutrient liquid once every 2 days, so that the activity of the Herculean venomous insect in his body could be maintained at the best. The experiment was completed. The effect of the complete version of the Herculean venomous insect was more than 10 times stronger than the previous incomplete version of the Herculean venomous insect. It was really powerful. At this moment, Lin Dongfeng could punch a big hole in the mountain wall with one punch. This was absolutely impossible to do in the past. In the following time, everyone began to wait for Elder Yu to come again. Finally, 3 days later, the sound of a helicopter sounded in the sky above the Medicine Valley again. A trace of excitement flashed in everyone's eyes at the same time. Everyone had been waiting for this moment for several days. This time, they were going to test the effect of the Herculean venomous insect. However, the person who came this time was still the confidant of Elder Yu. He came to deliver food to Yang Ming and the others. It was the same as every time. After the helicopter stopped in the Medicine Valley, he moved the food and daily necessities from the helicopter and prepared to leave by plane. He would not say a word to Yang Ming and the others. After all, they had nothing to say unless Yang Ming and the others took the initiative to talk to him. Wait a minute. This time, Yang Ming once again stopped Elder Yu's confidant. What's the matter? Asked Elder Yu's confidant. You go back and tell Elder Yu that the initial stage cultivation of the Jin Gang venomous insect that he wanted has been cultivated. He can add the catalytic enzyme now, said Yang Ming. Cultivated it? The confidant was slightly taken aback, and a look of suspicion flashed across his face. After all, it was only a few days ago. He was deceived once last time. This time, he could not guarantee that Yang Ming was lying again. Of course, it's up to you to believe it or not. You can choose not to believe it. Yang Ming saw the suspicion on the confidant's face and just said faintly. Okay, I will convey it truthfully. The confidant's face hesitated slightly, but he finally nodded and agreed. After all, even if Yang Ming was lying, he had to convey it truthfully. What if it was not a lie? If Yang Ming and the others really developed the initial stage cultivation of Jin Gang voodoo, then if he did not report it, the matter would be really big. Because he had to convey Yang Ming's words, the confidant did not dare to neglect. After leaving the food and daily necessities, he directly boarded the helicopter and quickly flew to Elder Yu's residence. Because there was no signal in the Medicine Valley, he could not use the intercom system in the helicopter to get in touch with Elder Yu. He could only go back and inform in person. When this person appeared in Elder Yu's room again, Yang Ming watched their every move without blinking. Last time, Yang Ming suffered a big loss because he neglected a small detail. This time, he would not let any of Elder Yu's inexplicable actions go. "You're back? What are Yang Ming and the others doing?" Elder Yu saw his confidant come back and nodded to him. Reporting to Elder Yu, "When I went to deliver the food and daily necessities, Yang Ming and the others were barbecuing in the Medicine Valley. They seemed to be having an open-air party to celebrate something. But when I was about to leave, Yang Ming stopped me and asked me to tell you after I came back that they developed the initial stage cultivation of Jin Gang Voodoo. He asked you to add the catalytic enzyme." As soon as this confidant came back, he conveyed what Yang Ming said to Elder Yu. "Oh? It's not slow. It's quite fast." Elder Yu frowned. "How credible do you think it is this time?" "This? Elder Yu, I really don't know because this time, Yang Ming's expression was not much different from when Lu Tianqi and the others told me last time. I can't say whether they have really researched it, or they have come up with a way to deal with you and lure you there." The confidant hesitated and said. Looks like I can only go and take a look again. But no matter what tricks they play, I'm not afraid of them." The right-hand elder sneered and said, "A clown will always be a clown. Yang Ming and the others are not to be feared now. Under my control, they can't play any new tricks." Yes, Elder Yu is wise. Although the confidant didn't know why Elder Yu had so much confidence, it could be seen from the last incident that Elder Yu still had a lot of trump cards. "Alright, check the plane and refuel it. I'll go look for Yang Ming personally." Elder Yu said, "Although I have become invulnerable now, if the helicopter explodes or crashes, I will still be in trouble. I still have to walk a long way." After that confidant listened to Elder Yu's words, he couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. When the helicopter crashed or exploded, the first thing that other people thought about was how to escape and save their lives, but Elder Yu thought about walking a long way. This was really amazing. After the helicopter was ready, Elder Yu personally drove the helicopter to the Medicine Valley again. Like last time, the helicopter slowly stopped in the open space of the Medicine Valley, and Elder Yu got off the helicopter again. However, what made Elder Yu feel strange was that this time, no one came out to greet him. Last time, Yang Ming and the others were standing around, ready for battle. But this time, there was no one. This made Elder Yu a little puzzled. "What kind of show is this? They asked me to come, but there is no one. Could it be that these people are resentful about the last incident, so they deliberately released fake news to mess with me?" Moreover, Yang Ming also said, "Of course, it's up to you to believe it or not. You can choose not to believe it." Therefore, when Elder Yu thought of this sentence, he felt that Yang Ming was doing it deliberately. But since he was here, Elder Yu had no reason to turn around and leave. He could only get off the helicopter and walk in the direction of the laboratory. In his opinion, the best situation was that Yang Ming and the others were busy studying Jin Gang Gu, and they had no time to come out and pick him up. However, when he saw the open space not far away, and the charcoal fire that had not been completely extinguished, he knew that his idea was impossible. Obviously, these people had just had a picnic. How could they be studying Jin Gang Gu? However, this also made Elder Yu even more puzzled. What does Yang Ming want to do? With his understanding of Yang Ming, it was impossible for Yang Ming to find him for no reason, and he even used the excuse that the initial stage of the Jin Gang Gu had been cultivated. This was simply unbelievable. However, just when Elder Yu was puzzled, a person walked out from the direction of the research room. This person was actually Lin Dongfeng. After seeing Lin Dongfeng, Elder Yu couldn't help but frown. According to his calculation, after Lin Dongfeng was inflicted with the quick cicada goo, even if he did not become an idiot, he should become forgetful and have an incomplete memory. But now, it seemed that Lin Dongfeng was still very normal. Could it be that the quick cicada goo had not taken effect yet? Elder Yu was not clear about the specific situation. After all, this was the first time he inflicted the quick cicada goo on others. He also learned the growth cycle of the quick cicada goo from the records and books. There might be some differences between different people. Why is it you? I heard from Yang Ming that the initial stage of the gene Gangu has been cultivated, and only the catalytic enzyme is left, asked Elder Yu. Yes, it is indeed completed. You come with me. Lin Dongfang nodded and said blankly. Okay. Elder Yu felt that things were very strange because this time, the attitude of Yang Ming and others towards him was completely different from the last time. Moreover, this time, Yang Ming did not appear at all, but Lin Dongfang appeared. Therefore, this made Elder Yu feel that things seemed to be a bit strange and wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Moreover, he faintly felt that this time, Lin Dongfang's attitude towards him should be normal. Because every time Elder Yu came here to personally ask about the progress, Lin Dongfang would always answer him with this kind of expressionless face. No. Although there was progress this time, there should be no problem if his expression did not change. After all, in Lin Dongfang's heart, there was resentment towards Elder Yu. At that time, Elder Yu gave Lin Dongfang a quick cicada voodoo that couldn't be removed. Although Lin Dongfang didn't talk about this matter recently, there was definitely a grudge in his heart, so it was understandable that he was indifferent to Elder Yu. Therefore, Elder Yu pondered for a while and walked over quickly. He followed behind Lin Dongfang and walked in the direction of the laboratory with him. However, just as Elder Yu had just caught up with Lin Dongfang's pace, Lin Dongfang suddenly turned around and smashed his fist at Elder Yu's body. For Lin Dongfang's sudden attack, Elder Yu's face flashed a trace of horror. He didn't expect that Lin Dongfang alone would dare to attack him. As a matter of fact, last time, Yang Ming, Lin Dongfang, and Lu Yezi were not Elder Yu's opponent. This time, Lin Dongfang dared to attack alone? Could it be that he ate a leopard's guts? However, although Elder Yu saw Lin Dongfang turn around and punch, he was not a martial arts master after all, and he was not as agile as Yang Ming. After all, he had not received professional training. He only relied on the powerful Jin Gang's unbreakable body to fight against the enemy. But when it came to Qinggong, he was not good enough. Therefore, even if Elder Yu saw Lin Dongfang make a move, he couldn't avoid it. His body took Lin Dongfang's punch abruptly. Originally, Elder Yu didn't take it seriously at all. In his opinion, how powerful could Lin Dongfang's punch be? It was just an incomplete version of the vigor voodoo. There was nothing to be afraid of. Never mind that Lin Dongfang was alone. Last time, even if Yang Ming and the other two attacked him together, it was impossible to hurt him even a little bit. However, when Lin Dongfang's fist fell on Elder Yu's chest, Elder Yu's expression was suddenly shocked. With a loud bang, the horrified expression on Elder Yu's face turned into a puzzled look. How is it possible? How can Lin Dongfang make such a powerful punch? The power generated by this punch was more than 10 times more than the power generated by the combined attack of Yang Ming and the other two. This simply made Elder Yu somewhat dare not believe it. Boom! Without waiting for Elder Yu to react, just when he was extremely shocked, Lin Dongfang made a move again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Dongfang didn't want to miss it. Elder Yu was right in front of him. How could there be such a good opportunity in the future? Feeling the huge power generated by this punch, Elder Yu finally believed that this punch was really made by Lin Dongfang, but his face flashed a trace of confusion. Soon, it turned into a kind of understanding. Just when Elder Yu wanted to dodge and say something, Lin Dongfang's third punch had already come. For these 3 punches, Lin Dongfang had already grasped the time. He punched 3 punches in a flash, not giving Elder Yu a chance to dodge. In Lin Dongfang's opinion, success or failure depended on this one move. If Elder Yu was prepared, even if he succeeded in the first punch, the second and third punches would definitely not be able to hit Elder Yu. After all, he didn't have a powerful light body technique like Yang Ming. It was impossible to easily get close to Elder Yu, who was vigilant. Therefore, in these 3 punches, the powerful force generated by the Hercules voodoo smashed on Elder Yu's body. Elder Yu's whole body was like a kite with a broken string, flying away with a whoosh. Elder Yu understood. He finally knew why Lin Dongfang was so confident and dared to make a move on him. Because the force that hit his body was definitely not the force that the ordinary simplified version of the Hercules voodoo could produce. This seemed to be close to the complete version of the Hercules voodoo. It turned out that they had successfully refined the complete version of the Hercules voodoo. This time, they called him here just to deal with him. It was not because they had successfully cultivated the initial stage of the Jin Gang voodoo. Although Elder Yu had long thought that this time it might be Yang Ming's trick, he did not expect that in less than a month, they had actually successfully refined the complete version of the Hercules voodoo. If they put the spirit of refining the Hercules voodoo into refining the Jin Gang voodoo, it was estimated that the initial stage of the Jin Gang voodoo could really be refined. Elder Yu's heart was full of grievance and anger. These people, in the medicinal garden and laboratory provided by him, did not work for him, but developed their own Hercules voodoo. The purpose was to deal with him. However, when Elder Yu figured this out, everything had already become an established fact. Elder Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew all the way to the previous helicopter before landing heavily on the ground. Then, he did not move at all. It could be seen how powerful these 3 punches were. If Elder Yu had known this earlier, he would have used the antidote powder of the Jin Gang voodoo at the beginning and made Lin Dongfeng faint on the ground. Then, this would not have happened. However, Elder Yu did not have the ability to predict. In his opinion, Yang Ming and the others had suffered a loss last time, so it was impossible for them to suffer a loss again so quickly. As a result, this time, he was the one who suffered a loss. Who? Lin Dongfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. These 3 punches all hit Elder Yu's body. At this time, Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and others also walked out of the laboratory. They looked at Elder Yu, who fell motionless on the ground not far away, and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. It's done. Yang Ming looked at Lin Dongfeng with some excitement. He did not expect it to be so easy. All 3 punches hit Elder Yu. The Herculean voodoo was the nemesis of the Jin Gang voodoo. Elder Yu was hit by 3 punches of the Herculean voodoo. If he could survive, it would be strange. So, when he saw Elder Yu on the ground in the distance, Yang Ming was really happy. However, things were much easier than Yang Ming thought. Even he did not expect that Lin Dongfeng would hit Elder Yu with all 3 punches. Elder Yu did not even have the chance to fight back, and he was sent flying. Is it over? Lu Yezi also looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. After all, everyone had prepared for a long time to deal with Elder Yu. They had traveled over mountains and rivers to come to the Medicine Valley. They had gone through a lot of hardships to formulate the Herculean voodoo and the Jin Gang voodoo. However, the final result was only 3 punches. This kind of contrast before and after would make anyone feel incredible. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Lin Dongfeng smiled bitterly and slumped to the ground. The side effects of the Herculean voodoo immediately appeared. After Lin Dongfeng threw 3 punches, he could not even hold on for a quarter of an hour before he died. He had no trace of strength in his body. His body seemed to have no vitality at all. His whole person became lifeless. However, everyone was not too nervous. Although Lin Dongfeng could not move in this state, he could still hold on for a while. It would not bring any danger to his life. Where is the nutrient solution? Lu Yezi just turned his head and asked a question, but he heard Yang Ming exclaim. Not good. As Yang Ming's words just fell, Elder Yu, who was on the ground not far away, moved at this moment. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Elder Yu got up from the ground. Although his mouth was full of blood, he really stood up. Previously, everyone thought that Elder Yu was definitely going to die this time. After all, the Herculean voodoo was the nemesis of the Vajra voodoo. This thought was deeply rooted in everyone's heart. However, when Elder Yu stood up again, everyone found that the Herculean voodoo's 3 consecutive high-intensity attacks had no effect on Elder Yu. You didn't die? Yang Ming stared at Elder Yu not far away and asked nervously. Die? Do you think that you can kill me with just a few moves? Elder Yu sneered and snorted, You overestimate yourself. Don't think that I will die just because I spat out a mouthful of blood. I just suffered a slight internal injury. Although the power of the vigor voodoo is great, but, Yezi, let's go together. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yang Ming had suffered a loss before, so he subconsciously thought that Elder Yu was just lying to him. How could Yang Ming give him this opportunity? Yang Ming didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him while he was down. Lu Yezi understood and rushed toward Elder Yu with Yang Ming. The two of them almost punched at the same time and hit Elder Yu. Elder Yu didn't seem to care. He waved his hand twice and blocked the attacks of Yang Ming and Lu Yezi. Moreover, there was a very disdainful expression on his face. You dare to attack me with just a few moves? It's ridiculous. Are you really okay? Feeling that Elder Yu really didn't seem to be injured, this made Yang Ming very depressed. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Elder Yu was just stalling for time, but now that he had fought with him personally, Yang Ming knew that Elder Yu was really not injured. I've already said it before. How could you possibly kill me with your meager skills? You really overestimate yourself. Elder Yu said proudly. At this time, Lin Dongfeng also took the nutrient solution and his strength immediately returned to normal. He rushed towards the right-hand elder again. He also saw that Elder Yu was fine, so he chose to attack again. Again? Elder Yu looked at Lin Dongfeng, who was rushing over, and couldn't help but sneer and said, "Just now, I was caught off guard and your punches injured my internal organs. But now, do you think that you can do anything to me when I am prepared?" Lin Dongfeng didn't listen to what Elder Yu said. He still rushed towards Elder Yu regardless. This was everyone's hope. He had to persevere. Yang Ming and Lu Yezi saw the scene and dodged at the same time. As for Lin Dongfeng, he rushed straight towards Elder Yu. Elder Yu, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't see it at all. He stood on the spot and let Lin Dongfeng's fist hit him. But this time, Elder Yu didn't move. He wasn't sent flying by Lin Dongfeng. He didn't even move a step. Boom. Boom. Lin Dongfeng's first punch didn't work, so he threw two more punches in succession. Unfortunately, Elder Yu didn't seem to be afraid of being hit at all. These 3 punches, none of them could hurt Elder Yu a single bit. Until this moment, everyone finally believed Elder Yu's words. It turned out that he was really not afraid of Lin Dongfeng's attack, and he was really fine. I was caught off guard before, so I was hit by you and fell to the ground. I was dizzy from the fall, but you look so stupid. Did you think I was dead? Elder Yu looked at Yang Ming and others sarcastically and said, "Don't force me to use the nemesis of Jin Gang Voodoo again. You won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days." On the faces of Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Lin Dongfeng, and others, there was deep unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the vigor voodoo that everyone had high hopes for was useless. As a result, everyone felt a little discouraged. Originally, he thought that the Herculean venomous worm could completely defeat the Vajra venomous worm. But now, it seemed that Elder Yu was completely fine. His own people had taken the Herculean venomous worm for no reason and would never be able to leave the vicinity of the Medicine Valley. After all, no one could accept this kind of psychological difference. Why? Isn't the Herculean strength goo the nemesis of Jin Gang Voodoo? Why is it ineffective against you? Yang Ming asked with some unwillingness. Even if they lost, they had to figure out the reason. They couldn't lose without knowing why, right? You want to know? Elder Yu smiled and said, "If you want to know, I might as well tell you." "What's the reason?" asked Yang Ming. "The reason? In fact, it's very simple." Elder Yu sneered and said, "If I'm not wrong, Lin Dongfeng took the complete version of the Herculean strength goo, right?" "Yes, it is because you have taken the complete version of the Hercules voodoo, so I want to ask, what is the problem that this Hercules voodoo has no effect on you?" Yang Ming asked. "It's because before he took the Herculean strength goo, he also took the Jin Gang voodoo. The Jin Gang voodoo and the Herculean strength goo are 2 kinds of voodoo that restrain each other. Although the Herculean strength goo is better, there is the Jin Gang voodoo in his body. Even if he took the complete version of the Herculean strength goo, it is absolutely impossible to exert the effect of the Herculean strength goo to its peak state. Because there will always be a part of the Herculean strength goo that is restrained by the Jin Gang voodoo. As a result, do you think he will still be my opponent?" It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming suddenly realized. Lan Ling also mentioned a similar problem before, but at that time, he considered why Lin Dongfeng couldn't persist for too long without taking the nutrient solution without activating the activity of the Herculean strength goo. He didn't expect that the effect of the Herculean strength goo would also be affected by the Jin Gang voodoo. I advise you to spend your energy on refining the Jin Gang voodoo. Don't waste your time. If I were you, I would have been beaten to death. You are still tirelessly trying again and again. You really have perseverance. Elder Yu shook his head and looked at Yang Ming and others with a contemptuous look. However, Elder Yu, you told us the reason for this matter. Aren't you afraid that after we know the reason, we will let a person who has not taken the Jin Gang voodoo take the Herculean strength goo? Yang Ming asked with some doubts and puzzlement. This was what Yang Ming found most inconceivable. It was reasonable to say that Elder Yu was not a fool. Not only was he not a fool, but he was also a very cautious and cunning person. As a result, Yang Ming was repeatedly deceived. But this time, Elder Yu told the reason why Lin Dongfeng's Herculean strength goo was ineffective against his Jin Gang goo. Didn't that mean that it was equivalent to revealing his weakness? This approach, either Elder Yu had other trump cards, or he had a problem with his IQ. However, the possibility of Elder Yu having a problem with his IQ was almost zero. From various signs, this guy was not very smart, but he should be very smart. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't help but ask directly. Since I told you the reason, of course, I am not afraid. Elder Yu seemed to have known that Yang Ming would ask this question. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said faintly, not to mention Lin Dongfeng's Hercules voodoo that is restrained by Vajra voodoo, even the complete version of Hercules voodoo without any restraint has no effect on me. So I advise you not to waste your effort. If you have the time, quickly help me cultivate the initial stage Jin Gang goo. Why? Yang Ming asked puzzledly, isn't Herculean strength goo the nemesis of Jin Gang goo? I said before that the Jin Gang goo in my body is actually not Jin Gang goo. It has been refined into an evil goo by me. At first, it was an incomplete version of Jin Gang goo, but after the sacrificial refinement with my blood, the incomplete Jin Gang goo in my body has become the same effect as the complete version of Jin Gang goo. Moreover, it has now surpassed the complete version of Jin Gang goo. Elder Yu said, therefore, even if it is Herculean strength goo, it is ineffective against the Jin Gang goo in my body. This has already surpassed the existence of Jin Gang goo, and it has become a new super Jin Gang goo. Oh? Then, in that case, why do you want us to refine the Jin Gang goo for you? The Jin Gang goo in your body has become a super Jin Gang goo, then why do you need a weaker Jin Gang goo than you? Yang Ming was even more puzzled by Elder Yu's answer. You are not wrong, but my incomplete Jin Gang goo has a shortcoming. It must be refined with blood. This is too troublesome. If I don't use blood for sacrificial refinement for a period of time, it will be ineffective. Therefore, I want the complete version of Jin Gang goo. With the complete version of Jin Gang goo, I can integrate the two together and become a real super Jin Gang goo. At that time, it will be a true perfect state. Elder Yu did not hide it and told the reason to Yang Ming. In fact, Elder Yu was not afraid of Yang Ming. Now, although his super Jin Gang goo was a little troublesome, he could defeat Yang Ming and others. Even if these people ate the complete version of Herculean strength goo, they could not do anything to him, so Elder Yu did not care to tell the truth to Yang Ming. So that's the case. Yang Ming suddenly realized. At the same time, there was some bitterness in his words. Once again, he fought with Elder Yu full of hope, but the result was still a failure. Could it be that the efforts of us and others really have no effect? Yang Ming's heart was full of deep unwillingness, but there was no way. Jin Gang goo, Elder Yu had a way to break it, so it was not dangerous to him. However, the only Herculean strength goo that everyone had high hopes for was not effective. At this moment, Elder Yu was simply an invulnerable monster. Alright, I should go now. I hope that the next time you call me, you have really successfully refined the initial stage of Jin Gang goo. Otherwise, my patience is limited. Don't think that my repeated tolerance is benevolence. The reason why I let you go is because you are not a threat to me. If I didn't expect you to refine the Jin Gang goo for me, do you think you can still live until now? Elder Yu snorted and said, be smart, don't always do stupid things. After speaking, Elder Yu turned around and strode to the helicopter. He started the helicopter's engine and left with a roar. Of course, Elder Yu naturally thought that it was impossible for Yang Ming and others to successfully refine the initial stage of Jin Ganggu, so he left without looking. What he didn't know was that in fact, the initial stage of Jin Ganggu was not difficult for Yang Ming and others at all. If they wanted to refine it, with the cooperation of Yang Ming's glasses, they could succeed in one try. However, no one went to tell Elder Yu about this, because everyone was naturally unwilling to give the initial stage of Jin Ganggu to Elder Yu. In this way, Elder Yu left the Medicine Valley under everyone's disappointed and helpless gazes. Sigh. Yang Ming sighed deeply and sat on the ground helplessly. His eyes were full of decadence. It still doesn't work. If this doesn't work, let's change it. We can always think of a way. Lu Yezi comforted, bro, although Elder Yu is powerful, we shouldn't be discouraged. We should be braver with every setback. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Although he said so, sometimes it was one thing to say, and it was another thing to really do it. The complete version of the Hercules Gu was everyone's only hope. In everyone's opinion, the Hercules Gu could definitely beat the Jin Ganggu. Therefore, after everyone made the decision to let Lin Dongfeng take this Hercules Gu, they thought about the problem of what to do if Lin Dongfeng stayed in West Star Mountain Village in the future. They never thought that they would actually fail to attack Elder Yu. Now, Lin Dongfeng couldn't leave the Medicine Valley, but everyone couldn't leave the Medicine Valley either. Everything returned to the starting point from the end, which made everyone somewhat unable to accept it. How to change it? Now that all the methods have been used, even the Hercules Gu is not Elder Yu's opponent. What else can we do? Yang Ming was really discouraged. He had never been so desperate, but now, he really had a feeling of powerlessness. He really didn't know what else to do and what to do. Because all the methods that should be used had been used. Elder Yu was safe and sound, but one of his own people had to stay in the Medicine Valley forever and couldn't leave. Although there were no casualties, this loss was not heavy. At least in Yang Ming's heart, it was a little uncomfortable. Everyone was silent after listening to Yang Ming's words. After all, what Yang Ming said was reasonable, but no one said anything. After all, the more they said, the more depressed they would be. Don't think too much. Go back and rest. Everyone is tired enough. If there is anything, let's talk about it after resting. Lan Ling walked over and comforted Yang Ming. Indeed, it's time to have a good rest. Yang Ming was really a little tired. He smiled bitterly at Lan Ling, stood up, and walked to his house with Xia Shui. As for Lin Dongfeng, after he gave him a nutrient solution, he went to rest with Lu Yezi. The others also dispersed, leaving only the empty space and some ashes left behind from the barbecue before. When they were barbecuing just a moment ago, everyone's mood was still happy and full of hope, but now, the hope had turned into disappointment. In the next few days, Yang Ming's mood was very low and depressed. He didn't say anything when he was eating. After he finished eating, he went back to his room to rest. Of course, the situation of the others was not good. Only Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were somewhat optimistic because they were the same everywhere. Xiao Susu treated every day as her last day, so she didn't have as much burden in her heart as Yang Ming. Xia Shui and Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming was so depressed. Although they understood his mood at the moment, they also wanted him to cheer up again. After all, Yang Ming was everyone's backbone. If Yang Ming lost confidence, then the others would be even more depressed. Therefore, Xia Shui and Lan Ling started to persuade Yang Ming in different ways every day. In fact, Yang Ming had already thought it through in his heart. The reason why he was still so depressed was that he couldn't find the motivation to cheer himself up. If there were other ways to deal with Elder Yu now, perhaps Yang Ming would stand up and continue to work hard without saying anything. However, there was no such thing. Yang Ming, why don't I contact Grandma again? Lan Ling suddenly thought of a problem. That was, since the Herculean voodoo was ineffective against Elder Yu's Jin Gang voodoo, then did Grandma have a way? After all, Grandma had more experience than her. If she asked, she might find a solution. Oh? After Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of it before? Although they didn't have a solution, Lan Ling's grandmother was an authority in this area. Perhaps if they explained the situation to Lan Ling's grandmother, she might have a solution. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? I just had a flash of inspiration. I was thinking about how to persuade you. As I thought about it, I remembered how Grandma would comfort me when I was feeling down when I was young. So I thought of Grandma. I thought that maybe she would have a way. Lan Ling said with some embarrassment, I didn't think about this before. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's call your grandma and ask her if she has a good idea. Since Yang Ming found a way, he naturally couldn't hold back and wanted to leave now. Sure. Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming cheered up and was very happy. Xianxia, who was on the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yang Ming had regained his previous confidence. Although they didn't know if Lan Ling's grandmother would have a solution, it seemed that this was a good thing for now. Yang Ming was a person who acted swiftly. Since he thought of a solution, he immediately put it into action. He directly gathered Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and the others and told them about Lan Ling's proposal. After everyone heard it, they were all delighted. After all, what Yang Ming said might really be a solution. Everyone was immersed in a depressed and helpless mood these days. After listening to Yang Ming's words, they were all refreshed. But this time I don't want to go with too many people. I think only Lan Ling and I will go and make a call. You guys stay here. I am afraid that when Elder Yu sends someone and finds that we are not here, he will be suspicious. Yang Ming suggested. Although no one stayed in the research room when they left several times before, it was because Yang Ming and others had no ulterior motives. They simply drove the battery car to look for medicinal materials. Even if Elder Yu found out, they could completely excuse that they were looking for medicinal materials to refine Jin Gang voodoo. It would not bring any consequences to them at all. But now it was different. Yang Ming was going to Sun Sikong's place to make a call. If Elder Yu found there, maybe Elder Yu would directly destroy the flying saucer and then destroy the equipment in the cave. That would be a big loss. Therefore, Yang Ming had to be careful. Everyone agreed with Yang Ming's proposal. After all, everyone had just talked to their families not long ago. There was no need to go again. Therefore, this time, Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xiaxue drove the battery car to find Sun Sikong to make a call. The others would stay here as usual. Even if Elder Yu sent someone and saw that there were people here, he would not think much even if Yang Ming was not here. Since the decision was made, there was no delay. Yang Ming drove the battery car, carrying Xiaxue and Lan Ling, and drove to the cave where Sun Sikong was. The modified battery car's speed was amazing. This time, there was no pregnant woman in the car. Yang Ming naturally did not need to be so careful when driving, and the speed was much faster. Therefore, Yang Ming and the other two quickly arrived near the cave where Sun Sikong parked the flying saucer. This time, the time taken was much less than the time taken to go back last time. For the appearance of Yang Ming and the others, Sun Sikong seemed to have already known. Before Yang Ming approached, the stone door of the cave slowly rose. Yang Ming was not surprised at this scene. After all, Sun Sikong said that he could receive the information sent by the glasses. Although he could not see the specific image, Yang Ming saw the flying saucer and this information would be transmitted. What's more, Sun Sikong had been monitoring the movement outside the cave. If an electric car came here, it was impossible for them not to notice it. Yang Ming, it hasn't been long. Why are you here again? Sun Sikong was a little puzzled by Yang Ming's appearance again. Mo Kongwen also appeared at the entrance of the cave at this time. He looked at Yang Ming and said, I'm afraid you returned without any results, right? Yang Ming was slightly startled, and then he thought of Mo Kongwen's powerful fortune-telling ability, so he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Mo is really a fortune-teller. This time I indeed returned without any results. Your Herculean voodoo has no effect? Sun Sikong asked with some surprise. Grandpa Sun, can't you receive the information sent by my glasses? Yang Ming was slightly startled. You didn't use the special ability of the glasses. How can I receive it? Sun Sikong shook his head and said, what's more, now I completely trust you. If you didn't send the early warning signal, I wouldn't analyze the signal sent by your glasses. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming nodded and said, to be honest with Grandpa's son, the vigor voodoo didn't work as expected. We failed. It doesn't matter if you failed. Failure is the mother of success. Sun Sikong didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, he was a scientist. When he was researching scientific experiments, he often fell into difficulties. Failure was a common occurrence, so he was so calm. It doesn't matter? Yang Ming couldn't help but shrug helplessly after listening. We came here this time to borrow your phone. I don't know if it's okay. Of course, I said that when you want to get in touch with the outside world, you can come at any time. Sun Sikong nodded indifferently and said, but, didn't you just call not long ago? It's different this time. Lan Ling is going to call her grandmother. Maybe her grandmother has a way to deal with Elder Yu, said Yang Ming. Elder Yu? Okay, then you can call, said Sun Sikong. Yang Ming and Lan Ling didn't hesitate and directly entered the cave. Xianxia waited by the side. She didn't need to be here for the time being. She came here to accompany Yang Ming and Lan Ling and enjoy the scenery. Lan Ling came to the phone and dialed a phone number. After a while, the call was finally connected. Last time, Lan Ling didn't call home because she left Lan Miao village without the support of most people in Lan Miao village. So, before the matter was resolved, Lan Ling didn't want to contact her grandmother. This was also the reason why she had some stubbornness in her heart. But now, there was really no way, so Lan Ling dialed her grandmother's phone. Hello? Lan Ling's grandmother's voice came from the phone. In the past, there was no cell phone signal near Lan Miao village, so she rarely used the phone. After the satellite phone was installed, she basically didn't use it. Especially Lan Ling's grandmother's phone, she didn't use it much. Therefore, she was a little curious as to who would call her at this time. Grandma, it's me. Ling Ling. When Lan Ling heard her grandma's voice, a strong sense of longing welled up in her heart. Ling Ling? It's you. Grandma Lan was surprised and happy when she heard Lan Ling's voice. Ling Ling, how are you? Are you okay? Ever since you left, there hasn't been any news. Grandma is very anxious, but there's nothing we can do. Grandma, I'm fine. There's no danger for the time being. Lan Ling said, don't worry. I'm with Yang Ming. That's good. It's good that you're fine. You and Elder Yu. Recently, Blue Miao Village did not receive any news about Elder Yu. Of course, Elder Yu would not reveal information about Yang Ming and the others to anyone other than his trusted subordinates. After all, Elder Yu's subordinates were not completely united. There must be people from Blue Miao Village among them, just like how Elder Yu's subordinates were also in Blue Miao Village. Therefore, if Elder Yu wanted to show off, he could only show off to his partner, Dong Jun. He really did not dare to say anything to other people. As a result, Lan Ling's grandma had not received any useful news until now. Elder Yu's matter is what I want to talk to you about. As Lan Ling said this, she told her grandma everything that happened during this period of time in detail, including the initial use of the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo to deal with Elder Yu to the current use of the complete version of the Herculean voodoo to deal with Elder Yu. Both methods could not cause any harm to Elder Yu. This was the reason why Lan Ling was anxious. The complete version of the Herculean voodoo has no effect on him? And you have actually succeeded in refining it? Grandma Lan was a little surprised after listening to Lan Ling's words. In fact, Blue Miao Village was also studying the Herculean voodoo relentlessly, but there was no result. She did not expect Lan Ling to not only succeed in researching the Herculean voodoo, but also the Jin Gang voodoo. However, the most depressing thing was that the complete version of the Herculean voodoo had no effect on Elder Yu's variant Jin Gang voodoo. Yes, it has no effect. Lan Ling said truthfully, it's impossible to deal with Elder Yu using ordinary methods. So, Yang Ming and I want to ask you to think of a way. Otherwise, we will be trapped here and can't get out. Of course, Lan Ling did not mention the flying saucer. If they wanted to leave, they could still escape. However, if they escaped, Yang Ming's mission would definitely not be completed. Moreover, Yang Ming could not leave. After all, he had already formed a grudge with Elder Yu. Even if Yang Ming left, Elder Yu would probably seek revenge, so they had to make a conclusion. What's more, Elder Yu wanted to return to Blue Meow Village. His ambition to control Blue Meow Village had always been there. How could Lan Ling let him succeed? I have to think about this. I have no way now. Grandma Lan said, but give me some time. Let me think of other solutions. Okay, then we will contact you again after a while, asked Lan. Ling, can I call back this number? When I call this number, can I reach you? Asked Grandma Lan. Grandma, wait. Let me ask. Lan Ling was not sure if she could reach her by calling this number, so she turned to look at Sun Sikong and asked, Grandpa Sun, can you call back this number? Of course, there should be a caller ID there. This phone also has a number, said Sun Sikong. Sun Sikong said. Although this phone can establish contact with aliens, since it can make ordinary calls, it naturally has a transfer number. Okay, Grandma. If you think of a way, can you call this number to find me? Said Lan Ling. Okay, Ling Ling. You and Yang Ming should also pay attention to safety and protect yourselves. Grandma Lan instructed. The call ended. Although Lan Ling's grandmother did not think of a good way for the time being, she was an old person with rich experience in voodoo. She should be able to think of some countermeasures. Perhaps she could upgrade the Herculean voodoo into the Super Herculean voodoo? Grandpa Sun, if my grandmother calls, can you please inform us? Lan Ling turned to ask Sun Sikong. Of course, when there is news, I will inform you. Sun Sikong nodded without hesitation. But how do I inform you? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. It's so far away. Does Sun Sikong have other ways to contact me? Hee, since I can receive the signal from your glasses, you can naturally receive the signal I send you. It's just that I haven't used this function yet. Sun Sikong smiled and said, when there is a call, I will inform you and send a flying saucer to pick you up to answer the call. Ah? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and immediately said gratefully, thank you so much, Grandpa Sun. It's nothing. In fact, assisting you is what I should do. It's just that my previous research direction was on these application-type technological products. If I were like Dr. Benjamin, specializing in improving the potential of the human body, then it would not be a problem to help you deal with Elder Yu. Sun Sikong said with some regret. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. With Sun Sikong's ability, it was not difficult to study these, but it was not something that could be done overnight, so Yang Ming did not ask him to change his field to study these. Of course, even if it was requested, Sun Sikong's equipment here was limited. There was no way to start the research. Grandpa Sun, then we will leave first. Yang Ming hesitated and did not call home again. After all, he had just called before, and there was nothing important. Yang Ming naturally would not call again, even if he missed them. Okay, I will inform you as soon as I have news, said Sun Sikong. After the phone call, Yang Ming, Lan Ling, and Xiaxia left. The longer they stayed here, the easier it was to arouse Elder Yu's vigilance and suspicion, so Yang Ming drove back after finishing his business. In the past few days, Yang Ming and Lan Ling had been waiting for news from Grandma Lan. Although they knew that news couldn't be obtained overnight, they still couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Songjiang City, Huashang District, Yang Ming's villa. Jing Xiaolu came home from work, but she was a little anxious and nervous because today was her birthday. After Jing Xiaolu became the company's chairman, it was naturally impossible for her to celebrate her birthday with her colleagues. The people who knew Jing Xiaolu's birthday were only a few people who were close to Jing Xiaolu in the past. Other people did not know about Jing Xiaolu's birthday at all. Luan Xiaoru happened to be a colleague who knew Jing Xiaolu's birthday. At that time, when Jing Xiaolu first came to the company, Luan Xiaoru took care of her. Of course, since Jing Xiaolu became the vice president, she also transferred Luan Xiaoru to her office to be responsible for her secretary's work. Luan Xiaoru used to do similar secretarial work, so she was familiar with helping Jing Xiaolu. However, today was Jing Xiaolu's birthday. Luan Xiaoru wanted to celebrate Jing Xiaolu's birthday. They agreed to go to Jing Xiaolu's home, but Jing Xiaolu was now living in Yang Ming's home. Although she was the company's chairman outside, she could only be regarded as a small little wife at home. Chen Mingyan and Sun Jia were the decision-makers. She did not dare to bring her colleague home. However, it was not possible to go out to celebrate her birthday because they had agreed before that Chen Mingyan and others would celebrate Jing Xiaolu's birthday at home. So Jing Xiaolu had no choice but to bring Wan Xiaoru home, but she had to ask Chen Mingyan and Sun Jia. "Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Today is your birthday. Why do you look unhappy?" Chen Mingyan looked strangely at Jing Xiaolu, who was obviously a little uneasy, and asked. "Sister Mingyan." Jing Xiaolu stopped talking. She was very cautious at home. She did not have the previous arrogance and confidence in the company. She felt that it was very good to be recognized by Sun Jia and Chen Mingyan. She never thought that she could have a say at home. "What's wrong?" Chen Mingyan frowned. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you so hesitant?" "Actually, the matter is like this. I have a good colleague who wants to celebrate my birthday, but my sisters at home have prepared for me today. I can't go out to eat, but she wants to come home to help me celebrate my birthday. I don't know if I should let her come." Jing Xiaolu said carefully. "Is this the case?" Chen Mingyan couldn't help but laugh after listening. "This is not a big deal. Since she's your good colleague, then let her come home. Then your identities." Jing Xiaolu didn't know how to introduce Chen Mingyan and the others to Luan Xiaoru. After all, Luan Xiaoru should not know the relationship between Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan and the others. Although Luan Xiaoru already knew that Yang Ming was the actual chairman of Mingyang Entertainment, this was a matter that was publicized before, so Luan Xiaoru was not surprised that Jing Xiaolu took over as the chairman. In her opinion, Jing Xiaolu was Yang Ming's girlfriend, so it was reasonable for her to manage the company. But the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming was not easy to explain. "You are talking about this. Anyway, Yang Ming is not here. You can just introduce us as your good friends." Chen Mingyan smiled indifferently. "We will also pretend to be guests and celebrate your birthday at home with you." Thank you, Sister Mingyan," Jing Xiaolu said very emotionally. She didn't expect Chen Mingyan to agree to her request so quickly. She was also willing to be a foil, which made her very surprised. For a long time, Jing Xiaolu was a little cautious in front of Chen Mingyan. After all, she had a bad record. When she was in the cafeteria, she had offended Chen Mingyan. Moreover, she had other boyfriends before. Although they could not be considered boyfriends, their character was not very good, so Jing Xiaolu did not dare to mention anything inappropriate in front of Chen Mingyan. "What is there to think? We are a family. Besides, today is your birthday. You are the boss." Chen Mingyan smiled and said, "You call your colleagues to come. I will talk to the others. We will all be your friends." "Okay." Jing Xiaolu nodded happily. "You don't look like a chairman at all. I don't know how you convince the people in the company." Chen Mingyan shook her head and smiled bitterly. "You look at Sister Sun Jia. She looks like a chairman." Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed. "Isn't it because of the help of Yang Ming's two men? If Brother Bao and Brother He weren't here to help, how could I control the situation? I'm so busy today." "Sister Mingyan, why don't you talk to Sister Sun Jia and ask her to help me? Anyway, her company in Donghai has been handed over to Tian Donghua to manage. She has nothing to do." Although the company was left to Jing Xiaolu by Yang Ming at that time, Jing Xiaolu didn't want to take the company for herself since she moved to the villa. Since everyone was Yang Ming's woman, they all had the same weight and goal, so these things were everyone's. "Then I will talk to Sister Sun Jia. I don't know if she can help." Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were still working in Zhang Bin's jewelry company, so they didn't have time to help Jing Xiaolu. At present, only Sun Jia was free. "Okay, thank you, Sister Mingyan. I am going to make a call." Jing Xiaolu ran to call Luan Xiaoru happily. "Sister Xiaolu, you finally called me. My boyfriend and I have bought the gifts. We were just waiting for your call." Luan Xiaoru's voice came from the phone. Although Jing Xiaolu was now the chairman, Luan Xiaoru still called her Sister Xiaolu in private. She only called her Miss Jing or Chairman Jing in the company. This was also Jing Xiaolu's request. Otherwise, she only had one friend in the company. If she called her so formally after work, then they couldn't play together. I am at home. Because there will be a lot of friends at home today, I prepared in advance. Jing Xiaolu said, your boyfriend is coming too? Isn't he very busy? No matter how busy he is, he has to come for your birthday. He has to come. Luan Xiaoru said with a smile, where are you? Let's drive over now. In the Huasheng district, the first villa in the villa area. It's called Sun Moon Residence, said Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu wasn't familiar with Luan Xiaoru's boyfriend. In her memory, she had only seen him once or twice. Moreover, it was when he went to the company to deliver things to Luan Xiaoru. At other times, he was nowhere to be seen. She didn't expect that he would have time to attend her birthday party today. Okay, got it. Let's drive over now, said Luan Xiaoru. On Chen Mingyan's side, she had also explained everything properly. Everyone would attend the birthday banquet as Jing Xiaolu's classmates, business partners, and good friends. They would be guests at that time, and Jing Xiaolu would be the owner of this villa. Of course, no one had any opinion. After all, Jing Xiaolu only celebrated her birthday once a year. Everyone's purpose was to make her happy. Everyone's relationship with Yang Ming was known to themselves. There was no need to tell everyone. Soon, there was the sound of the doorbell at the door of the villa. Jing Xiaolu quickly ran over and opened the door of the villa. Sure enough, she saw Luan Xiaoru standing at the door, and her boyfriend had not gotten out of the car yet. He was parking the car in the parking space at the door of the villa. I found it so quickly. At this time, Luan Xiaoru's boyfriend also parked the car. He drove a Lexus LX 570, which made Jing Xiaolu slightly surprised. The price of this car was not low. The total cost was 2 million yuan. Luan Xiaoru's boyfriend was rich. Jing Xiaolu's own BMW X5 was not as expensive as his car. But looking at Luan Xiaoru's usual appearance, she did not spend much money. It made Jing Xiaolu feel that she was also low-key. Miss Jing, happy birthday. After Luan Xiaoru's boyfriend parked the car, he got out of the car with a small box and handed it to Jing Xiaolu. This is for you. It's a gift from Xiaoru and me. Thank you. Jing Xiaolu took the gift and then smiled at Luan Xiaoru. Don't you want to introduce him? I should have introduced him a long time ago, but my husband is too busy. I haven't had a chance to meet him. Luan Xiaoru smiled and pointed to her boyfriend. Sister Xiaolu, his name is Li Buoyang. He works in an import and export trading company. I have heard of your name for a long time, but I haven't seen you in person. Jing Xiaolu smiled and nodded to Li Buoyang. I don't need to introduce myself. Let's go in. The other friends are here too. Okay. Luan Xiaoru and Li Buoyang entered the villa hand in hand. The other girls knew that Jing Xiaolu's good friends were here, so they all stood up to show politeness. Let me introduce these two friends to everyone. After Luan Xiaoru and Li Buoyang entered the house, Jing Xiaolu took the initiative to introduce them. This is Luan Xiaoru. She is a colleague in my company and one of my good friends. This is her boyfriend, Li Buoyang. He works in a trading company. He is tall, rich, and handsome. Luan Xiaoru smiled and greeted everyone. Li Buoyang was about to greet her, but he saw a few acquaintances among Jing Xiaolu's friends. Zhou Jiejie, Teacher Xiao? Li Buoyang looked at Zhou Jiejie and Xiaoqing with some surprise. He didn't know why the two of them were here. Li Buoyang, hello. I didn't expect you to remember me. Zhou Jiejie naturally knew Li Buoyang. This person was the president of the Computer Association of Songjiang Industry University. At that time, when she and Yang Ming went to school, this person tried to invite her and Yang Ming to join the association. But later, Zhou Jiejie joined Xiaoqing's research group. Naturally, she had no contact with Li Buoyang. However, everyone was a popular figure in the school's computer department. It was normal to know each other. How can I not remember? Your reputation is like thunder in my ears. Teacher Zhao's proud disciple. Li Buoyang smiled. Buoyang, how are you recently? Xiaoqing also smiled and nodded to him. Xiaoqing was the dean of the school's computer department, and Li Buoliang was the former president of the Computer Association. The two people would definitely meet often because of work. But later, Li Buoliang graduated and interned, so there was no more contact. Not bad. I work in an import and export trading company. The boss thinks highly of me. He even gave me a car. Li Buoliang smiled and said, I'm not tall, rich, and handsome. The car isn't my own. Haha, that is also a potential stock. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, if your boss didn't think highly of you, it would be impossible to give you such an expensive car. While talking and laughing, Jing Xiaolu introduced the others to Luan Xiaoru and Li Buoliang. Because they were all young people, everyone quickly became familiar with each other. When it was time to eat, the atmosphere of the birthday party became more enthusiastic. However, Li Buoliang was indeed a person with outstanding eloquence. He was eloquent and had a wide range of knowledge. It allowed everyone to gain a lot of knowledge. Right, Sister Xiaolu, why don't I see your boyfriend? Luan Xiaoru suddenly asked. Yeah, I heard from Xiaoru that your boyfriend is a powerful person. I spent a lot of effort to ask for leave from the boss. I wanted to get to know him, but he doesn't seem to be here. Li Buoliang also said with a smile. Yang Ming. He has something to do, so he hasn't come back yet. Jing Xiaolu said embarrassedly, next time. When he comes back, let's have a meal together. Yang Ming? This name sounds familiar. He's also from our school, right? Li Buoliang asked after some hesitation. Although he and Jing Xiaolu were not in the same class, they were still considered schoolmates. And, he's also from our school. He has participated in several competitions and is quite famous. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said. However, Li Buoliang didn't seem to be interested in these activities. At that time, he was about to graduate and go to find a job for an internship, so he had only heard of Yang Ming. He didn't have any impression of him. Then let's wait for him to come back. We'll get to know him when we have the chance. Zhou Jiejia pursed her lips. She wanted to say that when the Computer Association was recruiting members, she and Yang Ming went together. Li Buoliang was also present at that time. However, it was impossible for Li Buoliang to remember Yang Ming at that time. After all, it was just a chance meeting. There were too many new students. How could he remember them all? As for Li Buoliang knowing Zhou Jiejia, it was because Zhou Jiejia participated in Xiaoqing's research group and was a famous person in the computer department. Therefore, Zhou Jiejia hesitated and didn't say it. After all, if Li Buoliang asked why Zhou Jiejia and Yang Ming went to the Computer Association together, it would be difficult for her to explain. Jing Xiaolu's birthday passed in a lively atmosphere. The only regret was that Bai Hai, Ge Xinyao, and Lu Huamei were not invited. Bai Hai and Ge Xinyao went on a trip, and Lu Huamei was further away. She was also busy with the company's affairs. The entire Lu family's business was managed by her. The workload could be imagined. In the evening, Jing Xiaolu sent Luan Xiaoru and Li Buoliang away and returned to the living room tiredly. Xiaolu, is this Luan Xiaoru your colleague in the company? The others didn't say anything, but Sun Jia asked after some hesitation. Yeah, when I first came to the company, Xiaoru helped me enthusiastically. Later, when I became the chairman, I transferred her to be my secretary. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said. Oh, then she's an ordinary employee in the company? How much is her monthly salary? Asked Sun Jia. When I was an ordinary clerk, it was more than 2,000, but now that I'm a full-time secretary, it's more than 10,000. Jing Xiaolu said, Sister Sun Jia, why do you ask? Nothing. I just feel that this person doesn't seem like a small office worker. Judging from her eating posture and temperament, she seems like a well-bred young lady who has received special training. Why is she only a clerk? Sun Jia shook her head. Moreover, her boyfriend drives a Lexus LX 570. Is this the car of an ordinary trading company's staff? He's at least a vice president or above, right? This? I'm a little puzzled too, but her boyfriend is really busy. Maybe it's because of his outstanding performance that the boss appreciates him, said Jing Xiaolu. Maybe I'm overthinking. These two people are a bit awkward. Sun Jia frowned. She didn't find anything too strange. It was not impossible for a well-bred young lady to work as an ordinary clerk in the company. It was normal for a particularly powerful employee to be appreciated by the boss with a car worth 2 million yuan. However, when these two people were together, it made Xianxia feel awkward. It's fine once you get used to it. Xiaoru is still a very good person, said Jing Xiaolu. Right, Ming Yan said that you want me to go to the company to help you? Xianxia changed the topic and no longer entangled with Luan Xiaoru and Li Builiang. Yeah, there are a lot of things in the company. Sister Xianxia, you know, I used to be just an ordinary working girl. It's a little hard to put me in this position all of a sudden. During this time, if it weren't for the help of Brother Bao and Brother Ho, I wouldn't be able to do a lot of things, said Jing Xiaolu. Alright, then I'll go to the company with you tomorrow. You can just arrange a position for me. Xianxia nodded and agreed. Anyway, I'll be working for Yang Ming. How can that be? If Sister Xianxia goes, I'll let you be the chairman, said Jing Xiaolu quickly. Don't. Xianxia quickly waved her hand and said, just arrange an executive vice president for me. Don't be the chairman. Donghai Sun family's business has just been managed by Tian Donghua. I just breathed a sigh of relief. I don't want to be too tired. Xiaolu, you're still young. You can't just count on me. Hee, that's fine too. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Early the next morning, Xianxia and Jing Xiaolu went to the company. This move made the other girls a little surprised. They all knew that Xianxia was very busy in Donghai's company. Now that she was finally free, she must have a carefree life at home. They just didn't expect her to go to Jing Xiaolu's company the next day. Although Jing Xiaolu was also very surprised, she was still very happy. With Xianxia's help, she could save a lot of worry. However, no one knew the purpose of Xianxia going to the company. Only she knew what she was going to do in Jing Xiaolu's company. At Dong Jun's and Huang Youcai's residence, Dong Jun just got the news from Feng Tian that Yang Ming forgave him. He was excited and happy. Since Huang Youcai had also made a decision, the next step was naturally to fully assist Dong Jun to collect, analyze, and research about Dr. Benjamin and the center. Unfortunately, the central structure was too strict. Everyone was only connected through a single line. Even Dong Jun himself had only met a few people from the central when he was carrying out missions. He only knew them because of Dr. Benjamin's recommendation. Otherwise, Dong Jun would never have known that some people were actually part of the central. Although Dong Jun's understanding of Yang Ming before, it was not surprising that Yang Ming could forgive him. But when he heard Yang Ming say to Feng Tian that he forgave him, Dong Jun still had a feeling of escaping from death. It was just that Dong Jun was very puzzled. Wasn't Yang Ming caught by Elder Yu in the valley? Isn't he unable to contact the outside world? How can he still call Feng Tian? This made him feel very strange, but there was hope in his heart. Since Yang Ming could hide from Elder Yu and silently contact Feng Tian, it meant that Yang Ming still had a trump card. Previously, Dong Jun felt that Yang Ming was deliberately caught by Elder Yu, and the current situation proved this, which made Dong Jun very gratified. A phone rang. Dong Jun was slightly stunned and picked up the phone. Not many people knew this phone number. Generally, there were very few people who called, so Dong Jun felt a little strange when he heard the phone ring. Dong Jun picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID above, and frowned suddenly. The caller was actually Elder Yu. For this pretentious guy, Dong Jun had no interest in continuing to chat with him. After all, since Dong Jun intended to leave Dr. Benjamin's center, he had become on the same side as Yang Ming. Therefore, Dong Jun didn't want to maintain a close relationship with Elder Yu. But in order not to let Elder Yu see any flaws and not let Dr. Benjamin doubt him, Dong Jun could only continue to be polite to Elder Yu. After all, Dr. Benjamin asked him to pay attention to Yang Ming's news at all times. If he didn't care about this, then there must be a problem. So after Dong Jun adjusted his mood, he pretended to be very enthusiastic and answered the phone. Hello? Elder Yu? You haven't called me for a long time. Are you a rare guest? Originally, before Elder Yu called Dong Jun, he was still a little nervous. After all, when he called Dong Jun last time, Dong Jun was indifferent. Elder Yu wanted to find someone to show off his results, but this person couldn't be his subordinate. Only Dong Jun was his former collaborator. However, when he heard Dong Jun's enthusiastic voice, Elder Yu was relieved. Perhaps Dong Jun was in a bad mood when he answered the phone last time, so Elder Yu didn't care too much. At least this time, Dong Jun's attitude made him very satisfied. Haha, Falcon, I can hear that you seem to be in a good mood. Elder Yu said with a smile. It's okay. Haha, you don't know. I did a big thing before, said Dong Juno. What big thing? Elder Yu asked, baffled. I sent the photos of Yang Ming and his woman together to Yang Ming's first wife. At that time, I am afraid that his family will be in chaos, ha 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 ha. Dong Jun deliberately said this in order to show his closeness to Elder Yu. Although he already knew that this matter was successfully resolved by Chen Mingyan and others, he still took it out as a topic to talk about. It turned out to be like this. Haha, you are quite sarcastic. Elder Yu smiled and said, however, what you are doing is not as interesting as what I am doing here. Oh? What have you been up to recently? Dong Jun pretended to be very interested and asked. In fact, Dong Jun already knew about Yang Ming's recent situation from Feng Tian. Haha, let me tell you. As Elder Yu spoke, he told Dong Jun that Yang Ming and the others had plotted several times to deal with him, but they had failed. In the end, he laughed and said, Yang Ming is like a clown in my hands. He can't escape from my palm. They are probably full of hope to deal with me every time, but in the end, it is all in vain. There is no progress at all. So that's how it is. Ha 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 ha, that Yang Ming is really stupid. Dong Jun said so, but he was secretly anxious in his heart. Yang Ming was actually helpless? Doesn't that mean that Yang Ming's method is ineffective, and he can't deal with Elder Yu? Now, Yang Ming's safety was closely related to Dong Jun. If Yang Ming could come back smoothly, it was naturally good. Dong Jun could deal with Central with him. If Yang Ming couldn't come back, then Dong Jun would be miserable. With his own strength, it was impossible to compete with Central. As for Elder Yu, Dong Jun simply didn't think about cooperating with him. The two people were simply in a relationship of pure interest. It was a joke to ask Elder Yu to help deal with Central and Dr. Benjamin. Elder Yu probably wouldn't agree. If the news was leaked out at that time, Dong Jun would be dead. Therefore, Dong Jun didn't think about having a deep relationship with this kind of person who he wasn't sure about. Yeah, how about it? Have you thought about it? Are you coming or not? Let's see how miserable Yang Ming is. Elder Yu once again issued an invitation to Dong Jun. In fact, Elder Yu was also a person with inflated self-esteem. He wanted to show off his achievements to others, but looking at the people around him, he could only show off in front of Dong Jun. As for his subordinates, they were the same flattering and fawning every day, which made Elder Yu lose interest. Therefore, he wanted to make Dong Jun come here to show off how powerful he was to make Yang Ming a fool. Oh. It's okay to go over. Then, I will go and see. Dong Jun hesitated and said ambiguously, then, I will prepare here and contact you again. Okay, then I will wait for the good news. Elder Yu nodded and said. What Dong Jun wanted was to discuss with Feng Tian whether to go or not. Moreover, before going, he had to talk to Dr. Benjamin, so Dong Jun couldn't make a decision for a while. However, before Dong Jun could take the initiative to contact Dr. Benjamin, Dr. Benjamin's news came first. Looking at the information on the computer screen, Dong Jun quickly adjusted his emotions. He had to be vigilant at all times so that Dr. Benjamin would not notice anything wrong. Falcon, how are things recently? Is there any news about Yang Ming? Asked Dr. Benjamin. Although he didn't know why Dr. Benjamin suddenly became interested in Yang Ming, Dong Jun didn't dare to ask too much. After all, he was just a chess piece in Dr. Benjamin's hands, not an equal existence to Dr. Benjamin. If he asked too much, he would violate the rules of Central. There is news. I got in touch with Elder Yu and asked about Yang Ming's recent situation. As Dong Jun said, he told Dr. Benjamin about what Elder Yu had told him before. Moreover, he even said that Elder Yu invited him to go to Miaojiang to see Yang Ming. Oh? Elder Yu actually asked you to see Yang Ming, said Dr. Benjamin. Did you agree? Not yet. I want to ask for your opinion. If you want me to go, then I will go and see, said Dongjun. Then you go and see. Remember, pay attention to whether there is anything strange about Yongming. The most important thing is whether there is any special ability or something like that, said Dr. Benjamin. Special ability? Okay. Dongjun was baffled. Why does Dr. Benjamin suspect that Yongming has special abilities? Also, how is your investigation in Songjiang City? Do the people around Yongming know if there is anything strange about Yongming? Asked Dr. Benjamin. I really didn't pay attention to this. You know, although I tried to contact the people around Yongming as senior brother Yongming, it needs a gradual process. It is not so easy to contact. Said Dongjun. I know. You don't have to be responsible for this matter. I will arrange for other people to do it. You go and see Yongming first. Get in touch with him and see if there is anything strange about Yongming. Dr. Benjamin instructed. Okay, I got it. Dongjun replied. Then I will reply to Elder Yu. I will go over now. You don't have to intervene in the things in Songjiang City for the time being. I have already activated other people. Elder Yu said, you can rest assured and contact Yongming. You don't have to worry about this side. The people here are. Dongjun was shocked. Although he had long suspected that he was not the only person arranged by Central in Songjiang City, it was only a suspicion because Dr. Benjamin never let them contact each other and never mentioned it. But Dr. Benjamin didn't mention it until it was useful. It could be seen how powerful Dr. Benjamin was. Even Dongjun had never heard of the other people he hid in Songjiang City. However, if these people were not clear, Dongjun was a little worried. What if his contact with Yongming was discovered by these people? Even if he was careful, it was also a very painful thing to have someone monitoring him. Falcon, you are not a newcomer. You grew up in Central since you were a child. Don't you know the rules of Central? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Dr. Benjamin said sternly. Yes. Doctor, I don't mean anything else. I just want to hand over to him and share with him my experience of Yongming these days. Dongjun was shocked and said with cold sweat. You have to know that when you should be contacted, you will naturally be contacted. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't be contacted. Dr. Benjamin said. I understand. Dongjun said in fear and trepidation. Well, you can contact Elder Yu yourself. Let me know when to depart, said Dr. Benjamin. Yes, doctor. Dongjun said quickly. Seeing the end of the dialogue box, Dongjun broke out in a cold sweat. He was almost suspected by Dr. Benjamin. If he really suspected anything, it would not be worth it. Thinking of this, Dongjun secretly decided that he would never ask anything that he shouldn't ask in the future. Otherwise, if Dr. Benjamin really found out something was wrong in advance, then things would get out of hand. In the evening, Dongjun came to Fang Tian's house in the dark. Since he knew that Dr. Benjamin still had people in Songjiang City, Dongjun had become more cautious. He followed the principle of being careful and making no mistakes. He avoided being found out before he completely fell out with Dr. Benjamin. You're here? Fang Tian saw Dongjun come in and nodded to him. Master. I got some latest news about Yongming from Elder Yu, so I came to discuss it with you. Dongjun said. Oh? What news? Fang Tian asked curiously. After all, Yongming had just called not long ago. It's like this. As Dongjun spoke, he repeated Yongming's encounter in Miaojiang and what Elder Yu said to Fang Tian. According to Elder Yu, Yongming can't compete with him at all. He is just playing with Yongming with a playful attitude, and Yongming is defeated again and again. Really? Fang Tian's face changed slightly after hearing it. When Yongming called before, he confidently told Fang Tian that they already had a way to deal with Elder Yu, but now it seemed that this method did not work. Elder Yu was better, and Yongming and others ended in failure. Elder Yu shouldn't lie. Dongjun said, and he also invited me to go to Miaojiang to see Yongming's frustrated look after his failure. I guess he wants to show me how powerful he is, so this matter can't be fake. So, Yongming is in danger. Fang Tian sighed and said without worry, it turns out that it's not us who have a trump card, but Elder Yu also has his trump card. This is natural. Elder Yu is not a fool. It is definitely impossible for him not to guess how Yang Ming wants to deal with him. Dong Jun nodded and said, but, I am thinking, even if I go to Miaojiang, how can I help Yang Ming? This is also true. Fang Tian smiled bitterly. Are you complaining that I didn't teach you the ability of an assassin? How can it be? Dong Jun quickly shook his head and said, Master, you and Yang Ming can let me go this time. It is already a great kindness. How can I complain? Besides, even if I master the ability of an assassin, it is naturally no problem to deal with ordinary people. But in the face of a higher level, such as Elder Yu, a mutated guy, what is the use of the ability of an assassin? He is invulnerable. He is a complete monster. This is the most troublesome problem. Fang Tian smiled bitterly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and asked, can't you poison him? If you go to Miaojiang, you should have a chance to contact Elder Yu. Can you poison him to death? This seems to be impossible. I heard Elder Yu boast to me before that Jin Gang Voodoo is invulnerable to external attacks. It is also invulnerable to internal attacks. Ordinary poisons have no effect on him. Dong Jun said, if it can be poisoned, Yang Ming probably would have thought of it. That is a headache. Fang Tian also frowned. He didn't know what to do. Forget it. Anyway, I have to go to Miaojiang. Dr. Benjamin also asked me to go. Dong Jun said, now I am not worried about how to deal with Elder Yu. After all, that is Yang Ming's matter. It is useless for us to worry about it. What I am worried about is whether the other people that Dr. Benjamin arranged here will affect our plan. Another person arranged? Fang Tian nodded and said, I will pay attention to this. I will do my best to see if I can find out. But if it is too secretive, then I can't do anything. After all, the people trained by Dr. Benjamin are not trivial. I found out about your problem a long time ago. Master, please don't scold me. Aren't you mocking me? Dong Jun smiled bitterly. That's fine. Then I will reply to Elder Yu. I will prepare in these few days and go to Miaojiang. But you must be careful. Don't let Elder Yu see it. You and Yang Ming have actually resolved your grievances. Fang Tian said this and was worried. Now I can't contact Yang Ming. If I can contact Yang Ming, I should inform him in advance. That's true. Let's say hello to avoid being exposed. If he forgives me directly in front of Elder Yu, then it will be a big deal. Dong Jun also nodded. It's just that when Yang Ming called last time, there was no caller ID. Maybe he used some kind of hidden method. I can't contact Yang Ming again. Fang Tian said with regret. Yang Ming called using Sun Sikong's phone. Under normal circumstances, although this phone had a normal line number, it could also broadcast to an alien planet, so the caller ID was not displayed under normal circumstances. However, in order to let Lan Ling's grandmother contact him, Yang Ming deliberately told her the normal transfer number of this phone. As for Fang Tian and others, Yang Ming didn't think about letting them call him at all. After all, he wasn't next to the phone, so it was useless to call. This is a big problem. If I don't tell Yang Ming in advance, I'm afraid there will be a problem at that time. Dong Jun said with concern. Although I don't think Yang Ming is so stupid, if you really want to contact Yang Ming, then I can recommend two people to you. You can go to them. Maybe you can find Yang Ming's phone number. Fang Tian hesitated and said. Who? Are they? Dong Jun asked quickly. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jejia. Fang Tian said, both of them are computer experts. If you look for them, you should be able to find out which number Yang Ming used to call. Okay, then I'll go to them. Dong Jun was reminded by Fang Tian and also remembered that there were two computer geniuses around Yang Ming. Last time, he was pulled out from behind the scenes by Fang Tian and Wang Xiaoyan because Xiaoqing and Zhou Jejia cracked the phone's chip and found his contact information. Therefore, thinking of this, Dong Jun was full of confidence in them. Although there were similar computer experts in the center, Dong Jun couldn't ask them to do this kind of thing. Dr. Benjamin would definitely doubt his purpose. Thinking of this, Dong Jun bid farewell to Feng Tian and drove to Yang Ming's home. Today, Xianxia had been working at Mingyang Entertainment for a week. During this week, she helped Jing Xiaolu do a lot of things, and she was also very familiar with Luan Xiaoru. After all, as someone who was also trusted by Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jia and Luan Xiaoru had no less opportunities to interact with each other than Jing Xiaolu. Luan Xiaoru used to take a bus or a taxi to work every day, but since her boyfriend Li Builiang showed his economic strength that day, Luan Xiaoru drove her new car in less than 2 days. It was a Mercedes-Benz GLK. Although the price was not as expensive as Li Builiang's Lexus LX 570, it was still a good car among the white-collar workers in the company. One had to know that most of the employees who worked in the entertainment company drove a car that cost around 100,000 yuan. A Mercedes-Benz that cost 400,000 yuan was already the car of the department manager. However, as Jing Xiaolu's full-time secretary, Luan Xiaoru was not too conspicuous driving a car worth more than 400,000 yuan. After work today, they agreed that Luan Xiaoru would come to the house for dinner, and Jing Xiaolu also said that she would invite all her friends from her previous birthday. Of course, this proposal was not proposed by Jing Xiaolu, but by Sun Jia. If it were Jing Xiaolu herself, Jing Xiaolu would definitely not be so troublesome. After all, she was not the one who called the shots at home. With Chen Mengyan and Sun Jia, how could it be her turn to treat? However, today's matter was proposed by Sun Jia, so although Jing Xiaolu was surprised, she still followed Sun Jia's intention and invited Luan Xiaoru back home. The car was parked in the courtyard, but just as the three people's car was parked, another Ferrari sports car stopped in front of the villa, and Dong Jun came out of the car. Sun Jia was slightly stunned after seeing Dong Jun. She didn't expect him to come here today. Dong Jun was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that in addition to Sun Jia and Jing Xiaolu, there was actually an outsider present. Is he here as a guest? Sun Jia gave Jing Xiaolu a wink. Jing Xiaolu understood and quickly introduced, "Xiaoru, this is Dong Jun, a good friend of my boyfriend, Yang Ming. He is also a friend that I invited." As Jing Xiaolu spoke, Sun Jia also gave Dong Jun a wink. How smart was Dong Jun? He immediately understood Sun Jia's meaning. Most likely, this person called Xiaoru was a friend of Jing Xiaolu, and Luan Xiaoru didn't know the relationship between Sun Jia and Yang Ming. So Dong Jun smiled slightly and nodded to Luan Xiaoru. "Hello." "Hello, Dong Jun. My name is Luan Xiaoru." Luan Xiaoru said politely to Dong Jun. Since there were guests present, Dong Jun couldn't say much. He followed Sun Jia and the others into the house, pretending to be Jing Xiaolu's friend, and sat at the table. Originally, Dong Jun wanted to study Yang Ming's matter with the women, but because Luan Xiaoru was present, he naturally couldn't talk about these topics. Therefore, he just talked about the trivial things in life with everyone at the dinner table and smiled in agreement. However, Dong Jun didn't know why. When he looked at Luan Xiaoru, he felt a little awkward and incongruous, but Dong Jun couldn't tell exactly what was incongruous. "Xiaoru, Yang Ming said before that you are really elegant when you eat." He is not wrong at all. You see, although we are all eating, you eat the most refined and well-behaved, as if you have received professional training. Jing Xiaolu smiled and teased. "Haha, not at all. I just like to imitate after watching too many TV series." Luan Xiaoru said with a smile. However, Jing Xiaolu's words gave Dong Jun a flash of inspiration. Professional training. Yes, no wonder she is so familiar. When Alice eats, she is also very well-behaved and generous like Luan Xiaoru. However, before Alice debuted, she received strict training in the center, and so did I. Could it be that this Luan Xiaoru has also received similar training? However, thinking of this absurd speculation, Dong Jun shook his head again. It should be impossible. After all, this Luan Xiaoru is just a secretary in Jing Xiaolu's company. What's the use of training this thing? After the meal, Luan Xiaoru got up and left. Dong Jun also pretended to leave, but Dong Jun went out and walked around before he came back again. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to come today. I invited a colleague here to eat." Sun Jia nodded to Dong Jun, who came back again. "It doesn't matter." Dong Jun shook his head. "This is other people's home. They can invite whoever they want to. Dong Jun naturally couldn't interfere with this. This colleague is a bit strange. She is like a lady. Do you have this feeling, too? Xianxia was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Dong Jun to have the same feeling as her. Yeah, I always feel that she is a bit awkward, but I can't tell what's wrong with her. Dong Jun said truthfully, however, she is just a colleague in your company. There is no need to study her more. That's true, but I always have an uneasy feeling. When I see this person, I feel that she has a purpose for approaching Xiaolu. Xianxia shrugged and said, Right, why are you here? Is there anything you need? Yes. Dong Jun hesitated and looked outside the villa. Don't worry. Yang Ming has installed monitoring and anti-theft systems inside and outside the villa. With Jiejie and Sister Xiaoqing, these equipment have been upgraded. No outsiders can sneak in here silently. Said Wang Xiaoyan. Dong Jun nodded and said, Elder, you called me before. He called you? Wang Xiaoyan and the others were stunned. Why did he call you? Is it about Yang Ming? Yes, it's about Yang Ming. Dong Jun nodded and didn't hide it. He told the women what Elder Yu said. After all, they also had the right to know about Yang Ming's news first. What? Yang Ming failed? Chen Mingyan couldn't help but exclaim after listening to Dong Jun's words. The faces of the others were not much better. Even Sun Jia, who had always been calm, changed her expression at the moment. Elder Yu is actually so powerful. He is not even afraid of the Herculean voodoo? Yes, Elder Yu has become an almost invincible existence. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, When I learned of this news, I was also very worried. This time, Elder Yu invited me to see him humiliate Yang Ming and show off his ability in front of me. However, I am afraid that Yang Ming will say that he forgave me, causing the whole thing to be exposed. Therefore, I want to ask Jiejie and Xiaoqing to help and check the number that Yang Ming called last time. If you can find Yang Ming's number, I can contact Yang Ming in advance and remind him not to expose our matter. I can also ask him if he needs my help. I can help him, by the way. Of course. Zhou Jiejie nodded. Leave this to me and Sister Xiaoqing. We will try our best to help you find Yang Ming's phone number. Then, please, said Dong Jun. Please what? In fact, this is what we should do. If you can call Yang Ming in advance, you can ask Yang Ming if he needs anything. You can secretly bring it to him. It can be considered as helping Yang Ming, said Zhou Jiejie. Dong Jun didn't say much and left directly. After all, his current identity was very sensitive. He was also afraid that Dr. Yang Ming would find out that he was too close to Yang Ming's women. He was Yang Ming's senior brother. It was normal to be familiar with Yang Ming's women, but if he was too close, there would be a problem. Yang Ming was not at home. As a senior brother, why did you always go to Yang Ming's house? Therefore, after Dong Jun finished talking, he quickly left. After Dong Jun left, although the women were a little depressed, Zhou Jiejie and Xiaoqing still moved and began to investigate Yang Ming's phone number. In Miajiang's Medicine Valley, Yang Ming and others had their initial leisurely days these days. Of course, it was useless not to be leisurely. After all, Yang Ming was powerless. He had no countermeasures. The others were the same. They had used all the methods that could be used on Elder Yu, but they couldn't bring any substantial harm to Elder Yu. In the end, they were insulted and ridiculed by Elder Yu, which made everyone very depressed. Although it was not to the extent that they lost their confidence because of Elder Yu, it was not very good in their hearts. At present, everyone's only hope was Lan Ling's grandmother. They wanted to see if Lan Ling's grandmother could find any way to deal with Elder Yu. But before Lan Ling's grandmother sent a letter, everyone could only eat, drink, and play in the Medicine Valley with nothing to do. However, everyone also regarded this period of time as a very unforgettable period. If they really defeated Elder Yu, then everyone would definitely not continue to stay in the Medicine Valley like they were now. Moreover, most of them would be separated, and there would be no time for everyone to gather together. In the middle of the night, Yang Ming was sleeping soundly with Lan Ling in his arms. Suddenly, Sun Xikong's voice came into his ears. Yang Ming, hurry up and tidy up. There is a call for you. Yang Ming was shocked and jumped up from the bed. Lan Ling and Xiaxia on the side were shocked. Both of them were awakened by Yang Ming's sudden action. They sat up in a daze and looked at Yang Ming puzzledly. They didn't know what Yang Ming wanted to do in the middle of the night. "What's wrong?" Lan Ling asked in a daze. Yang Ming wanted to answer, but Sun Sikong's voice sounded in his ears again. "The UFO is about to set off to pick you up. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Ling Ling, quickly put on your clothes. The UFO is coming." Yang Ming heard Sun Sikong's voice and subconsciously shouted to Lan Ling, "UFO? What UFO?" Lan Ling was still a little sleepy, but even if she woke up, she wouldn't understand what Yang Ming meant by the UFO was coming. "Grandpa Sun said that there is a call for me. He wants to send a UFO to pick us up," Yang Ming said as he found Lan Ling's pajamas on the side and put them on her. Yang Ming was afraid that the UFO would suddenly appear and connect Lan Ling to the UFO. That would be embarrassing. As for Yang Ming himself, although he only wore underwear, he didn't mind. After all, he was a man. He wasn't afraid of Sun Sikong and Mo Kongwen. "Ah. Okay." After Lan Ling heard Yang Ming's words, she suddenly woke up a lot. She quickly put on her pajamas and got up from the bed. Yang Ming also put on his clothes. Yang Ming was a person who had undergone strict assassin training. His speed of putting on his clothes was naturally not comparable to Lan Ling. Therefore, he actually finished putting on his clothes before Lan Ling. However, shortly after the two of them put on their clothes, they saw a dazzling white light flash in the room. Then, something incredible happened. Yang Ming and Lan Ling disappeared into thin air under Xiaxue's gaze. If Xiaxue hadn't seen Sun Sikong's advanced technology, she would definitely think that she had seen a ghost at this moment. Otherwise, how could two living people suddenly disappear? However, Xiaxue knew that this must be Sun Sikong picking up Yang Ming and Lan Ling, so she was just surprised. She wasn't too surprised. In the next moment, Yang Ming and Lan Ling appeared in the flying saucer. The space of the flying saucer was very small. This was just a small flying saucer. Yang Ming looked at it. This flying saucer could only seat 4 people at most. It couldn't accommodate more people. This was essentially different from those big spaceships that could easily destroy buildings in science fiction movies. It was estimated that this could only be regarded as a spaceship. However, before Yang Ming could take the next step to study it carefully, a white light flashed in front of him again. Yang Ming and Lan Ling appeared in front of the cave, and the flying saucer was hovering directly above their heads. It didn't take long for it to land quietly in the open space not far from Yang Ming. The whole process was completed in an instant, and there was no trace of noise. If Yang Ming didn't personally experience this magical scene, he would probably think that the flying saucer was originally parked there and had never moved at all. However, Yang Ming really felt the feeling of being quickly transmitted. If Yang Ming wasn't awake at the moment, he would even think that he was dreaming. However, Yang Ming didn't have the mood to study the flying saucer. He didn't forget the purpose of coming here, which was to answer the phone. Yang Ming took Lan Ling and quickly walked in the direction of the cave. Sun Sikong was already standing at the entrance of the cave at this moment to welcome Yang Ming and Lan Ling. "Yang Ming, the phone is coming. You go and answer it," said Sun Sikong. "Okay." Yang Ming no longer hesitated. He quickly walked into the cave and grabbed the phone. "Hello, Grandma Lan? Yang Ming, calling you so late at night. Did I disturb your rest with Ling Ling?" Grandma Lan's voice came from the phone. "No, but if I found a way to deal with Elder Yu, even if I disturbed your rest, it was worth it," said Yang Ming with a smile. "It's urgent. I finally managed to contact your Grandpa Lan. He may have a way to deal with Elder Yu, but he is now avoiding Elder Yu's eyes and ears. Time is limited. He only has time now. I'll let him call you now," said Grandma Lan. "All right." Yang Ming was slightly stunned. It turned out that Grandpa Lan had thought of a solution. Of course, Yang Ming also knew that Elder Yu had never given up on searching for Lan Hai in order to achieve his goal of controlling Lan Miao village. He wanted to kill Lan Hai. This way, if Lan Hai died, according to the rules of Lan Miao village's ancestors, he, Elder Yu, could smoothly take over the position of Lan Miao village's chief. This way, he could achieve his goal of controlling Lan Miao village without shedding a single drop of blood. However, Lan Hai had been hiding all these years, making Elder Yu unable to make a move. Thus, Elder Yu became crazy and started refining Jin Ganggu, wanting to use force to control Lan Miao village. As for Lan Hai, although he was knowledgeable, Lan Miao village had always advocated peace. Hence, Lan Hai did not learn those deadly voodoo poisons. Hence, even though he was more knowledgeable than Elder Yu, he was not Elder Yu's match. It was also because Lan Hai had not died that Elder Yu could not take over Lan Miao village. Instead, Lan Ling's grandmother controlled Lan Miao village and made them enemies. After Grandma Lan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone rang again. Yang Ming quickly picked up the phone. Yang Ming, I am your Grandpa Ma. On the other side of the phone, there was a voice of an old man. Grandpa Ma? Yang Ming was stunned. Wasn't it Grandpa Lan who called me? How did it become Grandpa Ma? However, Yang Ming immediately reacted. Grandpa Ma, isn't that Grandpa Lan? Ma Xiaoyao was Lan Hai's alias. In order to avoid Elder Yu's pursuit, Lan Hai changed his name to Ma Xiaoyao. He had been a guard in Yang Ming's high school. Haha, why? Don't you recognize your Grandpa Ma? Lan Hai laughed. I recognize you. How can I not recognize you? It's just that you suddenly said Grandpa Ma. I didn't react for a while. Previously, Grandma Lan said Grandpa Lan. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. I was thinking that you would be more familiar with me if I said Grandpa Ma. Lan Hai said, no matter what Grandpa, it is still me. Your Grandma Lan also told me about your matter. I helped you think of a way, but whether it can be done or not, it still depends on you. Oh? What is the way? Yang Ming was delighted and asked quickly. As long as there was a way, there was hope. Yang Ming was afraid that there was no way. Now, Yang Ming himself could be said to have no way at all. Jin Gang Voodoo, invulnerable to weapons and water, and it was strengthened and improved by Elder Yu. It became even more abnormal. This voodoo can not only strengthen the body, but it can also be immune to general poisons and voodoo, but it can't be immune to high-level voodoo. As Lan Hai said this, he paused slightly and continued, Yang Ming, you should understand what I mean, right? Grandpa Lan, do you mean that you want me to put voodoo on Elder Yu? Yang Ming wasn't stupid. He immediately understood Grandpa Lan's meaning. Yes. Although Herculean voodoo is the only nemesis of Jin Gang voodoo, it doesn't mean that you can't kill Elder Yu with other methods. Lan Hai said, I listened to your Grandma Lan's meaning. You are now walking into a dead end. You are a bit of a dead end. Every day, you think about how to deal with Elder Yu's Jin Gang voodoo. But if you think about it from another perspective, Elder Yu is also a person. Jin Gang voodoo is just a means of self-defense. But if you can't use force, you can use soft methods. You can use poison to fight poison. You can use voodoo to end him. Voodoo. But Elder Yu himself is a master of voodoo. If we put voodoo on him, let's not talk about whether there is a chance. Even if there is a chance, he should be aware of it, right? Said Yang Ming. Some voodoo is in the form of bacteria. Elder Yu can naturally feel it. For example, the Herculean voodoo and Jin Gang voodoo that you took. These are voodoo cultivated in the form of bacteria. Lan Hai said, this kind of voodoo is very sensitive to us. As long as someone puts voodoo, we can feel it almost instantly. But there is another kind of voodoo that exists in the form of voodoo worms. If you can let Elder Yu take this voodoo without anyone noticing, then you are done. Then, what kind of voodoo are there? What is it that Jin Gang voodoo can't be immune to, and Elder Yu can't detect it? Yang Ming asked with a wry smile. Although Lan Hai's method seemed feasible, in fact, it was extremely difficult to operate. First of all, this kind of voodoo was very difficult to cultivate and refine in this environment. Second, how to give it to Elder Yu? Lie to him and say that this is Jin Gang voodoo? Elder Yu was not a fool. He could definitely distinguish whether it was the Jin Gang goo or not and whether there was a problem. Unless he was a fool, he would simply eat something given to him. This? Lan Hai frowned and said, this kind of goo poison is very rare. In my memory, there is only one kind of goo poison called quick cicada goo. It is of this type, but this quick cicada goo is extremely difficult to refine. It almost no longer exists, and the refining method is also lost. What? Quick cicada goo? Yang Ming was a little surprised and almost screamed. Why? Have you heard of quick cicada goo? Lan Hai heard Yang Ming scream and couldn't help but be stunned. Of course, I have heard of it. It is the kind of goo poison that can turn people into idiots, right? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, the adult quick cicada goo, as long as you swallow it, you can instantly lose your memory and become exactly like an idiot. Lan Hai said, but from the quick cicada goo to the adult quick cicada goo, it takes a very long process. It takes 10 to 20 years. So even if you find the refining method of quick cicada goo, you have to make long-term preparations. You have to wait for the quick cicada goo to take effect before you can completely defeat Elder Yu. So, I don't recommend using quick cicada goo. You can research with Lan Ling to see if there are other goo poisons that can replace this quick cicada goo. There is no need to replace. It is the quick cicada goo. Yang Ming listened to Lan Hai's words and had a feeling of light at the end of the tunnel. Indeed, he and the others had fallen into a misunderstanding before. They could obviously use other ways to deal with Elder Yu, but they didn't think of it. Instead, they put their attention on dealing with Jin Gang Gu, which led to the result of repeated defeats. If he could consult Lan Hai one step earlier, maybe it would not be so troublesome. You have the refining method of quick cicada goo? Yang Ming's affirmative answer made Lan Hai stunned. He didn't understand why Yang Ming was so sure to defeat Elder Yu with the method of quick cicada goo. No. Yang Ming said affirmatively. No? Then why did you choose quick cicada goo? Lan Hai was even more inexplicable. However, although I don't have the refining method of quick cicada goo, I have an adult quick cicada goo in my hands. As Yang Ming said this, he had a funny feeling. This quick cicada goo was given to Lin Dongfeng by Elder Yu. It had been nurtured in Lin Dongfeng's body for so many years. After Lan Hai heard Yang Ming's words, he was even more surprised. He found it strange that Yang Ming had the quick cicada goo. Especially the adult quick cicada goo, Lan Hai felt even more incredulous. Why did Yang Ming and others make an adult quick cicada goo? This is the case. As Yang Ming said this, he told Lan Hai about the origin of quick cicada goo. Of course, he ignored that Yang Ming took out the quick cicada goo from Lin Dongfeng's body with the X-ray vision. Instead, he pushed it to Lan Ling's sixth sense, saying that he took out the quick cicada goo with Lan Ling's help. This was not that Yang Ming intended to hide the matter of the X-ray vision glasses from Lan Hai, but now, this X-ray vision glasses were not only Yang Ming's matter. Since Yang Ming met Sun Sikong again, this pair of glasses had become his and Sun Sikong's secret. Without Sun Sikong's permission, Yang Ming would not reveal the secret of the glasses to others. After Lan Hai heard Yang Ming's explanation, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak for a long time. It was hard for him to imagine that this quick cicada goo was actually given to Yang Ming and others by Elder Yu. Elder Yu probably wouldn't have thought that Yang Ming took out the quick cicada goo in such a way. Moreover, he didn't know that Yang Ming was preparing to use the quick cicada goo to deal with Elder Yu. Isn't it a bit dramatic? Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, in fact, when I heard you say that the quick cicada goo can be used, I also felt that it was a bit dramatic. Okay, but you must be careful not to let Elder Yu notice. Since this quick cicada goo was given to Lin Dongfeng by Elder Yu, then he should be very familiar with the quick cicada goo. Don't let him notice it. Lan Hai reminded. This shouldn't be the case. Yang Ming said, the quick cicada goo in Lin Dongfeng's body has been taken out by me for a long time, but when Lin Dongfeng and Elder Yu were fighting, Elder Yu never mentioned this matter. I am afraid that Elder Yu himself doesn't know much about the quick cicada goo, so he shouldn't be able to sense the quick cicada goo. Oh? Lan Hai was slightly stunned. If this is the case, then it is simply great. Moreover, Elder Yu also said before that this quick cicada goo was not refined by him, but obtained from somewhere else. He can put the goo, but he can't detoxify the goo. This proves that he doesn't understand this quick cicada goo. Otherwise, he would have already detoxified the goo in Lin Dongfeng's body. Yang Ming said, after all, Lin Dongfeng is the main force helping him to study the Jin Gang Gu. If he can detoxify this goo, he will definitely not let Lin Dongfeng become an idiot before the Jin Gang Gu is developed. This is true. According to what you said, it is very reasonable. Lan Hai nodded and said, then, you can try it, but as for the method of putting the goo, you have to study it yourself and find the right opportunity. We will be careful, thank you Grandpa Lan for reminding us. Yang Ming was very happy in his heart. Today, after listening to Grandpa Lan's words, he solved his doubts for the past few days. These days, his heart that had not relaxed was finally put down. What are you thanking me for? Lan Hai said, if you can really kill Elder Yu, you are the benefactor of our Lan Miao village. I have to thank you on behalf of Lan Miao village. Well, then I won't say thank you. Grandpa Lan, with my relationship with Lan Ling, you don't have to say that. Helping you is helping myself. We are all family. There is no need to be so polite, said Yang Ming. I like to hear this. Well, I won't disturb your rest, said Lan Hai. Wait, let Ling Ling talk to you. Ling Ling hasn't talked to you for a long time, said Yang Ming quickly. Lan Ling is next to you? That's great. Lan Hai didn't expect Lan Ling to be next to Yang Ming. Grandma Lan didn't say these. Lan Hai thought that Yang Ming was alone here. Yang Ming gave the phone to Lan Ling. Lan Ling was also a little excited. After all, she hadn't contacted Lan Hai for a long time. She picked up the phone and called, Grandpa. It's me. Ling Ling, how are you recently? Lan Hai and Lan Ling chatted, and Yang Ming did not disturb them. He just sat quietly and waited. Lan Ling and Lan Hai chatted and forgot the time. They chatted for more than half an hour before Lan Ling reacted. She quickly said goodbye to her grandfather and hung up the phone. She stuck out her tongue at Yang Ming embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry. I suddenly forgot the time. I haven't talked to Grandpa for a long time. I was a little excited. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's midnight now. Elder Yu's people can't come to check at this time. No one will find us. It doesn't matter if we talk for a while. Yang Ming said, with a smile. Moreover, they disappeared directly in the room. Elder Yu wouldn't know even if he was exhausted. Unless he sent someone to open the door and enter Yang Ming's room to check. However, that was obviously impossible. As for the moment when Yang Ming disappeared and the moment when he reappeared, Yang Ming also observed it. This white light only appeared around him and Lan Ling. In other words, it only appeared before they entered the flying saucer in the room and before they exited the flying saucer and arrived at the cave entrance. At other times, it did not appear. The flying saucer itself did not emit any light, so it was impossible to be detected. This is also true. However, we should go back and rest. Lan Ling nodded and said, yeah, I finally found a way to deal with Elder Yu. It really makes me relieved. It turns out to be so simple. We went in the wrong direction before. Yang Ming said with emotion. Indeed, we always wanted to deal with Elder Yu's Jin Gang Gu, but we neglected to bypass his Jin Gang Gu. We can also use many other ways to kill him. Lan Ling also said with emotion. It's all thanks to Grandpa Lan. Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked out of the cave, and the flying saucer not far away suddenly activated. It appeared above Yang Ming and Lan Ling without any warning. There was no sound at all, as if it appeared out of thin air. The next moment, a white light flashed in front of Yang Ming and Lan Ling's eyes and they entered the flying saucer. Not long after, the two of them reappeared in the villa's room. The sudden appearance of these two people gave Xianxia a big fright. After Yang Ming and Lan Ling left, Xianxia naturally wasn't in the mood to sleep. Therefore, Xianxia sat on the bed and waited for Yang Ming and Lan Ling to return. In the end, there was no one in front of Xianxia, but in the blink of an eye, two people appeared out of thin air. Yeah. Xianxia was shocked, but after seeing that the people in front of her were Lan Ling and Yang Ming, she was relieved. You are back? So fast? I'm back. Yang Ming nodded. His eyes were full of spirit and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you have found a solution? Xianxia was worthy of being an investigator. From Yang Ming's expression, she could see some clues. Hee, you guessed right. It is indeed a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. I finally found a new way to deal with Elder Yu. Yang Ming nodded and said. Oh? What is it? Xiaxia was interested when she heard it and asked curiously. Wait a minute. I will gather everyone first, then we will talk about it, said Yang Ming. He couldn't wait to share this good news with everyone. After all, everyone had been troubled by this problem for a long time. Although they seemed to be very happy every day and had nothing to do, in everyone's heart, they all wanted to kill Elder Yu as soon as possible and end this dangerous mission. Okay, then let's call everyone. Xiaxua nodded and said. Yang Ming picked up the phone on the bedside and pressed the conference call mode. This was the internal phone in the villa. Although it couldn't connect to the outside line, it could be used as a tool for Yang Ming and others to contact each other internally. It also had the function of a conference call. After a short while, the phone call was answered. On the phone, there was a sleepy voice from everyone. Hello? I am Yang Ming. There is news. Everyone, come to my room immediately and discuss important matters together, said Yang Ming. Ah. Everyone suddenly woke up. After hearing Yang Ming's words, they immediately said that they would go to Yang Ming's room immediately. However, Yang Ming reminded, Susu and Yi don't need to come. They are pregnant. Let them rest. It's okay. I want to go too. On the other side of the phone, there was Xiao Susu's somewhat impatient voice. Since Xiao Susu insisted, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't forcibly stop her. After all, Xiao Susu was also a member of this action team, so in her heart, completing the mission was also the first priority. Even if she was pregnant, it wouldn't affect her enthusiasm for completing the mission. Well, then I will wait for you in the room. Yang Ming nodded and said. Not long after, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianqi, Qin Shaojing, and Xiao Susu all appeared in Yang Ming's villa one by one. Even Yi came. It seemed that Yi was also very concerned about dealing with Elder Yu. I didn't expect everyone to come so quickly. Yang Ming was surprised. Now, everyone is most concerned about this matter. When you said it, everyone was excited. How could they not come quickly? Lin Dongfeng said with a wry smile, Yang Ming, tell us, what is the new news? We can't wait. Yeah, bro, is there a new way to deal with Elder Yu's variant Jin Gang Voodoo? Lu Yezi also asked anxiously. There is no way. After Yang Ming and Lu Yezi finished speaking, they shook their heads and replied, after Elder Yu's modified version of Jin Gang Voodoo, we don't have any way to deal with it. Then you. Lin Dongfeng listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly had some doubts. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant. Actually, everyone is on the wrong track. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, our previous thoughts were the same as Lu Yezi's. We were all on how to deal with Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo, but have you ever thought about why we have to deal with Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo? Oh? Everyone was slightly taken aback after listening to Yang Ming's words, but everyone was not stupid. Immediately, everyone showed a thoughtful expression on their faces. Yeah, why do we have to be entangled with Elder Yu's Jin Gang Voodoo? Lu Yezi nodded and said, there is a saying that all roads lead to Rome. As long as we can kill Elder Yu, it's fine. Whether we can restrain his Jin Gang Voodoo or not is completely meaningless. What we want is the final result, not the process. That's right. We just need to find a way to kill Elder Yu. As for the Jin Gang Voodoo, who cares about it? Yang Ming said with satisfaction, Yeezy is right. That's what I want to say. Then, how do we kill Elder Yu? Lu Tianqi asked, now that Elder Yu is invulnerable, it is extremely difficult to kill him. We must break his Jin Gang Voodoo to hurt him, right? That's not necessary. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Lan Ling's grandfather gave me a method, and that is to use voodoo. Voodoo? Everyone raised their heads in surprise and looked at Yang Ming, feeling a little incredulous. Lu Tianqi said, isn't Elder Yu proficient in voodoo? If we use voodoo on him, won't he notice it? How can we do this? Quick. Cicada. Voodoo. Yang Ming said word by word. Quick cicada voodoo? After everyone heard Yang Ming's words, they showed surprise and disbelief, especially Lin Dongfang, whose expression was even more strange. That's right, it's the quick cicada voodoo. Yang Ming nodded and said, the quick cicada voodoo is a high-level voodoo. Even Elder Yu himself knows little about it. If not, he should be able to get rid of the quick cicada voodoo in Brother Lin's body, but he doesn't have this ability. Moreover, the quick cicada voodoo in Brother Lin's body has already been taken out by me, but Elder Yu didn't raise any questions after several exchanges. That is to say, he doesn't know that the quick cicada voodoo in Brother Lin's body has been taken out. What you said makes sense. Lin Dongfang nodded and said, if he really knew, then with Elder Yu's cautious character, I'm afraid he would have suspected it long ago. It is impossible for him not to ask me, but he didn't ask, which means that he really didn't notice that the quick cicada voodoo in my body has been removed. That's great. Lu Yezi said excitedly, that is to say, if we give the quick cicada voodoo to Elder Yu, we will be fine. Yizi, don't celebrate too early. Yang Ming shook his head and said, giving Elder Yu the quick cicada goo is easy to say, but how difficult is it to do? Elder Yu is not a fool. He's waiting for us to implant the goo in him, but we can't find a chance to do so now. You're right. Lan Ling also nodded and said, the quick cicada goo must be consumed for it to be effective. Can Elder Yu consume this quick cicada goo? At least, I think he won't take it when he's conscious. Even if you lie to him that this is the Jin Gang goo, he has to believe it. That's true. Lu Yezi's excitement was suddenly extinguished by Yang Ming and Lan Ling. He shut his mouth gloomily. This is indeed a difficult problem. Lin Dongfang also frowned and said, back then, when Elder Yu gave me the goo, he forced me to take it, but the same method can't be used on Elder Yu. However, you can think about it. Once we succeed, Elder Yu will become an idiot. Yang Ming said, and he won't be able to solve it. Won't be able to solve it? Lin Dongfang was slightly stunned, then he thought of something and nodded with a smirk, that's right. I could use a needle to remove the goo, but when it came to Elder Yu, he was completely invulnerable. It was impossible to stab him. In this way, Elder Yu will never be able to remove the quick cicada goo unless his body is hollowed out from his mouth. Then, he will die. Ha 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 ha. After Lu Yezi, Lu Tianqi, Feng Tianlong, and others heard this, they were also amused and suddenly laughed. After laughing, everyone returned to calmness. Although they thought that after Elder Yu was poisoned with the quick cicada goo, if he knew that he was poisoned with the quick cicada goo and there was no cure, their expressions would be very interesting. However, everyone knew that Elder Yu couldn't wait for this moment. This was because the quick cicada goo had become a mature quick cicada goo. As long as it was swallowed by Elder Yu, it would immediately take effect, turning Elder Yu into an idiot with no memory. At that time, not to mention removing the quick cicada goo, he wouldn't even know what kind of goo he was poisoned with. However, all of this was based on the situation that the quick cicada goo was successfully swallowed by Elder Yu. But if everyone didn't find a way to make Elder Yu swallow the quick cicada goo, then everything was just a fantasy. Today, let's call it a day. Everyone go back and rest. Think about it and see if there are other ways to put the goo on Elder Yu. If there are, we can discuss it again. At least now we can't think of any good ideas, so it's useless to sit here, said Yang Ming. Everyone nodded. If Yang Ming didn't say it, everyone wouldn't feel sleepy. They were all thinking about Elder Yu's problem. But when Yang Ming said it, everyone was tired. They stood up and prepared to leave. Time always slipped away inadvertently. A few days passed in a flash, but everyone still didn't have a good way to put the goo on Elder Yu. Even Lan Ling, who was proficient in voodoo, had no way to put the goo on Elder Yu. At least, under Elder Yu's vigilance, it was impossible to do this. Everyone was the key target of Elder Yu's vigilance, so it was really difficult to do this. A few days had passed. Everyone had long lost the joy they had when they heard that they could use the quick cicada goo to deal with Elder Yu. Now everyone's faces were sad. They didn't know what to do. Perhaps, the most painful thing was this. There was a way, but there was no way to use this method. During this period, Elder Yu also sent someone to come once. In addition to giving Yang Ming and the others some essential daily supplies, he didn't say much and left again. Yang Ming and the others didn't dare to try it. They pretended the quick cicada goo to be Jin Gang goo and deceived Elder Yu to take it. As long as Elder Yu wasn't retarded, then he could definitely distinguish the difference between the two. Songjiang City, Huasheng District, Yang Ming's villa. Originally, Zhou Jiejia and Xiao Qing thought that it shouldn't be difficult to help Dong Jun investigate a phone number. With their computer knowledge and ability, it wasn't easy to do this, but it was definitely possible. However, after they investigated for 3 days, they were a little bit scared. This was because this number was all anonymous. They couldn't find out where it was transferred through. This made Zhou Jiejia and Xiaoqing feel strange. They also sighed. There was actually a problem that they couldn't solve. It seemed that the complexity of Yang Ming's phone call was not something that could be achieved by ordinary people. Perhaps Yang Ming wanted to keep it a secret, or perhaps this phone call itself was confidential. In any case, Zhou Jiejia and Xiao Qing had to give up after investigating for 2 days. When Dong Jun learned of this result, he couldn't help but be very disappointed. If he couldn't establish a connection with Yang Ming, it was likely that he would reveal a flaw when he went to Miaojiang, and Elder Yu would discover the problem. If it was announced and Dr. Benjamin knew about it, he would be in danger. However, even if he couldn't contact Yang Ming, Dong Jun had to leave because Dr. Benjamin had asked him to go to Miaojiang to investigate whether Yang Ming had special abilities. The best person to ask was Elder Yu. Only Elder Yu and Yang Ming had fought for a long time, so the one who knew Yang Ming the best was Elder Yu. In any case, Dong Jun embarked on his trip to Miaojiang with a hint of anxiety. After Elder Yu learned the news, he was naturally very excited. In front of his subordinates, he was the most powerful existence, but he couldn't show off to them. After all, in front of his subordinates, no matter what, these subordinates would blindly praise him, making Elder Yu lose the sense of authenticity and novelty. Only the praise of other people who had no relationship with him would make Elder Yu very happy. This person was Dong Jun, his former collaborator, and now the person Elder Yu wanted to see the most. He hoped that he could show off his ability in front of Dong Jun. Therefore, Elder Yu was ready to welcome Dong Jun's arrival. In the Medicine Valley, Yang Ming was so worried that his hair was about to turn white. There was a way to deal with Elder Yu, but there was no chance to implement it. This was undoubtedly a very painful thing. He could obviously deal with Elder Yu, but he couldn't do it. This made Yang Ming a little crazy. Elder Yu was an expert in voodoo, so it was impossible for Yang Ming to treat the quick cicada goo as other voodoo to deceive Elder Yu. Moreover, even if the quick cicada goo was mixed with the Jin Gang goo for Elder Yu to consume, Elder Yu would definitely not consume it so easily. After all, Elder Yu was on guard against Yang Ming and others. He would definitely take away the initial stage of Jin Gang voodoo that was refined. He would take it back and slowly observe and cultivate it. After confirming that there was no problem, he would consume it. Directly consuming it here, unless Elder Yu was stupid, it was impossible to do such a brainless thing. Of course, if Elder Yu was really so stupid, Yang Ming would not even use the quick cicada goo. He would directly use the Herculean strength goo to disguise it as the quick cicada goo and feed it to Elder Yu. Then, without the nutrient solution, Elder Yu would be powerless and collapse by himself. However, this was just a fantasy. Everyone, let's brainstorm and see if there is any good way. Yang Ming said to everyone with a sad face. AI, bro, let's not discuss this kind of problem. If there was a way, everyone would have already said it. How could we wait until now? Lu Yezi said with a wry smile. But I have a way, but it's a little risky. Lin Dongfeng suddenly suggested. Oh? What is it? Yang Ming asked quickly. As far as I know, your glasses have an illusion function that can change your face into other appearances, said Lin Dongfeng. Yes, there is such a function. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming had already explained the matter of the glasses to Lin Dongfeng and the others. As for the matter of the big star Suya, he also got the answer from Sun Sikong. It could be said that these people all knew about Yang Ming's secret. If we can take down Elder Yu's confidant the next time he sends us living supplies, then you can disguise yourself as Elder Yu's subordinate, return to Elder Yu's place, and secretly put the quick cicada goo in Elder Yu's food. Can you complete the voodoo? Lin Dongfeng said, "You have X-ray vision, you can clearly see the path of the helicopter, and you can also easily find the location of the right elder, and because you are his trusted subordinate, he will not be on guard against you. In this way, when he is not on guard and swallows the fast cicada goo, wouldn't he be an idiot?" "Yes, this is a good idea." Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he suddenly exclaimed while slapping his thigh. How could he have forgotten this? I can transform into anyone's appearance. When the time comes, I can transform into the appearance of Elder Yu's subordinate, and then secretly put the voodoo on him. Elder Yu can basically die without anyone knowing. Impossible. When everyone was excited, Lan Ling poured cold water on everyone's head and flatly rejected Lin Dongfeng's proposal. Oh? Why is it impossible? Yang Ming was stunned and asked. The others also looked at Lan Ling. This method was the only way everyone could think of, but Lan Ling said that it was impossible. This made everyone's excitement suddenly fall to the bottom. It was really bitter. Although they still hoped that Lan Ling could find some solutions, they also knew that when it came to voodoo, no one was better than Lan Ling. Because every confidant of Elder Yu will be poisoned with a harmless voodoo. This voodoo is similar to a kind of aura, which can let Elder Yu feel it at the first moment. If it is not his confidant, he can also distinguish it at the first moment. This is also to prevent spies from sneaking in or enemies secretly invading. Lan Ling explained, although Yang Ming can imitate his subordinates perfectly, Elder Yu doesn't even need to look at his appearance. He can distinguish that he's not Elder Yu's subordinate just by looking at the aura. This kind of aura, can it be imitated? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect there to be such a situation. This kind of harmless voodoo is similar to the aura voodoo. When it's cultivated, it adds the aura according to one's will. In our Blue Meow village, there is also such a voodoo. It's like the relationship between the key and the lock. It can also be understood as a kind of password. Only the person who put the voodoo will know. We can't get any information from his subordinates. If it can be imitated, then Blue Meow village or Elder Yu's subordinates would already be full of spies. Lan Ling shook her head and said. It turns out to be like this. It seems that it won't work. Yang Ming sighed disappointedly. Fortunately, Lan Ling is here. Otherwise, if Yang Ming really followed this method, I'm afraid it would be dangerous. Lin Dongfeng smiled bitterly. God knows how Elder Yu will treat Yang Ming. Maybe he would quietly give the quick cicada voodoo to Yang Ming. At that time, Yang Ming really wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't even solve it. Although the nutrients secreted by the quick cicada voodoo could be used as nourishment for the Herculean voodoo, similarly, the quick cicada voodoo could also cause the whole person to become demented. Yang Ming didn't dare to try this kind of horrible thing. It seems that I still have to think of another way. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. Even if he was full of confidence and was a very determined person, at this moment, he couldn't help but be shaken. Yes, this was the first big trouble, or rather, the biggest obstacle, the biggest enemy he had encountered since he became stronger and walked step by step towards success. Even if Yang Ming was not discouraged or complained, this kind of repeated failure was also a devastating blow to a person's confidence. The days passed in an ordinary way. The people in the Medicine Valley had nothing to do except eat, drink, and play every day. Of course, the only thing everyone could do was to find inspiration in eating, drinking, and playing. After all, to think of a way to deal with Elder Yu was not something that everyone could think of while sitting there. This kind of inspiration was sometimes a flash of brilliance, so no matter what everyone did, it was possible to think of a good way in an instant. It was just that this process was a bit long. Of course, what Yang Ming didn't know was that Dong Jun had arrived in Miaojiang. Elder Yu personally sent someone to pick up Dong Jun. Haha, Falcon, long time no see. We parted in Songjiang City, and now we meet again. How have you been? Elder Yu was obviously very excited when he saw Dong Jun. He laughed and greeted him personally. Elder Yu, I have no choice. You know, I am not alone. Behind me, there is. As Dong Jun spoke, he mysteriously pointed in the direction of the sky and said, So, I came here under the orders of the higher-ups. Haha, that is, of course, behind you, Brother Falcon, there is a great force behind you. Elder Yu also knew a thing or two about Dong Jun's background. Otherwise, if Dong Jun was just Yang Ming's senior brother and an ordinary disciple of the King of Assassins, Elder Yu wouldn't value him so much, let alone cooperate with him. This time, I'm here. Dong Jun looked around and then closed his mouth. All of you can leave. Brother Falcon and I will drink and chat here. We don't need you. Elder Yu waved to his subordinates, indicating that they could leave. Elder Yu knew that Dong Jun must have something secret to tell him, so he was naturally very cooperative. When these people left, Elder Yu invited Dong Jun into the inner room. In the room, a banquet was already set up. All kinds of sumptuous dishes were placed on the table. Obviously, Elder Yu was very enthusiastic and welcomed Dong Jun's arrival. Brother Falcon, please take a seat. Elder Yu made an inviting gesture. Dong Jun nodded and sat in the guest seat, while Elder Yu sat in the host's seat. Elder Yu has prepared such a sumptuous banquet, which makes me very scared. It seems that Elder Yu gives me a lot of face, said Dong Jun. Hee. I'm afraid this small gesture won't be enough in Brother Falcon's eyes, right? Elder Yu smiled slightly. You and I don't have to be polite. We are also strategic partners. We have dealt with Yang Ming together. Now, it's just the two of us. Let's be more casual. Haha, then I'll do as you say. Dong Jun also nodded with a smile. Brother Falcon, now, can you tell me the purpose of you coming here? Elder Yu was very curious, to be honest. He originally thought that Dong Jun just accepted his invitation and came here to play, but it wasn't so after thinking about it. He knew Dong Jun's identity. If there was nothing special, how could the forces behind him allow him to come here casually? Therefore, there must be something going on in this operation. Elder Yu, forgive me for being blunt. When you were fighting with Yang Ming, did you find any strange abilities of Yang Ming? Asked Dong Jun. Strange abilities? Elder Yu frowned. When Dong Jun called before, he had hinted and asked a similar question. At this time, he raised it again. It was definitely not an aimless question. There must be some meaning behind it. However, Elder Yu did not find any strange abilities of Yang Ming, so he said, Brother Falcon, which aspect are you referring to? To put it bluntly, it's a special ability. Dong Jun said, does Yang Ming have a similar ability? For example, something that can't be explained? This? I really didn't notice it. Elder Yu said in confusion, Brother Falcon, just tell me the truth. What's going on? You're making me confused. AI, this is actually a mission given to me by my boss. He asked me to come and pretend to contact Yang Ming and find out if there is anything special or special abilities on him. To be honest, I don't have any news, so I asked you about it. Dong Jun said with a bitter smile, otherwise, do you think I can come here casually? This is true. However, didn't Yang Ming already know that you and he are not on the same side? Moreover, he also knows that you are the person who has repeatedly harmed him. How do you still contact him? Elder Yu asked, baffled. This is what I am worried about. Dong Jun sighed and said, Yang Ming guessed it, but my boss didn't know that Yang Ming had already guessed it. He even asked me to contact Yang Ming. If I were to tell the truth, Yang Ming would have already guessed that I am the mastermind behind dealing with him. How would I have the chance to visit you, Elder Yu? Then, I would definitely be transferred back to the headquarters. I wouldn't be able to come here to witness your power. This is true. Elder Yu listened to Dong Jun's flattery and was overjoyed. Brother, I am really happy. You even hid it from your boss for my invitation. I am really touched. AI, don't say this. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have come, but we are all old friends. We are dealing with Yang Ming's people together. How can I not give face? Dong Jun said generously. Haha, you are right. Elder Yu nodded and happily picked up the wine glass. He said, come, Brother Falcon, let me toast you. Okay. Dong Jun nodded and immediately picked up the wine glass. He raised it and drank it. Forthright. After Elder Yu also drank it in one gulp, he gave Dong Jun a thumbs up and praised him. AI, even though I am here, I don't know what to do with the mission that the higher-ups gave me. Dong Jun finished drinking a glass of wine and said with a sad face, originally, I thought that since you and Yang Ming had fought many times, I could go back and report some information from you. But it seems that you don't know anything about Yang Ming's special ability. AI, yeah, this is also the fault of the elder brother. I didn't pay attention before. Elder Yu said, however, now you go to Yang Ming to inquire. With Yang Ming's shrewdness, he shouldn't tell you anything. Moreover, after you go, whether you can come back or not is another matter. Yeah, after I go, I am afraid that Yang Ming will keep me here and kill me. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, but brother, you have to know that I'm already here. If I go back empty-handed, I'm afraid I'll be punished even more severely. Impulsiveness is the devil. Earlier, I boldly agreed to brother's invitation, but now, I'm in a dilemma. Dong Jun was originally a person who was good at disguising. If he wasn't good at this, it was impossible to deceive Feng Tian for so many years. At first, he also deceived Yang Ming. It was just that he had been with them for a long time, and he revealed some flaws. However, the opportunities for Dong Jun and Elder Yu to contact were few and far between. The number of times the two people met was limited. Most of them contacted by phone, so Dong Jun's voice was stern at the moment, and he deceived Elder Yu all of a sudden. Especially his emotional expression and tone, it made Elder Yu even more moved and moved. Elder Yu had an illusion. That was, Dong Jun came to Miaojiang this time just for him. He came to see him act cool, and he even didn't hesitate to deceive the higher-ups. This made Elder Yu very grateful. Of course, Elder Yu was a very shrewd person, but there were several kinds of shrewdness. In front of Dong Jun, who was good at disguising, Elder Yu's shrewdness was obviously not enough. Now, it could be said that he had completely believed Dong Jun's words. However, it was no wonder. Dong Jun and Elder Yu had always been friends and collaborators, so he would not have too much hostility to Dong Jun. However, Elder Yu and Yang Ming were different. The two had always been hostile, so Elder Yu did not trust Yang Ming at all. Even if Yang Ming said and did what he did, Elder Yu's first subconscious thought was doubt. This was also the reason why Yang Ming had been defeated repeatedly, because Elder Yu didn't believe anything that Yang Ming said and did. First of all, whatever Yang Ming did, he looked at it with colored glasses, so it could only be said that Elder Yu's shrewdness varied from person to person. That's true, but don't worry. Elder brother will help you think of a way. Elder Yu said quickly, you came because of my face. Elder brother can't let you fail your mission. I have to help you think of a good way. That's great. I really thank Elder brother. Dong Jun's heart moved slightly after listening, and he said quickly with some joy. Thank you for what? This is something that I should be worried about. I brought you trouble. If I don't help you solve it, what will I be? Elder Yu waved his hand and said as if he had taken care of everything. Then, I won't say thank you. Let's think of a way together. At least, we have to deal with Yang Ming's matter. Otherwise, I will always be on tenterhooks, said Dong Jun. In this case, I will help you think of a way now. I have a confidant who is a think tank. He is an absolutely trustworthy person around me. Let him come over and help you think about it. How about it? Asked Elder Yu. Since it is a person trusted by Elder Yu, what else can I refuse? Let him come and help. Dong Jun nodded and said. Okay. As Elder Yu said this, he took out a communicator, pressed a few buttons, and then said to the other side, you come over. Is this your own communicator? It looks quite fun, said Dong Jun. Haha, yes, our internal mobile phone signal is blocked. Only my satellite phone can call you. Other than that, no one can contact the outside world. This is also to prevent spies from sneaking in. Elder Yu explained. I see. Dong Jun nodded. While the two were talking, a man came here respectfully, nodded to Elder Yu, and nodded to Dong Jun. He said, greetings to Elder Yu and Senior Falcon. Okay, no need to be so polite. We are not outsiders. Elder Yu waved his hand and said to Dong Jun, this is my think tank. You can call him Little Think Tank. Little Think Tank, this time, I have to ask you to think of a way for my matter. Dong Jun said this, but in fact, he had been guiding Elder Yu. He had a complete guiding plan in his heart. He could unknowingly guide the thoughts of the two people in his direction. What is the matter? I will try my best to think of a way, said Little Think Tank. The matter is like this. Elder Yu told Little Think Tank about Dong Jun's troubles. Little Think Tank nodded and began to close his eyes and meditate. Dong Jun's troubles could be said to be simple, but it was also complicated. I have a suggestion, but this suggestion is a bit risky. I just don't know if Senior Falcon can accept it. Little Think Tank hesitated and said. Oh? What suggestion? Let me hear it. Dong Jun asked calmly. It's like this. We can use a strategy of sowing discord. Let Senior Falcon pretend to look at Yang Ming, and then deceive Yang Ming that Senior Falcon actually came to rescue Yang Ming secretly to gain Yang Ming's trust. Then, in this way, Senior Falcon can pretend to ask Yang Ming what tricks he has. In this way, we can silently get Yang Ming's tricks. Little Think Tank said, however, for this strategy, we must first let Yang Ming believe that Senior Falcon actually pretended to accept Elder Yu's invitation, and actually came to rescue him. Dong Jun laughed wildly in his heart. This think tank is really a think tank. He actually thought of the same thing as me. Dong Jun was thinking of this trick to see how he could secretly contact Yang Ming, so he did not hesitate to act before to win the sympathy of Elder Yu. However, he did not expect that before Dong Jun could guide him, the little think tank that Elder Yu found was so smart. He said what Dong Jun wanted to say, and Dong Jun did not even need to guide him. But on the surface, Dong Jun pretended to be very embarrassed. But, the key problem now is that Yang Ming has already exposed me. If he had not exposed me before, this trick would have been effective. But now, if I say that I am actually here to help you, not Elder Yu, will he believe it? Yeah, there is no problem with this trick. The key is that Yang Ming must believe it. Elder Yu also nodded and said. This? Little Think Tank smiled bitterly and said, I can only think of this. As for whether Yang Ming can believe it or not, and how to believe it, I don't know much. If Senior Falcon allows, then I will be bold enough to say it again. Okay, you say it. When Dong Jun heard that this guy still had a follow-up, he didn't have to say anything. He quickly said, whether you are right or not, it is very valuable for reference. Yes. Little Think Tank quickly said, in my opinion, can we let Senior Falcon find an excuse to pretend to reconcile with Yang Ming? For example, he can say that he is actually closer to Yang Ming, so he deliberately came to visit Elder Yu this time to find a way to help Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu. When Dong Jun heard this, he really wanted to slap his thigh and shout. Talent, really AF * King talent. My purpose was analyzed by you? However, on the surface, Dong Jun still looked at Little Think Tank with a shocked face. You don't say. If this trick is used well, maybe Yang Ming will really believe it. Haha, that's right. Little Think Tank is very powerful. His ideas are often unexpected. Elder Yu smiled proudly. This method seems to be feasible, but to implement it, how to make Yang Ming believe you, you have to think of a way. Yeah, Yang Ming is not a fool. Dong Jun thought, you two fools, really a pair of big fools. Indeed, but this is the only way I can think of. Otherwise, we have no other way to contact Yang Ming, and Yang Ming can't tell his secret to Senior Falcon. Little Think Tank nodded with a bitter smile. Only by gaining Yang Ming's trust can he tell all his secrets. So, only when Senior Falcon wants to deal with Elder Yu with him, he will tell his secret without reservation. Sigh, that's true. Dong Jun nodded. Elder Yu has fought with him so many times, but you haven't discovered his secret. It seems that if you want to know this secret, you must first gain the trust of Yang Ming. It seems that we have to count on you, Brother Falcon. We don't know Yang Ming as well as you do. Elder Yu said, although I can capture Yang Ming alive, it is only because of my tyrannical strength. As for Yang Ming's other secrets, I can't do anything. Although Elder Yu said so, anyone could hear the pride in his words. After all, being able to capture Yang Ming alive was also a kind of ability. Haha, to be able to do this is already not bad. Dong Jun smiled and said, if it were me, I wouldn't dare to say that I could trap Yang Ming, but Elder Yu did this. It's really amazing. Dong Jun knew that the purpose of Elder Yu asking him to come here was to See him show off, so Dong Jun didn't mind complimenting Elder Yu a little more. Anyway, there was no loss in saying good words. Instead, it could make Elder Yu happy. If Elder Yu was happy, Dong Jun could further implement his plan. Originally, Dong Jun was worried that his contact with Yang Ming would arouse Elder Yu's suspicion, so he had to use the excuse that Dr. Benjamin asked him to investigate Yang Ming. However, he didn't expect Elder Yu to call a little think tank. This guy was simply a little fool. The suggestion he made was simply tailor-made for him, Dong Jun. Little think tank, you go first. As for how Brother Lai Ying gained the trust of Yang Ming, it is not something you can think of. After all, Brother Lai Ying and Yang Ming have been in contact for a much longer time than you, said Elder Yu. Yes. The little think tank cupped his fist and left. Only Elder Yu and Dong Jun were left in the room. Elder Yu, this little think tank is very smart. You have such an assistant. It can be said that you are a god of fortune. Dong Jun praised. Haha, these are all small tricks. Strength is the king. Elder Yu laughed and said, as long as I have absolute strength, then wouldn't Yang Ming still be trapped by me? This is true. All strategies are nothing in front of Elder Yu. Dong Jun nodded and said, I deeply agree. Under Dong Jun's strong flattery, Elder Yu was a little complacent. However, Dong Jun wanted this effect. First, he would numb Elder Yu, then the next plan would be easy to carry out. Even if Yang Ming said that he forgave Dong Jun in front of Elder Yu, then Dong Jun would not be afraid. This was in line with the little think tank's prediction. At that time, Elder Yu would definitely think that Dong Jun had thought of a good way to make Yang Ming accept him. This meal could be said to be a happy meal for both the host and guest. After the meal, Dong Jun went to rest, and Elder Yu was also very excited. Early the next morning, Dong Jun saw Elder Yu again, but after seeing Elder Yu, he said happily, Elder Yu, I basically have the confidence to make Yang Ming believe that I am in cahoots with him. Oh? You thought of a good way, asked Elder Yu. Yes, you should understand that Yang Ming is a soft-hearted person. So, if I make up a touching background story and say some difficulties, probably Yang Ming will forgive me. Then, at this time, I will say that in order to show my sincerity, I will work with him to deal with you. So, he will definitely not be suspicious, said Dong Jun. Yang Ming is a soft-hearted person. I can also see that this guy seems to be very nostalgic. Elder Yu nodded and said, but are you sure? Don't give yourself up there. You know, although Yang Ming is trapped by me, in fact, he is very difficult to provoke. Only a master of Jin Gang voodoo like me can make him helpless. But you. AI, sometimes, I can only try my best. If I don't do the things that my boss told me, I really don't have the mood to play here. Dong Jun smiled bitterly and said, in short, let's experiment. If it doesn't work, I will run away, but I think Yang Ming should believe my words. After all, I am his senior brother. Even if I don't give face to him, I still have to give face to him. We are from the same sect. That's right. Since you have decided, I won't stop you. Elder Yu nodded and said, wait a while. I will take you to see Yang Ming. At that time, let's do this. Dong Jun hesitated and said to Elder Yu, I will try my best to cooperate and flatter you. This will make it seem like I am deliberately confusing you. Deliberately confuse? Elder Yu was slightly stunned. Yeah, on my side, I will pretend to try my best to please you so that Yang Ming can see a clear contrast. Dong Jun said, Yang Ming is not stupid. He will also use reverse thinking to think about the whole thing, so I have to do some abnormal actions to make him believe that I actually want to deal with you with him. Your reverse thinking is also right. Then let's go and see Yang Ming's miserable appearance in a while. Dong Jun's words were to Elder Yu's liking. He originally wanted to show off in front of Dong Jun and let him see Yang Ming's miserable appearance. However, if Dong Jun pretended to reconcile with Yang Ming, then he couldn't be too pretentious. If Yang Ming felt that Dong Jun was faking it, then the loss outweighed the gain. However, Dong Jun proposed a reverse thinking at this time, so Elder Yu was really happy. Not only could he show off, but it also wouldn't hinder Dong Jun's plan. It was really good, killing two birds with one stone. Under Elder Yu's order, a helicopter was quickly prepared. Elder Yu and Dong Jun boarded the helicopter together, and the helicopter didn't need to be controlled by others. Elder Yu personally controlled it and flew Dong Jun in the direction of the Medicine Valley. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and others were chatting in the open air when they suddenly heard the sound of the helicopter hovering. This made Yang Ming and others slightly stunned. After all, Elder Yu's men had just sent some living materials a few days ago. At this time, they came again, which made Yang Ming feel a little strange. Why did they send people again? However, Yang Ming and others didn't have the curiosity they had when they first arrived at the Medicine Valley. Now, they had the mentality of taking things as they came. Even if there was a helicopter, everyone didn't have much curiosity. They continued to do what they were supposed to do. Until the helicopter stopped in the open space, everyone raised their heads to take a look. However, at first glance, they were very surprised because Yang Ming and others were surprised to find that this time, the one flying the helicopter was actually Elder Yu himself. Moreover, what made Yang Ming's eyes widen was that Dong Jun actually followed Elder Yu out of the helicopter. Although there was no unnatural expression on Yang Ming's face, in fact, there was a storm in his heart. Why would Dong Jun appear here? How could he be by Elder Yu's side? However, Yang Ming was also a person who could hold back. Although it was strange at this time, he did not ask. If it was before Feng Tian called him, Yang Ming might have thought that Dong Jun and Elder Yu had gotten together and were preparing to join forces to find trouble with him. But now, Yang Ming already knew Dong Jun's thoughts from Feng Tian. Naturally, he wouldn't think that Dong Jun would mix with Elder Yu. Because Elder Yu couldn't provide the slightest bit of help to him, he and Elder Yu were undoubtedly courting death by being together. Therefore, after Yang Ming thought this through, he deliberately pretended not to know that Dong Jun had already repented, and said in surprise, "Senior brother? Why are you here? You aren't here to laugh at me, right?" Although Yang Ming's words were enthusiastic, they were full of sarcasm and sneer. Anyone could hear Yang Ming's dissatisfaction with Dong Jun. Yang Ming's attitude also made Dong Jun's heart relax. Sure enough, Yang Ming did not let him down. Although Yang Ming had forgiven him, at least in front of Elder Yu, Yang Ming did not mention those things at all. Instead, he pretended to be hostile to Dong Jun. Haha, Yang Ming, do you know? I've endured you for a long time, but you've finally been defeated by the wise and mighty Elder Yu, and have been trapped here by him. Dong Jun laughed loudly and said, "Seeing you also have this day, I'm really too happy." Yang Ming was inexplicable in his heart. Is this guy looking for death? Or he doesn't want to cooperate with me? However, these were obviously impossible. Dong Jun was not such a retarded person, so Yang Ming still said calmly, "You are here to laugh at me? And then mock and ridicule me? Yang Ming, you are now a prisoner, and you are still stubborn?" Elder Yu interrupted at this moment, "You are now trapped here. You should study Jin Gang Voodoo for me peacefully. I invited Lai Brother Dong Jun to come here to let him see your miserable appearance. Since you have guessed that he is the person who is dealing with you behind the scenes, then I will let you see who is the final winner of this battle." "Oh." Yang Ming responded lazily, as if he did not take Elder Yu's words to heart. "We are studying other ways to deal with you, and there will be results soon. At that time I will continue to deal with you." Haha. Elder Yu sneered sarcastically and said, "Since you don't know how to live, then continue. I think you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. You have failed so many times, but you still don't give up. You have a spirit of perseverance." Humph. Yang Ming snorted coldly and did not look at Elder Yu. Instead, he turned to look at Dong Jun's senior brother. "Does Master know that you are here?" "Master?" He naturally doesn't know. Dong Jun was stunned and said, I didn't expect it to be you. I was just guessing before. Now that I see you, I know that you and Elder Yu have been in cahoots for a long time. If I knew this, I would have been wary of you." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Forget it. You can go. I don't want to kill you, but I don't want to see you again in the future." Yang Ming's words made Elder Yu happy. What he was most worried about was Dong Jun's safety. He was afraid that Dong Jun could not gain Yang Ming's trust and was killed by Yang Ming instead. Then, it would be a loss. But now, it seemed that Yang Ming did not have the intention to kill Dong Jun at all. Instead, he let Dong Jun leave, which also made Elder Yu feel relieved. Yang Ming, you don't have to be so heartless. In fact, we still have some feelings for each other as fellow disciples. You can only blame your appearance for blocking my path, so I have to find a way to get rid of you. Dong Jun sighed and said, however, fortunately, we are fellow disciples. I will stay in a while and drink with you. It is also a memorial ceremony for our last friendship. Memorial ceremony? Yang Ming's mouth showed a trace of ridicule. Do you mean that I will definitely die? This? Dong Jun smiled bitterly and did not answer Yang Ming's question. Yang Ming, whether you die or not is in your own hands. If you want to live, it is best to refine Jin Ganggu. Elder Yu said, Brother Dong Jun, you should also persuade Yang Ming to refine Jin Ganggu for me as soon as possible. This is his only hope. It turns out that you asked my senior brother, Dong Jun, to come here because you want to be a lobbyist? Yang Ming shook his head and said. No matter what you think, if you want to think this way, then think this way. Anyway, you better cooperate with me, otherwise, you know the consequences. Elder Yu said, I asked Brother Dong Jun to come here to let you understand your situation more clearly. Well, then I want to see what conditions your senior brother can offer that will move me and make me obediently refine the Jin Ganggu. Yang Ming smiled faintly and no longer argued with Elder Yu. Elder Yu, do you want to drink with me? I won't drink. Let your senior brother accompany you here. Elder Yu was helping Dong Jun to act. How could he stay at this time? If he stayed, how could Dong Jun betray and discuss the plan to deal with him with Yang Ming? Moreover, Elder Yu did not expect that Yang Ming could refine the Jin Ganggu obediently, but when he saw Dong Jun at this time, he suddenly felt that this might be an opportunity for Dong Jun and Yang Ming to cooperate while persuading Yang Ming to refine the Jin Ganggu. On the surface, it was for Dong Jun to eat, but in fact, thinking of this possibility, Elder Yu was a little excited. He winked at Dong Jun and said, Brother Dong Jun, you stay here and help me persuade Yang Ming. Let him refine the Jin Ganggu. By then, both you and I will have a share. Okay, no problem. Don't worry, Brother Yu. Dong Jun nodded with a look of understanding. When Elder Yu saw Dong Jun's appearance, he was relieved. He turned around and walked quickly to the helicopter, and he quickly boarded the helicopter. Not long after, the roar of the helicopter's motor was heard. Elder Yu drove the helicopter away without saying a word. Dong Jun did not speak, and neither did Yang Ming. At this moment, Yang Ming was looking up at Elder Yu's helicopter. He watched as Elder Yu's helicopter drove out of the range of the Medicine Valley. Even with binoculars, he could not see the situation here. Yang Ming grinned at Dong Jun. At the same time, Dong Jun also showed a smile. Senior brother. Yang Ming smiled and greeted Dong Jun. He did not have the previous sarcastic and hostile tone. Instead, it was a kind of intimacy and peace. Haha, what senior brother? You will be my senior brother in the future. Dong Jun smiled and said, our sex rules. Whoever inherits the title of the King of Assassins is the senior brother, and the others are the junior brothers, so I will call you senior brother in the future. Well, as you wish. Yang Ming knew that this was the sex rule, and it was not easy to deliberately change it, but senior brother and junior brother are a bit messy. I will call you Dong Jun, and you can call me Yang Ming. It is more intimate this way. Alright, you are the senior brother. You can say whatever you want. Dong Jun nodded and said, Yang Ming, you are amazing. You immediately knew that Elder Yu and I were not on the same side, and you even cooperated with us to act. Oh. Yang Ming smiled, I have talked to my master, and I know what you mean. You have deep difficulties and can't help it, so I forgive you. I also promise to help you face the forces behind you, so that you can escape from them and live a normal life. So, how can you still cooperate with the idiot Elder Yu? Idiot? Yes, haha, he is an idiot. Dong Jun thought that Elder Yu was fooled by him and Yang Ming, and suddenly showed a smile. Right, Dong Jun, how can you gain the trust of Elder Yu and let him put you here alone? Aren't you afraid that you and I will join forces? Yang Ming looked at Dong Jun strangely and asked. He thought, I was right to scold Dong Jun. Elder Yu is really a big idiot. It's a long story. The situation at the time was like this. Dong Jun did not hide. Since he chose to cooperate with Yang Ming, he naturally would not hide anything from Yang Ming, so he told Yang Ming how he got in touch with Elder Yu, how Elder Yu invited him, and how he deceived Elder Yu's trust. Puff. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh after listening. Elder Yu asked you to act with me, but in fact, we acted for him. As far as I know, Elder Yu is a cautious person, right? He wouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Although he scolded Elder Yu in his heart, Yang Ming felt that Elder Yu was not a fool. Judging from the few things he did before, Elder Yu was a very smart person. That's right. He is too confident. Dong Jun nodded and said, he is indeed very cautious, but his mistake is in his arrogance and self-confidence. He would never have thought that you would be able to contact me and master in this secluded medicine valley. Furthermore, he would never have thought that you and I would be able to contend against him if we joined forces. Indeed. Yang Ming nodded. Dong Jun's words were reasonable. Elder Yu locked Yang Ming and others here. He never suspected that Yang Ming might be in contact with the outside world, let alone think that Yang Ming and others plus Dong Jun were his opponents. Never mind Dong Jun, even if Fang Tian came in person, he couldn't do anything to Elder Yu. Even the Vigor Voodoo was not Elder Yu's opponent now. Who else could compete with Elder Yu? Dong Jun was just a person he found to watch him show off his strength. He didn't think that Dong Jun would pose any threat to him. Yang Ming, since everyone knows the ins and outs, then let's make it short. What can I help you with? Dong Jun said, I understand the situation here. Let's see if we can find a way to solve Elder Yu together. For Dong Jun, the most important thing for Dong Jun was to solve Elder Yu, Yang Ming's biggest problem. Only then could Yang Ming help him wholeheartedly to fight against Central. This was the most important thing for Dong Jun. AI. The situation is not optimistic. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head to Dong Jun. He said, there is a way, but it is not easy to implement. Oh? Why do you say that? Asked Dong Jun. Since you are here, then let's sit down and talk slowly. Yang Ming turned to Xianxia and others and said, Xianxia, Ling Ling, you prepare some wine and dishes. I will have a drink with Dong Jun and talk about dealing with Elder Yu. Okay. Xianxia knew that Yang Ming had something important to discuss with Dong Jun, so she quickly went to prepare the wine and dishes with Lan Ling. There were a lot of delicious food and drinks here, all sent by Elder Yu. At this time, they became the delicacies of Yang Ming, Dong Jun, and others. The food was ready-made. Xianxia and Lan Ling made a barbecue buffet. After the fire was lit, they could eat. Dong Jun, Yang Ming, Lin Dongfeng, Lu Yezi, and the others sat next to the fire. As for Yi and Xiao Susu, they went back to rest. They were pregnant, so it was not good for them to stay here. Yang Ming, to be honest, this is the first time I sat with you so openly and ate with you. In the past, my contact with you was cautious and purposeful. I have never been as relaxed as today. Dong Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the delicious food on the table, he said sincerely. Although I haven't eaten yet, my mood is completely different. Thank you for forgiving me, really. Hee, Dong Jun. Junior brother, in fact, once you think it through and let go of the obsession and burden in your heart, there is nothing left. Yang Ming smiled and said, I understand your previous difficulties, so after Master told me the truth, I chose to forgive you without hesitation. Because I know that your nature is not bad. You want to leave that organization and live a normal life for your sister, Alice. This is not wrong. I understand you. If I were in your shoes, I would also do my best by any means possible. Sometimes, there was no right or wrong. Dong Jun looked at the problem from his perspective, so it could not be said that what he did was wrong. Just like Yang Ming, when he was against Wang Xiaoyan, he also killed several of Wang Xiaoyan's underlings with strong means. Even Wang Xiaoyan herself was forcefully slept with by Yang Ming. Although Wang Xiaoyan and he became a couple later, and the ending was very happy, they could be said to be enemies before that. In this, it could not be said that Wang Xiaoyan was wrong, and it could not be said that Yang Ming was wrong. Some things had different results from different perspectives. So at this time, Yang Ming would forgive Dong Jun so decisively. Thank you, Yang Ming. Dong Jun clasped his fist excitedly. You don't have to thank me. We are all brothers in the same trench in the future. Hee, we are originally brothers. Yang Ming smiled. Yes, senior brother, my thoughts were too simple before. I thought that I could make central compromise and let me and my sister go with the power of the butterfly family after I became the king of assassins. But at that time I was too ignorant. My understanding of central was just the tip of the iceberg. Dong smiled bitterly. Now it seems that this is really nothing in central's eyes, so I don't know if you have the power to make central compromise? Let's talk about this when we get back. At present, it seems that the biggest enemy is still Elder Yu. Only by killing Elder Yu first will I have the time to think about the central issue. Yang Ming said, but I have also fought with central a few times. I have also taken the Jin Gang voodoo and the simplified version of the Herculean voodoo. I should have some authority in front of central. Right, senior brother Yang Ming, you said before that you have a way to deal with Elder Yu, but you can't implement it. What's going on? Is there any difficulty? Dong Jun said, tell me and see if I have any ideas. I was going to tell you even if you didn't ask. Yang Ming nodded and said, this is the case. Elder Yu is invulnerable now. Yang Ming first told Dong Jun about Elder Yu's situation. Sure enough, Dong Jun nodded after listening and said, I also know this. Elder Yu bragged to me before. His situation is really difficult for us. But, Lan Ling's grandfather told me a good idea. Yang Ming said, our vision was too limited before. We only focused on how to break Elder Yu's Jin Gang voodoo. We thought that only by breaking the Jin Gang voodoo can we deal with Elder Yu. In fact, we can bypass the Jin Gang voodoo and use other methods to deal with him. Oh? What method? Dong Jun's eyes lit up, and he somewhat understood Yang Ming's meaning. Use voodoo. Yang Ming told Dong Jun the method that Lan Ling's grandfather said, and then smiled bitterly. There is a way, but there is no opportunity. How can we put this quick cicada voodoo on Elder Yu's body and let him swallow it? This is a difficult problem. Huh? Dong Jun suddenly laughed and said with some excitement, I thought it was a difficult problem. It turns out to be this. This is simply too simple. Too simple? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he looked at Dong Jun with a strange gaze. You mean? Don't forget what my special skill is. Dong Jun said, as long as you give me the quick cicada voodoo, I can put it in Elder Yu's food without anyone noticing and let him swallow it. Moreover, Elder Yu doesn't guard against me at all. It is actually very easy to do this. Yes, you are a top-notch thief. Yang Ming slammed the table and was very excited. How did I forget this? He doesn't guard against you now. With your means, it is really easy to use voodoo on Elder Yu. Leave this matter to me. I promise to do it properly. Dong Jun said, if it were other things, I wouldn't dare to guarantee, but this matter is too easy. There is definitely no problem. Lu Yezi, Lin Dongfeng, Lu Tianji, and others who were at the same table with Yang Ming did not expect that the biggest difficulty that troubled everyone for many days was not difficult at all for Dong Jun. It was an extremely easy matter. They were a little dumbfounded. They didn't know whether to be happy or not. It was solved just like that? At this moment, Yang Ming was also secretly rejoicing in his heart. My soft-heartedness is not a problem. If I didn't let Dong Jun go, Dong Jun wouldn't have come to Miaojiang to help me. If Dong Jun didn't come, I wouldn't have had the chance to use voodoo on Elder Yu. All of this was changed by my thoughts. This really made Yang Ming feel emotional. It seems that this problem of mine is not a problem at all sometimes. At the critical moment, it actually becomes a life-saving means. It seems that junior brother Dong Jun, I forgave you. It is the best choice I made. Yang Ming said with emotion, I didn't expect that in my opinion, such a troublesome thing is just a piece of cake for you. Don't say that. I just happened to be there. If Elder Yu didn't trust me, I wouldn't have been able to complete this voodoo. But who asked this guy to be stupid? He always wanted to show off in front of me. Now, it's great. The thing he regrets the most in his life is inviting me. Dong Jun said with a smile. Dong Jun's words made Yang Ming dumbfounded. However, it could be seen from the side that Elder Yu was a lonely person. His only friend was Dong Jun, his former partner. He had no one else to show off. Except for himself, the rest were his subordinates. They feared him and fawned over him. Even if he wanted to show off, he couldn't. In front of a group of subordinates who would flatter him no matter what he did, life was really powerless. What made Yang Ming feel sad was that in this way, even if Elder Yu defeated Lan Miao Village, what was the point of planning Lan Miao Village's territory into his Miao Village? Just like Dugu Choubai in the novel, he already had unparalleled martial arts, but he didn't seem to be very happy. Elder Yu was probably the same. Even if he took the complete version of the Jin Gang Voodoo and merged with the evil Jin Gang Voodoo in his body, he could have a body more indestructible than the Jin Gang Voodoo without using blood sacrifice. What was the point? He didn't seem to be very happy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Dong Jun here to watch him show off. It could be imagined how bored Elder Yu was. Although it couldn't be said to be the level of a kindergarten, it was at least the level of Wang Jitao and Chen Afu. I didn't expect it to be solved like this. Lin Dongfang took the quick cicada voodoo and separated it from the secreted nutrient solution. Then, he put the quick cicada voodoo in a small bottle and handed it to Dong Jun. He said with some regret, "This is the quick cicada voodoo. It's a pity that it can't be used to secrete nutrient solution in the future. This nutrient solution is only in such a small bottle. Once it's used up, there will be no more. Moreover, it doesn't preserve the quality." Dong Jun also heard Yang Ming talk about the Hercules voodoo before. He knew that if the Hercules voodoo wanted to be maintained, there must be a nutrient solution. However, he didn't know the details, so he didn't answer. Yang Ming sighed. Now that the swift cicada goo had been used up, it was destined that the nutrient solution would be gone in the future. Moreover, the nutrient solution had a time limit. Under normal circumstances, it would lose its effect after a few dozen hours. Although they had recently discovered a way to preserve the nutrient solution for a longer period of time, there was a limit to how long it could last. Everyone discovered that if they used the bottle of spirit spring water to soak the nutrient solution, they would be able to maintain the activity of the nutrient solution. If they mixed the spring water with the nutrient solution, they would be able to maintain the activity of the nutrient solution for about a month. But now, there was only one small bottle left. They were afraid that they could only use it at a critical moment. However, although Yang Ming felt that it was a pity, he could see that Lin Dongfang didn't regret it. Since he chose to use the Herculean venomous worm, he had already planned to stay in this area forever, so he didn't say anything more. He just said, "Junior brother Dong Jun, then I'll have to trouble you. This time, success or failure depends on you. Don't worry. I will be careful." Dong Jun nodded and said seriously, "Senior brother Yang Ming, you can also treat this as a test of my ability. If I successfully complete this mission, it means that I am still useful. I hope you can do your best to help me and Alice escape from Central and become free people." "Dong Jun, don't say that. If it doesn't work this time, we will think of other ways." "I said that I will help you, so I will definitely help you," said Yang Ming. In fact, it should not be difficult for Yang Ming to help Dong Jun and Alice escape from Central. After all, Yang Ming's purpose was not to let Central perish, but to negotiate with them. He would use force to deter them and let them give up Dong Jun and Alice. This was much simpler than dealing with Elder Yu. As for Yang Ming, if it weren't to get rid of Elder Yu, it would be easy for him to escape. As long as he sat on Dr. Sun Sikong's flying saucer, he could leave the Medicine Valley directly. At that time, Elder Yu couldn't do anything to Yang Ming, and Yang Ming couldn't do anything to Elder Yu. The two people would mind their own business, but that was inconsistent with Yang Ming's mission. Therefore, Yang Ming must deal with Elder Yu, but Central was different. As long as Dr. Benjamin let Dong Jun and Alice go, Yang Ming didn't want to fight to the death with him. Yang Ming was not Ultraman or Spider-Man. As long as it did not endanger the interests and safety of himself and his friends, he would not go to Central to fight monsters. This was also why Yang Ming was confident, but what Yang Ming didn't know was that Dr. Benjamin had already shifted his attention to him. He suspected that Yang Ming had a connection with Sun Sikong and Suya. Even Yang Ming's skills and abilities came from Sun Sikong. Therefore, even if Yang Ming let Dr. Benjamin go, Dr. Benjamin would not let Yang Ming go. The hatred between the two had already been buried. Yang Ming's idea was obviously too simple. Early the next morning, Elder Yu's helicopter came to the Medicine Valley again, and Dong Jun was ready to leave. Ha ha ha, Dong Jun, how was it? Did you help me persuade Yang Ming? Helping me refine Jin Gang Voodoo is his only way out. Otherwise, he will stay in this place for the rest of his life. Elder Yu got off the helicopter and said to Dong Jun with a laugh. Dong Jun winked at Elder Yu and gave him a wink. Then, he said, Yang Ming, this person, although his character is stubborn, he also told me yesterday that what he is worried about is that after he refines Jin Gang Voodoo for you and you get Jin Gang Voodoo, you won't need them anymore. You will imprison them in the Medicine Valley forever. Although Elder Yu and Dong Jun were echoing each other here, when he saw Dong Jun's wink, his heart was relieved. It seemed that Dong Jun had gotten some of Yang Ming's trump cards, so he continued, oh, actually, as long as they develop Jin Gang Voodoo, I can let them go, but the premise is that they can't take away any information and voodoo test subjects here. Yang Ming also told me his conditions. So, Elder Yu, let's go back and talk about it in detail, said Dong Jun. All right. Elder Yu nodded and said, then, let's get on the plane. Yang Ming stood not far away, expressionless. This expression was also in line with Elder Yu's consistent impression of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was such a person. Elder Yu found it funny in his heart. Yang Ming, oh Yang Ming, you always deliberately want to deal with me, but you are always one step behind me. I am always one step ahead of you. You still want Dong Jun to help you deal with me? You are really a fool. Elder Yu and Dong Jun got on the helicopter. The helicopter took off and left the Medicine Valley. Yang Ming looked at the helicopter in the distance, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. End of chapter 2208. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.